Yo, what's good, guys? What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? What the fuck? Sorry, a bit late here, folks. Sorry, a bit late. What's good, guys? Yeah, Willie's, you know Willie. He's live at the event today, but he's going to be taking over from me, a little bit later today. A little bit earlier for him. Just give the camera a minute. It's a bit fucking retarded right now, but we'll get back there. It'll fix. What's good, everyone? Fucking hell, it's cold in Willie's apartment, man. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Fucking brisk in here, baby. It's brisk. Oh. Actually, you might have to get the can of the goose, no joke. No fucking joke. Woo! We'll have predictions on for the next game, by the way. I'm talking about fucking charger in 1 sec. It's a bit jumpy, the webcam, but it'll stop at some point. Game's muted? Yeah? Yeah? What are these guys doing? Hold the phone. I am fixing it. I don't know what is going. All right there.
Damage change got reverted last patch.
We should be good.
2 patches ago, sorry. So shields now take 25% more damage in the limb, and I mean that's
that okay?
You can hit them unless they ADH.
Shield is so well balanced right now. Can I just say, I played a shield the other day, got absolutely destroyed.
Okay.
I am bad
Not working?
shield, so when I died, that means it's fair.
Let me know.
Look,
How important
more
Invitational's
well
most
balanced
important
than
event of
they
the
used
year,
to
bro.
be. The melee prio change,
That's a
I
big
think, was the biggest.
Most important event of the
And then
year.
the hipfire, right? That's 2 cheesy mechanics.
Obviously,
By
yeah.
far.
But I mean, well, like the rework, when the shield rework happened, that was still, like, that just made them better.
Alright, camera starts today. I don't want light with all these blinds, man.
I'm very happy to do it, and you're not gonna have fun.
All right. Okay, yeah.
Even if I don't win, you're not gonna have fun.
No, you're right. Even if I played like LR or Oryx, you're probably still gonna beat me.
Oh, yeah, okay, Oryx might be a hard one, but yeah.
10 seconds left.
Gotta break those angles to make that work.
Yeah.
Nice sunny England,
It's
guys.
the case of like, I do think, so I'm a big believer that
The GTO playout Tony? Nah. They only lost the one group stage game. Only the first group stage game.
It's all great if they don't last too long.
Yeah.
Because a meta will eventually become bad, annoying to deal with, and maybe boring to watch.
People figure it out. Like,
Exactly. Everyone's doing the same thing.
Yeah.
But if you have just a rapid meta change, like, okay, for 3 months, shields are insane, and then we nerf them. Now it's not shields being insane. Personally, I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah.
Reloading.
So, not sure what's going to be next meta-wise. I feel like we've gotten to a point where it's the meta of flexibility. The more you can do,
Yeah,
the more
GTU's not out the tourney yet. How is everyone though, guys? How are we all feeling after Willie's win
a
yesterday?
variety meta right now. Like,
We all
every
feeling
now and then I
exhilarated
feel
or
like we're
what?
back to a variety meta where there's no one.
Are you
trick
not
pony.
entertained?
And
Type shit.
I think the shields kind of took away from that for a minute, and now we're back into a variety meta again. Psycho might be in a world of pain in a minute.
So much.
Fact,
So many
pulls the
shots you
trigger.
can run. Bro, Board is like one of the maps that like plays like the same way pretty much every time.
Lion charge, I mean, all of it, I guess.
EFAC walling?
Check the first corner, not by the
Maybe.
second. That means he must be in the third by the box.
Big round here. I mean, either we tie up or Falcons find map point on Elevate's map pick. So whichever way it goes.
It's
He did it
fucking
pretty
cold,
one of
man.
those shells. Just beaming
So
the
cold.
I mean, not onto him, but he opened up angles for sure. And did a little
Yours good,
damage there
Zenos.
with C8 as well. Psycho, I think, is going
What
to
time does Spoit play today? He plays earlier today. I think he plays like 5 East, so we get a
flank onto Leakafac. I think he's
We
biding
check it
his
out.
time, doesn't want to overextend. And Leakafac is
Watching the suitcase.
watching, yeah. Is that client side or is, or is he
Right,
actually
Willie
watching the
plays.
suitcase?
Maybe he's using it to just obscure his own angle for a second there.
Yeah.
I did say on here.
This round has all been downstairs in Cousins working the verticality, but mind you, 2 minutes.
6
have
hours
just
and 12
flown
minutes. That'll
past
be
us.
11.
And Elevate, right now, they're the ones winning this
4
one.
East?
Yeah, Elevate should be pretty happy with how this
Right.
has gone.
Definitely.
Falcons in a little bit more.
4 p.m. UK to 11 a.m. East.
Second flash goes out. Leakafac
11
is all
a.m.
out. He's
East.
about to meet
Right
Raps
there,
though
let me
at the
pin
bottom
that
of
shit in
East
the chat
stairs.
for you.
Raps pops up his head, and now Leakafac knows exactly where he is. Solotov will find a big kill though onto the Denari, and the second one will follow. Shaiko's gone big for 2. Where has he come from? Where did he go? He's on the west balcony, still looks for an entry onto Armory as Resets dies as well. It all comes down to Raps in the 1v5. First kill found, Diffuser going down from Bride, but faked. Falcons don't have to rush it, 30 seconds to go, and Raps needs to duel every single one of them. It's not going to happen against Shaiko.
11 p.m. East,
Big
guys.
3K for the King, and map
11
point for
p.m.
Falcons.
East.
Such a puzzling round, and if you're going to go back far enough, it's a classic BDS round, back when they were with the BDS organization, where they try and be
Who they play?
strategically perfect,
I mean, I can
masterminds,
tell you
pick
this also.
apart the
They play
pieces.
against
At the end of the
D+.
day, it's again,
I
Shadow
believe.
will kill. You know,
Yeah, they
everyone
play
wants
against
to get a
D+, the
walk in and get
Brazilian
those
team.
things going. And it's funny how
D+,
Falcons,
the
they're
Brazilian
so
team.
good at both styles of season. I think it's truly why they've been
UK
close to
time,
so many
4
grand
p.m.
finals in the recent years. Because
4 p.m.
they can
UK.
play strategically with Leakafac
4 p.m. UK.
but then every single player is individually so capable that when that doesn't work, they can just pull it
Yeah, we have no
out.
delay today as well. What a
They can
stream
play
we're
fast,
we're
they
in
can
for
play
here.
slow.
What a stream we are in for.
One player on this roster could have
Hell yeah, baby.
a decisive 1v3.
Do you know what time in Australia?
Or a 4K,
2-6.
big round where they put the team
Yes,
on their
2-2.
shoulders. That's the thing.
Australian
And yet they
time.
still haven't found that hammer yet.
8 p.m. Australia. 8 p.m.
That was a conversation that was in
5
the,
p.m. in Perth.
Down and
7
Out
p.m. in
podcast.
Brisbane.
Yes.
7:30 p.m. in
6 on 6.
Adelaide.
Yes, we
That
love
was
Falcons
8
podcast.
p.m. in
Can we really
Sydney,
go
Melbourne, and
without raising
Canberra.
the hammer?
And that's
Look at me, bro. I'm fucking dishing out all the
yes,
fucking
but it's
info.
also,
This is
like,
serious.
so obvious. Like, no.
In between games, gonna show some more clips of you on season. Okay, well, we can.
No.
Oh, we can.
You're not a world
Could you not
champion.
be
You can't be the GOAT.
So you need to win a side to be the
can
GOAT
for sure.
organization.
Absolutely.
So until that happens, by
Shaiko-
your
Are you reading
Shaiko-
YouTube or Twitch chat? Both.
Shaiko's
Both. We
never
have
the-
both.
If Shaiko goes down
We have
and
both hooked
never
up right now.
wins a Six Invitational, he is not the GOAT. And I will argue that till the day I die.
Repulsion device.
But it's an interesting topic, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's definitely a conversation there about, like, how do you decide whether someone becomes a GOAT, especially right now. Like, we're celebrating 10 years of Siege. I think part about being the GOAT is about legacy. It's about history. You know, and that's why we're not saying Philippox is the GOAT. He's been around for a while. He's won an SI and you know, 2 majors and all this, but, like, he hasn't been around as long as someone like, you know, Troy Canadian, for example. But I don't think we can call Troy Canadian the GOAT because he's had a lot of mediocre performances, you know, compared to how many like, championships he's won as well. So that's when the conversation gets more complicated. One thing's for sure is that Falcons are getting absolutely greasied by Laxing for talking smack about Canadian.
I mean, I also raised my eyebrows when you said that.
I mean,
I will say, I do think you can argue that there's not maybe a clear-cut GOAT for everyone, one singular person,
Totally,
but you can argue for various people.
absolutely. Like, my point that I was trying to get to is, look, Falcons are a great team, but they struggle under pressure when it comes down to big games. This isn't the biggest game, but they do seem to have woken up a little bit here. It's map point, and they've just refragged. All right, resets is going to be able to bring it back a bit of an advantage for Elevate. I like this setup, by the way, with the castles and the mirror.
Same. And honestly, the Aruni, that's kind of like the hidden strong point, I think, because it gives you information, gives you denial, gives you protection.
They're still not taking down that castle barricade.
I mean, they have almost no soft destruction, right? It's not like Astrophia's meta these days,
brother.
really. This spawn shit, man.
Nine punches.
9 punches.
That's it, man.
Just gone.
Yeah. It's always tricky when that changes, right? It was like 12 for the longest time, now it's 9. That's never easy, is it? But Falcons being from behind on match point. You see that 1W. There's a great flash and a breach and a kill.
Yeah, this is what Falcons needed, isn't it? The opening, equalize the numbers, open up a hole into the site, but how do they kill that player inside of Fountain? Resets on the Warden, still got a C4 available as well.
Know exactly where he is. But yeah, I was gonna say, if they can get into archives, maybe. Step is 1 HP, he goes
So
down.
we're gonna be getting predictions in. Predictions will be starting after this map.
Into the 1v2. Leakafak.
Falcons looking a bit sharper today than yesterday.
Uses to cover, but
Oh
Iron,
shit.
he finds the first one down into the 1v1. Just one bullet required.
Oh shit, maybe
Straight
not.
between the eyes. Elevator, not down and out just yet.
Have the gambler in the chat right now.
That's gotta be a
No
missed
shock
call
there.
from Falcons.
Greensky
because
added
they
the gambling
slid
feature, and now
past
it's
the
just game
chassis,
over.
That default plant position, and as far as I
Now
thought
it is
I
game
saw,
over, simply game
Falcons
over.
had information that the last player was running from
But
90 in towards Armory. It's a Rooney
we will be
DMR.
going crazy today.
Check timeout from Falcons.
Gonna be crazy day. Games today.
You guys wanna?
Same as every day.
Gonna do the setup again. They're gonna waste time CC. For example, if these Stellars, they're gonna fall back, Fountain, Cade. I feel like we should ignore this, no? This full setup, you know? But we just surround side. We just yeah, no, it was good, but I feel like we should ignore it because they're really bad at refragging each other, helping each other, no? I feel like if you're going for the setup, we're just doing what they want, you know? Maybe like we play.
Talking in a ball, surely not. Oh, the drops on again? Yes, they are,
take
Ethan.
Space, you know?
Yes, they
I
are.
feel like taking the whole map is better than
Drops
just
will be on every
opening
single day.
walls and going
Every day,
together,
all
no?
day.
I don't know what you guys feel.
Here live on its Spoit channel.
They don't like it.
Yeah.
Presented by SBL.
I feel like just
Also known as Elegance, also known as Seb.
Damn, I could
Also known as your host.
Definitely a bit of a split talking points there, though, right? Because at the very end, I think I heard either...
Bit of early morning gambling going on here.
So I see Julie's point 100%.
Bit of early morning
We're
gambling.
playing into their setup, and that's what they want. But
They
I
play
also
shop
heard
fight?
somebody
Yes,
say, but
yes,
it worked.
yes,
No,
yes.
like it actually did work quite well. Like they kind of saved the round, of course, but still. And that was a 2v1
Quite funny that
round. You
Julio
should
just said,
really
"Oh,
ever
they're pretty
lose
bad
that
at
one."
refragging
And
each
had that
other,
without it,
and then
it's
they both just failed to refrag
It's
each other
funny, I
in a
feel
2v1.
Just based on the rounds we've seen so far, both are true. You know, Falcons could directly counter Elevate setup. Like in that round, you know, the mirror, the castles, clear the mirrors, clear the castles, strip away.
Guys, how good was that game from Willie yesterday, by the way?
Elevate will fall over.
Yeah.
Or you can just be like, hey,
How
let's
good was
ignore
that
this
game from Willie
because
yesterday?
That worked. Remember that workshop rush?
Yeah.
We saw Armory execute.
11:03 AM, yeah, bro. The time zones for SI are crazy. Like everyone's off at totally different
Both
times.
styles of play work for Falcons. The thing that was really telling for me,
Bro,
was
8687 was
Julio
crazy.
highlighting
I feel like it shouldn't have been 8687 low key. I do think Shopify were a bit better than that scoreline would suggest.
Well, let's see what
GC played
Falcons
some
want
good
to go
games.
for, because the thing is, they were
Wait, what?
expecting.
You know what the bomb
I think it was
Yeah.
far off that, but
So
I
this
think
is the
that
genius thing for Elevate, right?
8687 doesn't paint the full picture.
By the way.
It was definitely
They have
Shopify's
gone
game to lose.
unpaid, one of the least
Nothing.
played in the whole game's history. almost never works, and only a handful of teams have played this in the last 10 years.
All right, Elevate got balls.
But the thing is, like, a lot of people are like, what are G2 doing? But this is the way G2 play. Like, it's always, they've always been like that. They play like really heavy metal siege. Like, they either, like, that is like, that's not like trolling from them. I don't think. Like, that is how they play the game.
But not one you see a lot these days.
And this is where we look
like, they rely very heavily on hero players, which their team is very capable of. Don't get me wrong. Like, they have like players that are capable of making said hero plays very often. But that is how their game plays. They don't have like the best strategy to fall back on.
Like 4 years. What do we do?
Always been like that.
Get a lot of practice attacking this bomb site.
Instantly, Sophia.
Which when you're playing against a team like Shopify is like can go either way. You know, you can either smoke them or get
What
smoked.
happens above here? This bomb site is very vertical oriented. You can hold armory and CCTV and see everything downstairs.
See the kill herself with frag and thermite charge. I mean, yeah,
you can
that was
plant spot from upstairs, and now Psycho's got info with
that was actually pretty funny, to be fair. That's probably the funniest clip of the SI so far.
Drones and try and call where this
The nade wasn't like too bad, but like Carl like legit stood on the thermite charge. I don't know why he did that.
This top floor. Will Falcons actually hard clear it?
Yo, Goonsky in the fucking spot, baby.
Shaiko's trying to contest the vertical, but against
I'm on late lunch right now. What time are you back, Greensky? What time are you back?
And take out Ion. What do Elevate do now that their pivotal vertical player
Need you in the trenches, boy.
Still have more bodies. North
Need you in the damn trenches.
Going to armory, then CCTV, but this moment the limited direct attack for the side of Falcons. Psycho finds Shaiko fighting for overtime.
After they posted a TikTok talking about, I mean, they have good vibes over there. About 5 PM my time. Shit.
Wow, this is
So I'm riding solo right now. I'm riding like I'm riding solo into the night.
Stamp, he's still got the control of the main stairs, so it's good night to use this. On the verge of pushing OT, Elevate have the advantage, and Leakerfax feeling desperate. He's caught in a crossfire, but it seems to have been an opening for Falcons thanks to Solotov. Look at him, he's deep on the bomb site. Brings out the pistol, needs to reload the primary, needs the rest of Falcons to come and support. And this is where we test Elevate. Can they refrag it out in the 3v3 on the bomb site?
Such a hard read here for Elevate. Almost no information available. The flag is coming again and again and again.
Oh my god, Bridge might have trolled around.
Brede! What are you doing, Brede? You can't let it slip through your fingers.
No, he trolled around. Bridge trolled around.
Is not long for this world.
The round is over. I can mess with the boss if you need anything. DM me. Yeah, I got you, bro. It's like mainly for like, because at 2 PM I've got to go somewhere and Lottie's gonna be here.
This is like
No, you guys like her.
At the highest level.
But she's actually useless when it comes to this stuff. So she can only like the maximum she can do.
What is happening? He's lost against.
Is switch between, you know.
Tactical timeout.
But it's so good. Overtime for Falcons. If you win it, you go into it for Elevate.
The maximum she can do.
This is the perfect moment to go.
It's like switch between.
Because it is not expected.
2 PM is like 4 PM my time. Aren't you in France, Gracie? It's at 3 PM now.
Thought about this as a
They never talked about. They were talking about CC.
Yeah.
But
There's apparently cheaters on my team in a random solo queue match. I ended up losing 50 elo. Well, another match a few days ago, I lost 70 elo from it. But when I faced Daniela, I got plus 16
You have
elo.
no idea what you're talking about. Elevate.
It's a devastator. It happens. So this is why I'm not giving the game my time, because I'm not playing cheaters, bro.
Yesterday, by
I did it for too many years.
7-1 on Lair to cap off what was a grueling
I'm not
series.
French.
Falcons, yeah, they get some points out
But
of that
isn't that
game
the time
for
zone
winning
that
a
you're
map,
on, though?
but it's nowhere near good enough. It's nowhere near SI Championship material. And here in Paris, France, where 3 of the players on this team call their home, what are Falcons doing?
10 seconds left before insertion.
We're all thinking the same thing. I mean, this is gonna be Falcons' grand final to go. You know, home turf.
What
home
time zone are you in?
So many finals to win this one. But then the other side of the coin,
Green sees UK? No, he
comes
isn't.
with that, right? And Leakerfax said himself
What time
in the
is
introduction
we're playing US time? 11 AM East. 11 AM East. I should probably pin that on YouTube as well. I haven't done that yet. That's on me.
Technically early, but how
me get to that right now.
exactly? They need this.
Look, you lose to Furia in a 3-mapper, and we're like, okay. You start dropping maps
Let me
to
put that on
Elevate,
there
who
for you
only won
guys.
3
Our
rounds
wonderful
against the
YouTube
APAC
viewers.
LCQ team yesterday, and you start asking some very uncomfortable questions. A year ago, when Falcons lost the SI Grand Final in Boston to FaZe,
Right.
we said, well, next year's their chance. We're going to Paris, we're going to France, we're going to their hometown. Surely that is their moment. If they don't get it done here, I think we're going to have some very uncomfortable conversations about this roster.
It's going to be a long night, that's for sure. A swing, a wide one at that, gets shot down by Shaiko. Again, he's been so formidable outside the east stairs and inside it on defense, locking down this position.
I don't know why it's not letting me write in YouTube chat. What's going on
Iron,
here?
he tries to
Don't
fight
make fun.
back. He's 10 and 10, so he's done a pretty damn good job. pretty even numbers on the side of Elevate. Everyone's putting in the
11 p.m. in
effort.
Scotland
We got
currently.
resets on Pulse
in English
shotgun
class.
in overtime. And there's a lot
English
of
class
wrong
watches
angles
some
you can
SI.
find.
Look at the
Don't have to
confidence
be
here.
alive.
Psycho takes a bit from Shaiko. This rivalry continues as Psycho falls on back into break. A flashbang might mean the end of him. He can get out with his life as Leakafak makes his way into CCTV. Falcons are tightening the noose, tightening their grip, and the flank from Leakafak finds the second one. The rug has been pulled out from underneath Elevate. A 2v5.
Efak's so good at playing this leg roll, bro. Like, oh,
okay.
holy shit, what a
He's got
shot.
hands, takes down League Effect, but he's much more than that. They got no side control.
So it plays at 8 p.m.
They're playing just
today for me. It's much later because I live in Dubai, so annoying.
And a second. Falcons, yes.
No,
they
it's
go
not 8
into
p.m.
overtime.
Aren't you
Yes,
guys
they
2
lost
hours
the
ahead
attack
right now or
customs,
3? I don't know
but
what
then they
time.
found their round
Yeah, recess
victory
actually destroyed
right
him.
after on a more default kind of
Yo, it's
side.
good throw though.
And now
How are
it's
you?
map point again for Falcons, but this time
Right.
they move onto their defensive side, and we have to hark back to the
All right.
first half. The bands get
Spoit,
reset to our
please.
first half
Oh,
bands. And yeah, it's been a hell of a
11
long time since
PM
we saw Elevate
East.
attack, but they were pretty damn good. They had a variety of
Gotta be the
attacks.
glass.
Their shields didn't work that well, but the glass worked like magic. And that Warden ban is
Pin
certainly
message.
going to play into it as well.
Boom. YouTube pin message. Look at me. I'm fucking. Look at me
that
go.
last ban was actually
Look at me
gonna
go.
be the Ying in response to the Warden ban.
Bro, crazy
So
shots.
Falcons are
Crazy
much
shots
aware
from
that
resets
there's
too.
gonna be some trickery happening, most likely.
This is a bit more energy out of Falcons.
Mushroom. That's what I'm saying. Look at me go.
Julius
Look at
trying
me
to
go.
keep the team energized, but you can see this has been a grueling map for these guys. Emotionally, this is a lot to deal with. After the 3-mapper that petered out with a 7-1 in the finale yesterday against Furia, like, you are expecting like a 2-0 comfortably against Elevate. And while Lair may find a little bit more fruit for them, because it is their map pick.
So William is
he
at the event.
certainly
He's at the event that you're
can't
watching right
just put
now.
down this
10
disappointing
seconds
performance on
Go away, straight to the equivalence. Wait, yep, every single year, bro. Every year. Make sure to tune in. Tune in right here.
So deep breaths, Elevate, of course, being on the attacking side, we can talk about Border being attack our favorite, etc. When
Spoit's
you
at
get
the
into
event.
overtime, you
He's
gotta
at the
make
event.
all the first moves being on the attacking side. I do think that
At this
the
event.
that
We will be
pressure
watching him
to
today at 11
perform
East.
just elevates a little bit more, right? Because if you're going on the entry and you lose that
11
gunfight, you
a.m.
take
East.
4v5 on what could be the final round of
4
the map.
p.m. UK.
When it comes down to clutching,
You can watch his game right here.
everything matters the most. And Elevate, they have options, right? They have this.
Why do I know this voice in that space? Because probably you just see me play with him many years. Or maybe you've watched the last SI. I'm not entirely
on
sure.
the other side of the barrier. 2 of them on that desk. And they're gonna burn them first. This is going to signal.
We have a Spoit interview after the game. I'll just yeah, we'll have a Spoit interview today. He's also going to be
This is so readable because, mind you, no one's.
he's going to be taking over from me today, probably before the game's
No
end.
one's going to east stairs. Shaku's east stairs right now.
Yeah.
So Falcons will communicate and say, guys, no one is anywhere, but they burnt the gurus and
Yo, what's
archives.
good?
They're gonna rush
What's
it.
good?
This is really predictable.
It
Take the win
That's
today,
why
easy.
Usually, if I go for a push like this,
That's
like
what
you
we're here
want
for.
Thatcher rework. Gotta catch the C4 the smoke. This could work, James.
We have an
the
Spoit
double
interview
Oasis
after the
shields.
game on the stream.
The
Oh,
Capital.
he answered the question. I don't know why
and the
it came through twice from my
Glass.
side.
Takes out the first thorn.
So the Thatcher rework, you can very easily catch every throwable mid-air.
Ooh, trade.
The Glass can't afford to die early. What's going on from Shaiko there? Gets very aggressive. As we restabilize, Elevate
That's
still
decent
have
from
the
Shaiko.
advantage.
How many
The
hours do you have
problem
on
is
Siege?
we
I
no
probably
longer
like
have the
10,
Glass to work
15K.
with. Now Solotov has retaken that position. The C4 can still be nullified by the Thatcher.
Probably close to 15k.
Oh, good shot from Reset.
Reset has hitting some crazy shots this
4v2
game.
now for Elevate. And this is looking more doable than ever.
They
We still
still-
have the
nah,
Ocean
no.
Shields to plant behind. The X Factor
Yeah,
of the
they can
C4
plan here.
still be counted by the
Nah, one
Thatcher.
C4.
Catch it. He's ready
C4
for
on
it.
concrete.
When he sees any icon on the scan, he's gonna spam left click and catch the C4 midair.
Out it comes and deactivated.
Wait, how
by
did Raps
users.
die?
Is able to deny the plant. Where was that from? Over
Oh,
all the way in Armory.
What
How
happens
is
to
he able
shield?
to get the angle onto Raps when the
Oh, did
shield
he
is still
impact the shield?
active?
I don't know. But with the shield still being there, you could just walk in and try again. But if the C4 wasn't shot,
the shield
it'd still
isn't
be
there. What are
then
these
you'd
guys
be,
talking
you know,
about?
hot
There's no
now
shield.
by Breeder. The shield is gone.
He impacted
actually.
it.
Oh, that's
I
the
swear it was
problem.
there a second ago.
Maybe
Users
he died
impacted
while he
it.
was holding it.
No,
Also,
users
it didn't
impacted it.
land, Maybe he picked it up and there was a shot onto the foot.
So what
Okay,
now?
this is awkward. I mean,
Who's in
Elevate
control of
have to
POV? There's an
recompose,
observer
have
that,
to
like,
rotate
watches the
30
game.
seconds.
That's just kind of reset it now. I mean, Elevate, they've had their plan A completely destroyed,
Oh,
and now
no.
they decided to
Bro,
throw
what
it.
is, they've completely
Not
trolled
like
it.
this. No, the
4v2?
Thorn buff coming in clutch. Ion needs to 1v2. Knows where Breede is, but Breede's the clutch king for a goddamn
God
reason.
clutch and users and Breede. Holy shit.
Falcons will not
Bro,
let
they
this round
Elevate
go by the
completely trolled
wayside.
that. They're the 4v2 with all the control of the no shield. How do you lose this?
Ridiculous final round to send us into
Anything but what they did would have been fine.
Falcons. I mean,
holy
the
shit.
jumping in the window to play the distraction.
All right, we'll get predictions going for this map though.
Then die immediately and try and go for a planet tip instead. And every second was spent just waiting, and the win never came for Elevate.
You may think that Falcons are out of the woods, but there's no time to sniff the flowers because Lair is coming up after this.
All right. Make sure you guys fill up on the predictions. Who are we waiting on here? Let's have a look. Mainstream. What's on the second stream? Where's this? Bravo. This on?
Problems
this until the next
put
match
up
starts.
and problems solved.
I feel
So
as
who
though we
won? I
should
just
put,
joined.
you know, just a whole bunch of siege problems and see if they can figure it out.
Did Fury win?
'Cause they-
Fury
they
haven't played
are
today, but they
getting
won yesterday. Yeah, they beat
everything right.
Falcons yesterday.
Everything.
They actually smoked Falcons yesterday.
It's
Furex just don't know.
no,
Where
it's
did
great.
they go?
It's this is almost the element, right? Is we sort of said this coordination.
Make sure you fill up on the
this
predictions, guys.
Problem
Falcons.
is something that strikes FearX.
Falcons
This is the problem that they've been trying to
versus
get under their sort of roster
Elevate,
belt
map
and their
2.
sort of ability to deploy, because that adaptation is what they struggle with. The timeout obviously comes in here in the sort of 3-0 situation, or the 0-3, and you know there was that sort of round in the middle where they were close, but it's otherwise just still dragging their heels, struggling to have that final little bit of energy. And Weibo with 3 attacks on their cafe on FearX's map. FearX struggle with their attacks already. This could be a 2-0 in not too much more siege.
Now we know why teams do not let Weibo on this map. Now we discover why. Yeah, just a great performance, and it's just that problem solving that just
So they're
it's left
talking
me
through
in
the
awe
tactical
today. Really
timeout?
has. Great
Why can't we
performance.
listen to the
Still
tactical
not over
timeout?
yet,
What's that about?
No.
but the way things are going, you'd be pretty wild to predict against them at this stage. So
Whose
let's
map
see if
pick is
they can
it?
keep it moving. We'll see if
On the
timeout
other
helped.
stream, I actually
But just-
couldn't.
they're just
Let me see if I can check Wikipedia for
Weibo
you.
just look under no stress at all.
Let me see
like
if
they
I can
are
check
just
Wikipedia.
vibing.
Right.
They're just chilling. You know, like even big rounds like this, where I think, wow, that is incredible to win this round, just looks pretty chill. Like turned no reaction. Just look, big round one like that, 3v3, go 3-0 up.
Do you know what?
Nothing.
This game for Weibo, with the sort of pressure on these players, if you talk about them as the sort of widest team, where they've been, and what they've been able to do on stages, you expect them to hit main stage. You expect them
moving
to
slow as
be
balls today.
one of the sort of forefront teams of the entire region.
I mean, I think they've been the best APAC team for the past 2 years.
Exactly.
I do. I think the players that they have has been incredible.
And
Can't
that
see.
is dictated by winning your expected
Weibo is
games.
smoking FearX.
FearX,
Weibo, by the way, are
they
looking
have had
way better
expectations
than
on them.
previously.
They've had players with amazing
Since
runs
they've
on
had
different
Gohan,
rosters.
they're actually
They
looking
have
really
not
good,
had a
can't
great
lie.
year. They weren't able to sort of get to SI last year.
Reload filled us with a lot of confidence that sadly
did.
dwindled very quickly.
I mean, Reload was an event unto itself.
Yeah.
Obviously,
FearX
there
are
were
doing
things that
literal,
changed.
But it
doing
was still
literal.
Siege at its raw form.
It was
Not all
still
the
also,
stress of all
it's still
time.
Siege. You're still getting
Yeah.
in. But
Who do you
either
guys
way,
think is the
as an
worst
expected
team at the
game,
event?
as
It's
an
probably
expected result,
FearX.
the
To
reason
be
they're
fair,
so calm,
probably
cool, and collected
FearX.
is because,
I hate to say
well,
it.
they need to be.
So
This
if Falcon
isn't the
loses,
game
they're
that
out. No,
Weibo's thinking
no.
about.
Still the
They're
group
thinking about
stages.
beating
Everyone has to
Matey
play everyone.
and seeing what happens.
But yeah, I think as long as you
And
win one game
heck of a game when we
outright,
get
like
to it.
win
But
one
here,
game 2-0,
after a
then
timeout,
lose
FearX,
one
what if
game
they learnt what lessons were taught?
2-1, I think you make it
Quite
through.
dark behind.
Because usually someone loses
Ready
every
to
game.
Sort of cover. Remember last time we
FearX, if they lose this, they're 0-2.
With this sort of positioning, we had a lot of back and forth. We had a lot of quick, snappy executes here. It seems like Weibo, they're doing the math, they're running the numbers, they're getting themselves ready to try and enter top
does
red.
Spoit
Drop
play?
the
He
hatch,
plays
Hoffman
against
is off to
D+.
the races and slips his way on by. Almost found the first engagement in the
D+. I can
core
probably
of the
change
floor,
the
but
pinned
couldn't
comment
quite
and
knock
put
the
that
head
in
out
there so
in
you guys
time
can
and had to
see.
fall back because of the Fenrir mine. There's another one called
I
out.
don't know why the pin comment
There's
is
nobody to
disappeared.
directly respond to it. They have currently left the kit on the roof above the hatch itself, and well, they better hope that they don't forget that.
Oh, Woogie Man. Off with the cave on the hatch just to try and keep himself a little bit safe inside a train. I'm not entirely sure that's really what
No.
what Weibo are after. I think they just want the top floor control, and then we'll start using the verticality. And then, as we know, the way this bomb site goes, you just jump in through train window and go for the plant.
The thing is, right, they haven't really done a lot to take top floor, and top floor's been given to them.
Yeah.
There's nobody that's contesting it.
It's
Last
that phantom pressure. The windows get opened, you feel claustrophobic.
Yeah.
Right, can you guys see the pin
Think
comment?
about what has all been dedicated up there. All the hard
the pin
walls,
comment
the
on there?
reinforcements. They
Change on YouTube
swing
as well.
round, and RP gets coated, tucked on the close corner. It's not the side itself, but it is a phone, and the Dokkaebi should be able to get that, but they're not playing chances just yet. Instead, slow their way in, and now they get even more terrain, even more control. There's pings coming through. The speakeasy with the catch. And it's just, they've tried a different game. They've tried to play keep away, but Weibo is so good at catching these players. There's one slightly down white stairs. Trying to be as quiet as possible. There's the reveal of the camera. Boogeyman takes a bit of damage elsewhere. They're going to have to pull themselves back. There goes Rin. There's at least the C4 on towards Arpe, but
let me know.
Boogeyman, okay, gets himself a second, doing bits behind the bomb chassis, but he's under too much pressure. And that leaves just Good Boy alone. 18 seconds. Does get the shield. Oh, can't quite get away. You can see the idea, but the
look at me
reactivity
go. Does they spit?
so sharp.
They never
Are you
stop
trolling me?
moving. You know,
No, it says Spoit.
It's never, even if they lose somebody, it's not the case, you know, where some teams, if they lose somebody, they stop and they wait until they get things collected again. They just keep it going.
Disgusting.
The way that they
Disgusting,
attack the
Duval.
top
Look at me. I'm trying to
floor,
provide
straight down into
for the
pillar
streets
control,
here.
straight into reading, pushing across the corridors, into the bomb site, always moving throughout the map and making issues for Fearex.
Yeah, Weibo are just like...
I mean, that's another bomb site that they've won. It's a different bomb site. Obviously, Fearex now, they're really up against it if we're choosing train as the defense.
48 seconds.
I had to try something different,
Watch
right?
one
We
more
obviously had a full sort of expression of the foresights on Chalet as well. It just feels
Fearex
like
straight
they
up
don't
run the
have
average rank
the
defense out.
idea
Yeah,
of
bro,
how
I
to
don't
beat
know
this
what's
team.
going on.
And that's, you know, it's a worry, it's a problem.
Weibo do
fine,
look a lot
but that's
better,
what
I
happens
must
when
say.
you have a
They
team
look a lot
pick
better.
all four sides back to back on the two maps, whilst taking their timeouts early.
Who do Weibo play
utilizing
yesterday, NIP?
as much as they can.
So if they win this, they have 8 points if they win this, so they'll be through. They'll be through into the
almost this
next
element
stage.
that is
They'll be
unfortunate
on into the
to say,
playoffs.
Weibo are just playing
100%.
better. There's not a counter strat. There's not a book you can play against.
It's a good team though. Hoban, Reef, Speakeasy, Ted, Ape. Like, they pretty much got rid of the players that were like holding them back, in my opinion.
Are coming together, and Fearex, unfortunately, just can't match that pace right now.
What team is he again? Who's Spoit?
You know,
he's on Shopify Rebellion.
But also, look at that. It's just instant, right? They have every single thing ironed out already. And well, Mephi does slip his way down below.
B&K, Fearex is done. They're not going to. Yeah, I think it's over.
Weibo have been another class.
It could be all she wrote. I don't know whose map it is.
Yeah,
I don't know whose map it is exactly.
Oh, they're trying it, but you see that Reaps is located in towards
Just
heaven.
gives them a second.
And there's another one, and there's the down. So yeah, straight away. And this is the same point I made at Chalet.
Weibo are looking really comfortable on the server
kills
as
within
well.
the first minute, no response.
Yeah, this is all she wrote.
Where's the trades?
3 kills within
Where
the
are
first
they?
minute.
They
Hey,
play-
there's
they
one.
play so
Just in
separately.
time for the first minute.
Oh, there we go. Look,
Oh.
see, look, they've got a kill, and straight
look at where he is.
away, Weibo have traded it back.
They have
That
foresight.
sums it
Holy
up for me.
shit.
Well, Speakeasy's going to get the plant down. You know, and again,
Hey,
Good Boy's
is
gonna do his
anyone
best to
else's
try and
drops
bite
not
in.
working?
It's
They
almost
should be working.
Yeah, Fearex
If you
is struggling.
if you
I think
refresh
it's
this stream
fair to
and
say
then
that,
like sit in the
but
stream,
Weibo
they
are
should be
playing
working.
brilliantly.
They're great.
It's
absolutely
so
fantastic.
Can you
It's
not
the
see the drops?
confidence,
Like, are
the
you not
body
getting the drops
language,
at all?
It's just coming. It's just it's like a 9 to 5. They've clocked in. Yep. They've sat at their desk. They've done their job. They've clocked out, and then they've went home.
It's a great. It's been a great 2 maps of Siege.
Oh.
How do I do it? Is it free?
You sit there and you
Do
think
what?
about Weibo as well, and obviously, I mean, they've
drops?
had their
So,
fair
like,
share of roster.
you click here on your
struggles throughout
profile.
the years. I mean, there's obviously
The drop should be
period
right
where,
there.
where Turd was
And
on
if
the
you click
team,
on it,
and then they brought him back into the
I'll
fold.
bring you to
They had
this menu,
Leader
and you can
Noodle
see,
on the
like,
team at one
everything,
point as well. So they have had chops and changes, and then obviously the most recent
see all
pickers
the
that they've
stuff, like,
had
that you can claim.
was Ape, who has been absolutely stellar, by the way, and then Speakeasy as the other one, who's a very experienced.
All right.
We go back to that slide of seeing those opening kills. I mean, you can see from
Of really, let's be honest, it was always Hoven, Reaps, and
Spoit
Turd.
locked
That's
in,
been the
locked us
core.
aside.
And those 3 players
sir.
have always
Yes, sir.
stuck
Yeah,
out.
Ray, thank you for the prime. Appreciate
I mean,
you.
Hoven
Yeah, he is. He is
very
locked.
consistent player. Like he's
locked.
rarely off the game. He's always on it. He always is there. He always has a good performance. Reaps.
I claimed it. What's it go on my Siege account? Yeah, it goes on your Siege account.
You think, are they going to kick on here?
It can take a while to deliver, but like you will get it. If you have everything linked, it'll go directly to your account.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, right?
Weird they didn't go up today or yesterday.
It's a joy to watch.
Yeah.
It's okay.
So when you go to the section I just showed, like you can't, you don't see it.
You can put this down and people will say, of course people say.
Like you don't see it when you go to the section
I
that
don't
I
care.
just showed.
It doesn't matter.
Play what's in front of you,
Yeah.
and the way that they're playing, it is perfect Siege.
Yeah, they're locked in. So locked in that we haven't even.
Yo, what's
really
good, Kai?
seen
How are
them
you?
show.
Let's go. It's good.
Maybe that's the Gohan effect. Gohan said,
Spoit is going in.
Turd, I've been
He is the
there.
man.
Don't get yourself down
That's what I'm
this hole.
saying.
You start getting a reputation.
Is the Falcons game on yet though?
Well,
Only reason I'm watching this is 'cause the Falcons game's
We're on
on.
the cusp of possibly losing this
We can
map or
listen to this
elevating
if you guys
some
want.
situations. The fact that they
It's
were
Lair,
able
which
to
is-
get over
it is
that
Lair,
hurdle, be
which
able
is
to get
Falcons
the win,
pick.
to be able to punish
Falcons
them
pick.
just goes to show that they are mentally here than what
Make
we
sure
saw
you guys
yesterday
fill up in the
with that
predictions. They
exhaustion
should
starting to
still be
settle in. We saw
open.
them go
Not
into
that I
Lair,
can
and that's where they
see them.
crumbled. So the fact of the matter is they were able to get over their own mental state really just shows that they are prepared.
Make sure we fill up on the predictions, guys. There's barely any points in there. I know that quite a lot of the big high rollers are not in the stream yet, as I did start a little bit late.
They could not hold
There
the
is
line.
such a big
Fury
difference between
obviously elevate,
teams of Fear X and
completely
We Beat.
different
Yeah, there
team.
is.
How
There
do you
is.
feel like this game?
Make sure you fill in predictions, guys.
In my opinion,
Falcons
I think
all
Falcons
elevate.
will elevate out of the water. I think
I'm going to be
Elevate
ending
have
them at
everything
the
in their
end of the
grasp to be
first
able to
prep
win it.
phase.
Good
You know how
map.
it goes. You know how it
makes
goes.
it easy for them not to have to IGL. On a map like Lair, it's just a lot more difficult. You have to be a lot more trading. You can't just lose that opening engagement for free, and for that, I just think.
Who are you
Falcons
thinking?
are
I think
I mean,
Falcons are going to
completely
2-0 them
agree
now.
with you. I think I said this in the beginning.
Falcons have a good
Elevate
Lair.
needs to win this in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah.
If they were to get the win here, that then puts
Falcons
the
have a
pressure
really
back
good Lair.
again on Falcons. Their backs are against their wall. If they then
think they
are
have the
going
second best Lair in the
0-2
game.
into their entire bracket, it's not setting them up for longevity here in their group. So the fact they're able to get ahead, get this map underway.
on, guys.
the
Try and get
pressure on them
250K
similar
in the
to what they were
predictions.
saying with Furia, they weren't playing with any
Even
pressure.
that would
They
be
can do
a
the
low
exact same
showing
thing
for us.
here. They know what the
Are you
mistakes
streaming on
happened in their
calculator?
last game against Fear. They're
Why?
going to correct
What's
it. They're
wrong?
going to feel
Is it
better.
my camera?
So it
It's the
really
camera,
is
isn't it? The
all on
camera's
Elevate
having a
here
nightmare.
to come together and understand it's these little mistakes that are eating them alive.
That being said, win or lose for Elevate, I think we can be happy with what we saw in Map 1. It's a huge improvement for what we saw yesterday. You can get absolutely getting
Yeah,
smoked
William
from
is
Daystar.
at the
fact
event
that
right
they're
now.
going neck
He's
and
at the
neck with a
event
team
right
like
now.
Falcons
I can't
means
predict.
that the rest
So,
of the group still
Mango,
is very
predictions
unpredictable
are
for
only on
Elevate's
Twitch.
path.
You
That
can't
being
find them
said,
on
I
YouTube,
hope we can see
unfortunately. I
consistency,
wish you
at
could,
least being
but
able
it's
to
not a
keep it
thing.
toe-to-toe on this next map.
But the
I hope
spot
we
play
get to
today,
see
if you
it as
check the
well.
pin,
We don't have to
check
wait
pin
too
comment,
much
bro.
longer.
Check
We've
pin
got-
comment.
I was actually going to combine these two names. I'm not going to anymore because why? Okay, welcome
I'll put more on Falcons, but I want to save them so I can go all in on Spoit. Oh yeah, it's a 4 p.m. today.
Y'all should have let him keep it in his
That
head.
You could've said-
Pangmata works.
You could have said Pez.
We're almost, we're 150K in the
I told you
predictions. Come on, let's try and get
I didn't want to, and you asked
250K.
for it, but, gents,
250K
time to
in the
take this
predictions.
one away. I hope you enjoy what could be an incredible map too.
Thank you very much. Map 1 was phenomenal. Border was a
Come
real
on now.
treat.
I want to see anyone
Elevate
holding
gave us
points
a lot
back
more
here.
of a fight
I want to
than
see anyone
we
holding
expected,
points back.
but has the wind been
I
sucked
can go
from
switch,
their
yeah.
sails?
Hop over to
Moving on
Switch
to
Mango,
Lair,
and you
both
can
of
do
these
some
teams
predictions.
Lost it devastatingly.
They're going to be open for a
7-1
few more
yesterday. They
minutes
won a
here,
single
so
round
just
of
make sure you get over there.
defense. That is where Elevate start. It's time to get into it. Can Falcons get it done in 2? Can they redeem themselves? We're about to find out.
This new like intro screen I think is pretty cool as well.
If you are a fan of Elevate, they need your power so much right now because there's another game happening later today.
Guys, make sure you fill up on the predictions. Come on, we're getting close to 200K. Every click we get close to 200K. Is he playing for a mate? No, he plays for Shopify Rebellion.
The top, or even a map, Elevate.
Falcons get this dub, I'm thinking so as well.
Bottom, because mind you, whatever happens here, Falcons took a map of Fury. They got a point on the board. Yeah. They lost to Daystar. They got many points on the board. If Wildcard and Daystar keep picking up more points, Elevate are going to be dead last.
Yeah. And that's why every single map matters. You need as many points as you can. A lot of people...
Falcons going to win
like we
8-5,
said,
should we 7-5?
everyone assumed that it was going to be either Elevate or Daystar that goes home at the end of the group stage.
MA didn't drop
each other
Spoit.
first.
They played each other first, most important game, and not only did Daystar win,
False
Elevate
information, my
didn't get a
friend.
point. They in fact only got 3 rounds out
Spoit
of it.
game
Pressure
is
now on
after
for Elevate to pick up points
Engine Pajamas,
elsewhere
MA, Daystar,
in the hopes that they can
Wildcard,
jump
Enterprise,
back
Fox,
over
they're doing something
Daystar,
now.
or maybe jump over a team like
No, they didn't
Wildcard
drop him.
instead.
William
But
left.
It's going to be a very tall order, especially
They wanted him
after
to
how
stay.
tough that first map was. Now, credit to Elevate. They had some great moments on border.
They did.
But it sounds like you and the desk are pretty cynical about whether they're going to be able to say the same on Lair.
It just feels like the weaknesses that they had on border for Elevate, you know, like Julio said, not
Make sure you fill with the predictions, guys. Almost 200k. I want to see at least 200k, bro. Like, come on. This is weak. This is the weakest showing of all time, bro.
You're going to be further apart with even less traits now if you're already bad.
As the day goes on, you already know we can get crazy. 2.5 million yesterday on Williams' game.
It's looking at the layers.
You guys got to bet big now
map control fully,
to try and get
you can just play
more to bet on Willie later. There you go.
For quite some time, then fall back ideally.
Yo's good. How are you? I'm just clocking in. Yo's good, damn. What's good, what's good, what's good? We're having a good time here. One game in so far. Looks like Weibo getting a 2-0 on their side of things. Could be looking at 2-0s for both the first games here. Could be looking at some fast games.
This, I think, is an excellent defending lineup.
Right, predictions are going to end. I'm going to give you guys 10 seconds.
Demos from Elevate, and then the Kaid and Mira from Falcons.
Come on, at least 200k. We're almost 200k. One person send it over the edge.
They'll waste no time. Leakerfax sneaking in, not making much noise at all. Suppressed pistol will take out
like
the camera
180k.
and not fully destroying the barricade.
Bit more,
190k.
190k.
Doesn't make a lot of noise. Now he's going to drone himself in, it seems.
10.
Wow, Lurky Leakerfax.
9.
Nothing more iconic than that.
8.
Still one of my
favorite
things you've said.
A few more in the predictions.
I
Few more.
want to go back to Cafe because one of my favorites was Bakery Takery.
Okay.
Alright,
Did you
that's
drop that
it. That's all she wrote.
No, I didn't.
I didn't hear it yesterday.
I didn't actually.
Because there was a flip one time from Enterprise Attack where they
Cam's too fair. I think Cam's actually fucking fucked out right now. I'm gonna go and buy another camera for tomorrow's stream. Bro, I have a webcam. It just decided to stop working. This webcam decided to stop working before the game. I don't know what's wrong with it, but
then the Verticality.
I'm gonna go and grab another one. I'll try and grab another one.
Elevate already losing a lot of map control very quickly here.
Give you guys the full experience.
The saving grace is
Is Willy Wonka playing today? Yeah. Pinned tweet, bro. I mean, pinned comment. Pinned comment.
And the block and Nomad, of course, they can try and do that. Full stamp. And there's a freebie, Lurky Leaky. I mean, they know he's down there. He just blocked the floor.
Yeah.
And they send one player, not two. And I feel like if you really want to take down that block, you gotta respect the fact that he's gonna be holding you, send two players, really ensure you get a 1-for-1 trade.
I also just think Stem could have played that a lot more cautiously, a lot more baity, but no, he got way too egregious too quickly. Now Falcons numbers advantage, a lot of map control. They've taken the top of the mezzanine now. Once the fire subsides, Shaiko can continue marching forward. And here he is. A few Denari lasers to worry about, but he's still got the control nonetheless.
Doesn't shoot the battery, Shaiko. So we're trolling our teammate on the breach, huh? He's gonna get sapped when he jumps in. He's gonna be
I have school in 30 minutes,
want to expose his position, hoping for a free kill.
How many hours do you have school for? Because you might not miss Williams' game. You might be back.
And Brede might come into play if they decide to overwhelm.
Any other Group C games? I can check. How much longer until Spoit is on? Well, it's at 11 AM East, so
still a bit of util to burn.
4 hours, 38 minutes. It's scheduled for 4 hours, 38 minutes, but it could be
5 opening kills on the first map, looking for a little bit more now.
A bit longer than that. A bit shorter than that, sorry.
He's got 2 to play behind, and he finds 1, looking for a little bit more, but the plan might actually be possible.
Bro, these guys are
Won't be
fucking
necessary
shit.
at all because Falcons have just stabbed him in the back, and it's a very convincing opening for the European roster.
I mean, it's just a blender. Both teams is fighting 4v4 from their own respective side. You know, of course, Elevate playing from the
Switzerland,
bottom
I think
side,
it's
Falcons from
in
the
East.
hallway. But it's not a plan attempt. It's
So I'll
not
be
a
back at
plan attempt. It's not a flank attempt either.
3:15
It's just
PM.
fighting,
No, you'll be back.
fighting,
You'll be back for the
fighting.
game.
The funny thing
It's
is,
4 PM
it's
UK
another
time,
round
so like
for
5
Falcons.
PM for you.
They didn't deal with the deployable shield.
5 PM for you.
And they didn't clear the clash either. And
You
yet
should be back.
They just walk in and go broop, broop, broop. And you know, they even hacked the bot below, who got the opening pick, by the way, Leaky Fag. And I'm thinking, okay,
Can you
now
put
go
Williams
downstairs,
games
you
on
can block
YouTube?
below the
Yes,
shield,
so
block
we're
below the flash,
editing,
force them
the
further
G2
back,
game is
the
being
air
edited
that's
right
going.
now, and that will be on more Spoit. You can watch that on more Spoit today.
Especially if Elevate keeps selling opening kills to Falcons at a discounted price.
And that concern, it shows immediately. They're not playing.
I'll link it in the chat here later on, and I'll link it on YouTube as well, and you guys can go and watch that if you guys missed it.
Let's make this play. Let's kill the bog. And if they
It'll be a good watch. Good watch for sure.
Done, I'll be happy.
Or if they're contesting him on the vert at the same time, there's a lot of options.
Just watch your stream and score why I have
the way
maps.
that Stemp went for that flank. You know, he was making so much noise.
Can maths? Be honest. Can maths? I mean, we pretty much teach maths here in this chat. So what we do is we allow people to do predictions. predictions and gamble the channel points,
always talk about
which
how
does involve
forgiving
elements
they
of
are on gun
maths.
skill, and-
Something that you have
and
to
yet
really
they're like,
consider,
you know
though.
what? We'll take him. We'll take him 50-50 gun
Do I think Falcons would win that round? Not gonna lie. I mean, bro, you'll probably see Falcons win a lot of rounds that they necessarily shouldn't win against Elevate just simply because they're better than them.
Stage 2. Psycho had a great map 1 today. Yeah.
Like they play with a different level of confidence.
Player on either of these teams went positive yesterday.
And Falcons need this. Falcons want to get back into the group nice and early because they lost 2-0 to Fury yesterday. So
they have quite a lot of depth to their strategy. This time it's a shield, and it's a lot of info gathering. It's a lot of drone work. We've got the Brava IQ combo, so they can spot out anything particular and go for the hack.
I don't know about this.
I lost all my points.
I mean, they're playing the 2-brow without
the only way to get him back
and then they're playing the
to go all in. That's what I say.
Lose roaming top floor, but normally people have no top floor.
I think the scope boss is a little bit.
How many of you guys were here yesterday for Williams' game?
Undercooked, like almost they're picking between two different bomb sites, if you will. Because scope, I mean, you can solo them scopers, of course, but now you're just a roam gun up against them. You know?
What a time to be alive the game was. What a time.
Open as well, not being picked
Who do you think the top 3 teams are in this side? It's too hard to say. Furia's got to be in there for sure. They look really, really good. I mean, Shopify looked really good yesterday. A couple of mistakes in there, but like they looked really, really good.
These early entries from Falcons.
Who else has played pretty dominant? You know, Weibo has been like pretty surprising. Obviously, they haven't played the strongest opponents yet.
The first player from Falcons, it's Shaiko.
But
the weakness here from Falcons is they don't actually have any vert capability. So it's
the last one. Yeah, it was a good game.
Still a lot of
good games,
at large for Elevate.
Going back on the side now to get those crossfires going, but they get shut down immediately. Leak Effect, great shot. Now Bree can walk it in for free. Give the information. Fire pop behind the
VZI. Yo, what's good, bro? What's good? Tezcat, what's good? I think he was nervous, but looked better on Clubhouse. I don't really think he was nervous. I mean, he went 21 and 21 across both maps, so he dropped double digits. I think he dropped 9. He dropped 12 kills second map, 9 kills first map. I think it was pretty good. 9 and 9, 12 and 12. He's like, it's pretty normal for the nature of the game that he's playing. The whole of G2 were negative, for example. What is Spoit playing? Check the pinned comment, bro. Pinned comment. What's your name? My name's Seb. Seb. When are we seeing comp again? Those days are over, Squishy. Those days are over. It's all gone. Too busy, Broski.
Mas começa ali pra pegar esse drone dele que eu te falei, que entra no TV, tá ligado? E guys, pega a visão. Eles vão fazer os mesmos ataques, mano. Acho que eu passo bench.
Teams Weaver won in their next game was NIP versus M80.
Mas eles vão fazer os mesmos ataques, tá ligado? É só você ter calma e pegar a visão.
Still doing SPL stuff? Yeah, of course I am.
Tá de boa, você passa
Like my, yeah, 100%, bro.
Eu queria fazer o que agora?
Okay, mine's Kai. Who you want to win? This game, Falcons. I'm friends with the Falcons guys.
The 2-bar last round. That's my point.
Spoit should play around 3 PM or less, right? Because schedules never correspond. It could be around 3 PM, but it's scheduled for 4 right now. It's scheduled for 4 UK, so about 3 PM UK.
Conversation on the bottom.
Could be. It depends if people keep 2-0.
Things you can't deny.
If Falcons get a 2-0 here.
Or Kaid.
I would have liked to see it, Henry. I think that.
Let me check if it's on the B stream. I can check on the social media for R6 Esports and let you guys know.
By that Brava pick. So I'm thinking like the Malusi, which we saw being counted. I would have thought maybe a Fenrir would be handy. Both of which get pretty hard counted by that Brava.
Yeah, Weibo 1-2-0.
Yeah, I like the Goyo pick.
Is the
I don't mind the Denari pick.
All right.
Everything else, yeah, a bit rough. Now, Elevate, they go back to this top floor. This is the first round.
Right, so William, Group C game, 2 Group C games today.
Be able to tighten things up. The thing is, Falcons, like we've said, they're just going to change it up. They're not going to send in Leak Effect below with the buck again. No, they're going to bring the shield. I think they're going to keep hammering away at this shield as long as it works.
This time, probably if anything, given the months, but we'll see.
So
the thing about Elevate for this top for defense that you need a W somewhere on the map. Either you do penetrate the wall, or you kill the guy in the breach, or you hold on to upstream for a lot longer.
On the Bravo stream,
you don't get
when you're lurkified.
Yeah, you don't lose main stairs control, right? You can't lose main stairs, lose the breach, lose upstream. And then also die early. Yeah. Like,
where did the Bravo stream go? The Bravo stream crash?
Micro battles throughout the round, and you need to, at least get under control one of them.
Seeing right here, this time they're actually holding upstream. That's the Asami. Ion just posted up in there. And again, yeah, I like this. They're slowing down Falcons. They have the potential for a victory. And even if he doesn't get a kill, he can easily take down 2-3 drones before retreating back towards the bomb side.
I think Falcons are going to find main stairs control pretty easy again.
I don't know where the Bravo
round.
stream's
I'm not
gone. Does
sure
anyone know if
he has
it
players on
crashed?
Maybe Stemp at the moment. I see he's on Mez.
What I went yesterday, chat was insane. Bro, chat will be insane again today. Yo, what's good, Nathan? Who's Spoit playing? He's playing against D+. Team Heretic's going to come first in their group. I don't know about that, but I think I had them not getting grouped. I don't think they'll get grouped.
And they still have a good canister, so you can pop the canister.
Oh, perfect.
Mainly because their group is like kind of like got a couple of stinky teams in there.
Yeah, I think he needs to save himself. They're not actually contesting the keeper behind him.
Is DK better than G2 or easier in for us all?
Perfect. Oh, you read it to perfection.
The flute.
I mean, well, that's worth it.
D+ are not better than them now.
I mean, a minute 30 done.
D+ is not better than G2 now. Well, you know, that's not the way the Siege works.
Fall back into sight, and look,
Siege works in mysterious ways, my friend.
It's great.
Mysterious ways. I actually can't find the second Siege. I can't even tell you
just don't. Okay.
when that game is
I
starting.
wanted to smoke with the chunky here, really, just to lean into that. We've got the Goyo, thankfully, and there'll likely be a few of those.
G2 isn't out though. No, G2's not out.
The breach.
Where's the Bandit?
Bandit is not juggling today.
It was only the first game.
It's all about the pre-plays, but the EMPs
Nice shot from Iron on Salt up
Iron
there.
actually eventually wins his aggro contest. Low HP, so maybe don't keep over peaking, but Solotov is down.
I think they're just going to plant.
Had breached
I
the
don't think they
wall
can. They have 3 smokes to be fair.
No, I know people are going to say it, but it's hard to penetrate because you can get cut off, but they still have hallway control for the defender, so Bandit could definitely have tricked the wall there. Iron getting the kill makes a big difference. They're fighting on the windows.
Really fighting aggressively here, Elevate. Guys, you're in the advantage. Don't give it up now. The fire comes out from Shaka to try and dislodge some of these anchors.
I think EFAC is one of the only people actually playing the Type 21 still. Like a lot of people have switched up to Havana's DMR now.
Raps can peek the hallway. An EMP, or rather a Grismont mine, might keep the Monty at bay as well. He doesn't have any more left in pocket. And as Falcons try and execute onto the side one by one, they will fall down by the
Good round from Elevate. Flawless round.
A flawless round from
Flawless round from
Elevate. They
Elevate.
have conjured up a bit of strength on Lair.
I mean, you can see the tech talent effect, right?
Not bad at
I don't
all.
speak Portuguese, but I'm pretty sure you said fight them because they were fighting them everywhere on the windows, outside,
G2 haven't been first rounded. They just
And
lost. They just lost their first game.
That Iron was just giving up a free kill. He got the kill himself instead, and they kept up that pressure. And like I said, you cannot give up ops room, main stairs, and all the breaches. They kept main stairs control the entire.
Wait, who put the announcement on? Was Genius did that? Do I have what? Do I have any mods in here?
Backstab, which just wasn't successful.
And for the most part, they were fighting them in 2v1s as well. Which is
that
something
Neo?
that we
Neo, was that you?
Julio be critical of Elevate during his tactical timeout last might be told Falcons
Neo's the only
guys,
mod
they
in
really
here, so
suck
I'm
at
assuming so.
refracking. I like the way that wasn't just a lot of individual players ego challenging windows, because if you do that against Falcons and they know you're going to do it, you're just going to die. But a lot of 2v1s, a lot of just keeping up that pressure, it's making Falcons keep on guessing. Now Falcons, they've thrown a little bit of a curveball in here, Nick, and they've done
Who's winning this? I
away
think
with that
Falcons win
Bandit.
this.
So with no Bandit
Falcons
and no
win this, I think.
Kaid, I mean, Walden
What's your advice
is
to getting
pretty
noticed in
much gone.
Siege? Play the game as much as you can. Try and play with better players. Make content is always a good one. I think TikTok has been a pretty good tool for a lot of guys getting noticed. I don't think you even have to be that good as well. Like, you just make some videos on TikTok. Do you think the scores from at 1?
I don't know why
What do you think the scores from up 1 with this game?
It does remove one layer for Falcons, right? They don't
It's underneath what that, isn't it? So
Maverick. Maybe
it doesn't say.
Maverick third band, and then they're gonna.
Wait, we just watched it now. It was 7-5. Monster first game of the day. Yes, first game of the day.
And this is gonna do
First game of the day. It was 7-5. I didn't even get to watch all of the SR G2 game. Was it a barn burner? Yeah, 8-6, 8-7. Corey's making the video for it now, so you'll be able to see it on more Spoit.
Gadget and weapon. He can now start getting some kills. You're actually enabling Falcons with
Yeah,
more
there's going to be a video coming out for it, so you'll be able to see that.
It's a bit of a trade-off.
It's a good video. I like the pro videos. I think they're good. Do you guys think of the pro videos? Anyone here watch those? Like, are people watching the pro videos often?
In the tournament, but we saw him have a few big clutch moments on border. Oh yeah, put a gun in his
Have you talked to Willie? Yeah, of course.
Elevate go down to the basement though, and Nick,
Is the Bravo stream back up? I swear to God I can't find it.
Maybe call me a bit sentimental and nostalgic and old school, but the smoke. I just want to see the smoke combo with the Goyo. I think it really is going to help. If you can slow down Falcons in the early round, you're going to have such a massive advantage in the late round.
Slow it down is one thing, but what Smoke is also very good at is just picking your fights. If there's two doorways you're worried about, smoke off one, fight the other, right? You can simplify the angles.
Right, so yeah, M80 game starts in 17 minutes. Because right now,
one of the worst attackers
because the Weibo game was so fast, they're ahead of schedule. Like, they're ahead of schedule on their stream.
To see that pick. I guess the Deimos ban has kind of forced out this Jackal. They really want to hunt specific operators.
Who do they play? Who does who play?
And it's exactly what they're doing right now. It's
Willie's team?
time.
Plays against D+.
Has made his presence known. He will eventually fall to
D+,
League of
D+. Oh, M80, they play against NIP.
Today, and he will fall as well.
NIP.
So unfortunately for Elevate, even though I
After
think they
this
have
game,
a better operator lineup this round,
we'll probably go on to that one. Probably go on to that one, because the other one is Wildcard versus Daystar. I don't think anyone wants to watch that.
Not swinging the doorway, but the operator. What is it?
Yeah, that's a good game.
Play a Rooney, right? Yeah. I don't see the vision still. I have to be critical. And the Clash has been completely ineffective at helping the Romans either playing by the staircase. But when you're going down 2 players, I don't think the Clash is going to have that much success.
Honestly, give me a Fenrir. Roam with your Fenrir gadgets. Like, just force them to push into you a little bit more. Force them to drone.
Who's in Wildcard? It's like Spiker, Bay, those guys.
When they died, rather than forcing
Spiker, Bay, Baby Shark.
To do the hard work of peeking. Now, the one good thing is there's not
They're
a
good
lot
team,
of
to be
time
fair.
left, but Falcons
Good
with
players.
a 2-player advantage. About to be a 3-player advantage. No, it seems like it's just going to get evened up again. League of Fact will be hunted down, but they did manage to take one with them. 30 seconds to play, 4v2. Falcons should have this in the bag as Bride starts to force the plant down. Psycho puts his shield up, and Solotov needs to cover.
Resets? I know they lost this, they've been losing the series, but he's been playing so good. Psycho as well. Psycho and Resets having a really good series.
From users might be able to hold it in the post plant. If Psycho and Resets cannot find him, it's all up to the Clash now. Shield back in his hands. Psycho has to get the job done.
Simply unwinnable.
Rotate, and maybe this is possible, but the Vulcan fire
not winnable.
Will block him from getting to that
Dev
diffuser.
Martin said it may be possible.
Down,
literally anti-possible.
Protected, and Usus knows exactly what's going on. Bride from the other angle, and the
who think he's going to win? Is Diffuser going to go crazy? I think M80 will beat NIP quite comfortably.
I think both teams did a really good job.
NIP are looking a bit shaky this event so far.
So Elevate, they
that's what we do know.
League of Fact is solo and Garage. Is it the Clash plus the
he's just feeling himself. Yesterday against Fioria, he kind of got shit on, to be fair. I think one map he played well.
For him, and he was playing Buck. But
they played really bad yesterday, like as a team, to be fair.
The third guy who was solo
really quite bad.
He got shot the same second, so they traded 1-for-1.
They love Clash in tournaments? Yeah, bro. Clash is fucking insane.
And we all know post-match with Verticality, that's in attacker's heaven.
I mean, the fact that it was Falcons who were popping the Vulcan fires in the post plan, I think tells you that Elevate ran out of bodies in the late round to properly play their setup. Also, I don't know how Resets, I think it was Resets, whoever it was playing the smoke died so early, but like the smoke should be one of the last players alive. In that case, it was the Ella and the Clash, and that to me is also a bit of a red flag. That said, there was still some good moments in that round, and if Elevate hadn't lost the roam so devastatingly, I think they could have won it.
Definitely.
Attackers have located a bomb.
So I think it goes back to what the very first point kind of was from both us, from the analyst desk, is the opening kill and opening depths has been the big issue for Elevate yesterday and today, where they will fall early in the round, play 4v5, and then
no water on here, only 7-up-3.
It goes 3 versus 5, 2 versus 5, you know, it keeps
7-up-3.
So if Elevate can stabilize in the first half of the round, like they did on their own round victory, that can make all the difference.
7-up-3 our deck over here.
Elevate won 4 out of 14 opening engagements, and so far I'm up to it.
How long have you known Willie? Like 10 years?
That is just nowhere near good enough.
And the one time
the 7-up man. 7-up, send me free shit.
High conversion rate every single round so far we've seen this map.
So all they need to do, James, is get the opening kill to win.
And then
just play already? Nah, not yet. I'm looking at Pepsi Max addict. Bro, anyone who lives in the UK, like, is drinking the Pepsi Max or 7-up-3s. It's a classic here. Have you thought about a whole drinks fridge yet full of 7-up and Coke?
But in Siege, if you
in our old house, we used to actually have like a drinks, like a huge drinks like tray, like which was like in the fridge. It was actually genius.
Can literally alter everything in a round.
How long did it take you to hit champ? Well, when it first came out, I was like me and Willie were the first 2 people to hit it on the test server when it came out.
Around the Clash playing a specific location and stopping.
When did you play East? 11 a.m. East, roughly. But it's like a rolling schedule, so you have to like keep checking in and out, you know?
Really burns up a lot of Raps's HP. He does get away with his life.
Keep checking in and out.
He might get a retake, but you can hit sight. Hang on a second. League of Fact is snuck into sight. sneaky beaky like he jumps.
If he plays against D+, is he going to go into the playoffs? I don't know if the Falcons
the Clash tries to retake,
yeah, so it's playoffs then main stage. But if they win 2-0, then I think they're pretty much guaranteed for playoffs.
This bomb site. And the gaping holes that Elevate have now
gotta win
created
the game
are being
first.
used against them. We need to see an Elevate player lash out, retake a little bit of this control, but it's such a risk. Step needs to win his fight, but Shaiko puts a bullet straight
Falcons are looking dominant here.
Dead onto the bomb side now.
Elevate do not have any answers, holy shit.
Resets is all that remains for Elevate as Falcons continue
come back to
their reign of
playing,
terror
I mean,
on Lair.
I don't know, man.
They're planting.
Bro, like I think if the cheating, like I heard that like the TPM like secure boots coming out. So if things are good with that, like and there's no cheaters, then probably yeah.
These gas babes that was
Then probably yeah.
available. Well, the problem is Falcons.
If not, if like the cheating problem doesn't get fixed, then no, I'm not wasting my time with that shit.
We see the bomb site and we can take it.
Who's playing right now? Falcons versus Elevate.
Gap finding,
Falcons
split
versus
theory.
Elevate.
I hate that term, and it was said so much in the past, and it keeps coming back to the back of my mind here. But that is essentially what that was. League effect on the thermite. Just you know what?
If SR win the whole thing, you get Spoit's charm tattooed on your forehead. Might actually have to, okay. I need the bandit uniform and headgear. Just gotta lock in on the stream, bro. Gotta lock in on the stream. Falcons slamming Elevate.
By the way. Oh, yeah, okay, fair enough.
They're actually looking really good right now. I think it's 4-1, isn't it?
Was they're gonna push us so hard on the top floor. We're gonna burn all of our smokes up there
and fall back.
We're gonna fall back, and the hatch is still gonna be closed. So we're gonna win the late round. Great
phase of
idea.
gameplay.
Until
I didn't hear you
Falcons are
answer.
like,
If
why
you
don't we
didn't hear you
just
answer my
not push the top
question.
floor?
What did you
All
say?
these players
Yeah,
on
I
the
said
top floor have, like, the
if
worst
the like I've seen there's like
imaginable.
that secure boot is coming out like TTM or TPM and secure boot. So yeah, if that works and like the cheaters are actually like majority gone, then yeah, I'll play. But if not, I'm not wasting my time. Does some phase have games today? Yes, they play at 21, 9:30 CT. I'm gonna get the charm tattooed on my deer if Shopify Rebellion win. Get this guy out of here. It's gonna work, but internal cheaters will still be a thing. Do you mean like people using DMA and stuff like
It
that?
just feels like Elevate might just not have
The secure booters like got good results on other games, so.
And today's, you know, losing to Daystar versus Falcons losing to Furia. It's not quite
Got good. It just honestly, bro, it's mainly like the amount of cheaters that needs reducing. Obviously, you can never fully get rid of cheaters, but like if you can get rid of like the majority. I'm on about software cheat. Honestly, I don't even know how it all works, to be honest. It's fucking impossible.
To get any points against Furia, and there are only 2 remaining.
What about the script? No recoil cheaters. How are they going to solve that? I don't think that can really be solved.
0 wild card, and then I hope that
right now it's 1 at 30 games. Is that actually true though?
Even then,
like, is that actually true?
Likely, yeah.
Because I feel like whenever I watch Willie stream, it's more than that.
In order to stay alive out of groups. And that would be wildcard or Daystar going home. Yeah. So, look, it's not easy, especially with how close they got on border. You'd expect more here. Ion, this time
to be honest, like recoil macro is not really a big problem, I don't think. Because like, yeah, you have no recoil, but it doesn't like make you a... You still get smoked.
Not today, son. And another opening kill for Falcons.
Very small detail here. Last time he attacked this Porsche,
might have to come back and snag up the #1 champ again.
It's a Thatcher with the new DMR popping the keypad so
There's a lot of closet cheaters.
That's the only reason why that...
I mean, most cheaters are closet cheaters, I feel like.
Very small detail, massive in terms of impact.
Against the Falcon, exactly.
This is something I've been wanting to see this whole time, but I just don't think it's being utilized well enough. I mean,
I love Siege, bro. Unless you got like...
activated after your defender has died, and the defender isn't playing around that Fenrir correctly.
It's just that fucking the game is so depressing sometimes when you play as cheaters.
That could go for him again. The window repelling for him already. Double cross full fire.
So good for Falcons here.
And then that's 13 seconds now. They got buffed duration by 3 seconds.
But if I'm Elevate, I'm regretting banning the Monty, wishing I'd banned that Capitao.
How bad luck the season with cheaters was averaging 1 every second game. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like it's like a mixed reviews, like from what I'm hearing.
Lapping up the map control. Next step is
a lot of people saying it's still really bad.
Yeah, I mean they have 2 crystal mines that can of course stop the plant for a second. They got a single toxic babe. That's it. That's been pre-placed in the hallway.
I like this though. Elevate have realized the win condition. They need to dominate control of the mezzanine. They need to keep holding onto main stairs. So Psycho is supporting resets, enabling him to hold this position. But Stemp will fall on the bomb side. Shaiko needs to make a play. He gets aggressive. Low HP, but I'm not sure if Psycho's going to expect this position. And that's going to give Shaiko yet another kill. He's farming again.
He's
hungry to bounce back after yesterday.
But these guys are getting fucking mobbed.
Sets up Falcons
it's
very
over.
nicely for a 5-1 attack.
They are getting actually smoked.
Easy does it. easy does it. And I feel like Falcons, very simple game plan. Guys,
I've lost
let's just get
200
early
elo this
advantage,
season.
get that
She is
opening
on my
pick.
team.
Okay,
No,
we can
no.
5v1 the guy upstream and take it from there. It's very simple. It's very precise.
Yeah,
it's very
Falcons
good.
looking a lot
But
better
they also
today.
have those
Obviously, they
mini
are
plays.
against a much
two
worse team.
counter-fires weren't spent to take mainstairs control. They were spent
I think
to
Elevate
stop
might be
guy
the ones
on
getting grouped in their
mainstairs
group. Like
from
this will
swinging
be
the hallway so that they go exothermic charge
this will be
the
the
wall itself. So they're using a very high
their
cost
worst
utility of capture
performance
fire
yet.
just to get the hard
Best performance to date.
It's really well done, and it works even better when you already have an early man advantage lead, because normally you want to spin the fire to get that sort of lead. So I feel like they're really good at pivoting on understanding when to use their utilities and where.
Elevate only won one defense round on Lair yesterday against Daystar. They ended up giving 7-1. Falcons only won one defense round against Furia, but now they start with 5 attacks already
even
under
with
their belts.
secure boots. Yeah, honestly, I don't know enough about like
Yesterday,
cheating
we're
or
told so
about
much
like
about
the
opening
systems that
kills
prevent
today.
it
I mean,
to
Falcons,
say if it will work or not.
since the last time we talked
I
about
just
it,
I've just
every
seen that
single
apparently
opening
secure boot is like
yesterday
better
against
than
Furia, Falcons
not
only
having
won
it.
2
Like it's more invasive, so it makes probably all the bullshit cheats like all, like unless people who are gonna like who are going to town to cheat like
today. They're controlling
apparently
this
it's gonna be
early
better.
game. They're knowing
Falcons
exactly
gonna make me
when to
rich today.
rotate
Did you have
back
your
and
points
forth,
on them?
And there's so much confidence oozing out of players like Solotov and
What
Shaka
if I
right now.
watch this for a certain amount of time, but I get the dopamine skin 15 hours? Yeah, of course you
in the
will.
hallway. He's 1 HP
Hell yeah.
with the para in hand. He just goes, boop, easy kill.
Breeday's planted the last 3 rounds in a row as well.
Yep. And let's be honest, probably could have planted 1 or 2 more if the round didn't end so quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go to
Dude, I mean,
TTK.
just look at the scoreboard, right? Like, Breeday has only died twice. Breeday
Good.
Solotov and Muses, only 2 deaths
10
in 6
seconds remaining.
rounds.
Yep. That does tell the story.
Yeah, let's go returns.
The thing is, you have
You think
all
Shaq
these
goes to top
different
5?
strong
Individually,
players,
yeah.
top of right? We saw
On
it
on his day, yeah.
Shank clash exactly like Falcons probably going to as
It's hard
well.
to say, like,
And that's the
I
issue
really
with
hate, like,
the
the
balance that you kinda
top
want
3,
more
top 1,
sometimes,
top
because
5
there's
kind of
so
thing.
many things that
Because, like,
Falcons
Siege
have
is, like,
no
not a
issue with
game
the
where
server.
you can be that all the time.
Target bending the glass here,
You know what I mean? But you can go based on, like, peak ceiling, like, on their best day kind of thing.
And Elevate, they go for default bans, right?
Yeah, let's go totally not Zoom. Let's go to those watching last stream. Locked in for another one, bro. Lock it in for another one. The time Spoit play Australia. Plays 8 p.m. Sydney time, I think. 8 p.m. Sydney time, I believe.
That's all they have to work with. No verticality, no buck, for example.
What are they planning with the
Could be wrong. I think it's 8 a.m.
Candela's used very early, and the third smoke, and then last Candela as well. Wow.
But you can convert it for like your local time zone.
At Falcons, and
PC
they're coming up with
lobbies.
nothing in return. 3v3 resets.
Apparently they're doing better than they were. To be fair, I heard from Willie that was the case as well. Willie did say that like it was like a little bit better.
Elevate have set the pace, and in the first minute we're down into a 2 versus 2. Hungry for more, but getting flanked. Raps doesn't know what to do about it. He's got no EMPs, no gadgets to speak of, and Shaiko is coming to support.
Are they getting
all up to
shit
now.
on?
He started this round off with 2 kills, but he will be the final one
Nice
to
shot.
fall for Elevate.
Top 5 Siege players individuals, like peak ceiling individuals, like on their best day. Obviously, I think Willie, Chaiko, but yes, for heads in there still.
But then Raps and Reese pick up 2 kills apiece, and then it looks
in
winnable.
NA.
Or
Anyone
1
in
2
NA?
kills apiece, rather. It was so close.
Probably
but again,
Diffuser
you
on
know,
his day.
having the balls to go for that play when you're down 1 and 5, I gotta say, that's respectful. But also, you get 1
You can make an argument for Ambi, you can make an argument for Gunnar.
And you're probably gonna lose a straight up, you know,
Make an argument for a lot of these guys. Like they're all like really. That's what I'm saying. Like it's too hard to like say like.
Elevate right
What do you think
now
about Bolo?
Bolo
Bolo at his peak was insane, bro. He's a really good player.
The trading game, the counter strategy.
Really good player.
Attackers have discovered
This
the
was kind of
location
what
of a bomb.
I think it was Fox actually. They're saying I think it's gonna be a landslide sweep. for
There are a
Falcons.
lot. Yeah, there's literally just too
doesn't
many.
think
There's
that
too many to
Elevate
say.
plays somebody
Too many
has
to name
offer
in a list of 5, I think.
They're evidently.
How come I
Fox
bought the
is right,
R6 past the
because
season and
almost
finished it
every
and didn't get the
single
Bravo tick?
statistical
I couldn't tell you, bro.
Elevate's been the worst
You'd have to
team
contact
yet. They had a
Ubisoft
great
support for
shot on
anything
order.
to do with like the
Good
game.
map for
I'm
them.
actually a bit of a
But
bozo when it comes to
Lair
that kind of
is
stuff.
just not their map.
Neo, do you know how to
I
add
think
like?
that they're really gonna get targeted now. This is the second
you know how to make
7-1
commands?
in 2 days. I think people are going to say, guys, I think we might take Elevate to Lair.
They're not gonna play Lair ever again, at this event at least. They're gonna ban it. First rotation. It's gotta be done.
And it's
What
a
time's
very
Spoit playing?
tight
11
turnaround, very
a.m.
vicious
East.
format
You can
we've got
see
here.
on
Every
the
day
pinned
we play
comment.
another best of 3.
Gaveni's insane. Yeah,
What could
Gaveni on his day is really good as well.
realistically
I'm saying like
today
too
and
many
tomorrow
players,
to prepare
too
for
many
their next
players
game?
to name 5.
Well, it's not time for that yet. This game
Is
is
game
not
like 5
done,
hours away? I think a
even though
little
it
bit
starts
less.
to feel like it.
Possibly a little bit less.
Like it a long time ago. I think the end of Border
Like
really
4.
kind of sold the story.
You have to bans in place. Oh, well, I mean, with their new update, they're trying to do that.
To lock in their first big
Isn't it just,
4-point
honestly,
game
bro, I'm fucking useless to this
out of
shit.
Six
Basically,
Invitational.
I want to add this. This is today's schedule. I want to add that.
Gonna give them a bit more space to exist as well, because mind you,
I want to add
Falcons,
that.
when they got everything to lose,
can't-
can of course a bit of a mental boom.
Yeah, I
that's
can't
been
watch that
restored
because
for
of the
in
time
grand
here.
finals. But give them a big
Well,
lead in the groups,
we
a
will have
guaranteed spot to go
we will have
further.
the
They can
game
play it
edited
for
on
free.
the More Spoit
No
channel
one
if you
can
miss
secure
it,
their
so you
spot
will be able to see it
to
then.
keep
So there is always
existing
that.
at this event.
You will be able to watch it back.
Falcons right now, they're playing
Forgot it was
Echo,
going to be
their
SI.
first
There you
one
go,
of
bro.
this series, and I
Fake
was
fan,
expecting
fake
a
fan.
bit more Echo
It's
than
4
what
hours away, I'll
we've
be
cast
2
so
AM
far,
for Australia,
but
you
I will
guys.
say this, the games we
Yeah,
haven't
rest
been
in
casting,
peace.
they've had more Echo than what the ones we'll have, so getting a third Yokai drone, of course, very, very
He
powerful.
plays next game.
You can now do
M80.
the
We're going to be watching the
exact same
M80 game.
Yokai
M80
drones.
versus NIP.
Plus the third one, you can just go anywhere you would like for the roam assistance, or the plant them out option, or whatever. You're essentially Valkyrie with wheels.
Yeah, it's crazy how many you get now. It's such a good buff for Echo. I think especially at the top level, the better players are going to be able to abuse that extra
He's back
gadget.
down.
Good
No.
pick from Resets.
Falcons are trying to make this quick.
Verticality. I love that from the Ram.
Kudos
Surprised we're
to
not seeing any
SR.
contest on the roam for Falcons, but it's because they're baiting them in. They're waiting, biding
Oh,
their
today
time.
D+. It's in the
Here's one
pin.
of those
Look at the pinned
Yokai
comment.
knowing exactly where
Look at
Raps
the
is
pinned
making
comment.
his move on the Monty.
Pin chat
It's gonna
on
be a
Twitch. You can
bloodbath
see
whenever
the
Elevate
information
eventually
right
go for this
there.
execute.
Best team on Group C.
Meanwhile, Solotov is
I mean, you've got
tempted to go
Shopify,
for a
FaZe, and
retake
G2,
upstairs.
so
Ion
take your pick
seemingly
kind of
aware
thing.
of it.
It's got the Yokai supporting
Technically, it would have to be FaZe right now because they are the reigning champions. Reigning champions.
Right now because you got 3 Echo drones and a Clash waiting for you, so you have to play very passive.
So G2 knocked out
So
now.
getting information is hard for Elevate.
Ah, here comes the
No,
big
they are not.
retake.
Everything.
Yeah, and this is all about that Echo buff. Spots out Solotov, looks for him, Han gets the kill eventually. Now can turn his attention back to side. There's no one on the flank for Falcons anymore, and they're 2 players behind. Rap's gonna get active, trying to take the fight to the Clash, but he decides maybe it's time to go for a plant instead.
Ooh.
Brine
Wait,
for
what?
2 big kills, finds a third, and out of nowhere!
Bro, Falcons
take
actually
flight.
destroyed these guys.
A bump in the road yesterday was just a blip on the radar for the home.
Yeah, we need to edit it. Let's edit com then.
Oh my god.
Because that's today's schedule. Like, the daily schedule is
What about
there.
a great gun with some great skill behind it? He was literally like a turret shooting.
Yeah, we could just leave it as it is, and then they can go check on the Wikipedia one.
The Clash was walking
Are
through
D+
the
squad
smoke
will be a
trying
good
to
match? I mean, yeah, D+
survive.
are like Brazilians. Like, they could be really. They're still really good.
For Falcons. And the way
Big
the
win for them.
order ended
Big win
was kind
for
of
the
how
Falcons
The
there.
player continued.
Yeah, there was a moment, just a brief moment
Right.
there where we thought
Private
Elevate
channel.
finally had their number.
Back against M80 today.
All right,
That's
I'm going to play the
absolutely right,
predictions.
Parker. It's not going to get any easier for the Ninjas, who are playing their second match of the tournament after struggling to find a win yesterday. And against the major
Right, we're going to
champions,
run
it's
predictions
always
on
going
this
to be
game
a
because this
tough
is the one we're
game.
going to watch.
Yesterday, of course, NIP losing in a close
Top
game
prediction,
up against
who will win,
Weibo.
Matt?
That was a very
One.
aggressive team they were playing against, very
M80,
fast-paced matchup, and it definitely felt like they were struggling with some of that aggression.
Schedule on the
NIP.
right side of your screen, D+ Kia and Shopify.
Guys,
Rebellion will
make
be
sure we
battling
fill up
for
on the
that third match
predictions.
of the day, and then you and I will be back. in the
M80,
saddle for
reigning
FaZe
mage
Clan
champions versus
Black Dragons to
NIP.
round things out. FaZe Clan having the day off yesterday.
I think
as well,
Oscar's is dying
so
or building
there
up.
will
I think
be
it's just
some
like in a
well-rested teams.
okay-ish
As you can see on
place
the
at the
left
minute. It's
side
just
of your
like
screen,
in
it's been a
between.
bad start for the Korean team of BNK.
Each team has 5. Each group has 5 teams, so you're playing 4 matches against the other group members to qualify to the knockout stage. Exactly, exactly, Wales, exactly.
Elevate versus Falcons took about an hour and 5 minutes.
And how many hours are we going to play?
Both
Roughly
maps,
4.
including breaks of BNK, Fear X, and Weibo, was about
Roughly
an hour and
4.
a half.
Weibo have looked so scary this event, Parker. They're really showing up for APAC, showing up for Southeast Asia. Tomorrow, they'll actually go head-to-head with M80, and a lot of people are expecting that to be the fight for first place in this group, so should be really exciting couple of games.
0 on Nip so far. Yeah, guys,
Weibo
make
has
sure
been
we fill up on the
quite a
predictions. I want to
surprise
see
here. And I mean,
some
a
good
lot of people
predictions
coming
this
into this
time.
event, whether they be observers,
one of the
whether they be casters,
more
if you're
enjoyable
speaking
games
to
of the
some
day
teams,
here.
They tell you that these 5 gents on your screen are among the scariest.
Let's aim for 500K at least.
For good reason.
500K on these
It's
games.
lineage dating all the way back to that Beast Coast roster that won the
M8
major in
versus
Manchester,
NIP.
then succeeded in Munich, seemingly doing well in cities that start with M. So maybe in Paris they don't really have that same buff, but they were off.
He got
yesterday.
winning. I
They
think
were
M80.
practicing, getting ready
M80
for their
win
matchup
it, I
today.
think.
What do you think of Ninjas in Pajamas?
Is that playing again? Is this the Nari season? I believe it's not. I think it's the season
I
after.
think that NIP will be the single hardest game, the most losable game for M80 at this event, or at least in the group stage.
Come on, guys, fill up on the predictions. Let's push these predictions higher than we have previously.
They're expected to finish first place, and maybe
I want to see anyone holding back points.
Because
I know that you guys love holding back some points.
This is not just an NIP team that M80 are going up against. It's an
almost
NIP
100k in the predictions. Come on, let's try and give 500k.
Up whilst M80 are cold. We see this from great teams to poor teams. Every time a squad comes in, plays their first match,
500k. Come on.
They are more likely to struggle. They are more likely to have problems.
Yeah, D Plus is a good team. Should be a decent match. Yeah, should be a good match.
Play a real match, and often practice isn't enough. So while I think M80 will be the odds-on favorites for
Make
this
sure
game,
we fill up on the predictions, guys.
Riskier game than some fans are expecting.
I mean, if you've ever followed Ninjas in Pajamas since their debut back in 2018 in this esport,
yeah,
unpredictability is the name of the game. The two players that they live and die off of the most had a very bad day yesterday. That's Hates and Fantasy. These will be your two entry fraggers on roam. On defense, they will be the most formidable to deal with. Both of them, their stats underwater. Hates 9 and 17, Fantasy 13 and 20. Fantasy with an incredible amount of deaths through just the two maps that they played.
130k almost in the predictions.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. If Fantasy did not perform well, if he was dying on entry often,
big bags on M80.
More importantly, if he was going negative in his games, the likelihood that Nip would win their match,
almost 150k. Come on.
So goes Fantasy, so goes Nip. So you need a good game for him. The only positive player on this team yesterday with a very paltry +2 was Pino. That's not the player that you want to see going positive on the squad.
Yeah, and to empower your players, you've got to be going to the right maps. You can kind of guess where we might be headed based on what's on Gunner's desk. Starting things off in the series, we'll see the bans come through and the picks from M80 and NIP.
Come on, guys, fill up on the predictions.
Consulate in this
almost 150k
chosen by our major champions, and they're going back to
so we're going to be NIP's map first, guys. Consulate.
Consulate
is first map.
Major is the final map in that.
I'm going to go to the bathroom when I get back. I expect to see a lot more in the predictions than this. All right, I'm not going to be happy.
Finish on
150k in the predictions.
I mean, we are very patiently awaiting a fortress. There is a new map that has been added to the map pool. If you have not been following along, Skyscraper jettisoned from the 9 maps that we see played professionally. Fortress, that in Operation Tenfold Pursuit just a couple months ago, got a bit of some new paint, some new polish. They took some rooms away. They condensed it. They shortened some hallways. If you've played the game over the last couple months, you have likely stumbled into a fortress. We will not see it here, but we want it at some point. Instead, we go to Old Familiar, Old Reliable. M80, far and away your presumptive favorites, and they start off on their own map of Consulate.
This is going to be a scary game for the Ninjas, obviously coming into their opponent's pick, and they've chosen to start on the attack. Maybe a risky bet, but one that could help them warm up in this series. Quote was, "Today we're the best team in the world, tomorrow we're not." That was Fabian in the M80 documentary after their win in Munich, and I think it really speaks to the mindset of this team, Parker. M80 know that there is more work to be done. You don't just win a major and then sit on your hands. SI is the real trophy that everybody is hunting for, and for M80, that journey starts today.
And they've got a trophy winner on their squad. Yes, he might not be competing, but he is behind the bench. Fabian, as their coach, one of the most decorated players in this entire esport, will be the proverbial steady hand
for sure
on the tiller for a team of guys who are at times a little bit crazy.
Oh, I think that's one way to put it, Parker. They're a fun squad. We can say that for sure. This M80 team, they've got a lot of fans for good reasons, and it's going to be exciting to see what they can bring out here as we load into the operator ban phase. I'm really looking at a zombie ban, I think, to start off on Consulate from NIP. They've got to be targeting the strong players. Gavin in particular loves that Azami. I want to see it taken out. There it goes to start off strong from NIP, so good to see that. It's the Ying immediately taken off the board from M80, and they got a few different directions. Grim could come through, Dokkaebi could come through, and they will bring out the Grim for the second attacker ban. Pretty standard overall stuff, I'd say, coming out from both teams. The Melusi a little bit unorthodox. We don't really see her getting banned on any map, and it's not an operator that we've seen a ton of from M80 on this map, so really interested to see what they want to do with that. Might imply some lurks coming up from different areas, might imply some sneaky plays from the Ninjas, but only time will tell.
You might be wondering, why a Grim ban? Grim is one of those inoffensive operators that you just look at him and you think, he's kind of a jack of all trades. He does an awful lot, but he doesn't do anything particularly exceptional the way that we see some of the other target bans. Well, I don't know if you wandered over to the Rainbow Six Pro League subreddit after yesterday's matches, but there is a win delta for operators that were played at our very first set of matches. And would you believe it, but Grim had the highest presence of any of the attackers and was considered too strong. He had a positive win delta, and there are a lot of operators that are in there. The strongest operators, you had people like Rory, you had Zero, you had Dokkaebi, but again, very small sample size for some of them. Dokkaebi is an incredible nuisance operator and will be available. So that Grim ban is eating up a space that is usually used for those enabling operators that can be so frustrating to deal with.
Yeah, 75% predictions off phase so far at this event on Consulate. Grim is the most banned attacker on this map. It's also a map that Pino loves to play. If he can't play it, he'll often jump on the Capitao instead, and that's where we see him on this first round of the top floor attack. Love Hot and Cold on that Tachanka and Kino on the smoke. This is a really standard operator lineup from M80. This is how they like to play, with a lot of denial on the top floor. They don't want to let that plant go down CEO side. For NIP, it looks like they're going to be starting admin instead, so they might not be going for that similar strategy, but it's still really nice to do some of that plant denial. And then the Denari setups as well, looking fierce as the first Denari shots come through from Gunnar.
They've got M80 on the run for the time being, and Gunnar is fed into the open arms of Pino, the Blackbeard, looking for follow-up as Cons hoping to add a second to the tally for Ninjas in Pajamas. First blood drawn by Nip with about a minute to go, or a minute off of the clock. So far, good timing on their end.
Yeah, really important to get those opening picks from NIP. Only a 9% win rate without the opening pick in yesterday's match against Weibo, so it's very critical that NIP can secure those frags early. Gives them a chance in this round.
It's hard to attack a map like Consulate as well, so if a team like Nip that has struggles doing more, if they surrender that first pick, ends up running up against a defensive-sided map like this, well, you are going to be in some serious trouble. So great start by Ninjas in Pajamas as we just move past the halfway point in this first round.
Vending hallway, often the most difficult part of the map to take on this bomb site, Parker. It's so awkward, and with the Denari setup as well, it's only going to be even tougher. Despite the man advantage, I kind of prefer M80's positioning right now.
And you've got a great smoke, and Kino sitting in this position, being watched from the stairs. They need secondary follow-up. 3 bodies now for Kino. An embarrassment of riches for him as he makes his way back to Vending. A scramble for M80 as Nip has them on the ropes with just a little under a minute to go.
Yeah, they concede the hallway, but
they've got all the cameras wrong.
It's
this fucking
4 players alive. They're in a good position to hold down this
changed the camera
site,
boxes
and
from
I'm
last
not
game.
100% sure what's clear, what's not. Wizard may be moving over to reposition on the CEO side, but he does not have a lot of time. NIP have to get a push together.
It's about a minute and 30 seconds that Nip have kind of stalled out inside of admin here, so you've got to hurry. Now you run into those goo mines. You've still got to deal with the guns on the side of M80, but the guns so far good on Nip. Hates will find 2 kills. M80 has been reduced to just Diffuser, who will look to save the day. Marching into the bomb site, now ringing around Rosie.
Roughly full, most likely.
All you can do is use Gavin for intel. Diffuser needs to play keep away. Pino and him in a 1v1. Wizard likely unretrievable at this point. There's no way that M80 plays the runaround again. No, they decide to go for the throat, and Diffuser wins the round to give M80 a 1-0 lead.
Oh, it's not the cleanest round, but Diffuser locks it down. A huge round from the 2024 Rookie of the Year. A big play coming out from Diffuser.
Diffuser fucking
just
beast, bro.
nominated by his peers in North America League as the MVP for 2025 of all NA players. That was player voted. So huge congratulations to Diffuser for that, and I think showing exactly why he's considered to be so deadly by players in North America. Still a young guy, 21 on this team, one of the newest players that we have still in the scene at this event, but so dangerous.
They saw Wildcard and we ain't interested in this.
Exactly where to position himself in that clutch.
This was the game that we voted on. The people want to see some lovely Diffuser gameplay.
Couldn't lose.
Watch your 8 today, and boy, your name's Berger, like so there is that.
You get a team like M80, you have to ask the question, who do you want to go up against? There really isn't a good answer. When all 5 of these players are locked in, Jesse, they are oh so formidable. You would think after that early pick and then Hates getting 2 right as the cut and thrust of the round was occurring that Nip would be in excellent position. But they did really stall out a little bit in admin and they had to pivot. And when Wizard repositioned himself, you went from a more cohesive unit where you saw them maybe stuck in the mud on that admin side of the map to a bunch of individuals all pushing kind of offbeat from one another.
Sure.
That's really tough to deal with because there isn't a lot of trade potential. If Nip cannot trade back and you lose your star players quickly, you're going to end up running against the clock, running up against good opposition, and M80 took great advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, they had the downs.
Have you guys seen the news about the files? What files?
NIP, but you can't linger
You guys
on it,
think
right?
they'd be farting while playing? I imagine a couple of farts sneak out here and there.
Let's go down to piano. A lot of teams would go garage here, but
I reckon a couple of farts sneak out here and there.
A lot of pro teams as that secondary bomb site to play rather than trying the split site, rather than going down into the basement. I like the setup as well with both the Solus and the Pulse. It should give M80 a lot of information.
One thing you might note on the side of M80 is how all of these guns thrive in close quarters situations.
True.
You've got the Scorpion, you've got the Vector, you've got shotguns in the hands of the Pulse and in Mute. I mean, this is a lineup that can do some serious damage. Some of these operators will have secondary weapons that work as primaries, as you saw Hot and Cold as the Reaper, and then you got the SMGs in the hands of Kino and Diffuser, but M80 might be expecting early action and might be expecting it to be very close to where they're going to play. This suggests to me an aggressively held defense by M80.
Yeah, certainly this top floor is a big focus for defenders still up here for M80, and it's very similar to the last round. We're stuck on this vending hall. The Janari setups continue to be a problem for NIP. We're not holding it as aggressively for M80, of course, with the bomb site a bit farther away, but these close range angles that you were talking about, Parker, close with the shotgun, close with the SMGs, that's going to be the danger for NIP.
And they've surrendered the first pick, but look at that, another 2-piece for Hates. Back-to-back rounds where he can draw more than a single kill from the end of his gun. Hot and Gunner now outnumbered 2-1.
Do most pros still play ranked? Honestly, not a lot of them are playing too much ranked these days, which is obviously not ideal.
Scattered about, getting activated.
But it's because of the cheaters and stuff like that, so I think that like it will be
from below and is looking to maybe gain some attention.
It shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Nip. They're not giving it to him, though. With only 40 seconds left, Nip have some time to do a bit more discovery before they close in on the site.
NIP are traditionally
the cam names have been bugged the whole thing. I'm not sure if they've noticed yet.
Gunfights. Gunner goes down to Pino and puts
I don't know if it's something like they can like just change
win or lose here. This
on
is
the
second
production, or
round
if it's
in a row
like
that
they need to like tech pause for it. I assume we'll see a tech pause at some point.
We saw from Diffuser.
Ooh.
Gives his position away. No, Fantasy holds that position.
Pretty light work in the final minute. There's so many little things that like just don't get sorted out. I don't know why it takes so long to do, you know?
Yeah, and I think you really got to put a focus on.
There's so many things like that. I mean, bro, the amount of tech balls we had yesterday was insane.
One of the lowest performing players on NIP, but today has
2 2-0s today, however. So I guess that's they'll use that as an excuse to slow us down, you know.
Already rocketing up to very close to that 9-kill total in just 2 rounds versus M80. So I'm glad we're seeing Hates come more alive. A lot of the focus on this NIP team gets put on guys like Pino, gets put on guys like Fantasy. Hates can very quietly be the best player on this team, and I think today he has been.
I mean, there was a reason why they picked him up from that Vivo Keystars roster, right? For a long time, Hates looked like a terrific player that was just kind of on an island. And this happens in every region of the world. It's not unique to Brazil by any stretch of the imagination. But you get these players that just go on these heater runs.
Yeah.
And they stand out. Hot and Cold was in that exact same position on the Mirage roster, if you will recall.
Yeah.
He got dropped from Dark Zero, ended up going over to Mirage, had a bit of a renaissance in his career, playing on support previously, going to Mirage, taking more of that buck secondary entry role, and he flourished. All of a sudden, he ends up on Space Station. Now he's here on this M80 team. He's had quite the career. He's back to playing support and IGLing on this team. He's somebody whose stock as an IGL has continued to increase. But going back to a player like Hates, you know, he's magnetic. He's incredibly good when he's given opportunities to thrive. Though I will say, it shows that he only has 2 kills, Jesse. So I'm guessing he picked up some downed players, which will show on the kill feed as a kill. But you're not actually the one getting the kill.
Yeah, Fantasy was a big part of a lot of those early clears. You can see him actually top fragging for NIP. So it's that entry duo of NIP that have been really working together to give them the early advantage. Now 2 rounds in a row, only 1 converted. This is a very roam-focused defense from M80. Obviously, bomb sites in the basement, but none of their 5 players are technically on that bottom floor. You got 2 roamers top and then 3 in the mid floor. The Dokkaebi calls come out from Wizard, Usually it's actually Hates that does bring that Dokkaebi, but today he's on the buck, and this clear will begin on the top floor.
And Dokkaebi is available. So, I mean, somebody's got a player. If you've got Dokkaebi as an option, a Deimos as an option, kind of foolish in a lot of compositions to not bring these operators, referred to as nuisance ops, enablers as well. They're just different words, but meaning very similar things. Nuisance ops can be a little bit hard to deal with. Gavin taking down Cons, but it's immediately traded off elsewhere on the map with Wizard getting Diffuser, and then Pino will jump in as well.
NIP are not looking too bad at all. Like,
singular kills
then again, it is their map.
And there goes Wizard at the hands of Gunner, who continues to run over towards yellow. Hates is in pursuit. It's not looking good for Nip as the advantage goes to M80 by 1 player and half the round to go, but saving grace for Nip. It's Hates and Pino as the last 2 remaining, and both of them doing mighty well from a kill perspective.
That's true, but it feels like mission accomplished from the roamers of M80. They got in, they got their kills. You lost a couple of bodies, but you should be fine altogether. They don't have any way to open the main breach. They can clear the bandit batteries, but no actual hard breach, as Buck has brought those flashbangs, so they can just work from up above. The hatch has been opened for them by M80 as their escape route, and they might be able to use it for some picks, but M80 have been smart here, Parker. They're playing really far back in the bomb site. They're allowing NIP to play up above because they can't stop them, but it's this time that's going to keep ticking down for the Ninjas.
You've got 2 things for M80 that you need to keep track of. The gas canisters for hot and cold, and Gunner's ability to spot you if that diffuse kit goes down. So you have options to deny the plant. Nip of 30 seconds to get that case into the bomb site. Hates is looking for clear entry. Pino's holding on to the diffuse kit, softened up by M80, and now Hates will drop right into the thick of it, shoulder to shoulder. They thought they had something inside a garage. They had nothing, and they'll come up empty-handed as 2 kills go away of M80, and they regain the lead.
Yeah, beautiful round from Sean. Gunner having a big moment here on Consulate, as he has in the past. Nice to see him popping off on the roam. Also,
I think people see the Organ and suck it up a bit because they've been...
I think we'll see maybe
they've been very good. I mean, bro, I think a lot of people do that.
It's been so effective at locking down that vending hall. I'm curious if M80 want to focus the shields. Cons has played a shield every single time so far through this game, but he hasn't had the most amount of success. So we'll see what this does come through. I'm wrong on 2 counts, Parker. It's Dokkaebi Smoke to close things out. So a big focus on Hot and Cold for that Smoke ban, and then Dokkaebi targeting, of course, 2 players who play it, Hates and Wizard.
I mean, and not even Hutton, but Kino as well.
Yeah.
Kino is widely considered to be one of the premier smokes in North America, maybe even stretching that out to the rest of the regions here. A great operator from just a loadout perspective. You've got that SMG, which is better than a lot of primary guns if you can hit your shots.
Yeah.
You've got a very strong shotgun, and then, of course, you've got the denial. Denial not just when it comes to the kit, Jesse, but also denial into doorways, denial for early entries. Go back to round number 1 on that top floor hold. The smoke was used to deny an advance from admin to the corridor between the bomb site.
Yeah.
It wasn't used for denial. It was used to slow down Nip. So you've got versatility when it comes to an operator like Smoke. And, of course, Dokkaebi's Dokkaebi. One of the highest played operators yesterday. It is no surprise that she has been taken out. So it does give a little bit more freedom to Nip as to what they want to bring from an attacking perspective. They will lock in a Sens, but I imagine we will see the Deimos every round moving forward. I guess you've also got Lion, if need be. Lion did just receive a buff.
Yes.
Now his Lion scan, instead of lasting for 2 seconds, lasts for 3 seconds. So a small buff to the French operator in time.
It really is rarely ran, is what I've noticed.
France for SI.
I think it's only ran.
You love
it's only
to
ran
see it. You don't
when
see Gavin taking an early shot, but
DMRs are needed.
Takes
Or like a ACOG on defense, really.
DMR and fantasy.
But there's just so many better things to bring. I feel like.
Admin side,
you'll probably see it on Consulate. You'll see it on Consulate from time to time.
From NIP, despite a lot of these operators.
You see it on not on Consulate, sorry, on
I think it'll be a little bit
Cafe. Like it's not crazy uncommon on maps like Cafe.
They're not playing that Denari either. Gunner moving over to the bandit.
Yeah, it's like circumstantial situational rather.
So gonna be interesting to see.
It's not like a must pick, you know. Like there's definitely not reasons to be taking it constantly.
We've seen him on the Bucks so far today. Now playing that verticality with the Deimos can be really deadly, but only has tracks on the Tachanka and the Mute right now.
It's nice to see Denari's pick rate steadily tick upwards. Another reason why you'd bring an operator like Sens or even Lion, the operator we were talking about previously, the 417 by many.
Yeah, with the win.
One of the strongest guns
honestly,
in the game.
bro,
You ask players about it, that thing hits like a truck.
I was incredibly
You are
happy with the win
watching
yesterday
right now,
because I
listening
feel
to my
like
voice.
it's a big group.
You play Twitch,
you know, like it's
Sens,
a
or Aurora, or any of these
it's definitely the
players,
hardest
or
group of
any
the event, and
operators that
I
have
feel like they're the games that like
417 and you are not running it.
Definitely need those.
You load up the game right now and you change that.
I know, like G2 like trolled a few rounds. I don't know, like in my opinion, I still feel like it was Shopify's game to lose. Like
it's forced back by the Tachanka.
I see a lot of people thinking that G2 like trolled the game and that it was like G2 had the game, but I don't agree with that.
Tachanka over the Goyo because you can use it.
I don't really agree with that. I do think it was Shopify's game to lose, most definitely.
Fantasy's in a great spot here. Kino, a sitting duck. Diffuser goes down as well, but hold on.
Trades have been
Gavin
really
finds a
good
two-piece of his own. Gunner blows himself up. What? We're going to need an instant replay on that, and here comes the default plant. Fire will go down. Pino manages to get away with it. A swing on in. Gavin is last alive, and he tears through them all. It's Gavin on 4K looking for the ace. He will hunt down Hates. He's got a good read on him, but Hates will shut him down.
Both teams are at the best. I mean, Shopify pushed quite a few advantages, good positions rounds away.
Tie game!
Yeah, it was the same for both sides.
He does the most, but it's not enough.
You solved that one round, killed themselves.
From Gavin on that
I honestly, I know a lot of people like. I don't think the Loira death was that bad. I don't think he did anything wrong. You know.
Fantasy once again undefeated on his attacking opening engagements in yesterday's game against Weibo. He really.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like Loira did too much wrong there. He was kind of unlucky, but like Carl was just. I don't know what Carl was doing. Carl just kind of just sat in the breach. Just complete brain fog, I think.
So that gap was found then coming through from that player.
I want to see more body shooting than see more heat. You'll see that as the event goes on. No one really wants to do it first day, I feel like.
What was going on with
nothing worse than shooting bodies first day and then lose.
Probably not the focus here. He was just in he was CEO side. Must have seen somebody on a window or something and just got caught up in the midst of it.
Where did he blow himself up with the nitro cell? There
so this must be it, yeah.
It happens. It happens. I guess we need some kind of distraction from the G2 debacle yesterday.
Yeah.
If you didn't tune into their matchup against the Shopify Rebellion on Nighthaven Labs, there was some tomfoolery afoot from the G2 lads. One of the most viewed clips on socials for this game yesterday, second only to our good Australian friend Xenox.
What's your thoughts about Defos? They're good
trying
team, bro.
to say the word successful.
Almost gone by the time all died. Yeah, it was already over. I think maybe he just sucked it off.
He was not.
Will he play today at like 4 p.m. UK, like 11 a.m. East? It's probably after this game. Not necessarily this game, but like the other. I think it's on the other stream.
All of the teams in this group save M80 were in action. The team that has the day off today
what channel
is
it's on?
Team Heretics.
I think it's on the A stream actually.
Project Zero. That's definitely a play by Wizard. Diffuser is there, and I'm going to be honest with you, Jesse.
It is after this game, however. That's when William plays.
Slammed him.
Why are you there is the question that needs to be asked. What's at stake? Well, one team in each of these groups will go home. From 20, we will go down to 16 teams. Ninjas in Pajamas are tied with M80 in dead last. The only reason why they're tied is because M80 didn't play yesterday. If NIP loses this without picking up a point, they will be in very serious danger of being the first team and the only team to go home from Group A. Though, if you watch the Weibo FearX game, FearX is also on the bubble. They have just a single point so far, so not that much farther ahead.
Lots of Siege still to be played in these groups, but yeah, you're not liking your spot for NIP despite the opponents they've gone up against. We're running back the same bomb site, by the way, back to the top floor. M80 keeping everything the same with the sole exception of Gunner moving back onto that Denari. I like this move a lot coming through from Gunner. I was missing the Denari in the last round. He's decided to bring it on back. You've got double Scorpion play now, too, with Gavin still
rocking on how does Invitational Majors Globals work? Like, I'm
seeing the slowness from
explaining like a 5-year-old needs to understand if I hear them read it. I mean, like, so you have like North American League, EUL, Brazil League, all those like regional leagues, and then you play in those. You play like in your own countries or regions to qualify for the majors, and then based on your results at the majors and your results on the regionals, you get like a combined amount of points, and those points generate your if you get a place in the Six Invitational, which is the World Championships of the year.
He and Pino now tied for 4 kills.
I am from Liverpool, that's why.
Sitting just below Fantasy. There goes Cons. Diffuser follows shortly thereafter. We have a Glass kill on the board. M80 with a numbers advantage of 1 with 30 seconds to go. They will stretch that to 2 as down goes Pino. And now Hates, who's been terrific.
You'll watch all event here, by the way.
Better I don't know what he'll be able to accomplish.
I feel like,
Not
yeah, I
much.
feel like
Gavin takes him
I haven't
out
seen
of
too
the
much
seesaw match. Will
NIP
now
consular,
tilt
but it's their
back
map pick. I know M80 have
in
got
favor
decent
of the
cons.
defending major champs as M80 goes back up by a single round, but that's all they've been able to lead by.
Pino, a bit of a madman in that round. I think he saw the writing on the wall in the 3v5, said, I got to try something. Smoke repels into the hallway and does manage to get a kill. It catches M80 off guard, gets deep into the bomb site, but that's really not where you expect a Glaz to be, and it's not where he thrives. Nice attempt from Hates as well, who I think has been playing well all game, but just not able to get any of that value for his team. Not enough after losing both Fantasy and Wizard early.
What's the attack and win rate for these guys,
talk quickly about Cons. I know he's yet to find a kill. He's obviously the IGL and the main shield player on NIP, but it's been the early deaths for me, Parker. Before he's really able to take space, before his team are able to work some picks one way or another, feels like Cons has been going down a lot very quickly in a lot of these attacks. I want to see him locking in a little bit.
Feels like there's a world in which
playing on that Blackbeard now.
Every game today could be a 2-0.
Cons from back in the day.
I could definitely see WoW Cons 2-0 in Daystar.
And so I
could see him 2-0 in NIP the way this is going.
And I just don't think it's found that enough success on it so far.
I mean, I'm by far and away not a pro player.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I don't think I need to say the obvious. But you don't got to be a pro player to know that if you play Blackbeard for 3 rounds, you probably should pick up at least 1 kill.
Sure.
Cons will go off of the shield. Fantasy will play the blitz for the very final round of this first half. Shield operators played so far are
we're, like today the schedule is an hour ahead, by the way. It's an hour ahead. How is SR doing right now after the win against GT? I think they're probably in good spirits. They're in good spirits and obviously feeling good. Got D+ today. I think that like you need to win more than 1 game to get a bit more breathing room, you know.
The first LAN event that we have outside of the regional finals.
Yeah, 40% on consular attack is high.
Live. Technically, they were live for the LAN finals, but because the season before
that is pretty high.
The previous build, none of
so
those
4 2s and 3 3s.
Live, so the changes
or
to
2 4s and 3
thermite,
3s.
Thermic charges. Hibana, who no longer
on
needs
average,
to
that's pretty good.
Kairos, yada yada yada. We will now actually get to see them in action. Jesse, what did you say about entry stats for NIP as they've now surrendered 2 players, putting themselves in a 3v5?
Fuser's actually looking like complete well beer right now.
They didn't win a single attack yesterday where they didn't.
They win that, and they'll be 2-0. Yeah, if they win that, then they're 2-0
for them. They do get 1 back with Gavin going down, but again, just like in round 3, M80 are happy with how their roam game is going.
Because I mean, this map does play
They've left themselves in a man
heavily
advantage,
defensively.
and they've retreated back towards the basement. Now this time, NIP actually have.
I think Fabian's good at that though. Like I think Fabian cuts out.
I know Hates last time.
Fabian naturally cuts out a lot of the bullshit. I feel like.
Openers, so was bringing the flashes. It's all that he had access to.
Like a lot of the stupid mistakes the teams make, you don't see a Fabian team make. He runs a very tight ship.
Tools you should need. Smokes for a plant.
Same thing that we see in PhD Talent. Like that's why you see them take games against like Falcons and BDS. So like,
but can you get it down? Can you keep?
I think he just cuts out a lot of the nonsense. Like a lot of the people like not sticking to the plan. A lot of people not trading, not playing together, not communicating. Like I think he definitely adds those layers of like
this exact position the last time
of being a proper professional.
Bottom floor bomb site. Difference was at the time they had completely separate tools. They've still got those boogie drones, which will give them a bit of an advantage
and the Fuser, obviously, like they play like
when it comes to lines of sight. But the dangerous task will be, do you go for yellow stairs or do you go for a dead drop through that hatch? Why is it called a dead drop? Because most of the time
I don't think it's about playing step by step. I think it's about just doing things together as well, like communicating what it is you're going to do and being in the right position. Like if you look at all of the rounds that M80 win, they're usually like in positions to trade like a lot of the time.
By M80. M80 does have an advantage of
the Fuser is correct. The Fuser is very fucking correct
on the clock. M80 have yet to lead by more than a single round. They have an opportunity to put the first half in the books up 4-2. There goes the Fuser. Hates marches in.
It's just like
Kino on the board is down goes Pino. Hates has found quite the opening. 3 for him, looking for a 5th. It's Gunner who's now retaken from above, searching for an angle.
Holy shit.
And an ace from Hates.
For the first ace.
6 rounds in, 3 for M80, 3 for NIP. My goodness, no closer to a conclusion as we change sides.
How's that for a bounce back? Gabriel Eduardo, an ace coming into this game to finish off the first half after being the lowest fragging player on NIP in yesterday's game against Weibo. He has completely turned his game around and has kept NIP competitive in this match through the first half. Excellently played by him. I was a little concerned because despite having all that hard breach, Parker, they didn't open the main breach. They had one guy playing above, and then they funneled everybody else through the yellow door. That's a risky play, but because they had good information, they had pings on where those players were at, they saw that it was free, they saw how far back M80 were playing,
M80
made that call, they had the right decision.
Gone already if Heretics get into the post. I think Fearx are gone anyway.
Really smart from NIP.
I think I had Fearx being the ones gone anyway. I never had Heretics getting grouped to begin with.
Defense being a little bit too passive.
Just because I think the Heretics can get some games.
We have a very
there's definitely
brief
matchups in that group that they can win.
Not sure what the culprit is.
Like whereas Fearx, you expect the same shit every time. Like they're gonna get smoked. No one knows what Heretics are gonna do. It's just a confidence thing. If they come out and play confidently, like they can pull some maps off people.
Just goes to show you that 3 hammers.
Yeah, they probably just need like one map. They can just need to lose like a series like 1-2 and they're probably already through.
Hopefully it'll be a fast fix. I'm sure.
Yeah, the predictions should get up there now, bro. Predictions should get up there. It's as the Americans wake up, bro. As the Americans wake up, and as the people in the UK are not in school anymore. It's like when the evening games get really good.
Parker, I know there's not a lot of data out there, but just because of the current patch we're on, but Consulate is thought to be probably the most defender-sided map in Professional Siege with Skyscraper's removal. That's been one of the big talking points.
I don't think so. I don't think that's it. Do you think anyone picked Fortress? I mean, SR and G2 tried to yesterday, so
attacker-sided map.
I guess I'll see.
It's going to shift all the statistics a little bit more offensively sided. Consulate now kind of the lone holdout where defenders, in theory,
that's why I turned this
be
on school. Yeah, a lot of people are there after school.
While it might look even on paper, I would argue actually favors the Ninja on the opponent's map pick.
I agree with you. I absolutely do. And we're back in it now. I guess the headset is working once more. That first half was quite the back and forth, and it was individual performances by some of those Ninjas in Pajamas players.
6 a.m. for me, got to be up for SR. So, honestly, bro, it looks like it's going to come reasonably quick. Let me check the other game.
Clutching in that 1v4, 1v3 technique.
How's the other game moving along?
It's been really
Well, the game's only on map 1.
They're still going to lose.
Does anybody know if it's going to be on Stream B, on Bravo, or the main channel?
I think they're going to do all right.
The SR game.
I didn't see one yesterday. You might want
Anyone have a clue?
On that. With the conclusion of M80 versus Ninjas in Pajamas,
Last year I watched the score.
will be finished their matches.
As a newbie to the pro scene, who is the team to beat at the minute? M80 is one of the teams to beat. FaZe is the team to beat.
Fearx.
Like what, SI winner and the previous SI winner and current major winner.
Then it goes Fearx versus Nip in a match that could honestly determine which team finishes last in
I've been watching
depending on, of course, what happens
24 now.
Today, Heretics and M80 will then
fucking beast mode, bro. We gotta lock in.
Last set of games in this group, Heretics and Weibo Gaming, and Fearx and M80. If you are Nip and you do not manage to put up enough points by round 4, you have the final day of
Could go NIP's way this though, to be fair.
That means that your fate will very
SR can beat
likely
ME. I think for sure they can.
Somebody else. No team, no player ever wants to be in that situation. That's
I do like the way M80 plays Siege though. Very exciting stuff.
Here in phase 1 of SI.
Last 1 in 10 years, people dying to
played for, but a
breach charges there and frags.
Nonetheless, I did do a fact check on you, Parker. There were no
it's just like first day. It was like a classic first day nerves game for both sides. Because like I know the Shopify didn't do that, but I think that Shopify's play style like allows for a much more consistent start. Like even though they made their mistakes, but G2 like you'll see like the ceiling is so high for like the way they play.
In my opinion, the best sniper
because of the players that they have.
So removing that tool from him,
but it also like the lows are very low also. Pretty sure Shopify game will be on the main channel, not the Bravo one.
Game versus Weibo, so I think showing some respects to what has been the best Ninja.
Yeah, I think it will be mainly maybe after the Daystar game.
Confirmation from our wonderful analyst Fresh that there were no aces, so this should be the very first one, other than the operator ace and the caster ace. So. Both of whom are in action. This is a quick one. Hot and Cold surviving. They try to sweep on over. Where is the coverage? Hot and Cold manages to get the Diffuser down. And all hell will break loose with 9 players still alive. Candela's tossed out by Kino.
I'm sure the org like him.
Shotgun in hand. As Gavin plays from down below, very leisurely picks off Hates.
My assumption is it will be main channel.
Candelas are no more. Cons will drop, still searching for his very first kill.
That's my assumption.
Through 6 rounds, he escaped that first half without being able to draw blood against his opponents. Diffuser on double duty, watching the defuse kit, but they are very quickly running out of time on the side of Nip.
Good attack.
Wizards
Really
last
good
alive.
attack.
Diffuser gets 2. Gavin and Gunner 1 apiece.
Just keep it simple. The Thatcher change has
Quick
changed the
tempo
game.
For the very first round
the Thatcher change has genuinely changed the game.
Regain the lead, something we've said.
Like the way Thatcher used to work.
And a very M80 attack.
The way people used to have to stop C4s.
Start their offensive side
direct
here
attack,
in Paris.
actually
I
has
love
kill
that
teams.
play
Like, it's
coming out
actually...
from them. I think a really important piece of that push was Gavin playing down below, because often what you're afraid of in
like
that
the way that like you used to have to play Thatcher on this bomb site was that you have to throw all 3 Thatchers at the same time and kind of like
knew they couldn't get denied horizontally.
Because it was like a timing that they could get like
smoke
stuck and get the
playing over
C4. Whereas now,
admin
like the second
side,
the C4's thrown, they can just
smoke was
EMP
not
it
gonna
out
have
the
any
air, which is just
opportunity to stop
insane.
that plant. All they really had was the nitro cell from Cons, and that's great. But
Yeah,
when
they've left
you've got a
the
Monty
Thatcher
planting,
up, and then
he can
they're
block
not
the
bringing
vast
the Chenko.
majority of that
It's a bit of a rookie error,
explosive
actually.
damage. Hot and Cold does go down, but he does his job before he does.
Top 3
so he
attackers,
managed
top
to
3
get the kit
defenders.
onto the floor. M80 really successful in that plant focus push, and it shouldn't be a surprise to any
I think
of the
Azami's
fans
still
of
in
this
there. I
North
think
American team, because coming
Azami
into
Clash,
this event,
and I want to
M80
say
had
like
the
Mute or
highest
Denari.
plant
Like
percentage
that's what you're seeing a lot of at the moment.
through the regular season of
Because you could use it like
2025. So we
Smoke C4 but
expect
anti-Thatcher.
M80 to
Yeah,
be very
like
objective
that's what I'm
focused.
saying. Like
we expect M80 to be very shield focused, and that's coming through in their first attack.
they need to find a way of bringing Thorn in.
Hot
Thorn's
pulled
getting more
back on the
playtime though, I've
shields.
noticed.
Expect him to run Monty blitz one of those operators through and through. No shield.
Are there drops on the stream? Yes, not on the
As we
YouTube
see
stream, however.
On the side of
on the
Ninjas
Twitch
in
stream.
Pajamas. No shields were banned out by M80 on attack either. This is something that is a bit of a change.
If you jump on, if you have Twitch open, like if you prefer the YouTube viewing experience, have it open there, and then go on Twitch, and then you can get drops there.
Shield bans, but at this point in time, if there's just too
I got
much
SR and
utility,
FaZe getting out of
operators
groups.
a lot of buffs, maybe shields.
Still early days, but
I think a lot of it's the
I think
map
that's
too,
not a
right,
bad
Parker?
prediction.
Often with Consulate, you're struggling to get into the building, and shields aren't really what's going to help you do that. Normally, that's going to be more things like a Grim, like a Capitao, like a Ying, these displacement operators to actually get you through some of these really annoying windows. M80, no problems getting through the window in round 7, but still, that
like
will
the
continue to be an issue for them.
Pro League #1 team right now? On what I've seen in this event, I would say Fioria is looking like the best team at this event.
Rotation.
Obviously, it's only been one game, but they did play Falcons and kind of destroy them. So.
And with the wall being shot out the way it is, and this door being barricaded, there's no way
These guys
that
decide to
M80
revive
makes it
Jaeger.
without
I think
Nick
Jaeger's
hearing
not
first.
even in a bad place right now. Like he's got a good gun. Secondary definitely helped them out a lot, and obviously the ADSs are always decent. Thing is, Fury is they are the outright #1 border and layer team in the world right now, so it's going to make map bans versus them rough. Exactly.
Now you know.
I feel like Fury always have like a decent map pool though. Ego's a bit of a genius when it comes to that.
They obviously know Wizard's position, but Fantasy's been behind this.
Kind of dictates the meta a little bit as well. Has for a while now.
I don't think they know he's here, Parker.
Oh, he whiffed.
When he kind of bottles the recoil on the SMG-11, so the element of surprise can only get you so far. Down goes Wizard at the hands of Kino. A flash goes in. Fantasy hits the shot onto the Monty. That might have defanged the entry from M80. A brawl will break out. Gavin coming out ahead as he breaks double digits. 11 kills.
Didn't need to do that at all.
It's just 2 remaining.
Didn't see more Monty from Falcon, not gonna lie, because that's their whole game. I don't know. Falcons having a bit of mental time right now, but then again, elevate. I think they just knew they were going to breeze past them. They absolutely shit on them. They looked so much better today.
Gunner's assault going down spiral stairs as Gavin is
him.
waiting near the bomb site. He's just got to hope.
It actually rejuvenates him.
Yeah, at this point, the push from M80, I think, has done pretty much what it wanted to do, but now you've got 30 seconds.
Mine's broken now with the pocket shorty. I actually like all these secondary changes, to be fair. Like, I'm like,
Gunner hoping to find a pick.
I'm more for buffs than I am for nerfs. Like, I think that we should
Gavin needs some help. Khan's getting on the board. Gunner, in hopes of keeping this one close, will need to pull off a 1v2. Shotgun out, and he runs a little bit too quickly.
Yeah, no ice sprint in
there. 2 kills for Khans, both statement kills. High impact, high value. It's one thing to break that goose egg, but it's another to get 2 kills to win your team the round. Yet again, a tie game.
Did M80 play yesterday? They didn't, did they? Today's the first.
He might not be at the top of the scoreboard, Cons, but he gets the kills when he needs to. Great anchor play coming through from him. I think M80 just a little bit low on time
why he was
for that
sprinting.
push. I thought their server clear was relatively successful, even given the
Why sentry pick? Just for more utility, I think. Secondary shotgun as well.
Helped them a little bit in the midst of that, but regardless, they full focused on that server side push. ended up in the 2v2, couldn't really get the coordination that they wanted, pinching from 2 different angles.
Yeah, more util, C4.
Really nicely played, I think, by both teams on that server side, but the anchor play a bit better by Cons. And Gunner, you know,
I don't think either of them had a great showing yesterday. It wasn't like it was amazing from either side.
But it happens.
I am impressed with this.
That's what I will say.
This is M80's map.
What buffs do you think I needed as of now?
Defied the odds in that first half. And
I mean, they've just done another round of buffs, so like I think right now like they're moving at a good pace. I don't think there's too much. It's in a really bad spot. I think it's more reworks than it is buffs now. Like I think a lot of the necessary buffing has been done.
What you do is you look at it and you say, that's a bit of a cheese
play. Like the necessary stuff. The rest of it has to be like looked at a bit more.
Consulate is a map where you can get that very quick cheese plant down.
How long will you be playing it? It's after the game on the main channel.
The round we just saw was much more traditional Consulate, and both teams came as close as you could get, a 1v1.
However, after this round, I'll check. Can somebody check the score of the Daystar wildcard game?
Their matchup yesterday, and bringing a little bit more fire up against a team that absolutely warrants it. If you showed up off your game,
what about movement ADS speed? That's like not operator specific. Yeah, I mean, I think the operator, I think movement speed and ADS speed should increase. Like I think the game is like incredibly slow compared to what it was once upon a time.
It's not what it was a couple of years ago.
It's too slow. What made like Siege such a great game?
Sometimes you want it to be.
Well, hold on a second.
Partially was the movement and the gunplay, and I think that it's not like that as much now.
Nothing's changed.
Listen, King
the meta's good. The meta's not bad.
Crazy work with that gun yesterday. So it can still have a lot of impact, but
it's not playing hard. It's not playing too bad at all.
Early entry once again from Hot and Cold, sticking on this Montaigne, yet to find the space up against Pino on the stairs.
And this would be 2 rounds in a row where Nip were very successful at rebuffing that Monty.
True.
That is hard to do.
Hate's down.
Not so hard to clear the vigil if you're Gunner. He does find him on the window.
So why is Hate peeking with that gun, the CEO window?
Are okay losing the vigil. He wasn't going to be a critical part of this defense.
DMR's not healthy for the game. I don't think they're like necessarily bad.
It didn't happen. You've got your hard anchor operators
and they're not getting like. We went through a bit of a DMR spam meta like around like the last few months, but it's not been too bad.
Conceded top floor with that vigil's
not been too bad.
That offers a lot of space to M80, but that doesn't mean it's going to.
I would have thought M80 would have crushed these guys like SSG game yesterday.
Especially if these nitros.
I don't think people realize though, like that's like the game is. It just doesn't work like that. You know, like oh, this team won, so that team will do better. Like it just doesn't work like that.
Weaker, if even there at all.
Yeah, I think the DMRs are not that bad.
To step up huge, or your support.
It was literally DMR only at one point though, and it's not like that anymore.
And there goes Kino, not expecting Pino to work his way up those yellow stairs.
The only thing I worry about sometimes with M8 is like it's lazy siege sometimes.
Has no more track stingers available. Hot and Cold has found safe shelter inside the bomb site, and he has defuse kit in hand. Nobody from Nip seems to be any the wiser. Great coverage. Nitro Cell comes out, but it's a bit belated. Khan's starting to heat up at this point. 3 kills through 2 rounds, Jesse, and an advantage for Nip.
Going to guess this kill.
But in the post plant, usually you have to wonder, what can the defenders do to regain this position? Fantasy hops on the defuse kit, a rush in.
No, they have soft
easy picks for Diffuser and Gavin. Diffuser shrugging off some damage above. Gunner side by side. There goes Pino. And now it's up to Fantasy to clutch this one out, trying the long arm through the wall, avoiding the fire of the Capitao, being tracked by the death mark.
He was making him
Gavin
reinforce
gets
the
the
wall.
job done. So much gadgetry saved by M80 for the post plant.
If Mirror and Ace are getting banned too much, honestly, just remove banning operators apart from Pro League.
But M80 will take the lead again.
A bit tragic.
I don't know. Are they getting banned too much? Like, is that like a common ban?
But it happens. I don't think it would have changed the results of that round. Strongly held in M80's favor.
I think it depends what lobbies you're exposed to as well. I think that's a big part of it. Do you know if Pineapple actually joined this at SSG or if it was AI?
I will be shocked.
I think Napple joined there for a minute. I think he might still be there, though. I'm not entirely sure. I haven't looked at it too much.
Let's hear how they're going to do it.
I think if DMR is just the community is full of Cronus using auto-fire and anti-recoil. Yeah, I mean, I think that is probably a problem on console.
We might not be doing listen-ins on the B stream, Parker. That's my mistake. So
we do as much as we can, Jesse.
My apologies. Well, we will not hear.
Sorry,
Chat.
Jesse is too much of an A stream today.
You can't really ban the can't like
wouldn't have even
nerf DMRs as a result of people doing that. You know,
I'm letting you steer the ship. You wanted to do a non-existent listen in the language you don't speak, and I admire you for that. I really got to say, that's some A+ planning there.
I'm shooting for the stars, Parker. And sometimes I miss, but at least I'm shooting high. I go back to this.
I don't know. I feel like it's not
right. Coming into
It's
this
not
event
like
for the 2025
at least
season,
from my
Hot Cold had
perspective, it's
more
not like an
plants than
overwhelmingly
any other
massive
human being
issue.
on the planet in professional Rainbow Six.
The thing is about
Entered the
Ace
game
is
with
that's
69
pretty,
plants.
is that
With
at
the
pretty
two
much all
plants
levels,
so
his
far
win
through
rate
the
is
third
not
quarter,
good.
he'll be up to
That's the other big issue.
71
Yeah, because I feel like a lot
on the
of,
season,
I feel
which
like a lot
continues
of,
to be the highest of anybody in the world.
a lot of people
It's
just throw
something
the
that
aces
NIP
down and then
really
just
need
run
to
around.
focus on, I think, through these last 3
So like the
rounds,
mindset's totally different.
twice now, Hot and Cold
Like whereas
stuck
if
a
you're
plant
taking like a
down under
Habana
the
or a
nose.
Thermite,
That time
chances
he
are
goes
you're going to play
into the
slower,
closet,
probably
the
going to
very
use so many
default
drones.
plants
Like
just
Ace
through
is just
the
for people who want to throw them
closest
down and
window
then run
available
around.
to him
So
to the bomb
no
site.
surprise
And
why the
players
win
at
rate's lower.
NIP were really scattered. You saw the flank going up yellow stairs. Fantasy was all the way over towards Spiral when that plant was going down. You had a couple other players.
I think, but that's always been the case for Mirror, by the way. Like Mirror's always just been banned.
For NIP. So I hope that
It literally lets you have
reining things in, not letting those
a reinforced wall that you can see out of, like,
and finding some way to stop
that's like that's not like it's not
I
that
don't
she
know
should
if
be
Maria
like
is able to
changed
hear
as a result of that
the
though.
timeouts. I don't know if she's in the pit, but I know that she did some translating for the A stream yesterday. It is quite.
You think up bonds are better now? Then definitely no. I think 3 bonds aside is like
She is
necessary.
here to do interviews and hilarious content, like when she gave Psycho his birthday cake. She is now 2 for 2 on delivering birthday cakes to players who have just lost.
Yes.
The cake
Spoit's
was
not a
very
heavy
good, by the way. I
defense
had a
roll.
little bit of
It's
it
not like
yesterday.
that's what I'm saying.
It
Like
was,
you don't like other than Shaiko, you're not going to see players like just playing
is
Legion or
a
Vigil
bitter
and stuff like
taste.
that. Like
But the
people
cake
have
was
to play other stuff, you know.
So
I think Stomping gets a fair bit of Vigil and
yeah,
Warden, but then even then he plays
turning
Warden like a bit of a
27
sight
yesterday,
anchor.
of
So
course, and was on that NIP
yeah, the mid map
roster
bands are
when they
really
won
good.
the Six
Best thing,
Invitational
probably one of the
a
best
few
things they
years
ever
ago.
added.
Here in Paris.
Paris.
That's true. Ninjas have been doing
What a team of
very
5
well
Spoits
in
win
Paris
SI. I think so.
historically,
Ninjas in
that's,
Paris.
Ninjas in Paris. With things coming
5
back
Williams.
here, you expect them to maybe
Spoit
rekindle
rolls
some
are
of that
fine, just
old
increasing the
magic, but
gunplay
it's a very
speed and you'll see him
different
shot.
team.
Yeah,
Only Kino,
exactly.
of course,
It's the
sticking
game
along
more
with
than
that
it is the
roster,
role.
so
Like
time will
Willie
tell
plays
if
a
they
lot
bounce
of
back.
a
This
lot of
last
stuff
quarter is gonna
anyway.
be
Like
absolutely
he
critical.
feels
With us
naturally
returning
comfortable
to the
playing a
top
lot of
floor,
operators. It
I
is
really
literally
wanna
like
see
game
them,
just plays slow right now, which obviously
adapting a
for
bit to
someone
that
like him
window
is
play. I
not
don't
the most
think it's gonna
ideal.
happen from M80, but you are seeing that Tachanka
He
playing a
must
little bit closer
so appear
towards
as
the west
long
side
as you
of the
can hit
map.
your
That should do
shots.
them some good.
It's been so long since we've been in the saddle
It's
together.
just like on attack, isn't it? Though, like it's like
forgot
Tristan was
you were
saying,
doing
like
the
defense is
quarters
already
thing.
like
What do you
the
mean
favored
doing the
side.
quarters
Attack needs some things.
We're in the fourth quarter.
Attack needs some stuff.
With
What
the
do you expect from
op
Dev
bands,
Team
the
after the whole
game's separated
siege
very
move and like
nicely.
next season? What do you expect for big changes or not?
but
I think we expect some big changes, like more like quality of life stuff. Because I think like in terms of like the, I think that they heard us on the nerfing situation. Like I have been pretty pleased with the way things are getting buffed.
Focus on the game here because this round has gone by
I think a lot of people
very,
are
very quickly.
pleased with
We're
that. I
already
think the
past
only thing that we
halfway
can really
point.
ask for
Hans
now
taken
is
a bit of damage.
a reduction in
point in time, if
cheaters
you're
and more
Tachanka,
content
you can play
in
more
general,
sheltered
like
and
just
get
more
the
to look
remaining
forward to,
16
kind of thing.
Of those Molotovs shot
Great
out
to
of your
see they have
Shuriken
found a way to
launcher.
attack recoil strips and cheat
Gunnar will
with the
use
boot
his
program.
flames,
Exactly,
which
bro.
happen to be a little bit more damaging.
Things are moving in the right
take down
direction.
That Tachanka.
And
Hans
like
is gone,
as fast as I
Diffuser
am
is
to
gone,
criticize,
now
like you
Kino
gotta be
looking for
fast to
follow-up.
praise as well, you know.
Kino
Otherwise,
just 2 kills so
doesn't-
far, but
you
he hasn't
gotta be
been in a position
impartial.
where he's been
My problem
relied
isn't with
upon,
Ubisoft, it's
especially
with
with Gavin and Diffuser
things not
gobbling
changing,
up
so.
all the kills, and now Gunnar heating up
Buffing
here
ops on
in
attack isn't
the
even a big
third
deal
and
anymore.
Yeah, you don't think of Gunnar as a Capital
In my
player, but he
opinion,
gets
because
great
there's so
value out
many
that
of them
fireball.
back
Now
in the
we can
day
see
where
M80 starting to get things a
Lion
little
Blitz,
bit more
such a
opened
busted,
up.
they were
Hot
barely
Cold
any
Yellow
ops,
is
that's why you
still
saw
gonna
them.
be
Yeah,
part of this
exactly.
push.
There's
That's
so many
where he
ops now,
wants to
like.
take this, but he's actually exited the building and is
And the
gonna
thing is, because
rotate over to
attack
this
is genuinely
window,
like is naturally
regrouping with
disadvantaged,
Gunnar,
so
hoping to do a
it's
similar
kind of
plan
like
to what they did last time, but the difference,
it
Parker,
doesn't
is they
matter
have
as much,
very
like
little
you say.
time.
Like
Hot and
they're
Cold
just
is gonna
naturally disadvantaged.
sliver
So
of
the
HP.
more that you give them, I don't think it
Habitat
has
receiving a
too
buff
much of a
like many other
massive
operators
issue.
just a couple weeks ago. It's
Well,
nice
it's
to see
fancy
him
doing
here.
it.
Gunnar will find yet another. Using the parents of the DMR is a bit of a choice. Nip finding a succession of kills very, very
can't
quickly.
stop.
Now Houghton
Bomb's
just
going down,
has
yes,
Gunnar
you
for that
Yeah.
coverage. Down goes Houghton and Gunnar is outside.
Fantasy
No
must have been
team
making a
has
play for
won
someone else.
consecutive rounds. And it will
PC's
happen
doing
yet
good,
again.
they'll see
Nip
community as a whole come
clawing
together.
back. Nip has tied or
Hopefully.
trailed through this entire match. Through 10 rounds, 5 for M80, 5 for Nip, and we are guaranteed all 12.
I don't think he did call that.
M80.
It must have been the IGL.
Adaptations were there for NIP, and we
that
got to see
5-5
how
now,
M80
squared
tried
up?
to adapt to that. We did see the C4 coming in from down below.
We have to remember,
Previously
though,
it was Gavin
that
that
it is-
controlled that
it is,
portion of the map for M80, didn't
NIP's
stop
map
any
right here.
vertical denial from coming through. This time he was pushing up the yellow
Yeah, it
stairs.
was
He gets
bad.
caught off
It
guard
was
midway
bad.
through that push. Kino as well on the yin,
NIP
not
did
having
some
a lot of
crazy
impact
shit.
in the midst of that. So despite some good kills from
NIP do
Gunner,
some funky
the
stuff.
game plan wasn't quite enough. That's the death from Kino that you saw, not a lot of impact. And then there goes the Nitro to finish finish off the planter. So good adaptations from NIP. See some of that tap
Coach, does he kissing hands out here?
That CEO window plant. A little surprised that NA chose to go for it again, but it did feel like more of a backup plan given
I think PC has seen a reduction in cheaters though. Like it definitely has. I don't know how significantly, but like it is at least noticeable.
Now as they load in here for
like there was a period where it was literally every game.
At least based on the precedent that's been set. No team.
It's still definitely a problem though.
Back-to-back rounds, but
still definitely a noticeable issue.
Both of them using this like yellow-green color.
Okay.
So far, 100% success rate. That color green has won all 10 rounds. It's really good stuff.
My stats shows that they lost all 10 rounds. That color.
That is also true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure.
The color has won all 10 rounds, but also lost all 10 rounds.
Well, not a bad day to be the color of...
I don't know.
Yeah, if you use mouse and keyboard, the pushing... I don't know though. Like, I think the FPS might be a problem.
It's a little bit more yellow.
Probably a bit of a problem, but then again, not really. Not like a huge problem. There's plenty of people on PC who have low FPS as well.
You want to just tell me?
Yeah, compared to start season, it's a big difference. That's what I'm saying. I think it is. I think it is different.
I was actually kind of taken aback by that because also like the BNK FearX logo is more yellow.
Sure.
But when I was looking at the groups and I was doing notes, I was like, oh, all these teams share that, and then it's like you've got like the kind of like yellow.
I've noticed that every message on Twitch.
Heretics is in there. Kino now sprinting in. He's on shield duty this time. Hot and cold. Freed from Montaigne. They'll be on a very typical hard breach.
Why is everything
staring at a position where one of the funniest clips to come out of the Munich Major, where he played Keep Away, occurred. Down to the stairs, now patrolled by Cons. Halfway point of this round. As we have gotten deeper into this matchup, Jesse, things have slowed down.
Like you're saying some stuff into it, I need to move this over because I'm missing some
heavy
stuff.
roam game that was being played by NIP. It wasn't an easy thing to clear. They've mostly cleared it now. Hate's still going to be playing a position on the east side of the map over towards Visa Stairs, but broadly these players have all retreated back to the bottom floor without any casualties. Now Fantasy flanks up Spiral. This might not be known by M80, and if the young player on NIP could get away with something, it could be big. They pop a logic bomb and he runs right back to site.
First Bloods really have not been a huge factor in this series. Only impacted 4 of the 10 rounds so far. And M80 have been exceptional at drawing First Blood, and it just continues to get better and better and better. The first flawless round of this series will come in round 11, and M80 regains the lead again.
If you want to make it better, probably just make the gun better. And you'll sip off Grims, I don't know. Yeah, Grims actually fucking genius.
Yet to have a lead in this map. And now they find themselves on the ropes. M80 will look to do something they have not been able to do, and that's
Grimm's actually looking a bit too genius, so I don't even know if I don't know like what you can.
They put Consulate, their own
I don't know if the gun is the way to go.
Column with a 7-5 score line. If they falter, we go to overtime.
Still attack timeout in M80's pocket as well. So if things start to fall apart for them, they have that.
The AUG. Remember when the AUG was the gun of choice on IQ? Like being serious.
It's a great push from M80, I have to say, Parker. They were really pulling
the AUG genuinely was the gun to use on IQ at one point.
By forcing that plant, you saw Kino over towards Radio by Pillar, getting that plant on the ground, but that didn't mean
what are the pros FPS locked out of the tourney? I don't think they're locked, but like 360 is the refresh rate on the thing. The G8, yeah, the LMG meta, the G8 was crazy.
Reaggressed.
I think it's because the gun's just more bouncy now.
It did feel like M80 had all the bases covered.
But yeah, the G8 had a little saga as well.
Still watching for the aggression on the mid floor. It feels like they're in total control.
G8 guns are a problem. Also creates a problem with double ups.
Get to attack that bomb site again, at least not until we head into
I would like to see more guns in CH, like
final bomb site.
More unique weapons.
Last time we went to Piano Parker, that was round number 9. It was a successful M80 attack.
Because I said so. Bro, smoke with some 4 smokes would be literally broken.
Over to Kino, which to me signals they might be going for
something still. They just go back to 1.0 matchmaking. There's nothing wrong with it. It was like longer queue times, yeah, but I think everyone was like genuinely happier.
Nip played this bomb site back in round number 2, and it was their very first successful attack. And as you pointed out, round number 9, M80 successful on attack as well. So something's got to break at this point. Either defenders have to win, or that back-to-back round stuff.
M80 here, Diffuser and Gunner and Gaveni looking absolutely fucking insane. 12 bombs, 13 bombs, 12 bombs.
You're going to be happy with where you're at, but there's still a little bit more work to be done before you set
Keena's having a bit of a hard time. But then again, he is playing a lot of like
He's roaming top floor and CEO, playing on that this time around. And don't forget, he ended the first half with 9 kills.
Yep. He had a lot of Ying on the attack side.
The second half, he is at 10. The best player on attack for NIP today hasn't really
yeah,
been impactful.
placement matches were genius.
But
I don't know if it was the matchmaking or the community, but
I
yeah,
believe
it was
Fantasy
busy
had
com.
7 kills in the first half as well.
Like,
the fraggers
because
on
of
the
the way
side of
ranked
Nip have
was,
completely fallen off.
it allowed
Cons
for
has
the
picked
best
up
players to play the
5
best players.
kills now. Just through this
Like, if you were
second
a
half,
ranked
he's
warrior,
gone. Hot
holy
and cold
shit.
and Diffuser taking no prisoners
If you were
inside the site.
If you're a ranked warrior,
Diffuser
like
lucky number 13,
in year 1 to 3,
Gavin on
1 to 4
13,
maybe,
Gunner on 12.
like, that was genuinely
Kills are
valid enough to get
certainly
you a
there
trial for a
for
pro team.
M80.
Like, that happened
But
often.
what about the map control? Halfway point.
That would never happen,
of
no.
a very pivotal, a very
Watching
pivotal
on Demon kill
12th
themselves.
round.
An
It's still
aid.
holding on that top
They're my
floor.
charges.
So plenty of time for M80 to
But I
try to
actually
flush
don't know
them out. But
I actually don't know what's going on with
have
those
to go
guys.
quickly. You cannot fall behind on this clock.
Yeah, we
any
fall back
team's
to
gonna
a
do that, though, it
plan
won't
B,
be them.
not dissimilar to round 10, where M80 initially tried to rush the bomb site, get something very quick down on the ground like they
Also,
did in
point
round
should be the
9,
same win-loss.
but this time it doesn't
I
go
don't know.
so well. They're not as confident with their Monty dying, so they pull things back. Hot and
Yeah,
Cold jumps
exactly.
back out
But
the
because,
closet
like,
window, and they're gonna try
the
to
matchmaking is
reposition.
actually-
They're still there on the west side of the map.
Matchmaking
so
is
I
actually
still
fucking
think they're gonna try to
terrible now.
play around those windows, maybe yellow
And I feel like
scares.
previously there was
It's
no,
just gonna
like,
be
I think the rank
awkward with
system
all
didn't
these
really
defenders around
incentivize
the
cheating
spot.
either.
Trying
It definitely
to
does
beat out
now.
Diffuser, and they'll do so successfully, but immediately shut back down in response. Hot and Cold and Gunner now will have to sweep the leg.
They messed up with rank 2.0, but they'll never admit it with rank. But they could just literally add 1.0 back in until they find a better fix, but they won't do it.
Cold thinks he has the idea. He had a good read on to Hates' position. Hates just looking for it, and he'll pull trigger.
That's no shot.
Pino's still down. Gunner with 30 seconds left will take matters into his own hands. M80 going for a very linear execute. Up gets Pino. Control over towards yellow. A scamper towards the bomb site. In the post plant. Gunner will now have his hands full in a 1v3.
Can Gunner win the 1v3
to
here.
try
Full
and
health
win this
against two
map
people, 1
outright
HP.
without needing overtime. It might be a Herculean task, but Gunner has pulled this off. He's a major winning MVP for good reason.
It's in a good position here.
Here's the herd of elephants
This is winnable.
from above. Waiting patiently.
This is actually winnable.
Yep, biding their time. They'll double up, looking for the push into the bomb sites.
Oh my
There
God,
goes
this is
one.
winnable. I
Pino
think he's
down
won it.
for the count. Gunner repositioning.
No, he's
tearing
won it,
strips off
100%.
of Fantasy, but where is Hates? All the while just killing time.
No.
Can they hop on the diffuser?
He didn't
They'll
even need
get
to
it by
peek.
a second.
He didn't even need
Nip
to peek, bro.
hangs
He
on
had
and
it.
we'll go to overtime
He
in
literally
map
had
1
it.
of this series.
It does not get much closer than that. Gunner nearly does the impossible again
actually
on
had
the
it.
piano bomb site, but this time it just is
Yeah, it
a
was a
little
panic
bit
station zone
better for
3v1.
NIP. Coordination
Or he literally had
timing
that.
is close.
He just has to
but
wait
it's
one
good
more
enough
second,
for
then
the
he'd have had
Ninjas.
it.
They get down for the disable. Really
Hates wasn't even trying to win it either, bro. He's on the piano with 9 seconds left. Like, he's literally not trying to
The
win.
previous time they played that bomb site, Parker, they continued to play up above. Hot and Cold with that plant spot really was optimistic, trying to get it down. It's difficult to deny from the verticality, but it's not impossible, and NIP were very ready for it.
And he knew
Insane.
he knew they were there. He knew Hates was there.
Insane.
He looked right at him, but
Yeah.
because of the way that the floor goes, there are those metal beams. He couldn't
That's so
see
unfortunate,
Hates'
man.
head because of his vantage point.
Yeah.
If he had
almost
stayed
had it.
ADS and
Almost
just
had it,
stepped
Gunson, man.
1 or 2 times to the right, he very likely would have had a read on the on the mute.
Yeah.
But he did not, and because of that, they were able to hold that top floor. M80 had 90 seconds to put one person up on the top floor. We knew they had top floor control. M80 knew they had top floor control, but they decided to gamble on it. It's not a bad gamble, but it's still a gamble. And you often want to go for the sure bet. M80 figured that with the clock being what it was, a linear take was all they could get, and they almost pulled it off.
Yeah.
But 1 second difference is all that matters. And now we have at least 2 more rounds.
Just didn't have time to, I think, go for anything a little bit more thorough, but sometimes that is the game that we play. I want to credit Hates as well. He got that vertical denial onto Hot and Cold, and I was just talking about how we went a little quiet in that second half. Well, he gets the kills when it matters and forces this game into overtime. Keep in mind, this is M80's map pick. They are expected to win this as the reigning major champions, but NIP are no easy opponent despite their result from yesterday, so they're giving them a run for their money. M80 do get a start on defense, and on the most defender side of map that we have in the competitive pool, that should be a boon for them. Gunner bringing out the Thorn, which ranked players will know has been devastating the lobbies recently, and
why is Ella playing so much in Pro League?
Really awkward running.
It's a lot of it. A lot of it's shields. A lot of it's shields. And she's just decent in general, to be fair.
Yeah.
It was an incredible amount.
Goes for stairways and stuff like that.
Doled out just a couple
Just to
weeks
know
ago.
where people are, drop
my
lineups
goodness, and
in
Gunner
general.
almost losing his life before we could
She
even
has
see the
barbed
Irish
wire and
operator
goo mines. I
do
mean,
all that
and
much.
Grismot mines, so...
Thorn having about the same presence
good.
in
What's your
pro
opinion
play
on the
as
testing
I
gun thing,
do,
the
so
speed armor
it's
thing? I
nice
just
to
don't think there was
see
any
her active.
point.
And now, this is also a map where Thorn works really well for plant denial. Because of the changes to the timer on those Razor Blooms,
it actually is the truth,
you
though.
can
That is what
throw a
happens.
Razor Bloom while the diffuser is going
Denari
down,
has been a
and
good
it will
addition too.
activate
Quite like the
quickly
Scorpion. I
enough
don't know,
that
the Scorpion on
it'll
Denari. It's like another classic where like the
almost like a
Scorpion feels
Nitro
different
cell.
on Denari than it does on Elo as well.
The hero of the previous round, Hates, is given a pretty anticlimactic send-off as we hit the halfway point of the first round of OT.
Hey, you want to see the Elevate Falcons game on Baller? Yeah, we watched it live. With the new form buff, people should use it. Use it like an it's pretty much just like anti-shields. Anti-shields.
Looking for one of these picks. Vending Hall not being contested so heavily this time.
Like a lot of the entry points on this map, like top yellow and Visa stairs, like you have to turn around to shoot them, so a lot of it's that as well. It's just giving them more shit to clear, so if they want to push any stairways.
Good. The highest rated player for Ninjas in Pajamas through these 12
pro setups now where you can use thorns upon denial of smoke, so you're not wrong.
Again, you typically don't want Pino to be the guy who's getting all the kills, especially the high value ones, but hey, if you're Nip, you'll take all the help you can get, and boy oh boy is Pino's presence.
It's like Thorn. The only reason that it's classed as an electronic is because it has like the when you trigger it, it like gravitates towards you, doesn't it? So for that mechanism to be a thing, I guess it would have to be electronic.
Down goes Gavin to Fantasy, who exchanged an awful lot of his HP, as did Pino, to take up a bit more map control. Final 30 seconds. Diffuser finds his second. Down goes Pino to Diffuser. Everybody dying at the hands of the player who clutched out in this exact same position all the way back in round number one.
Maturing so well as a player.
Is making it a little bit easier. With 10 seconds left now, M80 just needs to be ever so patient.
Cons just walking
Razor Bloom's going off, giving position away. Cons at the halfway point of the defuse kit. Gunner and Hot and Cold are there to finish
is literally
the job.
going crazy.
M80 regain the lead. Nip must win this round to stay in. They are almost out of runway. And again, no team able to win back-to-back rounds here on Consulate.
Another close one coming.
I mean, bro, like they're not struggling. This is NIP's like best map.
Over towards
NIP's best map.
Top spiral, and it almost worked. But M80's position.
This is like a good game.
Parker.
Not like struggle.
To the east, we see Hot and Cold retreats towards yellow. Diffuser kind of sticks inside a meeting.
Yeah, it's a really good map for NIP.
Window. They really spread apart their defenders.
They're not playing bad at all.
They did so to allow NIP to walk into the site.
Not at all.
Time was low. They're in a man advantage, and as long as NIP are planting, that's a 3v1. M80 played that so well in the micro. They knew exactly how they had to win that round, didn't get over aggressive, didn't overextend, and did get that 7th round to take the lead in overtime.
Should we see how the other games go?
Nipper looking in mighty fine form. Go all the way back to the Munich Major. Yes, we've mentioned that M80 won that event. You will hear the terms. Defending.
Messi, unfortunately for him.
4-3 wildcard on map 1.
It's Jesse and I or any of the other talented folks here that are working on our broadcast team. But Ninjas in Pajamas were a team that were deceptively good. They took out a lot of heavy hitters in North America. They were the North American Reapers on the way to that main stage performance that they had. And if you talk to a lot of the teams that were present in Munich, they told you people are sleeping on this Nip squad. When Nip are on, they can very easily be a top 5 team at that event. I don't see any reason why they couldn't be here as well. Yes,
very even
was
performance.
Maybe a bit of a frustrating game,
look
but there are teams that
at
have
Diffuser's kills, bro. Diffuser's going crazy. Gunner as well.
So small sample size.
Gunner's the best KD on the lobby right now, I think. Yeah,
+8. Nip have been able to keep M80 on the ropes, and that is a point of pride.
Kino having a bit of a hard time, however.
What will happen
2-11.
when we move off of Consulate.
I really like this castle setup.
M80 started defense. They also have defense overtime. I mean, it must have been what they've picked, and they
force some adaptations to come
at the start.
They must have
picked it on OC.
A lot of East Side players from these guys. We see Gunner, Gavin, Kino, all working the admin/Visa side of the map.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They must have chose to start it
as well. So a lot of pressure going to be focused on, I think, clearing through the other side of the map before they get towards the bomb site. Does that mean full clearing?
Like starting attack is not like.
I mean, if you think that they're going in too quickly,
it's not awful, like, starting the game, but in OC, like, I don't know how you do it.
Ella is available. We've seen all those operators get brought a few times. Hot and Cold, the first casualty for M80. That is not ideal. You have lost your IGL. You've lost your hard breach.
Yeah.
He's not on shields, though. They have shuffled that around. Now, Kino is on a very familiar role.
believe it was just a meeting window where Hates was able to take down Hot and Cold on the balcony. So his team now left alone to clear somewhat one-dimensionally through the vending hall.
Ella finding an awful lot with a single Guzmat mine. Gunner taking down Cons.
Maybe they got 3 attacks, so no problem that went well. But God, you can't. Yeah, on OTS
over the
shot.
last 20 to 30 minutes. Without him, things might be a little bit trickier. You draw even in terms of player count, 4v4 with a little over a minute to go.
What's the idea here?
This is sent from M80 now, looking at Projector
have one long
over
desk.
towards Long Desk.
There's a gap
Wizard
on Long Desk
holding
as well.
the spot just in case somebody pushes over towards Lobby. Now it's Gunner taking some damage from Fantasy. The ump being buffed as well. Added to the list.
Yeah, the UMP is actually really good now as well. The UMP is really good. Yo, what's good, Morgan? This is match 2.
Castle Barricades,
match 2, I want to say.
Still really annoying if you don't have any hard breach or a sledge.
Yeah, don't forget, top floor is not the bomb site. So despite this clear coming through from M80, they've still got a lot. They don't have much time to rotate this now down to the mid floor. Kino has made his way into lobby. He's just outside the bomb site, but there's a lot of defenders holding this, and they've got the mirror windows.
And he's completely fearless. He'll just charge on in. They were seeing him in the black mirror. He walks in, but you have to have some faith in your teammates. Diffuser is there to hold it together. Kino now taking some damage. Fantasy struggling his own way through. It's Calamity. Kino with 3 kills. Gavin as the last man standing. 10 seconds left to pull off a 1v2. If not, we go all the way, all 15 rounds. Gavin against Hayes. You gotta be kidding me!
Holy shit, bro. What the fuck are these guys
An incredible flick by Gavin, and we are all dumbfounded.
What the fuck, bro?
His teammates dumbfounded.
Bro,
the look of surprise on all of their faces.
Is insane, bro. What the actual
It seemed certain that we would go to round 15,
Why did
but
they do
Gavin pulls
bro,
it
imagine
off
trolling
with
a
a
game like
second
that.
left.
What's the guy in the mirror doing?
The
guy in the mirror
that was
trolling as
one
well.
of the
The guy above is
nastiest
trolling
shots I've ever seen. That might be the
times 2.
nastiest clip of Gavin's career. Jesus,
I've
the
never
flick
seen-
up to
never
the
seen
roof.
the throw
He
that
knows
bad.
where he's gonna be. He's got
That
the game
is
sense to
bad,
expect
bad.
that angle, and then he doesn't even see
Bad,
him, Parker. That is
bad.
all just reflex. What a ridiculous shot from one of the star players on M80.
To borrow a phrase from one of the legendary casters of another esport, inhuman reactions. I am just astounded with that one.
You can't counter that.
There's nothing you can do. You can't teach that. You can't prep for that. Ridiculous stuff. And it will break the hearts of Nip and their fans. But again, win or lose, winning the goal, Nip need to be happy ultimately
Bro,
with
I can't
that
believe
performance.
that. Can you believe that?
Still coming up a little bit empty-handed. M80 finally winning back-to-back rounds. Nip spent the entirety of that game tied.
Bro, Gav
or
ended up-
trailing.
Gav
It was a
ended
tough
up,
one.
like-
They will look towards Bank, which is map 2, hoping to draw
Gav
even
ended up with the best
in this
KD there.
series. But what more is there to say
Bro,
about
what
this
the
match?
actual
Parker,
fuck?
I think the numbers
I
speak
can't
for
believe that they
themselves.
just lost
15,
that.
16, 17. The
I
trident of
cannot
M80
believe that
really
one
came
bit.
alive
Like, that
today.
is
All 3
insane.
of those players have fantastic performances. People might talk about Kino 2-12, but I thought he was playing his role. I didn't see any
no
massive
replay is
mistakes
crazy.
coming out from the
They should have showed that for sure.
on M80, so I don't want to flame him too hard for that. NIP played a good game too. Maybe took him a bit more time to get locked in with things, but end of the day, they really did find some good spots.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, everybody really seemed to show up. I don't think there was really any weak links there. Yeah, we'll point fingers at Cons for that first half.
Sure.
But the first half still ended 3-3.
Yeah.
But if the Cons that showed up in the second half, who's clearly a little bit more...
Card start on the defense on map.
Wait, I'm going to pay all the predictions for a
To
sec.
get one more round.
I told you, mate, 6 rounds. That's what number
If
I
they
put
can
to it.
get one more and they go for 4, then I'm happy. Souffle manages to take down Kansan, just overcoming that 8 rounds of consecutive entries, but the trade is there. It's
No,
a little
bro,
bit late, it gets the job done.
that wasn't
Dash
M80's
managing
pick.
to
That
take
was
down
NIP's
Souffle,
pick.
And that is going to be a big loss as well. They've just lost those Rotero drones, so utility may well stay in place for wildcard now.
Baby Shot's got a C4 and he's currently lurking around underneath where Pecan was pushing across in the gridlock.
There you go.
Biker finds
The other
Suzuki. Still another C4 yet to toss as well. They've been very, very good with these C4s.
Right, map 2. Get your predictions in, guys.
They
NIP
haven't got a lot in this round. They'll still look for it.
NIP
Baby Shot not quite finding his man, but it's just a reminder.
versus
to
M80 map
Daystar,
2.
We can find you at any given time.
Yeah, you get a feeling that Wildcard now are going to be pushing this one over the line. 4 versus 3, very much.
Make sure you get your predictions in.
Joe does take down Dash, but again, we've said this, the trade game for Wildcard has been good. Maybe not a direct.
Did it say M80 spec on the overlay?
Once they start get a kill, Wildcard
I could be wrong.
to find one in response, and they keep that man advantage. And again, it just
Wildcard,
shows that
they're
they're
fucking shitting
working
on these
really
guys.
well as a team. They've got crossfires established. They're there to impact on each other's deaths. They're there to, you know, keep that man count advantage for themselves. So really, really good from Wildcard.
Is it an IP?
Well, the last two players
Second map is an
are
IP.
now both gathered inside of the lobby and pushing their
Bro, they
way
actually
from
could have lost their
north
pick
down
there
towards
then.
south and towards the site. Makes it a little bit too easy for
Bro, they
Wildcard
must
to sit back
have
there.
the overlay
They've got
totally
the
fucked up, by the way,
right
because
one,
it didn't say that
Almost
originally.
like a three-way crossfire starting to form, or at least points of aggression to send back onto them. It's not going to be pretty. He can start to move his way down the corridor to the right, as you can see, but Baby Shark finds him first.
It's all over.
It's a 1v3, and it is
Good round from Wildcard there.
7-3 to Wildcard here on Labs.
4 minutes, that's everything on a break then, isn't it? Fucking hell. Guys, make sure we fill up on the predictions. Fill up on the predictions. M80 or NIP? Who you guys got? M80 4 and 5 on bank. What's NIP? What's NIP? Did you say what NIPs was? NIP 4 and 6. I think M80 just for momentum, to be fair. I'd be going with M80 personally. Guys, fill up on the predictions. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. We have 100, almost 200k in the predictions. Almost 200k in the predictions. Let's try and go 500k for map 2 here. 500k. What's the next map? Bank. Next map is Bank. It's after the Daystar game, so I'm saying an hour and a half, I think, possibly. I don't even know. This feels a hard one to predict, but I'll spunk my points anyway. But I think that Remion looks cold as hell. It is cold as hell. Cold as fuck. Ooh, big points getting put on NIP here. Big points on NIP. Almost 400k in the predictions. Almost 400k. Come on, guys. 500k. 500k here. Let's go huge on the predictions. Only 2 minutes until we are back on the way here as well. Ooh, big bucks getting put on M80 here. Big bucks, big bucks, big bucks. Big bucks. We're at 600k in the predictions almost. Surely we gotta push for... It only makes sense to push for $1 million now. Only makes sense to push for $1 million now. If I win this, I'm fucking... Honestly, you actually might be minted here. What will that be back? Like... 3 to 1? I think you're like the only guy who's put anything on NIP. Some confidence being shown on IP here, guys. But you see what I'm saying? When people start putting money in, do you think Shopify has a chance to make it to win the grand final if they make it? Of course they do. Anyone who makes the grand final definitely has a chance to make it. 100%. When people start putting points in, look at all the big dogs come out to play. Almost, we're at over 600k in the predictions now. Over 600k in the predictions. Did you know Spoit is a Pro League player? I had no idea. None, actually. Come on, 750k at least. 750k in the predictions. We're at 600k. We can do better than this, guys. We can do better. Need all the Americans to wake up, man. All the Americans need to wake up. The Americans are the ones going huge. Go Scudellary. I'm poor. I think all the people who are watching right now are the ones who lost all their points last night on the G2 game. Or saving for the Spoit game. So many people, I think half the chat lost all their points.
Well, a sensational end to an incredible map that honestly, if it had gone 14 rounds, 15 rounds, doesn't matter. Still would have been a thrilling affair, but my, what a highlight reel clip from Gavin to break
600,000 in the predictions.
Ninjas in Pajamas. Now, Jesse,
I've got 6K right now, but I think everyone lost
these teams,
the
but it is Nip's
Everyone's
pick.
down. Everyone's down a metric.
What are your expectations when we queue into this second map? Do you think it's going to be a 2-0 for M80? Or do you think we go to Chalet for map 3?
I think we're going to see one of two different NIPs this map, Parker. We're either going to see the NIP that came into today confident picking Bank because they know how M80 like to play on it. M80 3-game winning streak on this map, but there is a lot of footage going back to the major, going back through stage 2. We kind of know how M80 like to play this Bank, even though it's been a while. They've probably made some new strats. Of course, you're never going to know fully what a team's been working on in the background. The other reality is that their minds are so shaken from that pistol clip from Gaveni that they frankly forget how to play Rainbow Six Siege, and they show up and the mental is just not there. It's something that I remember talking with, I think it was Fox in the green room about just yesterday, where NIP are a very mental team. You know, they can get in their own heads.
Was that Daystar's pick that they lost?
League, and it really has kind of been a story of this NIP team who are great when they're
Guys,
great.
Make sure we're filling in on predictions. Try and get 750K here. Surely we can totally got it in the locker.
This game, if we do, I think this goes to
surely we have that in the locker.
Can take a map off M80 and bring this one close. But
I still can't believe the way that Gaveni's just won them that round. That's big shit right there.
This is a situation where we will have such great benefit of hindsight once we move past this series. We go, well, yeah, of course.
Spoit game soon.
Gavin
it's going to be so.
No wonder it was a 2-0. Or
it's after this game. So if Daystar win this map, then we're going to be looking at 2 hours. But I don't know whose map it is, so we'll have to check it out in a minute. Does anyone know whose map that was?
When we can pretend to be these experts.
Does anyone know whose map that was? Was it Daystar's map?
The experts are going to be these players. You saw the prep work that Nip did for this series. They played significantly better against M80 in map 1 than they did at any
map, or was
point
it
during
Wildcard's map?
So maybe it was just a little bit of the first.
I heard Shopify won second last night too. Is that true? Yeah, they did. They won 2-0.
Jet lagged. Sometimes
doing
teams
2-0.
don't boot camp in Europe. M80 flew to Fabian's home country of Sweden. It's not just that he lives in Sweden. He lives in the northern remote part. Basically, as he puts it, in the middle of blank nowhere. A word that I choose not to say on the broadcast. But they went up there, they boot camped, they spent some time in the sauna.
We're at 650K in the predictions. Come on, we're 100K away.
Now here they are.
100K away from 750.
Paris. And they were ready right away.
I feel like Snake is going to be the first ever
some teams aren't ready.
with insta-kill knives.
They look
trade-off is here and they get this pistol.
Major champs in map 1. I expect that
Maybe.
Yeah, not exactly sure what the boot
Ghost Mod's not even the prime 8 to open the...
But I know historically, I mean, NIP is a Swedish organization, so they have done boot camps in Sweden as well. Wouldn't surprise me if they were in the same country as M80 during that boot camp. But now they're in France. Now it's time to put the real pedal to the metal. Make sure that you can get everything going on this second map, and make sure you're not in your head too much. We saw it from Hates. He had a really good start to that game and then fell off a little bit on the defense. I'm really going to be looking to him and his entry duo of Fantasy to start things strong on Bank and give the team the best chance that they can have.
Now, I'm actually very glad that you mentioned that, because even though they are a Brazilian organization, in Counter-Strike, another esport, one that a lot of us are fans of, you've got some legendary Swedish players that have played for the Ninjas in Pajamas,
I know you can do better.
They might have a
his
Brazilian
team's doing the work
team
right now.
But their roots run through Sweden.
His team's doing the work. He had 3 people over like 15 kills. Like,
on the other side of M80, Ninjas in Pajamas hoping for a better result on Bank than they had on console.
4 p.m., but I think it's going to be more
like...
like...
better results. It's a 2-0 for the defending major champs.
3 p.m.?
Probably
like 10 a.m. East.
Bottom of Group A in serious jeopardy of going home with 0 points.
But it's 2-0s all around.
You're not in the danger zone just yet. But Nip can see it, and it's coming pretty quick.
See, it doesn't say whose map this
shield
is.
bans on Consulate, Parker. I think we will on Bank. That's my general prediction, and it will be Monty immediately removed. So hot and cold, not going to have that liberty afforded to him. Of course,
we have
know how good
660K in the predictions.
The first ban, very common on this map.
Very close to 700K. Let's try and get 700K. Let's push that shit.
But they go Echo instead. A bit of a curveball being tossed by M80. Echo's one of those operators.
Is there a way to get Susu? I actually wouldn't know. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. Real question is who loves attacking and defending? You have to get Tristan out here. Tristan, what are the win rates? Give us the win rates right now.
So big, the ceiling's so hard to scan.
Give us the damn win rates.
So I definitely like the Echo band coming through. They just need to make sure they have answers.
Both aren't good. Hell no. We're looking at a bit of a mid-off here, apparently, folks.
Being brought in round 1.
Central mid-off.
Talk about that janitor position, and it can be so annoying to clear that operator out.
I don't know if anybody here watches the former major winning coach Mint.
Both sides are not very good in that respect.
Very briefly was actually with a great deal of this M80 roster on that unwanted team that competed and finished in the top 4 was it, of SI at Boston last year.
Yeah.
But Mint did an excellent video on Thorn's application as an operator. And this particular bomb site was one that he highlighted for both Thorn and Echo.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think it is.
Now he has 3 Yokai drones. Thorn obviously can be used for planting.
I remember seeing it that it was M80's map.
A-bomb plant site.
Well, I could be wrong because, and to be honest, all the overlay was wrong for the whole first game, so that could be wrong also.
Only should be 1. But typically, you've got the one right next to the bomb chassis, and then you've got the one up by the hole in the wall.
NIP attack 48.4, defense 49.2, M80 attack 44.9, def 50.9.
That you could throw a razor bloom there.
So it's pretty, pretty even.
Immediately.
I have to see what work both teams have done during the off time, I suppose.
For this map,
I want to see what work they have done during the off time.
Strats with Thorn yet, but we did see one round of her where her razor bloom did actually have quite a bit of impact on Consulate. So you never know.
I don't think it's a surprise that Gunnar brought out Thorn for the first time in overtime as well. Once you get to the later parts of the game, when probably your mind isn't thinking about all the stuff your coach was telling you before the match, like maybe watch out for Thorn traps, that can sometimes be where those trap operators find the most amount of success. So not going to see it starting in round 1, but wouldn't be surprised if we do see it later on in this game. It is basically a full anchor setup. We can see a little bit of aggression coming out with Hates playing on this elevator hatch. Still, we see Pino on the server stairs, but broadly, this is a full 5-man anchor, and M80 have brought the proper tools to deal with that. You've got a crazy execute combo coming out from M80 with Ying and Grim and Capitao and Deimos. I mean, other than the Hibana, every single one of these operators is built to push the sites, and they're going to use some of that util now to push the stairs as well. I can't imagine Pino was long for this.
My legs are so sore today.
I want to say thanks
We've
to
got
Nova
a mute
as well
blue stairs holding big 26. Let's see.
Yeah,
this is probably gonna. This is not gonna go well.
Just past the halfway point.
I mean, he's dead.
Of this round, and the assault from M80 over in server. They are aware of Pino's position over on these blue stairs. Pino and Kino in a collision course. This happened a few times on Consulate.
Bro, I don't even know how
the duel, but hot and cold.
He has no
frags.
He has no way of living there, and they've dropped the body to him.
Those Candelas going in pocket, but so it goes sometimes.
No, but he has no way of living. Like they flushed him, they've grimmed him, and Kino still died, even though he's.
100%
I don't know what to say.
But picked back up by his teammate now, so
I don't know what to say.
Back on the board.
Why are they committing util, but they're not peeking? Like jiggle peeking with the fucking.
But 40 seconds to go, so here comes the util.
They're just trying to deal with the clash. Fantasy tried to put it away, but you can't bikini body your way out of that position these days. Khan's taking quite a bit of damage as well.
That is poor for them to drop the body, but it's also insane that Fantasy has like decided to stay. He could have just given the site and admired the hatches open.
Mika Launcher will fire out those Molotovs, denying safe passage for M80 to walk in. What a shot from Wizard. I mean, after that Gavin shot, everything looks very pedestrian at this point in time. Gavin's still very much alive with the fuse kit in hand, felled by Wizard, who himself is having a great round, and my goodness, he does just about everything himself.
That is...
Nip!
Yeah, this was an awful round. Seriously, terrible in the eyes.
For the first time in this entire series, Ninjas in Pajamas have a lead.
Terrible in the goddamn eyes
right there.
Nice to see them
finally get up on the board with an advantage, but it really does feel like M80 had the tools to win that round, Parker. The time was low.
Game started yet?
Carry on.
Whose map is this? Do we know?
Those rounds that they did win out, like they had some convincing moments.
I think Wildcard take that 2-0. Daystar kind of shit.
One that I didn't think he made any brutal mistakes. Round 1 here, that's one that you expect to win. You're the Ying on server stairs. He goes with the shotgun. It's a little bit too far on the range. Maybe he did the secondary out for there. Loses this opening duel.
When he Spoit's match after the Daystar game.
As well.
That's why I was
checking. And then in the end, it gets a little messy. I'm not exactly sure what Fantasy was doing there in the Clash. He doesn't play Clash on this site historically.
It's been 2-0 first 2 games, but both 2-0s.
With my data, so
Daystar game looking like it's going to be a 2-0 as well, so we might get to see where this game a lot earlier.
Long angle inside a garage. Great play coming through from him. Maybe if there is a Monty there, help with
Finn,
the plan,
Don, ADT, thank you for the prime, appreciate you.
They go deep, and NIP, as you said, take their first lead of the series.
Who won yesterday? Falcon or Furia? Furia kind of smoked them, can't lie. Why they're not planting? Because the whole site was shanked.
On the side of Nip.
They had to push deep for kills in 15
Kino
seconds.
has really been putting in an immense amount of work and providing terrific value. He did so in the Weibo match. He did so in map number 1, and I expect him to hold on here. Honestly, we focused a lot on Fantasy and a little bit hates, especially that Fantasy stat that was touted a few times in Munich, which is that if Fantasy is able to draw first blood, or if he goes positive, the likelihood that Nip wins rises.
Kino's not having a good series so far. I think he's like 2 in 13.
If Fantasy dies, Nip's chances usually go with him. But what both of these teams really have in common is incredibly deep support.
GT yesterday was abysmal.
Hot and Cold did not rack up a ton of kills in the previous match.
It's just a first day game, I think.
But if these support players can do well, provide value, provide calls, that allows players like Hates, that allows players like Diffuser and Gavin.
NIP do some weird shit, bro. Like, he's running into stock.
Best player
when the window's already open.
Is their sport player a wizard?
As a Rooney.
Unfortunately, the first one to die here in round 2.
And I'm gonna have to file that.
Like,
one
what is this? What is this guy doing?
Because as you hype up
what's your opinion on Shopify's match of this?
Great support to play in round 1.
It should be easier, but that's not how the game works. Like, they could easily go and lose to D+. D+ not a bad team.
Come through onto the top floor, but
could go either way.
Look even farther. This bomb site is up above.
SI, bro.
One roam where you've got to worry
At SI, you see so many upsets. Ying Blackbeard Monty.
He did manage to hack one of those drones on Mozzie. Another
offer
conversation
going on there. Cons
and maybe with that info, they're getting confident to go for
and just kill Hot and Cold.
Catches Hot and Cold on a drone and equalizes the numbers to 4.
I'm a little surprised that Houghton nor anybody else on M80 had the wherewithal to protect that.
Shopify style, my opinion, is horror versus a team like G2. D+ I expect them to be very comfortable.
If nobody is holding the rappel outside or the skyline,
they should be.
To swing somebody on drone.
I just think I see so many strange things happen at SI.
Inside of that stock trading portion of the map as well. Houghton was very exposed.
D+ will play a more structured game.
He's gone. Good news for M80. You've still got some secondary hard breach, as you've got the ace with 1 Selma remaining. But you're running out of time if you're M80. Down goes Fantasy.
NIP do some... Are you seeing some of the shit that they actually do? Like seriously, are you seeing some of the shit that they actually are doing?
But the nades have done great work for M80 in this round. Effectively resulted in 2 kills for them so far, and we start to repel in. It's immediately nitro out by Kino, but the Fuser still has the kit.
And just trading back and forth and back and forth. M80 coming out ahead with all of these blows. It's Hates and Cons now as the 2 last standing for Nip, outnumbered by M80 as Gavin just runs in, heads for the hills.
Bro, this has been
playing in this connector position. A swing in. Where is the intel? Nobody from M80 seems to be working with what info they have. Cons now just biding time as Gunner walks up. 1 second left. And Cons will hit the deck and win.
What are we watching, bro? This is a mid-off. Like, this has been 2 shit rounds back to back.
Things look a little bit out of sync with this M80 team.
This has been 2 shit rounds back to back. Like, I don't know what we're watching here.
Disrupting some of these pushes from M80 before they can get to the execute phase. We talk about
like, what are we actually seeing here?
They love the shields, they love the plants. They're going to be focused on the objectives every single time. So if you can disrupt their plans, if you can get a pick early,
we're seeing some horror show gameplay here.
Cold on the Habana early on round 2. It starts to force M80 to adapt. It forces them to go to these backup
Daystar down here.
And I think they're a great...
Down in the dumps.
And it's
they are down in the dumps.
Terrifying enough here. They just
things standing from bad to worse over there.
Lost a lot of time with that fuse kit getting
bro, and this is like is actually a mid-off game.
And in the end, Cons
they're both kind of doing the most retarded stuff I've ever seen. The thing is, they actually I think actually gameplay-wise by NAP it's good. They're not letting M80 exec 5-5. Some good decisions, ideas looking up.
Way into the bomb site, Gunner not enough time to clutch.
I mean, you can't let them 5-5 execute. That's true. I think they're doing a good job of disrupting, but like that's what they're trying to do. Like Wizards ran into stock completely shattered. Fancy's just stood in front of an open castle like
this
he's
is where
fumbling
you're like,
around.
well, of course they're up 2-0.
It's just a
Did you see
crazy,
map one?
crazy
They were
round.
So good.
Safe to say they're not choking after Gavin's little pistol clip to end out map 1.
And Nip
But
picking this map
Nip will be pissed
as
with that.
defenders suggests that this should be the weaker side. They don't get to pick their own side, right? M80 would have chosen to attack
I mean, you bring
first.
Clash Shanko to help boost the player, then he's I don't actually.
I guess
are they,
that much
are they
of a
back
struggle.
in basement
Both
now?
rounds were quite close.
No, open area.
But something's just a little off with that M80 coordination, and Nip did an excellent job through both rounds
Nip
of punishing
are
those
playing
mistakes.
where?
A lot of times, the success that you
one
find,
on
especially in the final moments of a
one on
round,
site.
are a combination
One
of
site,
missteps
one
from one
bottom
side
main
and
stairs.
capitalization from the other. So if you're going to wag your finger at one of the teams, which we're doing at M80,
One playing towards Janitor.
tip your cap at the other, which is what we're doing with Nip.
One playing towards Stock.
Now the assault
I don't know. Like if they're probably gonna play to fall here.
This top floor where the bomb site was previously.
Looks
but
like they're
is
gonna
no
play to fall with
longer.
what they have on the board anyway.
User and Kino posted up
Really
on
good
this
idea. Then
position.
just
Problem
crap
with
out for
Jesse,
himself.
You were exposed from an awful
I don't
lot
know
of
what he was
angles,
doing there,
so
bro.
Usually you need
It was
somebody
actually
watching
shattered.
main lobby, and that's exactly what Gunner is doing. Logic bomb will
I can't
go
believe he
out
got
in the
killed. That's
advance.
like
Will
even that's the
continue
worst
from
part.
M80, but Kino has been
Kino's
cut down
having
from
a
that
bad
rappel
series here.
at the hands of Fantasy, and there goes Gavin DePino. Intel has been such
kill
a
from Gunner.
problem for this M80 team. It will not get better in round number 3. Fantasy finds his second, and M80
luck
within the
here
span
from
of
the
10
team.
seconds has been reduced
This is
to
going to
rubble.
be a shit map, isn't it?
Diffuser and Hot and Cold have so much to do at this point, Parker, with so much time still on the clock.
They've
But
actually
look
pulled
at
it back
this.
as well.
Back-to-back kills in
This is
World,
actually- this
even
is
on the
actually a
scoreboard.
shite
Now, I'm
map.
worried about Hates. He is top floor inside of stock. I don't think M80 know this. Look at Diffuser staring through the floorboards. If Hates
Like
times
Diffuser
this
somehow kills
correctly,
him.
there should be no hope for Diffuser to win this out, but it's a really big if. Diffuser with no information, assuming 2 are in the bomb sites. That's a bit of info for Hates. His Elamine will trigger, and he'll go for the push.
And immediately read by Hates. This has happened in all 3 rounds now,
good.
where
Go
somebody
smoke
on
to 3 1
M80
the
has
top 4
tried to
second
take up
neutral.
map control,
Yeah, bro.
either because
They
of
give it
bad
like that's what
intel
we've
or
seen
bad
on all
clock
3 rounds though.
management.
Like
And they have been very
they
swiftly
just give
punished.
back their round.
Now Hates and Cons
they
get
have
to
their own and they
compete
just give it
for
back for no
who
reason.
gets the trophy that is the
Good
IGL
discipline here in the
M80.
2v1.
Hot and Cold working his way towards the A site. And
Good
Hates
discipline.
is prepped and ready for it. A quick pop-up. Down goes the captain
GRK, thank you,
of
Prime, bro.
M80.
Appreciate you.
And Nip have won 3 in a row. That is a perfect
Hard watch so
bomb
far.
site rotation. Do you start to sound the alarm bells at this point if you're M80?
Absolutely. I expect
It's not
to see
been good
attack
siege,
timeout
though.
coming through. We do need the operator bans first, but we will, I've gotten confirmation, see an M80 attack timeout after these operator bans do come through. So hopefully we can see M80 adapt a little bit. These opening picks have been very strong for NIP. They've won 2 of the 3 so far, but it always feels like they're winning the early engagements.
Goyo ban.
I think that has to be the focus for M80 in this attack timeout.
Let's see. Can we guys see what Fabian says? Can't hear.
They can't hear him.
Yes, we can't hear him, but Fabian said they can't hear me. So it seems like the headphone issues that were all the way back in map number 1 persist. Just like the horrors, they persist.
Thankfully, this will not waste attack timeout.
That's correct. The timer might continue to run in-game, but there will be opportunities for that to be reset. Fabian still trying to work through this problem. We get a brief tech pause all the way back in map number 1 to address this issue. The thing is, while M80 is unable to talk to their players, the headset is working on the side of Nip, so they can talk to each other.
Yep.
So what will happen is once the tech issues are resolved on the side of Fabian and M80, there will be another tech pause, but this one will allow for open comms for just M80. So Dan has already done his job talking to the rest of Nip. There will be a slightly longer delay as that headset gets fixed, and then Fabian is given an opportunity to talk to them once again.
And again, I hope the focus from Fabian here will be how do we stop M80 from, or stop NIP, I should say, from getting aggressive on us early, from breaking up our push before we get to do what we want to do. It feels like NIP had a great conversation between maps 1 and 2 where they got to say, hey, listen, maybe we haven't been as disruptive as we need to be. NIP are known to be kind of a slow and methodical team. But up against a squad like M80, you really do have to bring it to them when you're on the defense. You have to be able to play aggressive, and I think that's what they've done a great job of so far on the side of NIP. So For Fabian, finding an answer to that will be the focus. I'm sure he's got an answer prepped and ready, and as soon as he can communicate that to his players...
This could be a genius tech pause right now. This could be actually a genius tech pause from like... Bro, what happened? Day one we had listenings, now we just don't. Why did it seems unfair, no? Like... Seems unfair that some teams got their comms listened into and now these guys don't. Keena's having a really hard time. I think Keena's like 3-17. I believe it's a technical issue. They need to get that shit fixed.
Key points there. If you didn't get to hear it, maybe you just simply can't get your volume up high enough. Basically, Fabian said, we are too slow. We are not working well together. We are allowing them to rotate and pick us off one by one. And then said something that I don't think Fabian has ever said once in his life before, which is, I don't have the answers.
So figure it out.
So figure it out. You guys have to figure it out yourself in the server. And boy, oh boy, when a coach is saying that, that is not an ideal thing to hear. But when a guy named Fabian is saying that, you know he means it, and you are maybe in a little bit of trouble.
I think it's also, though, a lot of trust in his players, right? I mean, M80, despite being one of the younger teams at this event, are a very smart team. Hot and Cold, in particular, deserves all the credit in the world for being able to view the game in a specific way where he can break down exactly kind of what is going wrong on a micro, or on a macro, I should say.
Wait, the prediction's still
how he needs to fix it with his team. Hot and Cold has been playing this game since year one. He failed to make SI 3 years in a row before finally qualifying with Dark Zero in 2020. Since then, he has cemented himself.
I don't think anyone, not the funny part is more people put more on M80. No one really put anything on NIP, which I find crazy.
Deliver solutions for M80 because it's not going to come easy when NIP are playing this well.
No, this is a team that is firing on all cylinders. You know. When you see a team do really, really well on their opponent's map pick, there's usually a couple things that go through your head.
I'm in the UK, yeah.
One
I'm in the UK.
Is there an imbalance between these teams in terms of genuine skill? I would say not as much as you'd think. Yes, M80 on paper should be the superior team just based on...
Have they changed Deimos' pistol housing? I swear it didn't used to look like that now.
For sure.
But NIP, again, has been one of the top teams in what might be...
Have they changed like the way the inside of the pistol looks?
And at their best, they're... regional counterparts,
USD
teams
kids.
like FaZe
How
and
they figure
Furia,
out.
who know
Like,
a thing or two about winning and success, will then turn around and say, oh, NIP
I feel like not all my messages are coming through.
But you do have to wonder
chat.
what is going on with this M80 squad. M80 are on a 3-game win streak on this map, so they know Bank decently well too. They just haven't been able to show it through.
Do you play House of Shelf? Yes,
Gavin starts things off well, taking down Hates, who was on the roam.
Used to.
His first floor push
I haven't played for a while.
In the bomb site.
I want a sabbatical.
So M80 has to go for a full clear before they can translate that to the actual site.
And again, this is the early round that I've been talking about where it needs to be better for M80. So far it is. There are still defenders inside a cafeteria. Don't be confused. Bomb site's going to be down below, but they've got a lot to clear for on the side of M80.
I like the way now that like even when like they do a rehost, like they can like the kills are still there.
But that doesn't mean he's easy to clear.
And down goes Houghton at the hands of Wizard, who now has the shield turned yet again so many times. M80 confused by where Nip will
I actually have to feel for Kino here. It's like not much he can actually do. I think he's literally like 3-16.
M80 will have to workshop this problem. They will have to do it live. They succeeded a little bit more here in round number 4, but ultimately success is something that will take a little bit longer to materialize. Wizard now on the run, taking down Gavin. A beautiful shot. And he's got Gunner in his sights, pulling out the Deagle to get the job done. The timeout does not pay off.
Insane.
A competitive map 1 and a blowout so far here on map 2. Nip is in full control of their own map choice.
Holy shit.
And Parker, I gotta praise the versatility coming out from
You're not doing it.
Yeah, wild card, the smoke, and Daystar.
Bomb
I think
sites
it's over for those guys.
completely different styles in round 1 versus round 4. First round, he's playing
Insane.
inside the
4-1
garage, hard anchor position, long angle with a
It's
TCSG.
4-0, I think.
He gets 3 kills and wins the round for his team. This time, he's roaming top floor. He's flanking up square.
Nah, I'm not coach. I'm his
He's playing
manager.
a lot closer
Wild
range
card,
operator
standing
in terms
happy,
of
by the way. No
Valkyrie.
chance they lose,
He's
I don't
staying
think.
Mobile,
Yeah, I don't
and
think so
he's
either.
still getting a multi-kill to win the round for his team. That shot onto Gavin playing on the Deimos was incredible. This third frag with the Deagle as well, just perfect to lock things down. Wizard has been exceptional on that bottom floor bomb sites, and again, the 21-year-old flex support player for NIP has just been really lighting up the server on Bank.
Wizard and Cons are the 2 top frags on this team. The support players.
Yes.
What did I say at the onset of this match? Sometimes if your supports are the ones getting the kills, good things will happen. Hates has found himself in a very fragile
These have been really
state
like
as he
shit rounds, though.
continues
I'll
to
be
get
honest. Like, it's
hunted
not like
down, allowing
not too much
M80
convincing
to
stuff
strike
happening right
first
now.
on 2 separate occasions. One of which
No, I
was
don't think
for
they'll go
Hates,
in
the
on
other
7.
literally was on to Wizard.
M80 have had decent plans. I
Both
think they just get,
times that
they're not
M80
like,
has drawn
they're not
first blood.
punishing
Well,
NIP.
obviously they've
NIP
not
are like
been able to translate
disrupting
that
them
to
really
a
well.
Successful round victory. First bloods were not very important if you go back to Consulate either. So a lot of early action where you might have an isolated pick, but it's not really impacting the overall ebb and flow of a round.
And I think one very clear example of how this is
100% it's a disruption.
is how many different strats they brought out, Parker. This is round 5. They've repeated 2 bomb sites, basement.
Like M80's plans are actually like somewhat good, whereas I'm not getting that same.
Change things up dramatically. We saw
NIP's plans, NIP are like I said, just playing good at disrupting. I don't think like their initial plans are very good. I don't think this strategy or this setup is particularly amazing.
We didn't see this through the first
Spoit plays
3
Shot Fire
rounds, but
Rebellion.
now he's bringing it out, and this janitor position with the Clash is such a nightmare to try to clear through. It can give a lot of advantages to the other players on NIP and keep your janitor player safe.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, Diffuser having some competition for the first player on M80 to get a kill as Gunner breaks the ice here in round number 5. All these conversions have fallen short on the side of M80. Can they finally break that streak now as M80 still searches for their very first round victory? What a turnaround from map number 1. M80 was in control through basically the entire map.
Yeah.
They were leading or they were tied. NIP had to wait until round 1 of this map to find their first lead of the series, and man, they've taken that lead and they have absolutely ran with it. A second pick now for M80 is just a little bit over a minute.
M80 been in this position before, though, in these games.
And Hates have been removed from action, yet Wizard still remains.
This should be the most winnable round so far for M80, but I warn you, we're less than 60 seconds and only 1 player is actually in the building. This is a big map. It's going to take some time to get to the bomb sites, and if you're just relying on rappelling in through these windows, could be dangerous. That didn't work for them the last time they attacked this site, and Wizards in a great spot
this
to
is an
stop
M80
them
round.
And I mean, they just keep picking apart
wouldn't be
this
shocked to see a
defense.
2-4 M80 to be fair, because they'll should wake it up now.
From Ninjas in Pajamas. Down goes Kino at the hands of Pino. So finally, with 35 seconds left in this round, NIP will get on the board, blindly firing towards the door. Diffuser collapses. Gunner killing everybody, including Hot and Cold. But blood for the Blood God as M80 get on the board. It took about 10 minutes.
Yep.
But better late, almost 15 minutes actually, but better late than never.
When does Stomping
Still
play?
4-1
the
the scoreline with 1 more round to go. NIP will assuredly win the first half.
Did GT play today? I don't think GT played today.
The next 3 minutes is, will it be a
No, GT don't play today.
or will it be 5-1? 5-1 with NIP starting on
When is
potentially
Shopify's
the
off day?
of their own map.
Tomorrow.
They might just run away with it in the second half.
Yeah, that difference in the scoreline
No, they play tomorrow.
critical
2, 3,
in how the
4.
second half
The
does
5th is
play
their
out.
off day.
NIP getting picked apart there from M80. They use the long angles that Bank does provide to you. Look at some of the operator bans. They left open the Azami. They left open the castle. These operators were being played and will continue to be played. That should keep the defenders, in theory, safe on the top floor, safe from those long angles, but it just felt like M80 were doing a great job of finding some of those gaps. The drones were really nice to them as well. You see that hard ping onto Cons playing down below. This could have been a kill from Pino. I really think that 2v4
Did
was
Daystar 2-0 elevate yesterday?
Pino can get that shot inside a janitor, but in the end, the UM
Given the opportunity to hit the nitro! No Daystar!
Yeah, it's over for Daystar. It's
so
fucking Jova.
One more opportunity to get a dominating round score. 5-1 will be it, and open area will be the bomb site, cafeteria.
I feel a bit foolish referencing stats at this point because basically all of them are pro Nip. Oh, this bomb site's only been played one time and it was won by Nip. Well, no doubt. Take a look at the scoreline. But we can pick apart the operator choices. This is the very first Denari that we are going to see on this particular side of the map. Castle's being brought to slow things down. Wamai and Azami will also work to slow things. So if they're a little bit worried about the pacing of M80, you've got some great operators to get your opponent stuck in the mud. Added benefit is that whatever destruction is being brought on the side of M80 will need to now be used sparingly because the goal will be use these defender gadgets to eat that up. Fantasy takes down Hot and Cold. Hot and Cold having a bit of a rough map so far. He has found himself in danger very early on, maybe too often for M80's liking.
Yeah, it feels like the defuse kit is getting dropped early every single round. And it hasn't
Appreciate
been
you,
every round,
Snipe.
but it's been
Appreciate
a
you,
lot.
brother.
And something that maybe
That's
M80 needs to
lineup.
clean up when they get to the
Counter-stack.
next
GT's
half
lineup's
or
really
maybe
good.
even overtime, as this is their
Really,
last
really good.
attack through the first half. Got the man advantage, taking top
Yeah,
four becomes a lot
the
more
flag map
awkward.
visual is shit.
Eventually,
I agree.
NIP will
I hate
give
that
it
as
up,
well.
but
It actually
you'd
looks
like to
awful.
take it before they choose to do so. The flashes can come in from lobby side, but the aggressive move from Fantasy, he's hungry for blood.
Wizard will pick up one, but Diffuser trades him right back. They've got an idea of Gunner's position down by ATMs. Diffuser is on the ground. Pino losing a bit of HP. There goes Gunner to Fantasy. Gavin is last man standing. Not until he gets Diffuser back up. He was down but not out. So now two guns from M80 will turn their sights towards the bomb chassis inside of open area. That big double door patrolled by Pino. Long range with the TCSG and ACOG in hand. If Diffuser's the first one through, you basically hit any part of his body and he is as good as dead. Gavin softened up as Pino gives his position away. Three other players on the side of Nip unaccounted for. And one of those players is Conch, who will strike onto Diffuser. Now it's Gavin still remaining. Instrumental in the previous map, but
That's probably the best round that they've played.
In the very final round of the first half, Pino gets the job done. 5-1 for Ninjas in Pajamas. Jesse, we were a little worried that it would have broken the spirits of Nip with the way that map 1 ended, but it looks to be quite the opposite.
Yeah.
Nip showing up more prepared and more steady for Bank than at any point back in map 1.
Yeah, and for me, Parker, that first half was really a difference from the support players. We saw Wizards single-handedly
Could see M80 do the same thing.
rounds on the bottom floor for NIP.
Just depends if they can pick their heads up a bit.
Hard support IGL, an immovable object inside the bomb site. That anchor position was something that M80 could not root him out of. At the same time, Hot and Cold falling a lot early with that defuse kit. Kino playing a lot of shields for that first half. Doesn't really find a lot of success. Part of the problem with Consulate and playing shield is it's difficult to get into the map, but I feel like that was a struggle here even on Bank for M80. I gotta give credit to NIP strats as well. 6 different rounds, 6 different setups coming through from the 3 different bomb sites they played. They came in with a really strong game plan, and it's just something that M80 were not able to prepare for.
M80 had decent plans.
So many maps still
just didn't work.
They
haven't got the best bank
at the 6 Invitational.
Tall
Tall task, winning 5 if not 6 rounds on this defensive side to stay alive and potentially close this one out 2-0. But it's,
I mean, the way NIP play with like this sporadicness, like
keep in mind,
2 rounds is not a huge ask.
3-game win streak on Bank and a ridiculous 21-4 win rate or record since September on match series overall. So you really expect them to be able to bounce back, but how does that look? What is that going to require? Only they can tell us.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at the history of these teams, right? You've got M80, a team that has a great track record on Bank, especially recently. You've got NIP, a team that very recently wins this map, but usually has to go to OT to do it. So you just look at those two things and you think, okay, well, M80 should have, pretty good odds. And yet it's been NIP dominating them all over this
They're
map
saying that M80's
so far.
win rate on Bank is good.
I feel a bit vindicated, though, now as we turn our sights towards round number 7, as Gunner is playing with Thorn yet again. And on this bomb site, our good friend Mint talked about this operator on this site, and we will get to see it in action. Maybe not in the way that we had hoped. Maybe this will be an extended roam upstairs.
Well, he's not a Bank legend. He's
But
actually
those
not a Bank
Razor
legend.
Blooms will function in a couple ways. Yes, they might do some damage, but they will certainly act as intel devices. So if you don't have any cams and you don't know where exactly the assault from NIP is going to emerge, those Razor Blooms will be mighty handy. And Gunner will keep one in back pocket for added measure.
Really interesting hold from M80.
Just starting Trump on Castle for me, so we'll take the
down POV if we get some YouTubers.
Willie on Castle in Trump is actually
really
an awful sight. So
top floor. They had players all over, kind of tellers and even lobby side to start things off. They've reined things back in to just open area where they'll have that hatch that they can use to drop down. I think providing a lot of early pressure, showing a lot of map control to NIP, but not committing to a lot of it.
Quick daystar check.
Possibly, I think, you know,
yeah, it's fucking over. They're devastated.
Risking as much as they maybe would if they had actually played players
up on the
top floor or committed to guys sticking around inside of archives.
Where's Spoit going to play A or B? I actually have no idea. I'm trying to figure that out.
They might be able to capitalize on
my assumption is that it would be A.
Players that isn't staring in that right direction. Yep, there we go. And the Fenrir hot and cold is picked off yet again. It's the team captain dying early. Now, you were hoping that with the side swap, he would maybe stay alive a little bit longer. Not going to happen in the very
hot and cold and Keen of a nightmare.
Not to be, unfortunately. And these roamers, they're not really giving up their positions, Parker. Now we'll start to see some players run down staircases. You've still got a couple guys up here on the mid floor, but with that, everybody will drop. So 75 seconds on the clock. NIP have a man advantage, and they've got full top floor control. This is about as good as it gets for an attacking team on this site. There's a lot of plant-focused util, right? You've talked about those Thorns, even though they were used top floor, that there's going to be Goyos, Toxic Babes, even the Zoto canisters, right, from Diffuser. There's a lot to go through if you're NIP, so working through this utility is going to be the name of the game and getting a plant down as quickly as possible.
And this is pretty good timing, right? Like, there's this juggle, there's this rhythm to the bottom floor bomb site. You got 20 seconds on the Goyo canisters. You've got to bait out the 3 remaining smokes. There's nitro cells on the board. So the good timing from Nip is going to end up with about 1,000 things thrown at you. Gunner will take matters into his own hands, but he'll do so with a gun. No utility being used here. Khan surveying the wreckage of this bomb site, looking for a golden opportunity to get the diffuser on the ground. But he's just biding his time as Wizard takes down Gunner. There goes Diffuser as well. Nip has full control of this site. Out go the gas canisters. Khan surviving. Kino fed at the hands of Fantasy. Gavin now swinging his way in. Down goes the Monty. Kino taking him out from the grave. Gavin will ascend upstairs with the sidearm in hand. He had one of the best shots we've ever seen in pro play in the previous map.
He's flamed it.
What can he pull off now? Dancing around the fire, Gavin. Beheading Wizard in a 1v1 against Pino, doing some serious damage. Can Gavin do it again? Dancing around the bomb chassis. Pino biding time. Gavin running against the clock.
Why did he
turning his tail, and Pino gets him.
Oh, he had it.
Map
He
point
would have had it.
for
He had
Nip.
to push that.
The 25-year-old veteran wins it in the 1v1. So smart
He's been so good in these clutches today.
All the opportunity for Gavin to
He's
make
been
that
really,
clutch
really good.
happen, to
I feel like he has to
break the
I think he
hearts
has to
of
push
NIP
that
one more time, but it's not to be a really good push.
He's got to push
that. I think
that.
you got to give a lot of credit to the captain. Cons on that Monty. A lot of captains, a lot of shield players in that position.
Yeah, he could have popped the Goyo. I don't think he could long bomb it though.
Down as fast as possible because there's a lot of anti-plant util. You're scared of that, but that's not the approach that Cons takes. He goes deep and he spends a lot of time just gathering info for his teams. He tells them where those defenders are. He allows his teammates to work those picks, and only once he feels confident in the space that his team has taken does he start to put that defuse kit on the ground. I think Cons has really played this map fantastic, despite maybe some struggles in map 1 on the shields. He's really been reading the game correctly, I think, through this second map, and M80 don't seem to have any answers at the moment.
At this point in time, I think what's most likely is we just move on to Chalet. Obviously, crazier things have happened. Comebacks have been mounted from this exact same scoreline, sometimes even worse. We've seen teams claw back from a 6-0. But there's usually some kind of underlying issue that gets addressed.
Yeah.
I just don't really see that here on M80. They've come close
Should we
in
check
a couple of
Daystar?
these rounds. Round 1, decently close.
Quick
Round
Daystar
2,
check.
decent.
It's for the start of this series.
It's no disrespect to
They're getting literally thunder-cunted.
Decently close is not a victory.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how many times you lose a 1v1. Yeah, you can huff some copium.
Yeah.
And I'm sure some fans of
If the
M80
game
are
gets
doing
pulled
that
forward
right now.
too much, I'm not even
But
going to be
Nip
able to
has
see
been in
Willie's
full
game. I have an
control of this
appointment at
round. Let's
fucking
not
2
kid
o'clock.
ourselves.
This is
been a
actually
very
a travesty.
dominant
Well, I'll see it on the phone. I just
This
want
is
to be
showing
able
us
to co-stream
exactly
it.
why Nip chose to go here.
Yeah.
And now you've just kind of
Fuck's
got to
sake.
recenter yourself and think, What do we do in this round, and how do we prep for Chalet?
Yeah, as well as they played on map 1, M80 are not a team to win 2-0. They played 5 series in the Munich Major Playoffs, and they didn't get a single 2-0 win despite winning that entire event. So we maybe should have known that a third map was coming if M80 were going to walk away with the victory at least. But still in this game, we saw a rat spot being played by Gunnar that I believe has not been cleared out. He's inside of lobby in the far northwest
Yeah, they've
corner,
not checked this. He gets a kill here, I think.
This little tipped over chair so that he can avoid the drones, do his best to stay silent, and maybe
Where's Spoit? He's at this event, at the event that you're watching right now.
He's in a great spot to clear off the window players, of which Wizard is one of them.
Gunnar stayed hidden down here, and it will pay off. Almost getting a second now as Fantasy gets cut down from his rappel. 3 separate players remain on rappel for Nip. So a dangerous position for them to be in. And one of them will almost certainly need to keep a set of eyes on that main lobby, either through an operator or through a drone. With Fantasy dead, throw a drone down there. You've got the great guy to sit on it, and he'll just be able to watch. But either way, you need to be a little concerned. And Pino might actually get caught off guard by Gunnar here.
No, they're hunting Gunnar. They know where he's at. No, they don't.
Do you want to retract? Do you want to retract your?
They know he's here.
They knew he's here as he almost kills Pino, but actually does an absurdly low amount of damage with that P90. And guess what Gunnar's going to try to do again?
No way.
Are they still out there? Survey says
Wizard is.
Yes, but
yeah, they know he's in ATMs.
Yeah, again, maybe there's a drone waiting for him. How many times are we going to see clips of Gunnar just running away?
Surely this is the last one. They've committed all their resources just to killing Gunnar. It's basically the entire round at this point.
There are still
He's done a really good job this round, Gunnar.
That we have not even said the names of in this round. And there is under 30 seconds to go. 9 players alive in the server. 20 seconds to go. Cons holds defuse kit.
They need to do something.
And the entire focus is on the soulless of Gunnar, who has frozen and immobilized this Nip team. You have to get going if you're the Brazilians.
This is
and
a
you
bad
will
round.
do just that. Running into the bomb site and picked off one by one. An excellent round from Gunnar.
That's a really, really bad. Regardless of misdrone, here's someone. I don't think they even misdroned him. I don't even think they droned him at all.
Gunnar, just the perfect roam. You could dream of roams like that. Dodges the drones, was able to play for that opening pick inside of ATMs, and then the entire...
But no, they've got the drop. Keeps himself going. They have got it, but look at this. The angle. They've got to be so hot on the...
This is over.
Approximately where he was. Maybe not the exact angle. The drone's a little bit slow when he's playing in that small office down on that main floor. So they miss a few opportunities, and maybe more than a few opportunities, to kill Gunnar over the course of that one. But in the end, that site execute just has no time to come through. Gunnar really does win it for his squad. He had his tongue scraper stolen from his hotel room, or lost, thrown out from his hotel room earlier in this event. So I'm not sure if that is fueling his play in their opening game, but he's been fantastic the first 2 maps.
I am not as terminally online as I used to be. Tell me he tweeted about that or something, and that's how you saw that?
Maybe. Maybe I know about the going-ons of the hotel.
Did you steal his tongue scraper?
I plead the 5th.
That usually means you're guilty, but don't want to incriminate yourself. Also, we are Canadians in Paris. The 5th Amendment does not apply to us in any universe. I don't think you're allowed to do that.
We're casting an American team.
I didn't even realize people brought tongue scrapers. I just figured like most toothbrushes have the tongue scraper on the back of it.
Well, Gunnar is big on oral hygiene, which I can appreciate. It's important to his game.
This is why people love hearing you talk.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that, Parker.
Not really much more to say there.
Well, we've got a bottom floor bomb site to come through from M80. Obviously, they didn't win this last time, but it is the strongest site on bank, so they have to commit to winning it again before we hit the final 3 rounds, just so that you get another chance to play it in round 12. You have to believe that we'll get to round 12 if you're M80. There's no other way to play this game. Not really a roam setup, a very passive style of play from M80. They've ditched the Thorn, they've ditched this 4-man roam up towards Archives and open area. We're going all in on plant denial now. Smoke, Tachanka, Goyo, Tubarao, everything that can stop a plant is being brought in this game. Monty will start to push out Gavin, who's just playing in this elevator. Quick to drop, he doesn't want to risk his life, and it's pretty much how every player would play that position.
Yeah, I mean, you killed a bunch of time there, and you don't want to have to gamble, especially if there's follow-up, right?
Yeah.
The one thing Nip has been doing on both of these maps is they have largely been working in a group. So if you see a Monty, safe bet, he's probably not alone.
Yeah.
While full top floor control is easily gained by NIP, I think they've done a good job reading what this defense wants to do. It's not exactly a secret. Clearing out through server is often a bit of an issue, but I don't see anybody down there. I like this Goyo setup as well on the main hatch. It's going to be a little bit awkward, should deal some damage to Hates, but bringing the Maverick should be able to open this without wasting too much time. And there we go. Tiny bit of damage, but he really doesn't struggle with it the same way that maybe an Ace or a Thermite might.
Again, what's at stake here is points in Group A. NIP looking for their very first point. They have not won a map just yet. They were bounced by Weibo Gaming 2-0 yesterday and are now down 1-0, but sitting on the precipice of winning their own pick here of Bank. This is a relatively tough group. Weibo have looked mighty good. Team Heretics are a bit of a wild card. NIP should be a team that skates their way through. I mean, for a lot of these teams, they're looking at the 2 matches that Fearax have played and hoping that that continues so they could skate their way to the next phase of this event. Gavin taking down one gunner will also get on the board. M80 suddenly firing up the war machine. Hates with the only kill up to this point for NIP. He's inside a vault. He's got 4 more checks to cash. Make that 3. Make that 2. I think the greater issue here, Jesse, is time. Hates can do as he likes, but M80 will give him nothing in those final few seconds. They sit back. They allow the timer to run out. When you are defending, it's usually a 6v5 because the clock is almost always on your side. 3 rounds now for M80. The gap between these two teams shrinking minute by minute. When, I was just about to ask, when do you potentially start to worry if you're NIP? And immediately we hear in our ears, timeout NIP after operator bans. So I guess now is when you start to worry.
Yeah, and I think this is the right time to call it. We'll see what the bans come through. You could go for some of those plant denial operators. We've seen a lot of good smoke play, Tachanka play. It'll be Goyo instead, so that is kind of the line of thinking for NIP. Give yourself a bit more of an opportunity to play that objective, and it really does feel like in that previous round, Parker, they had all the steps there, but ended up losing a couple of crucial gunfights. Had a lot of players gold side, actually. I believe it was 2 pushing down the hatches and 1 on main stairs. It left really Cons very alone with Pino on that server side of the map, and as soon as Pino went down, it was a great push by Kino, don't get them mixed up, to walk up and take down the Monty in the midst of that plant. They can play a little bit more together. If they can kind of be all in on one strategy rather than bouncing around the map, they might have a little bit more success. This M80 team are a very good defensive squad. They can be really tricky to pin down, just as NIP were on their own defensive side. It's going to be on the coach of Dan to find some way around this, because M80 have been looking red hot on defense.
Very defender-sided map. After you spent multiple times tripping over yourself to talk about how defender-sided Consulate was, and now Bank is saying, hold my beer. The defenders are just having a terrific show of it. I mean, Bank is a big map. It can be friendly territory for either. There's lots of opportunity for successful attacks, especially if defenders are not well coordinated. And yet there have only been 2 successful attacks through the 9 rounds played. That is quite dominant for the defenders. M80 won round number 5, attacking the top floor. NIP won round 7, attacking the basement. And would you believe it? The first open area to be defended by M80. Now, because of the way the bomb site rotation works, M80 won upstairs, they won downstairs. Now you have to go to one of these middle floor bomb sites. Keller's Archives is the redheaded stepchild of this map. It sees some play. It is generally poorly regarded by most teams on defense. So you're going to go to staff and open area, which was won back in round number 3 by NIP defending, and then won a second time by NIP in round 6, also defending. So defenders, 2-0 on
so
this
guys,
site. If you're a fan of M80,
I'm gonna have to love you and leave you. My appointment is now.
Really interesting to see Diffuser on the Scopos.
I will be back.
Gunner running Scopos and Diffuser on the Valkyrie.
I'll be back in like an hour 30. Thankfully,
the Major and the Six Invitational.
If M80 lose this game,
on the robotic operator, already taken a bit of early
the game is is on here.
On that top floor,
The game is on the B stream, which means that I have enough time to get back to Willie's game, which is fucking beautiful. Because I just checked the A stream and it's not going to be on there, it's going to be on the B stream. So when I'll be gone for about an hour and 30. However, Lottie will be here in about 5 minutes. Lottie will be here for 5 minutes, keep you entertained until I get back. For Williams' game. So be there or be square. Goodbye.
Main Canto wall, if they can find one there. I'm not sure if it even is electrified. I don't believe it is. So ultimately, these drones are just for information. They've got plenty of that, but that doesn't mean M80 are leaving. No, they actually have left. They're all gone. You know what? They did leave. Okay.
Down goes Wizard to a Nitro Cell by Gunner, so he doesn't find himself in any real danger here. Khan's surveying the wreckage as he sees that explosion below him. Down goes one of the off-site Scobos, the only off-site Scobos, so Diffuser is just a single robot at this point in time. On the run will be Gunner as he works his way through the bomb site. No surprise that the Valkyrie is in the site. Not a lot of information gained there from Nip, but they know where Hates is, which is quite beneficial on the side of M80.
Diffuser may be the main problem inside of the basement. He's going to be able to play those server stairs. If they go for an open area take, he'll be the guy hitting that flank, and it's going to be something that NIP will have to watch out for. Could be really awkward with that Scopos down there, so they need to be ready. At the moment, this push does look like it's coming more through archives, though. If they can just focus on open area, ignore cafeteria, then that could open things up for them. 45 seconds, they find the claw, and the open wall will start to breach. So plenty of options for the attackers.
He means open area wall, for those that were wondering when he says open. I know it can be a little confusing.
Open wall is open.
I was giving you some credit.
Thank you.
I don't do that all that often. Down goes Gunner at the hands of Khan. So Nip looking to keep this one close. There goes Gavin. Hold on. Nip finally firing it up themselves. Hot and Cold and Diffuser will need to save the day. You talked about Diffuser aplenty. He gets spotted, and Hot and Cold manages to survive to the very bitter moments. Fantasy does not have the wherewithal to get the Diffuser down. He'll attempt now with a few seconds left. Hot and over by Printer. Spotted and swatted. Nip allowed M80 to get their hopes up only before dashing them. Both teams winning their maps. It took M80 a little bit longer to put Consulate in the win column. Nip, a brisker affair. We've got Chalet as our third map, but that's a bit of a statement from Ninjas in Pajamas, isn't it?
Yeah.
To walk into a map after losing to Gavin the way that they did and say, you know what? We're going to take the first 4 rounds. Our mental is fine.
Yeah, it really does not get easy for the North Americans. Never is it so simple. And I think a lot of credit got to go to Dan. Really good strats coming out on the defensive side. Gets them that 5-1 half. So much variety on how they were playing. And then when things fall apart on the attack, it's his tactical timeout, which gets the team back in the game, gets their head on straight, and wins them their immediate first round after.
Yeah, I mean, when you have one of the greatest coaches in the game and one of the most successful players and one of the brightest minds that's ever played the game in Fabian, saying during the timeout, I have no idea how to fix this. What do we do?
Yeah.
You guys have to sort it out. That usually means that there's some trouble in the water. Just a little bit of trouble in the water. And it took some time for M80's fraggers to start fragging and start working together. And they definitely looked like a better team towards the end of this map.
Sure.
But when you go to your opponent's map, you get to choose the side you think, A, you'll do best on, and B, your opponents will do worse on. M80 did not get that memo. They didn't really look that much better on either side, though the numbers show they did better on attack.
Yeah, and I think this is a really interesting stat line from NIP because despite being the bottom of the EPS leaderboard, I think Wizard was probably the single best player on this team.
Agree.
He had the most impact individually in a few specific rounds, single-handedly winning a certain bomb site for this team over and over again. So you got to give credit to all 5 members on NIP. It's very clear that they're playing as a unit. They're not relying on just one guy to step up and make big plays. All 5 of them are able to have their moments, and I think it's really impressive to see that stat line.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 guys that you want to top frag, Hates and Fantasy, did just that. But Wizard had so many high-value, high-impact kills while also leading the team that he's got to be, in my heart, the MVP, even if the numbers don't back it up. One more map awaits us. Chalet, a clean best-of-1. Do the defending major champions win their first match here at SI, or does Nip bounce back after a rough first day? We'll find out in a couple minutes. Well, it was a tough map 1, but map 2 was a little bit easier for the Ninjas and, most importantly, their pajamas. Both teams you expect to win their maps, and they have done that. So now we go to Chalet as the ultimate tiebreaker, and this is a bit of an odd map for both of these teams.
Yeah, that's right, Parker. Chalet has not been one that either team have been incredibly comfortable on in recent moments. M80 going 0-2 on Chalet through the North American Regional Finals. That was obviously not a hugely important event for them, and it's not one where they finished very highly, but still, Chalet was a map they struggled on regionally at the end of 2025. NIP, however, have not really played this map at the end of 2025, ignoring Copa Sudamericana, where they played some Tier 2 teams and some less than important games. They've only played Chalet a single time since the season began in March of 2025. They really don't like to play this map. That was back in Stage 1 as well. So a lot of mysteries for NIP in this one, and that almost makes me a little bit more concerned for M80, because M80 didn't have a lot of footage on what NIP were going to do on Bank. They brought out a lot of new strats. Felt like NIP were very prepared for that map, and M80 couldn't adapt well. If that is also the case on Chalet, if NIP also have some strategies that M80 are not prepared for, which I think is guaranteed, we could see similar problems for M80 than what we saw on Bank.
We've had a bit of an odd day across both channels. We obviously here are on the B stream. Up next, we've got, is it D+ Shopify Rebellion, I believe, is the very next game. That'll be an interesting one. D+ obviously competing out of APAC, but with a team that is not originally from APAC. Over on the other stream, we had a bona fide APAC team play. Southeast Asian representative of Daystar played up against the North American team of Wildcard. And, well, it's not exactly a good day for the APAC teams, Jesse. Daystar getting demolished by Wildcard. We were well ahead of schedule here, and they are now finished their second matchup and are waiting for their third to begin. So, an interesting set of games so far. Don't always love to see blowouts, especially at the most competitive event of the year, but they are bound to happen at some point.
It's always going to happen when you get regions clashing that maybe don't always match up, but hey, that's the beauty of the Six Invitational. Chalet is a map where I say you have to ban the Asami if you're an attacking team. They do so. We sometimes see a clash. I've seen Solus get a lot of bans actually on Chalet so far through this event. It's going to be the Mira, a bit more of a traditional ban choice from NIP coming through for their first decision, and then M80 banning out that Monty and that Ying. We know how good Cons is on that Monty. It was huge for him to be able to win some of those rounds on Bank, and even I think on Consulate he had some great plays despite early struggles. His overtime shield plays were excellent. So interesting ops to come through from both teams, and top floor is going to be our first bomb site from M80.
Yeah, I mean, Cons obviously doesn't have very good underlying numbers at the moment, but he probably shouldn't on his role. Like,
yeah, of course.
If Cons and Wizard aren't the two lowest performing players on NIP, something is usually quite wrong. We also said this about Shopify Rebellion, the team that we referenced who will be up in action after Chalet is done, playing up against D+ Kia. Yesterday, Canadian had a terrific day on Shopify Rebellion, was one of the highest rated players on his team and was instrumental in pushing SR forward in their victory against G2, but he's also not the type of person you want to see doing the best. Hot and cold on M80, similarly, usually a player that can compete against the best of the best, but you want guys like Gavin, Diffuser, Gunner to be at the very top, and those happen to be the three players that are.
And we expected a crazy first round from NIP, some unexpected strats. Well, I'm looking at a Finka, I'm looking at a Maru, I'm looking at a Glass, Parker. This is going to be a crazy start to the game. How prepped are M80 going to be for it? They have most of their players here on the top floor. It's not been an instant 30-second rush, but with the tools that are being held by NIP, there's no doubt that they're going to go for an explosive execute at some point in this round. Most of their players still over towards Solar side, still outside the building. Bathroom window could be a big focus for them as well. They take a moment. It's not necessarily a rush, but a delayed rush that can do a really large amount of damage if M80 aren't ready for it.
I am loving the amount of Denari that we are playing as well in this level of gameplay. Having a Denari show up frequently is also great for the casual side of the community. A lot of people who play this game at a Tier 2, Tier 3, T4, T500 level, which is about where I play it, can take notes from these pros. Denari's a great operator to slow you down. His traps are quite effective, gain intel. There's a lot that Denari brings. The only real knock against Denari is usually the loadout, but the teams here at SI have been really liking the Scorpion. A lot of Ella and a lot of Denari running that gun.
Comes the push from Fantasy. Smoke comes through, knows one's close on the wall, and he does find the angle. A sliver of Diffuser's head peeks out, and he will get the opening pick on map 3. This opens the door now for NIP, but they got to be careful of who might be lurking below.
They've got control of Chimney. They've got control of this top portion of the map. Wizard is in the basement, which for an Amaru is a very peculiar place to be. He knows one's tucked into the corner, and with the shotgun out, will very easily collapse on Gavin. A great start from Nip here, as now they can double up on these library stairs. A very quick run out of the smoke of Kino will give his position away. Maybe they think that a Clash could get particularly aggressive. It's not uncommon to see Clash wander outside as well. And with 45 seconds left, Nip have not had a single point of damage done to them, though the Adrenal Surge used by Pino might have covered it up.
Yeah, and this is really looking like an awkward push still. They've not got exactly the positions that they want to. The Amaru can't do the jump in with the rappel being played, but here comes the push.
Oh, and Gunner finds 2 with the Scorpion. Fantasy on the board. Right now, in terms of numbers, Nip still leading at this point in time. Fantasy gun down. How do you lose that engagement? Gunner feasting on them. There's already been 1 ace in this series. How about another?
Oh my god, that's my first ace in 3 years.
3 years. Hates with 1 ace, Gunner with the other. And M80 looked like they were on their back heels in that first round, but they were able to put their foot down and find themselves with a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, you talk about the Denari play, and Gunner shows exactly why he can be such a strong operator, not only with the Scorpion singing from that top floor position, but also just making it awkward to get in through those windows. The Blackbeard bathroom window, probably the most obvious example, where you just don't have a great way in without taking some damage. Gunner's able to find an angle onto him. Looks a little bit awkward on the man count, but I always loved M80's positioning in that NIP did not have a great way to get in and get a plant down. They had to flood. They had to go for kills. I loved this play from Wizard down to the basement. He plays it perfectly, but in the end, Gunner is even more perfect than his teammates. Good coordination coming through from Hot and Cold on the Clash. Not sure if he could have done it without his captain, but in the end, this moment is all Gunners.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, just see, it's an interesting thing, Nick has the very first ace of SI. And then how about the second ace of SI? Unless an ace occurred in the wildcard Daystar game or at the very conclusion of that Falcons matchup earlier up against Elevate. It's possible, but...
It happens.
It tried.
Yeah.
It tried.
Way she goes.
You can't win them all. That is just that, like, you know that's coming. Somebody will try to spawn peek big window at some point. It's bound to happen.
Yeah, Chalet, probably the most prone to spawn peaks of any of the maps that we have here in the competitive pool. Action not stopping yet. Gunner is hungry for more, but he does get stopped at 5 as Pino inside of Mudroom does get that frag. Another shield pick from Cons too. They are flooding through this map and have very quickly brought this down to a 2v5.
It was a 3v2 for Nip just a couple seconds before this round began. It was obviously torn apart by Gunner's great play, though he did get a sizable leg up from Hot and Cold playing on that Clash.
Yep.
The Clash not wanting to be a part of the active engagements, just instead staying a little farther back and using the shield and information to his disposal. He's the IGL on the team. If there's anybody on the side of M80 you want giving you calls and info, it's going to be Hot, and Gunner capitalized off of said calls. Now it's Hot and Kino to take matters into their own hands. They will need to be more than just pylons, as Nip have all 5 players still upright and over half of the round to play with. A bit of sloppiness by Kino. He couldn't hit water if he falls out of a boat. An ace by Gunner to start round number 1, and a flawless round by Nip to cap off round number 2. Both of these teams showing that they can play ball.
It's not Kino's day today, Parker. Hasn't had a huge impact in any of our 3 maps just yet. Not able to work with Hot and Cold to clutch up that 2vx in the late round either, but it really comes down to the early aggression. NIP, they don't let how round 1 ended affect them. Just like how they didn't let map 1 ending affect map 2. They were really right back into things. One thing that we maybe didn't get to see was the Deimos tracking coming through from Fantasy. Had a really good ping onto Gavin, which fed some information over to Cons for that 3rd pick, giving them that 3-man advantage. So a lot of this really fast intel that's being gathered by NIP and relayed very quickly, which can make the difference. Great shot by Pino in the midst of that as well, and through the spawn peak. It's interesting, we did actually have a ping onto the player that killed Diffuser on the window, but in the end, that player was ready.
Are we gonna see the same thing we saw all the way back in map number 1, where we go into the grittiness of overtime, just round after round after round, trading back and forth and back and forth and back and forth?
I kind of hope so. I mean, that was one of the best maps of Siege that we've cast in a long time, Parker, so I wouldn't be mad at that.
It's been a couple months since you and I were able to cast in person together, and we honestly don't have a lot of game day reps if you think about it.
That's true.
We had, what was the Montreal Major was our first live cast together with an audience. Technically, we got a couple games in at DreamHack years and years and years ago.
2019?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Good old Corn Pop 16 in Intero Bang.
Mm-hmm.
I was using Intero at the time, but I just wanted to bring myself down to that level, so.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
But yeah, it's a heck of a matchup for you and I to make our debut, and this is a heck of a match for M80 to make their debut as well. The North American team had their day off yesterday. We also had the day off, so we spent most of it sitting with the rest of the broadcasters, watching the match on the screens, talking shop. M80 do not disappoint. Win or lose, this has been an entertaining bout. How are two players struggling here? What was going on? Cons unsuccessful on attack on the Blackbeard through much of map number 1, and he's already doing significantly better here on Chalet. A 3v2 for M80 with a round and a minute and a half to go. This is exactly the opposite scoreline, or we saw them M80 and Nip back in round number 1. Now it was Nip who had the numbers advantage, and they fell short.
Yeah, M80, they run the same bomb site back park. We're back to kitchen, but this time a couple different operators have been changed. Most notably, the Clash was not being brought, and so it allowed them to get a little bit more aggressive. We still see Diffuser taking the brunt of the focus, and while he's not having a good time, opens the door for his teammates to get a couple of kills. Nice play from Kino to get out of that solar position after getting a frag. In the basement at the moment, can play those west main stairs when he needs to, and it's really up to Pino and Cons to find a solution. Could mean clearing out Kino from the basement, but I think they're just going to go trophy window side. With these Sens walls, they could have an opportunity to do something sneaky with that. Not sure where they've been thrown out. He can still activate them, assuming the time hasn't run out at this point.
Cons is now able to conceal himself as he vaults into trophy. And Pino is there to get their attention. Cons face checking just about every other angle and has actually found some safety. The only question is there somebody above? We know there is, but that question is about to be answered by Nip. Hot and Cold still playing that position. Gunner is not too far off. And just like map number 1, back and forth they go. M80 taking the odd numbers. That leaves Nip for the even numbers.
Hello. Hi, Kobe.
No. You don't want to be tied or trailing like you were on map number 1. You want to be more competitive.
How are we all feeling today? We all good? Hi, Sniped. Hi, Wales. Like making the weird noises, it wasn't me. The dogs are here.
Obviously, you got the main kill onto the Diffuser planter just at the
Hi,
end
Brazen,
of that.
are we
okay?
okay?
Around in an anchor position.
Lost Ark, hello.
Inside the site and was likely feeding
Hi, Missy, you okay?
on drones and player positions to his roamers up above him.
Man, I am Lottie, I am Elegant's fiance, I'm Will's friend. I'm just here while Seb's at paddle.
Are
you Spoit's girlfriend? No.
Up the library stairs and only
up the Reds indeed. We played fantastic the other day.
Execute. That's when Hot and Cold retakes
Hi,
the
blonde
space.
Spoit, the blonde Spoit is back indeed. How are we?
Held by NIP. So I really like that movement from Matt.
Is Spoit playing Deathmatch? I'm not entirely sure.
So can do similar things where he tries to avoid the enemy
No, it's okay.
team,
You don't have to say sorry. It's fine.
Right back up to the top floor to try to play that bomb site.
The camera's like Seb gets
solid plays and coordination from M80 that were absent on bank, right, Jesse? That was Not the same team that we saw back.
No, I angle it down a little bit.
Was
because it's so zoomed in.
Individuals
and
and
they
big
headers.
Much better practiced. I did get a
I'm not as tall as Seb,
listen
so.
in to M80's conversation after that second map concluded, and boy, oh boy, it was not exactly a.
How did Spoit do yesterday? I didn't get to watch.
Sure.
Shopify beat G2
but they did
yesterday.
seem to identify
beat
some
them.
issues.
It was amazing.
Just some coordination that plagued them, and they weren't.
We need
able
mods in the
to
chat. I
fix
don't know how
it
people
in the
do
midst
this.
of the match.
Yeah.
Plenty of
All
teams
getting
have found
says.
themselves
Don't worry
in that
about it.
exact same
I really don't care.
So,
Are
M80
you
would
SD
be
Kid?
the
Yes.
company.
SD Kid face reveal.
Exactly the company you want to
Who
be.
are you? My name's Lottie. I'm Spoit's friend. I'm Elegant's fiance. I'm just covering why he's at Paddle.
Most people had these two
I wasn't
teams
watching who won
at
the first
top of
game.
this group. So if anybody is going to give M80 a run for their
Ninjas in
money,
Pajamas won the first
you
game, I
even
think.
said that. If there is a loss for M80 here to be had, it will likely be at the hands of the Ninjas.
Yeah, I call this the most losable game in group
Spoit is
stage
in
for
Paris.
M80, and I think we are seeing exactly what that looks like. One round goes differently back on map 1, and this would have been a 2-0 for the Ninjas. So
Are you
still
secretly
plenty to play
SD Kid?
for
Yes.
M80. I do like their position, but they
SD
can't
Kid face
rest
reveal.
on their laurels. Blitz got banned out, so Constance forced back over to the Blackbeard. A couple of roamers down here inside of games that have just been
M80
droned
first
out
map,
by
Ninjas
Wizard.
wrong
It's going to
second
be a
map.
full assault on these roamers to try to root them out and get a man advantage before they look to sight.
Grenades go out.
Do you think Meaty Molly's charm is better than Spoit? I think like they're very similar, aren't they? Like they're both excellent
now
charms.
Gunner's turn to be determined or found as they determine he's the
Are
one
you a
that the death mark will go
scouser?
for. Cons is in a dangerous spot. They're trying to bait Gavin into a more favorable engagement. He's not taking the bait yet.
Yeah, they're both
dies
good. They
at
are
the hands
both
of
good.
Pino. Nip has been very good at drawing first blood on this map. That's something we haven't been able to say through the previous two.
I love Deimos kills. Deimos kills are so
Advantage
good.
now for Nip.
Was that
Fantasy
Deimos?
Sidearm shreds
Yeah, it
to
was.
one. Then rear of Gunner. Countered yet again by this death mark.
Who's streaming for an hour? My name's Lottie. I'm Elegant's fiance. I'm Spoit's friend. I'm just here while Elegant is at.
This is a tricky spot to
Hi,
be
Green. Are
in.
you okay?
They've got some coverage.
Hate to amazing.
Bomb site is above. What a good shot from Gunner as he manages to outduel Fantasy, but Hates is there for the assist. Nip now doubling up on numbers and have a minute left to find the two remaining players. Hot and cold through that wall. Takes down Hates. Fantasy will trade him right out. And Diffuser.
Pro gameplay is just so clean. I love
without
pro
a kill will
gameplay.
find
It makes me
one,
want to play the
that's
game. I've
all
not played the
she
game in
wrote.
like months.
Fantasy.
I'm pro gameplay.
Tying things up at the tail end of the fourth round.
Nice little push coming through. Every time we saw NIP get into a gunfight, they always had the numbers advantage, whether that was fighting the roamers over towards game, working their way over towards kitchen. It's always like a 2v1, a 3v2. The numbers were always favoring
Who we think
NIP.
will win this match? Who
They're
do
able
we
to
think is
get
going to win
that
this match?
because
What are the
they're setting
predictions looking
themselves
like?
up
Show us
really
the
nicely with
predictions.
strong drones to give information.
My phone's
and
over
the
there.
gameless
I'm
tracker
going to make
from
myself a cup of tea.
Fantasy as
I will
well.
be back.
Really nice information coming the way of the Ninjas. Gets them that advantage early, allows them to isolate those solo players. And they do tie us up at 2.
What the hell's going on over there?
Was that SSG I just saw in the booth? It was quick. I could be wrong.
I mean, maybe.
It sounded Portuguese, though.
Yeah, it was. It's Fluxo and Enterprise
okay.
on the A stream. Enterprise, our Australian friends, will be doing battle against Flux07M, Flux W7M. Not really sure because they use different tags.
Yeah.
I've seen FX7M used before. They use FX in their names. They go by Fluxo W7M, I believe, on the jersey.
Yeah.
You love Fluxo.
I'm a big Fluxer.
You're a
personally.
Fluxer.
I'm a big Fluxer, and I'm a big fan of the players that are on that team. Formerly the players of W7M, who won the Montreal Major last year in a big upset win over BDS, now known as Falcons. Didn't really have the Munich Major that they wanted, so hoping for a better SI at this tournament. Also making their debut today, along with M80, Wildcard, and FaZe Clan.
This defensive lineup, by the way, for M80 has remained so static. They ran the
Chat, do I gamble all?
exact
Gamble
same
everything.
operators
Gamble all of it.
in rounds
Don't
1 and
gamble
2,
in real
and have
life.
now done almost the same.
I just
through
want
the
to see
last
Dally
3
Spoit
rounds.
play. He's on
3
another
rounds in a
level.
row
I think
for
Will's
Gunner,
game is
Gavin,
after this
Hutton,
one.
and Kino
on this stream
on their
too.
respective operators. Diffuser ran a Malusi back in round number 3 and have now swapped on over. And is now swapped on over.
Who
to
the hell
Warrior.
is she? I am Will's
Just the bomb
friend.
sites,
Hi.
Parker. They're playing
You have me
Kitchen
for a
and
moment.
Master over and over and over, which is kind of the same site when you think about it. They play very similar, so they can maintain the same operators. A big vault. Not sure what the game plan was from Gunnar there, but he gets hard punished by Wizard as he jumps to his death.
Nip are looking to gain the upper hand in these seesaw matches. In map number 1, Nip never
Did you watch yesterday when 1 and G2 naded themselves and one Thermite TKD? I did see.
They are hopeful that map number 3 looks a little bit more like Bank than it does
Cup of tea,
Console.
everyone. In my beautiful little besties mug that my friend got me.
Evaporated at this point as we see a 3v3 now unfold with not as much time as you'd think.
Yo, Angel, I added
over
you.
A minute left.
Yep.
Nip need to get their way into the bomb site.
On what? I subscribed and linked to Count Where's My Charm. Give it like 48 hours to turn up. What about Alicia?
There's no way.
Is Alicia okay?
That drone.
Oh man, that's brutal. It's just sitting on the desk.
I kind of want the Spoit Charm seat in game, which is better.
Parker, and that can be a
yeah,
big
where's
mistake.
Spoit's at the event? He's in Paris.
It was Diffuser who just walked right past it. Ace wall being opened up.
Oh, you will's fine, shite.
Now the repelling
no, I'm elegant.
Toxic
fine,
hurts him, but he does get deep.
Managed to eat a bunch of damage from that Toxic Babe. 1 remains in pocket for Kino. Down goes
Why is
Wizard.
Spoit blonde today? I thought switch it
seems
off.
to be stuck outside of the building, but on those windows, you can still see your opponents. Hates teaching Kino about different angles. Hates as across.
Honestly,
as well.
Kobe, I don't mind.
Join him.
It gives me something
Spread
to say.
Out far enough.
Is there a low
Cons
bracket?
from
Not yet.
Solarium.
People are doing these are low bracket games now.
Diffuse
like
kit in
sorting
the hands
people
of
out into their
Capital
brackets.
Cons.
Where are you now? I'm in Willie's apartment.
With 10 seconds left. I don't know how confident I would be having to deal with this Ella crossfire.
Yeah, Kobe, I think you're giving the chat too much credit.
Gavin and Hates in a 1v1 now as Diffuser is on the ground. Hates rushing up and he gets it done with the side shotgun. Oh my goodness, back-to-back rounds for Nip, and they gain the lead for the first time on Chalet.
Unbelievable that Hates clutches that one up. You know, that was a really tough read from NIP. A lot of worse teams would have gone for the plant there, but I think Cons realizes I cannot plant. The cover is not good enough in the 2v2. They could move into bathroom and punish me. So he says, I'm going to go for kills. They manage to down Diffuser, and then Gavin is prone inside a bathroom, Parker. Hates looks the wrong way at first. He looks to the right. He has no idea where Gavin is in the dying seconds of that round.
See, M80 on Ninja Pajamas. I would love to see Ninja Pajamas win.
He's able to flick to it in time.
Love to see Ninja in Pajamas win.
I gotta say, Parker, there have been more mistakes from M80 in, I think, the first 5 rounds of this game than we saw all
Is G2 disqualified? No, they're only the group stages, so they sort out their brackets with these games.
The North American squad.
Is Elegance the guy who's just here? What he left?
I'm going to be going back to question a little
Elegance
bit.
is the guy who's just here.
The window angles on the top floor have been really catching
Stompin'
them off
got
guard.
sold yesterday. Stompin' played like very, very foolish yesterday, I feel like.
I mean, through all 3 of these maps, there hasn't been anybody on Nip who's noticeably.
Which state is Spoit's apartment? If we're talking states, we didn't have states in the UK. We didn't call them states anyway, we call them provinces. And it'd be Merseyside, where Liverpool is. Are you Spoit's girl? No. I'm Elegance's fiance.
But all things considered, the numbers across the board.
When is Spoit playing after M80 and Image and Pajamas? It's SR versus, is it Kia?
Was they were consistently running behind on opening picks, but even that has changed now.
Yep.
With 4 of the 5 rounds being an opening pick for Nip. They are looking mighty confident. They are attacking on Chalet. Typically attackers on
That's a
Chalet
cute kitty
have
in the
a better
back.
time than most
Kitty.
maps. So you're in an
That's a dog.
position. I think for Nip at this point, your win con, break M80's back. Get 4 rounds, win 3 in a row, force
Is this
M80
map 3?
to do some reflection,
Yes.
maybe tilt them inside the server and make it harder for them in the second half of this game.
I can tell you as well, Parker, M80 got side choice for this map, so they chose to start on defense, so a 3-3 scoreline would be the bare minimum that
Stompin'
they're
didn't play
hoping
by
to
his low
escape the
armor.
first 6
Was it not
rounds
Stompin'
with.
that blew himself up with the grenade in the doorway?
Library stairs for the first time, we go to the south side of the map. And despite the good angles being held by NIP, it is Gunnar who strikes first, running out of Big Garage to take down Pino, but Fantasy for the trade.
Oh, I thought that was Stompin'.
Loses the fight!
Oh, my goodness.
I was
he
speaking to my
had
friend
the
and they said it was
shadows
Stompin'.
helping him. You could
You got that
see
dog
that
in
one
you.
of them was approaching, and yet he just could not.
Stompin' was
get
bottom
the
frag first
shots.
game. You really can't go off first games though, because you got to like
Now,
get
Gunnar
warm and
has-
stuff like that. And
I don't want to say he's won this round because it was a
what he plays after this game,
5v3
yeah.
for Nip in the previous round, and it got close real quick. But I think
This is
Gunnar's
the
breaking
second
this
map.
round wide open.
So
Nip are struggling.
if Ninja
This
in
is
Pajamas win this
possible
map,
for NIP. I like M80's
It's
position
over.
better, but my worry is that NIP in these spots tend to stall out.
do you think
Parker. I've seen
Shopify
it
would win
over and
SI?
over
I
again
would
in
love
this
to see
game and
Will
previous
win a
NIP
hammer, of
matches.
course. I think he
Sometimes
deserves it
they
more than
just
anyone.
Get a little bit too comfortable with the clock, and it runs short on them. No picks still with just 65 seconds to go. They've got one player top floor in Hates. The rest of them are still outside the building.
It was Loira, Nara was Alamau. He blew himself on blue door, second floor labs.
They don't have the tools to clear him out. I just
Does
don't
no one know who it was?
needs to be for the Ninjas.
Love from South Africa. Love back from Liverpool, Ryan. Hello.
Defenders playing over
welcome,
by
welcome.
Library. Hates looking for the follow-up as they will double swing Gavin's position. Gavin finds one, Kino finds another. And
there's no way Wizard does this.
Round for M80. All they need to do is make sure that Wizard disappears. Gavin sustaining some serious damage. That DMR is
knocking them down one by one.
Thing in the hands of Brava.
What do people think of Wizard with him being a new pro player?
Follow-up from Hot and Cold, pick your poison. Do you go for the Malusi Banshee that's now opened up, or do you go for the player?
Love from the Netherlands. Sizzle, I love the Netherlands. Amsterdam is like mine and Seb's like dream place. It's so beautiful there.
The leg of Hot and Cold in that
Loira blew himself up with the nade, and Blaz blew himself at Alamar with a thermite charge. Right, okay, it's been cleared up. Thank you very much, Braden. Love the United States. I love. I only went to the New York in the United States.
Parker. Sometimes you're just screwed, and I think in the 1v4, 30 seconds
Spoke
to go,
wrong
that's
then. It was
kind of
Loira.
where we were at. Good from M80 to battle back. Despite some of the mistakes that have been made on that defensive side, they escape with a 3-3 split, and they can move over to their own
attacks. To be fair, it's hard to win a game when your hard breach blows up your mouth and your Deimos dies to his own grenade.
At least
oh, you Spoit sister or something?
A couple of Copa Sul Americana games, but otherwise, not a whole lot of VODs to watch back for NIP.
I'm Elegance's fiance. I'm just his friend.
Really know what they're walking into.
You kind of look Swedish. The blonde hair is not real.
Bomb sites are viable.
I am really a true ginger underneath this.
But certainly does still see play from time to time. So M80 are going to be going a little bit blind, and they end up banning double Scorpion. Denari and
never seen someone die to thermite charge in Pro League. It happens, and this is why, as like a ranked player and like a low tier player, you can't even like knock yourself if you make mistakes and stuff like that. Because we've got pros out here doing it, so don't even worry.
I agree, but you know,
you're Dutch. No, I'm from Liverpool. I'm English.
It's unusual, but not odd is in the sense that it's.
How far do you think SR is going to make it? I'd love to see SR win. Of course, I'd love to see SR win. I'd love to see Willie win a hammer.
Perfectly fine ban. You can do some serious redecorating, especially on that top.
I mean, technically, you will be if you marry his best friend. I don't think that's how sister-in-laws work. Yeah. I just be his friend.
Denari is a powerful operator, even in limited situations. But when you've got the opportunity to tailor it to where you think your opponents are going to come from, guarding multiple windows and doorways with those long lines, Denari is a pain.
Have D-Plus been playing? I don't know who D-Plus are. Like, I haven't really been watching their games. How have they been playing?
Really early on.
Fish and chips to the win. Fish and chips to the win.
No, I said Kino is the best sniper player.
He's on the game after this.
I think that makes him a good
Ginger and Scout is crazy.
Okay, just want to make it clear where my position on his sniping play is.
For the record, Jesse thinks that Kino is the best sniper player.
Thank you.
There you go.
They're brothers.
Either way, Kali and Glaz are the two primary.
What's the saying?
So if you don't
blood is thicker than water. What is it? Blood is thicker than water.
A little bit harder. Kino has been rocking a lot of shields, though. Maybe that's because of the glass bands. Yeah. It's also freed Hot and Cold up from that role. He did seem a little uncomfortable playing those shields.
Leprechaun. Oh God, what's it like at the end of the rainbow? This is where the ginger jokes come out now.
Houghton to frag a little bit better, though. Even Houghton has struggled on that hard breach to frag.
We're gonna get comfortable here, guys. We're gonna get nice and comfortable.
Shield players. Already, we're seeing some of these ace charges getting blown off. That's excellent.
Watch me fall back so far on my arse on the seat.
Their Mez position very safe and sound with that little play.
Beer batter is awful. I use when I make fish batter, I use
position. You know, a lot of early
sparkling
damage.
water.
I think he got hit by a thorn trap as he hopped inside of games.
Oh. A nice play with pistol in hand and shield versus shield as he's tucked it away and Kino will run, hopping out the window. The Thorn of Fantasy is down. Wizard able to repel.
Do you play R6 too? I do.
Hates gets traded out immediately. He drags Diffuser down with him, not before M80 can put him in the
Camera's not below anymore. Good.
3v3. Not only are we close in terms of scores, but we're also close in terms of player
It is like on an iPhone. Seb's old camera's broken, which we normally use, so it's weird connecting an iPhone.
M80's still outside the building. They really want this library control. It's relatively free at this point. The most aggressive defenders that we'll have on NIP are going to be Pino and Cons inside Piano, you know, droning this out now, but they don't have a ton of information, so they're going to spend some time clearing this through. Likely you'll see an office plant at some point in the midst of this, but how do we clear out Wizard? That's got to be the next thing that
you're concerned about. That sounds like a secret to go by. It is. You don't get that like yeasty taste
through that office door.
You get from beer.
They don't have
Who does Spoit play? They're playing Kia. Is it D plus Kia?
There's no Nomad. There's no Capitao. There's no answers.
I think Gunner got a good read of 3 players there on his drone. Very valuable information. A swing and a miss onto Pino, but that was mostly just because Pino moved out of the way.
Yeah.
Gunner
Yeah, if Kia wins to Shopify, it'll be Mickey Mouse, 100%.
Final 30 seconds now, and Nip getting a bit more aggressive, taking more engagements than what we saw before.
When does our
Gunner being
daddy
softened
play
up by
again,
multiple
chat?
players.
Will he plays
Nitrocell goes out, does not
this
find
game?
anything. Hot and cold, taking down Pino, a 2v2.
I think SR are going to win.
This is for the lead, by the way. Nip had tied things up. M80 sits on 3 kills as well. Which team will persevere, the attackers or the defenders? Not much happening. Only Wizard remains now for Nip. Shield still very much on the board.
That was a good flick out of the shield. That was so good. That was so good.
An entertaining end to the round.
I try and play Blitz, but I panic too much and I just can't. I can't use the fucking shield.
Baffling round. Crazy is the right word.
What's your rank?
I'll accept crazy.
I am peak plat 4. But I've not played in like 2 seasons, so I'm probably arse cheeks right now.
It was an extremely heavy trap lineup coming through from NIP. There was
anything that takes away from the fish is no bueno indeed. We have some good chefs in the chat here today, guys.
Late rounds, there was still the clash they had to deal with, and I thought Wizard on the clash was going to make it impossible. I thought that was going to be the final nail in the coffin that slowed things down. But
hi Snipers,
honestly,
how are you?
They did a really good job of finding those players in behind the clash. It's Pino to get taken out early by Hot and Cold, and then right afterwards,
hi
they
Slimy, are you okay? Welcome, guys.
By Matt.
Does Spoit drive? He doesn't. I passed my test this month, so I'm Willie's designated driver for the disabled.
Starts to go for a plant, realizes that killing the clash shouldn't be that easy, but Kino, even under the threat of the thorn, bashes and hits the head.
Well, you remind me of the girl that sang Sigma
That's
Boy.
That's a good reason why he plays so many shields.
What does she even look like?
That's a good reason.
Kino picking up some kills on the shield op.
Sigma Boy.
A tale as old as time. We will see another Thorn yet again.
That's a whole ass child. That is a child.
Hear us talk about Thorn.
I'm assuming you mean the blonde one.
Will allow us to
that is a child. You're basically Spoit Small. I am basically Spoit Small.
Receiving the most substantial buffs in the mid-season update.
No, I'm not Spoit's girlfriend.
Devs just a couple
we are just very, very good friends. I look after him when he's in the UK.
Razor blooms go off faster. The radius is a little bit smaller, and the damage radius is a little bit different. So if you're on the edges, the fringes of it, it doesn't do the same amount, but it is almost an insta-kill.
Should we run our own personal bet, guys?
Now, obviously,
should we?
there are rare exceptions.
How many people? Watch your accent from local. How many people think that Willie is going to eat a banana before his game today? How many people think Willie's going to eat a banana before his game today?
Throw a razor bloom at an attacker who is
he does love a banana,
and it will arm and then explode before they can get off.
100%. He will. Yeah, he will. He will. He will. Yes,
and hope
of course.
that it goes off afterwards. It can be fatal, and it can also work for playing.
100% he will.
Absolutely.
He's been on for every game. 100%. He's very superstitious, isn't he, Willie? Very superstitious.
Day of SI, we've seen more Thorn picks at this event.
He did it yesterday. He did. Yeah, most definitely.
Combined, it's Wizard to open things up onto Gavin. That's the Grim to take down, but Kino is inside the site.
Willie loves banana.
Damage being done now from Nip as they find 2 kills. Kino, the only one of M80 that's been able to strike some blood.
Kino's just so good on shields. Like, he should just be permanent shield player.
9 kills of Gunner will be gambled on this. Kino hopping off.
I think he's
7 kills, 8 kills. But Wizard takes care of him. Tie game yet again. We have an answer. Chalet shaping up to be very
What do you think of Ambi? I mean, I know a couple of pro players personally. I don't really know Ambi personally. He seems like a sweet kid.
You saw Wizard all the way over towards Master. You saw Cons and Fantasy up on the top floor.
What team does Spoit play on Shopify Rebellion?
Hates inside the bomb site, but in the end, it just didn't seem to matter. The anchor play was really good.
I think Prosy, bananas, but it has some stuff in it that other foods
came back to site,
which makes sure reaction time is bad.
Excellent.
I have no idea. The only thing I know in banana is like, is it potassium?
No timeouts have been used by my count, correct?
No timeouts yet.
They are saving it for the depths of this series.
Spoit win this invitational, fingers crossed.
8
hopefully he
rounds
does.
played so far, 4-1 by both.
Did he used to play on MAT? Spoit or Kino? Kino's still on MAT. Willie used to be on MAT.
The question will be who blinks first. Both teams get to talk.
For your drops, guys, make sure that your UB is connected to your Switch.
M80, that means Nip gets to talk. If Dan chooses to call it on the side of Nip, that means Fabian gets to talk.
Good source for electrodes to get
two
bananas.
Opportunities to settle things down and get some decent strategizing going.
Who is SR
Honestly,
playing against?
Kudos to both of these
SR
teams
is
for
playing
their ability
against
to bounce back
D plus Kia.
Matches.
Yeah.
Match number 1 or map number
no,
1,
the greens gave you too many bananas. You get potassium poison. I don't think it's radioactive poison.
Showed up, firing on all cylinders in map number 2.
Spoit playing after this game.
Putting M80 at a sizable 4-0 deficit. After that Gavin clutch, I think we all could have seen Nip implode on map 2 and gone, yeah, that's pretty normal.
Yeah.
M80 had quite a dreadful
No questions,
second
don't question.
map.
Don't worry, ask away, ask whatever you like.
The end, but too little, too
you look
late.
very pretty today. Oh,
And yet
thank
they
you very much.
immediately started
That's
off
very
on good
adorable.
footing
Thank you
here
so
on
much.
Chalet and have been in contention or leading for the whole map.
Very exciting strategy coming over from
Who's
M80.
let you stream? Fuck off, Carve.
In the basement.
Fuck
He's
off.
going to jump up the dining hatch and try to
Fucking go somewhere else.
as quickly as possible under the chaos.
How tall
of a
is
million
Spoit?
flashes
I don't
at
know
the
if I
same
can
time.
say
Diffuser
that.
can push up West
I don't know
Main.
if he wants me to
Calls him
share.
up.
Spoit
Gavin,
is 2
this
inches
is the
taller than
plan.
me.
Here's the flashes. Gavin opening pick onto
I want to
Hates,
see
and
Spoit
here
lift the
comes
hammer.
Hot and
I would
Cold.
love to see
Doesn't go
Spoit
for a
lift the
plant,
hammer.
though. He's hunting for kills, Parker. The whole site is free.
I
There's
have
nobody here to
okay, no,
deny him.
I'm 5'6".
There's no Dogoby on the board. Oh, there's a Dogoby on the board, but not quite the phone call.
Who
that
are
we
you
were
and what did
expecting.
you do with
Still
Seb?
on
I'm
the
being
bomb
for real. I've never seen you on
Diffuser
Spoit stream,
taking
so
down
I'm
Fantasy. Now Pino, a
Lottie.
flick of his own.
Wizard last
Trying
alive
to
again.
be Gavin, but not quite doing what needs
So
to be
I'm
done.
Lottie. I'm
Now
Elegant's
Wizard
fiance. I'm
now
Spoit's
1v5.
friend. I look after
Four
I
of
look
them
after
were
Willie
still
when he's
upright.
at home.
One was down.
5'8"
A
was.
flawless round. Is that our third flawless round here on this map?
Yeah, it might be a really nice play.
5'8" isn't short. I'm
and
from
we know
Liverpool,
who
yeah.
just blinked first.
Production, Carve
They called their
knows the score.
Yeah, 5-4. We're starting to
My
get
big
towards
girl
the end
wants
game.
up.
There
Hang on.
will be
How
an
old are
operator
you? I'm
band to come
22.
through first. Not
Come
sure
here,
what
baby.
we might see. M80 have played a
Baby,
wide
just wanna come
variety
on.
of strats. We did hear the North Americans complaining about the trap operators. I wouldn't hate a Thorn ban. I think it'd be the first
sure,
Thorn
it's
ban
really
of
small.
the event. But it's the Clash.
Carve is
We're
literally
staying forward.
5'2". Carve is like 5'2"
Don't
and would
say
fall down a
that.
grid if he walked over it.
Shield bans are intriguing here. And now the Nip timeout will occur, obviously right after the bans came in. We can't speak Portuguese, so there's no point in us
Puppy.
listening to Nip. All we can do is
you wanna see how long my
study
dog
body
is?
language, which we're also not experts at.
No.
Why are you
He's
lying?
also
you
not in
fuck?
our camera frame, so we couldn't even do that if we were.
This is my dog.
You listen real
This
good.
is my dog.
Where is he gone?
He's behind the players on the far left. That's his head. You saw him for a
Don't play
second.
with your wiener on
He's
camera.
behind
Pino.
Right, of course.
They're calling you a wiener. No
This
kisses
is a lot from
today.
Norris, the coach of
She's
Fluxo
shy.
W7M, where he likes to
Looks
kneel,
delicious.
get
Of
down
course,
behind
of
his
course you
teammates,
wanna
kinda
eat the
get on
dog.
their level as he talks to them, rather than lording above.
Is Spoit playing the Six Invitational right now? Yes, his game's on after this. He's probably getting warm. You have a beautiful wiener. Thank you very much. She is beautiful.
Part of me wonders if this might be maybe a bit of an early blown tack timeout. I know we're already 9 rounds deep entering into our 10th.
Are you his girlfriend? No.
The fact that you might be headed to overtime where M80 have the tack timeouts and you do not
Damn
could
dog
be
as
the
long as
disadvantage
Monday.
that tilts this game in the favor of M80.
This is a girl.
It's always a
This is
gamble, though.
Nola.
You need
This
to
is
ensure
my
you get
baby.
to overtime, and I think that's where Dan's head is at. Just make sure that you can lock down these next couple defenses.
Get me
and if you're
streaming a
flawless,
game.
You won't even have to worry
Carve,
about it.
if you were on camera, everyone would
Now,
turn
here's
their
something
phones off.
interesting. Clash was played one time by
SD Kid
so
sister.
far. It was played on round number 7. M80 won
Elegant's
that
his
round.
fiance.
And remember the blitz in the Clash.
Okay,
doing
Elegant's
battle
his
as Hot and Cold got
fiance.
the
Yes.
diffuser planted.
Yes.
That was the only
Are
Clash
you going to
that
be his
appeared.
girlfriend?
Clash
That
was
would
not
cause
brought in
some
the next
problems.
2 rounds.
How old
An
are you? I'm
intriguing choice
22.
Because maybe M80 is gambling.
How
on
old is the
Clash
dog?
appearing more,
Oi.
or
The dog,
being
they're
more
2 in
concerned with
March.
Clash disrupting this master office.
Josh, why are you shouting? Why are you giving shit?
There are other
Why are you
operators
giving
that
shit?
have shown more prominence and had more power. Thorn being a great example of that, and you even referenced it. This will be the 4th round in a row that Fantasy is playing this operator. Now, it's possible that M80 just don't see Thorn.
Has this been like round for
being such a
round every
hindrance,
time?
Not quite a thorn in their side.
Yeah, I do think it's an operator that with proper droning
Flex the
you can
engagement
counter,
ring.
and it shouldn't be a problem, but
I don't know if you can
it's
see
just
that,
a lot
okay.
to get that proper droning done. M80 certainly feel like they have the tools to deal with the Thorn.
it's
Wizard,
so
who was
cute.
the one that played the Clash last time they went top
I hope
four,
I never
is gonna
catch the
grab
dog around the
Malusi
world. He's
instead.
mine. These
An
are
operator that was
girls.
banned by Nip
These
all
are
the way back
female
on map
doggies.
number 1 of this series.
M80 or Nip, I'd love to see Nip
Hopefully get
win.
A little bit of information to Nip as to where these M80 players
Is there
want
supposed to be a
push.
diamond? There's
Not
a
so much
fat
of a
diamond
surprise
in
that
there.
It's looking like a solar take to begin things here.
Who won yesterday? Shopify G2
Sometimes I'm a little
Shopify
bit
won
worried
yesterday.
about, a run out, but
Beautiful ring. Thank you very much,
believe they'll
Girls
have some
Soup.
drones
When's the
watching
wedding? The
for that.
5th of
They
June
do
next
see
year.
Wizard down in the basement playing this new operator of Malusi, so always a bit of a threat to watch out for.
Whoa. For those of you that can't see what's happening, hates is being carpet bombed by grenades at this point in time. Surviving explosions all around him as Wizard makes Gunner disappear.
I'm 1 year younger than you.
Nip striking first.
How many pets do you have? I have 2 dogs.
Times on this map.
I have 2 dogs. Can Nala do Nala stomps? These dogs are fucking useless. They're so stupid. They're so stupid. Carve, no, you're not invited to the wedding.
Covering that position, also covering the window down below. Goodbye to
Where's the other wiener? Let me get her.
Fantasy doing double duty
Naya,
here.
come
now
here, baby.
About the trophy
come
stairs.
She actually hates me.
Menacingly inside a solarium is now Gavin will.
You can all stay with Nala. Nala will look after you for a minute.
Immediately, Gavin will march his way upstairs. Haunt is given the all clear.
He's on my puppy!
A gamble! I can't believe they let Cons get away with this.
So Naya is much
down
bigger
goes
than Nala.
Haunt into Fantasy. Another flawless round. My
fucking
goodness.
Are you British? I am. How the Americans?
An incredible showing as both of these teams battle for every inch they can get.
Oh, Jack.
All 12 rounds needed for the second time in this contest as it's 5-5 match point, series point for the team that takes the next round.
M80 seem like they've got the information, they know what they want to do, but that doesn't mean they can execute on it. That round, pushing through Solar, an impossible task. They knew where Cons was. They tried to bash him with the Monty. They tried to get a free pick on him, yet somehow he still manages to peek out and get the kill in the midst of that. Starts things off really nicely in the front of that
Spoit
push.
in this game. This isn't Spoit's game. This isn't Spoit's
position, gets this first kill through the floorboards beautifully, and then capitalizes on the distraction that Cons is making here.
I did last year.
Back out through the bathroom and take down the Monty. Also a couple of aggressive plays from Wizard. That was the last one caught on the camera, but got a flank from the basement up the library stairs to get the opening.
I want to see Spoit versus Striker in final. So you want SR versus Falcons in the final then.
They go back to that operator band. Is it exactly what they need?
If you want Falcons and SR in the final, I think SR are going to win.
7 of those 10
rounds. Final chokers.
Nip have struck first.
Can you turn the cam off? Your fat head's blocking the shit.
Where it was Nip
the cameras just a good setup today.
Though
it was too long
yesterday. It is a bit odd that Nip
Spoit versus William when we'll have to get them in a room together. It's like Clark Kent and Superman.
Yeah. Again, it was that mid to late round for Nip where they were so successful. This time around, they're successful all across the board, but mostly in the earlier rounds. Conversions have actually mattered an awful lot in this map. Converting that first kill, really not that important in maps.
A mod, by the way. I know, he needs fucking banning.
Here, all but 2 of the first bloods have determined who wins
the shot by sweep yesterday, they did indeed. They cleaned up.
But those two examples were Nip striking first and then losing the round.
So Pino has decided to hide in the prep phase on this Kaid, so it's likely not something that M80 will be aware of. He's used those claws on the south-facing walls, one inside of dining, one top floor as well, I do believe, on the office wall. Can be really annoying to clear these out.
Fucking shit, mate.
They've got some answers for how to open up these walls, but no EMPs
I'll get you fucking house,
have been
petty
brought
bomb.
by M80, so it's going to be a bit of a tricky task as Wizard starts things off.
My girlfriend's crying because she saw 2 of her messages.
Hot and Cold very swiftly looking for the Azami.
Who is she?
It looked like he might bottle it, but he makes it work. Fantasy on the board this round as well.
Got proof
Hot will have a crossfire in front of him if he goes any farther, and he does, but he takes down Fantasy and immediately
Fiddy, don't even worry about it. I don't care.
Already, we're seeing the captain thriving on this Dokkaebi. It's not a common operator from him, but he's done quite well with the SMG and DMR combo. 3v3 and lots of time for M80 to work with. This is a great position for the North American team.
Plenty of time. 1 nitro cell in the pocket, 4 Cons, grenades, 4 diffuser as he brings Striker, who has multiple of those secondary gadgets that can be used wherever. Still a logic bomb for Hot and Cold as well. It looks like we will see it get used. That's an ego peak from Pino, maybe challenging for info.
Carve saying he's ending careers. Carve, I'll end your life.
At those sorts of decisions. Down goes Cons Wizard now in a 1v3. Oh boy, it was so promising for Nip, but it looks like time has run out on this round. Which of the 3 lads from M80 will find this final kill? Will Wizard be able to stand against them? No! Gavin gets the kill, and it's series point for the defending major champs.
Oh, it feels like map 1 again, Parker. We go back and forth, but M80 continue to be in charge. I think they played those last 60 seconds fantastically.
mum.
They took their time, picked up the defuse kit after it had been dropped, I believe, by Kino.
Spoit's an e-girl all along. I know it. Shake my head. He is an e-girl.
There were some interesting swings there. We saw Kino go for the swing in the trophy window. I think that's NIP recognizing that with 60 seconds, they don't have a great chance of winning, so they've got to take some risks. They've got to go for some plays. They've got to try to catch M80 off guard if they have a chance of winning that round. Ultimately, though,
Spoit is 21, and I'm his mother.
Major champions don't make mistakes like
Drop
that
the baby
often.
photos of Spoit. I don't have them.
Good entry to the top floor as well, which is what we saw from
See,
Hot
I
Cold
didn't. I
round.
had baby pictures of Spoit. I just robbed him. I stole him from Sweden.
They didn't necessarily know how.
Where is Spoit? Spoit's in Paris. He's playing after this.
Piano.
Nice to meet you too.
It's not something they can linger on, though. This has to be a successful defensive round win, Parker. Their entire match depends on it.
Where are you from in Liverpool? I don't think that's wise.
M80 is only one consecutive round with the side swap, so technically they have yet to win back-to-back in the same side.
Fair.
It does seem
I don't
like
know. I think it's born a hospital.
Are present here on
You know who else is in Paris? Who? Tell me. Everyone else? Every other pro player?
This is an interesting decision.
Hi, Jab Olive. I think that's what it is.
At least he tried. I mean,
Child wall,
it wasn't
I reckon.
as unsuccessful as when Diffuser did it.
No.
True. True. I actually think Diffuser might have spawned north, but didn't walk the right path.
Yeah. All told, if Nip does fall here, it is a massive step up from the matchup
in Paris.
yesterday.
Carl,
Going into overtime
like
in map number 1
all the
on your opponent's pick, demolishing your
do you ever get tired of having nothing to say?
And then on the tiebreaker, going
Can I get an invitation to the marriage? Of course you can. Who's better, Spoit or Elegant?
Naturally, that isn't going to be
Spoit has never beat 7 in 1v1.
And Nip will still be fighting for that very final spot in the group, which
Where's
is
Spoit
in
Paris? He's playing
territory.
after this.
For sure.
But there will still be 2 more
matches. Do you ever
matches
get tired of being a smelly cunt? Do you ever get tired of being a skinny bastard?
Fearax, who right now
Go eat your
look
roast
like
dinner.
they might be one of the weakest teams as well in the group.
How did you meet Spoit and Elegant? So I met Elegant in high school.
Brazilian team that other Brillians
and then
don't sleep on.
we got together when we were in sixth form. We've been together for 6 years. And then Willie moved in with us in the UK in our old house for about 2 years.
It's been a great game,
and now
but
we're
it's not
apart
going
in
to
like
feel
neighbour
good
apartments.
if you do lose it
What the
at
fuck
this
is sixth
point.
form? So
NIP
sixth form is
desperate to
college
hold
in
on,
your high
defending
school.
inside
So
of the top floor
in the
library, bar
UK,
games
you
is
have
the
like
site. All the
key stage
utility
1,
being
key
tossed
stage
out
2,
by
key stage
M80
3,
now,
key
the
stage
capitale
4.
of the ace. They're
So
just
you
trying
go
to
for
break
your
into
high
meds,
school is
force
year
that
7,
player
year 8,
back.
year
I
9, year
believe
10,
they've
year
been
11.
successful, but
And then
Fancy's
year
actually
12,
still
year
up there.
13 is your sixth
M80
form,
don't
but it's
care
in
though,
the
they're in
same
the
school.
site.
And this is for the match. Nip reduced to just 4. Hot and Cold looking like he is the all clear, but hold on a second. The cavalry riding in from Ninjas in Pajamas, firing away. Hot and Cold off of the defuse kit, waiting for the call. Cons dies, it's all Wizard again. He'll have to clutch out. He was unsuccessful before. Can he pull it off this time? Gunner on a single point of HP.
Next match is
full
D+P
HP. Gunner gets it done. 1 foot in the grave, but 1 foot out of the series, and M80 takes it 2-1.
Very impressive from an
despite
80.
a scare from
I was rooting for
Ninjas in Pajamas.
but
And that's a bold call to make it happen right at the end. They say, we know there's guys above. We know there's a lot of players still alive on the defenders, but screw it. Let's go into the site. Let's figure out how to win this game. And Kino, the guy that I've been saying has maybe been a bit quiet this series, steps up
I never
to
knew Seb
steal
was
the
elegant
top
till
frag
right
for
now.
his
I even
teammates,
follow him.
ends with 11 kills and looks very good to end up
I went
shelling.
to
Kino was kind of the
college.
player on the outside through most of this series, but again,
So in the
where it
UK, he
matters
goes
most, he
primary
steps
school,
up.
high
You know
school,
how good he can be in a
sixth
clutch,
form,
even if
college,
it is
and then
clutching
university.
on a relatively small operator pool.
Fabian
but
getting
he
another
knows
hammer
them
potentially.
quite well.
Fabian could do it.
Takes
He's so good.
an entire team to win a major. They did it in Munich a couple months ago. Nobody should doubt the abilities of this M80 squad. And despite their loss, a massive improvement for Ninjas in Pajamas today as they took the defending major champs to the brink. Not once, but twice.
Yeah, I mean, for all intents and purposes, NIP, you look at the aggregate, arguably played a better game. Their win was dominant. Their 2 losses were close, but that's not what's going to matter. M80 better on 2 out of the 3 maps, and so they'll take the series here. NIP, I really do think, will be a huge threat, despite where they're going to be on the standings after this.
Guys, who do we think's winning out of SR and
I think even through
D+?
this group stage, watch out for them going forward, but there's just no beating the major champions today.
No, and I mean, it's the first game for the major champions. If they had some jitters
Will we
and
see
they were a
Willie's
bit
Willie?
rusty, I think you can
maybe wax it out on LAN. I guess we'll never know.
Yes, they did boot camp in Europe.
Is Stompin also playing? I don't think G2 are
They
G2
still
playing today.
need
Let's have
to
a look
work
at
their way
Wikipedia.
into a new meta. You know, when they played in the NA League Finals about a month ago, they openly said, we are not trying. Our focus is on the new patch.
Yeah.
Our focus is on the Six Invitational. And maybe they got to save a few strats. If anybody knows anything about saving strats, it's going to be Fabian, their coach. Gunnar, the MVP of this series.
So,
he was sensational. He got an ace. Hates also getting
G2
an
don't play
ace.
today.
And again, despite the numbers,
So we have
Wizard had some
DK
really good
and SR
moments,
today,
despite the
Secret
fact that he
SSG,
was
and
the
Black
third
Dragons versus
lowest rated
FaZe.
player in the lobby. Again, there are thankless roles. There are sexy roles where you get all the kills.
Yeah.
You have to be comfortable doing what you do. Nip looked a lot more comfortable today than they did against Weibo. M80 looked a little uncomfortable at times. And you could hear that frustration from the players, especially Fabian when he talked to them. They will have to sort that out moving forward.
M80 have never been a team where things come easy. It took them 3 maps every single series in Munich. And I think this group stage might be more of the same if match 1 is anything to go by. But a win is a win, and they'll take their 3 points today.
We've still got 2 more matches here on the B stream.
Who's playing in FaZe? I don't remember now.
Going up against
Shopify, I actually don't know.
Next. And
off
then
the
rounding
bat,
out
like,
with
who plays in FaZe
versus Black Dragons. We'll see you in a couple minutes for match 3.
Let's have a look. Player roster. So we have Cyber, Souls, Vita King, Handy, and KDS in FaZe clan. Useless swap. Carve, fuck off. This is not Spoit. You'd be surprised, you know. I am a master of disguise. $24 minutes, Jesus fucking Christ. Let's go on the other stream. Enterprise versus Flux.
Right, his teammate takes down the touch. They get 2.
If Willie's game starts early, someone let me know.
Flawless round victory.
We need Seb for the post-match interviews. Honestly, he's so good at the post-match interviews.
For time as much as
this is what you're trying. Matcha tastes like ass cheeks. Okay, matcha tastes so fucking bad.
It'll enable those roamers to get back to side, to get into
matcha tastes like bum cheeks. It tastes like fucking. It tastes like fucking grass.
You almost never see a Tachanka use all of his fire. Finally, player has woken up. 8 kills. He's making up for his very lackluster performance yesterday.
First woman to ever say matcha tastes like cut grass. It tastes like ass cheeks. I mean, when matcha first came into Starbucks, I got like the strawberry matcha like tea thing. It was bum. Hi Splash, how are you?
Gonna be a little bit more challenging than their defensive half.
Oh yeah. Look, so the thing is, I would call them a relatively flexible team.
I'm good, Splash. I'm good. Are you okay?
And they're only showing us very little. It almost feels like they can just kind of run over their opponents. Another one. There's a lot of these rounds and kills where, especially Volps.
I didn't even see these. Logic, thank you for the sub. Big Duck 13, thank you for the sub. Victor, thank you for the sub.
Look at this. This is cheeky.
Working on mental shit ton. Good, bro. Good.
Range though, the drop off of the slug shotgun is very severe. See 2 ACOGs picks though by EP to go for spawn peaks with the Kaid and the Tubarao. It's a shame though, with the Tubarao dying early, that's all his util gone.
Yeah, that's kind of the issue with spawn.
Is that Lottie running the stream until we talk? It is me running the stream. I'm here until Erwin gets back.
Lose anything.
Like if it was Mira or Kaid, it'd be a different battle. I mean, I
Spoit look a bit different.
But
yeah.
If you're Tubarao,
do ads count for watch time? Yes, I think so.
I mean, if you're Tubarao, you lose a
I'm going to therapy so much. Honestly, the hardest part about going to therapy is getting there. So well done. How much longer until Spoit plays? It says half an hour, but I don't think it is. Where's the mouse? I don't think it'll be half an hour.
Feels like a little bit of a throw from EP.
Yeah, 21 minutes. I don't think it'll be 21 minutes though. I don't know. I guess we'll see.
Force and Pocket especially, they can find 1 kill apiece, but they are right by the bomb.
The ghost is sped. I'm at the SI right now. If you see Willie, give him a wave.
Towards Electric, and in the bottom spiral hallway. I mean, I haven't really seen these kite claws to affect either, really.
I don't know where they are. Maybe they're both on garage wall.
Truly how they know when you're lying and don't want to die. Oh yeah, they're trained to do that, aren't they? Are you in love with Willie?
Hoping to bait
No.
someone into Bappen, who's waiting
I love Willie as a friend. He's such a nice guy.
Garage, and no one is there as of yet. The hatches
Oh, hell. Alright, okay.
Started the vertical game. So it's going to be easy now for Fluxo to go for a rotate. That's exactly what they've done. This is
He is. Willie, he's so cute. He's so adorable.
His way into yellow.
Who's Willie? Spoit.
Open as well.
I'm not gonna lie, if I'm Dawson's guys, there's a gap on yellow side. Like, we can rotate, there's no one here. They're being so far back in cafeteria.
There is a rotate
It's
though.
Sebs. I'm an it, guys. I'm a they, them.
Of this garage push. Now, Monty is the question mark, though. I see no reason why
It's, yeah, I was gonna say, can you see it?
Double checking the road, I guess. Yeah,
Stop capping only for, yeah, I'm Elegance's fiance.
Unextend, turn on, kind of go for a plan here with Bob.
He has a baby, he does, he has the cutest little face.
Oh, the pressure's been alleviated, and the blitz has gone down.
Did you meet Spoit in Liverpool? No, I met Willie when he first moved into our house in our old house. Who's Elegance, the guy who's been co-hosting the last 2 days.
How do they reposition? How do they go for kills? They can find Suhan, but still up on the third. Bappen looks for another one. Big quad kill. Makes it the ace! And the thunder from down under has arrived.
It was a 3v5. Double shield, 3v5, no map control, smoke died proning on top of Spiral.
Spoit on an hour, about 18 minutes. 18 minutes, should have a look. Yeah, 19 minutes or so, we'll be back.
Response, there's no counterplay. The vault up on the desk to one tap the
I didn't mean to call you. I'm literally joking. I'm literally joking. Don't even worry. Don't even worry. MAC did win, yeah.
From Bappen and from Enterprise as well.
MAC won last game, guys.
But they didn't overcook things. They didn't overextend. They didn't rush.
What if Stompin and Spoit are in the same team?
They made sure that they dealt with the
most of the R6 moves and teams are done by Elegance, like by Seb. Thoughts on Stompin? I think Stompin's a really, really nice kid. I think he's so lovely. I just think his fan base is absolute cancer.
Now it should be.
Liquipedia says 2 hours. Yeah, Liquipedia. So they're on a rolling roster. So if the games finish fast, they'll.
Like we said before, every attack matters in this map, right?
If the games finish fast, they'll roll after each other. Do you live in a mansion? No, I live in an apartment. That's it. His fan base is awful. His fan base is what ruins Stompin's like whole character.
Their attack half now. Fluxo are leaning into it as well.
Can we take a moment to reach out to other friend Seb is? Yeah, Seb is fantastic. So we'll like look after him, make sure nothing bad happens to him.
Looks like it might be some form of a cook for a rush plan. Oh my god! No! Oh, another one. Tuhan gets traded back by Dodos.
Probably because it's all Jinxie's fan base. I think it's just because they're all kids. They're literally all kids. If the camera gets blurry, guys, I'm so sorry. There's nothing I can do about it. We're streaming like from an iPhone via Bluetooth because the old camera's broke.
Oh, nice shot on the player. Deletes him.
Tell Spoit you lost his host spot because you're the new host. Thank you.
Fisher guy's fallen as well. It was an ace.
How come we didn't go to the event? We're going on the 12th. If Willie makes main stage, we're going to go to the event.
From Blitz getting knifed, stopping the push to an almost flawless.
You're good, it's all good. We don't look good.
Great kill, but it won't.
Seb will manage me when I go pro. Hopefully. If you'll take him.
No time.
You might even get the kill, but the plan will not be denied. 1v2. This is winnable, Nick. Especially if you can find that 1v1 upstairs onto Loban. He'll leave him alone for now.
Yes, when Willie makes main stage. When he makes main stage, because you will do it.
But Loban can always come to the vert.
I don't think this is a clever draw.
Quickly sprint over from yellow.
Yes, take the stairs, don't drop.
And he's only got about 13 seconds before he has to get on that diffuser.
So far away. He's in the basement. He's looking for him.
Nah, there's no time. Even if he finds this last kill, there just isn't any time to get on that diffuser. He would have to stick it right now.
He's gonna die, yeah.
He sees Loban, but Loban gets the better of him. And Fluxo W7M will not let that round slip away.
Oh, right there you see them actually playing with some constraint, right? With second the plan goes down,
Spoit wasn't on SR or still on MAC, what team would he be on?
Going to lose the 2v1 post.
Huh?
We should never lose this one.
But they're starting to
Zach's I do play Siege, yeah.
Bappin still got 3 of those kills.
He almost got the last one too. On the
Spoit plays, he's in the next game.
This could be a
Let's
bit
have
of
a
a wake
look.
up call for Fluxo, saying, okay, these
Wait,
guys,
is he come on the other stream yet?
yet?
No, 16 minutes, guys. 16 minutes. Absolute piss take.
Give them any openings, because they will punish us.
One thing we haven't talked much about is heard a lot
Best
of people
female
say
Siege player. Are you asking me?
pretty deathly sick.
Last
I think they're a little bit better now.
really overreact. We have like default outside.
Are you a streamer? I did stream for a little bit. I actually haven't streamed in a month and I got paid £50 off Twitch the other day. But yeah, I did stream Siege for like 6 months or so.
I don't know why you're all dropping down. And
You should 1v1 Alicia. I would love to 1v1 Alicia, but she'd wipe the fucking floor with me. She would literally smash me everywhere. What's your peak on Siege? I was peak plat 4.
Silly dumb ass stuff on all around. Just try to drone hunt really well, and then make them.
I haven't played for like 2 seasons though.
Aim lineage is so perfect today.
Are you excited for Spoit's game? I'm really, really excited for Spoit's game. I'm sorry, but who are you? That's fine. I'm Lottie. I'm Elegant's fiance. I'm Spoit's friend. Elegant is just at a paddle game right now. So I'm just covering.
Also, I gotta say.
AKA production. Has your partner Elegance played in a pro league before? Yes, when he was like, when he just turned 18, I think. He was a pro player for a little bit.
So bad, but I really liked that.
No, I gotta say, I agree with you.
For
that was the best one I've heard so far.
Who was it?
And I do
Was it Eminem?
There's only two
Eminem Gaming?
They are not good at executing.
I actually have a relic I can show you guys. I have Elegance's old Eminem hoodie. When's SR playing after this? Why are you coming to me? Oh, you should change your gender. I still have my penis, don't worry.
They knew what the play was. They knew that it was going to be a rush from Flux.
They overreacted, over-rotated.
Yeah, so Seb gave up his pro career to support Willie in his career.
They all jumped the hatch apparently and just gave up top floor controls.
Are you Swedish too? No, I'm not Swedish. I'm British. I'm from Liverpool.
Maybe stabbed them in the back while they were worried, but yes.
So,
you have Willie.
has been said, and I mean, what bit of upside then, where things started off hot for EP, right? They go back to top floor CEO meeting. They get Fish onto Shanka.
And this was a pretty convincing win the first time they played it. I mean, even though they lost the opening.
What team did Elegance play on? A really old team that isn't a team anymore called Eminem.
Last time, of course, it was relays.
Is Elegant Swedish? No, he's Arabic.
Bit of value, and that might be hard this time because with the blitz, if you see a soul roamer in the basement, you're gonna run that guy down. So relays has to be careful if you choose.
This might be an insane question, but how often do you blow out your hair? It looks amazing. My fiance's been worried about the frequency of getting it done. I mean, I think I wash my hair like 2-3 times a week, and I always use heat on it. Like it's fine. It's not like dead or anything. As long as you're using things like Bond Repairer and Bond, all the Olaplex stuff is great.
Oh, he's got 10 kills. I didn't even notice that.
How many countries have you visited? I've been to New York. I've been to Antalya, which is in Turkey. I've been to Marmaris, which is in Turkey. I've been to Ishmael, which is in Turkey. I've been to Bahrain. I've been to Dubai. I've been to Berlin.
No Roteros this time to do a lot of this utility.
I've been to.
So I wonder what the plan is from Fluxo. If they
Mallorca.
to try and take down that Jaeger's power position.
Barcelona. Bahrain. What do you think about Willie's accent? I love his accent. I think it's really, really cute. It's a lot thinner now. He's been in the UK for a long time.
This hasn't worked. It looked like it. Can't be a rush because of the Goyo fire, or is this just the Chanka's fire?
Did he play with Users and Solotov then? No, this was who did he play with? Your boys are Muslim. No, Seb and I aren't religious, but we do believe in God. Like, we don't follow a religion. What operator do you mean? Before, you used to get banned all the time. I mean, Ace. I was at Ace and Malusi main.
You heard them in the TAC timeout. Enterprise want to play to let Fluxo execute.
Yeah, guys, are we ready to see Willie put on an absolute show? Should we have a look if he's due yet?
First time they played it, I mean.
12 minutes, guys. 12 minutes. 12 minutes.
The fight against the blitz, sees him, but gets swung by Volps. And that's the
Who is this on his stream? My name's Lottie. I'm Elegant's fiance and Willie's friend.
I feel like I can sense the issue there for EP, right? You just take a tag timeout. The call is let them execute. The issue is that means doing nothing for the better part of 2 minutes. And when you're doing a bunch of nothing, you're kind of zoning out a little bit, maybe not thinking of every single step, because the only step you have Let them get close, then play the game. They didn't even think about the possibility of a fast attack because that's not what they were playing for. They're playing for a slow execute in their mind. There are 2 elements in pocket when the round ended. If either of those are in the meeting,
Might just want to put your name and who you are in the stream title.
Blitz or somebody else is in there. That
I don't need to do that. It's fine.
You gotta chalk a fire.
What will you do if Willie wins SI? If Willie wins SI, we'll probably go for a nice dinner, have a couple of drinks. Do you support Liverpool FC? I do. I do. Fiance, I thought he was young. Yeah, we are. I'm 22 and Seb's 24. Are you house sitting in Spoit's apartment? No. Spoit's apartment is literally right opposite our apartment, so it doesn't need like house sitting per se. We're just covering for a stream.
Has been the name of the game for these Brazilians, and I don't think it's going to change anytime soon.
Yeah, it works for them. And look, now they've got map point. That was a very important round, very pivotal. It feels like
no, it's a rolling roster, so it's so all the games have been 2-0 today, so the the rolling route has gone like a lot faster. Exactly. Thank you very much.
Credit to Fluxo. They've been a terrifying team to come up against. They've always had that aggression. They've always had that pressure. Spawn peak on defense, execute fast on attack. A lot of blitz.
Frodo, hi. Hope you and the doggers are well. Thank you very much. I hope you're well too. Spoit scale. I'm not Spoit scale friend.
Catch up pretty much from the get-go. And while they've had some good moments, it hasn't quite been good enough. They'll need to match.
Who is she? My name's Lottie. I'm Elegance's fiance. I'm Spoit's friend, aka production. How did Elegance propose to you? Oh, it was so cute. We were I'd come home from work. Let me just turn this down a second. I'd come home from work and there were rose petals all the way from the front door to the living room with like candles and stuff. And he had a huge bouquet of flowers. And he got down on one knee and asked me to marry him. It was beautiful. It was so cute. Every 10 seconds, you just introduce himself, literally.
Comes and see what he can do. And if you play the Dokkaebi, maybe you're also giving him
Seb, Elegance, the guy who's been co-streaming the last 2 days.
He might be going for a lurk. Oh, this could be good.
Your English is Englishing.
Wow, perfect from Tuhan. He might get traded as he tries to retreat.
I'm not Spoit's scale friend.
Relays. Oh, Tuhan.
If you didn't cry, of course I cried. I cried for like a week.
Won't be long before they finish him off. The Grim Bees are perfect from Volks. He's had
I just need to turn off the heat because it's getting fucking hot in here and I'm gone.
It's going to take a minute for them to finish off this kill. There's no question who's in the advantage right now. Can Bappen at least find one to try and trade back Tuhan?
He has to look. Down in numbers.
Are you in Spoit's apartment? Yes, I am. Where's Alicia? God knows, is she live?
Then again, looks for copy player. I mean, he's stalling for time, but
I'm so ready to see Willie's big Willie on. I'm so ready to see Willie drop his big Willie on the table and destroy.
So they pick apart Enterprise one.
I think you're on repeat now, literally. I am.
All hope rests on Bappen and player to clutch up, and the Grimm's Bees continue to harass Bappen.
Yes, thank you, Frodo. Thank you for clearing that up. Everyone, quickly read Frodo's message.
They're droning, they're checking, there's Sophia stunning. Like Fluxo, they've lost one too many rounds off this.
It's okay, Unknown. Don't worry about it. I just ignore anyone who's weird.
Finally fallen. It's player up against the world. Enterprise, they gave it a good shot, but Fluxo have finally found their rhythm.
Spoit at 5 plays today.
With ferocity, 4v1. The plan starts to
Do you want a word of the day? Of course. My name Henry. What is the word of the day?
He gets off the plant, but he gets downed. Player looks for a second
Lottie, put your name. I think
a bit too ahead of themselves.
Damn, 2-2-2. I think you're giving people too much credit. Even if I put my name in the title, like it'll still
1v2. We find ourselves in as player looks for his hand and finds it.
7 seconds.
People still ask who I am. From all the data I've seen, you're dating Alicia.
With Palu forcing that plant down, the player will not suffice. It takes them a few goes, but Fluxo W7M assert their dominance.
Yeah, literally, like when it comes to women on the internet, men just like don't. They lose all composure.
Just one straight bullet through that wall. It's an injured.
Let's have a look. 7 minutes, right? Okay, we'll that game's over, so we'll sit and chat for 7 minutes. My first time seeing you, so I was just wondering. Don't worry at all. Don't worry at all. I think Lottie should always co-stream. Oh, thanks. Your fiance is definitely lucky, man. That's very sweet. Thank you very much. Time to gamble. Let's get gambling, guys. Do you play Siege yourself? I do. I do. Didn't lose composure with the flip. When Willie makes finals, what do you think he'll... Oh, I missed that one. What do you think he'll go against? What do you mean? Is the wedding already planned? Yes, we have a date set. We have a date set. Your English is like so English. Scousers tend to be, no. Who's playing next? So we have Kia versus SR next. Did you meet Shaiko? Yeah, I have met Shaiko before, yes. When are you guys marrying? The 5th of June? Force on Paddy the Baddy. Paddy the Baddy is sick. Paddy the Baddy is such a good fighter. For him to not get knocked out against Justin Gaethje the other weekend, when he's a grappler up against a striker, is fantastic. Hi Mason. Hi, you okay? I think Spoit is the GOAT of Siege. I think Spoit has earned a stripe, but I think Fabian is the GOAT. Oh my god, the chat's flying. Hang on. I'm signing Ranky and watching PL. God, I hope you're having a good time. By the way, Mason, I have a bones pick review. Have you got a lady on the side? Have you got a missus? Nah, Spoit is... Don't air my boyfriend. I'm new here. Who's your fiance? My fiance is Elegant. How do you know? DMs now. Wait, I'll message you on Snapchat. Wait there. Oh no, Mason, I'm really happy for you though. I'm happy that you've got like a little... The Pride Divide definitely the fight of the year. Yeah, of course. When Spoit's next game? In 4 minutes, guys. In 4 minutes, spam the SR. Get the SR spammed in. Let me see. I want to see a whole stream of green. I want to see a whole stream of green. Show me the green. Yes. Brayden, show me a whole stream of green. Let me see the stream of green. I want to see them SR logos for Willie. Send some love to him. Send some love to him. Hit 2 PVA, thank you very much for the sub. Dommy Doodar, thank you for the sub. Concluded, thank you for the sub. Rebel Bulldog, thank you for the sub. Yes, streams are green. I want to see the logos. I want to see the logos. Check Snap, I just messaged. Streams are green, guys. You're hella orange. It might be the light. I'm actually ridiculously pale. It's just we have like a big light over here. Streams are green. Yes, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Make sure you're messaging, replying to the tweets on Spoit Updates. Willie reads all the comments on Spoit Updates. Make sure you send him some love. Make sure you send him some love in Discord, in the Discord general chat. I made North Peasant. Greenski, thank you so much. That's sick. Thank you so much, Greenski. How can you get that green icon? So go into your emotes like you would, what the fuck? Hey, we have like a big light here. We have a huge light just here. What's Spoit's favourite map? I'm pretty sure it's either Labs or Clubhouse, I think. Labs or Clubhouse. Fifth of June, wait for a lot. My birthday's the 9th of June. Great month all round. Fantastic month all round. Yeah, he said Labs the other day. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Labs or Clubhouse. Do you play Siege? I do play Siege. 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes. Let me see. All love to Will on the stream. All love to Will on Discord. All love to Will on Twitter. Make sure that you're replying to the Spoit update post. He reads all of them. All hail, Willie. When Spoit playing? In 2 minutes. Literally in 2 minutes. The countdown is now. The countdown is now. What rank are you on? Peak platform, but I haven't played in like 2 seasons. Oh shit. Yeah, Willie's playing in like 2 minutes. The Bravo channel still hasn't run predictions. I don't know if it's in 2 minutes. I mean, 2 minutes on here. 2 minutes on here. Elegance. I'm going to pick Elegance up from his Palo game. Why Wikipedia? So Wikipedia shows the matches in yeah, predictions have started. Predictions have started, guys. Predictions have started on the Bravo channel. See, predictions started on the Bravo channel. I think we're so Wikipedia shows the times if the matches go like all 3 rounds, like all go 3-3. So be like, thank you, Franson. Of course, no worries. I'll try and read as many messages as I can. How old are you? You look too young to be getting married. I'm 22. I'm 22. The world has gone like a mental way. I don't know why. I'm just going to turn this down for a second. I don't know why the Western world is so against marrying young. Like, marrying young is like, if you can find one person to be with for the rest of your life, you just 100% do that. Are you his sister? No, I'm his friend.
Welcome back here on towards.
And we have Demo and Captain Fluke.
This is Demo, and we are going to take a quick trip towards Group C. We have had a very quick opening series that you and I got to cover.
Where's my goat? Your goat is playing right now. He's literally about to play.
What do you think this one's going to go, Demo?
Well, obviously, whenever we look at Group C, this is kind of dubbed as the Group of Death. Yeah. I may not agree with that. I actually think Group D is. Just
okay.
A lot of great teams in that group. But certainly, whenever you think about the teams
I'm not
that we
Willie's
have,
sister now. I might as well be. I might as well be his mum.
Yeah.
FaZe Clan, we've got G2, automatically 3 massive teams in there. So I think that's why a lot of people think this is the Group of Death. But as we know, we've seen D+ and Black Dragon.
Fuck yeah, come on. I'm loving the passion, Frogie. I'm loving the passion. D+ have no chance. I don't think that. Yeah.
Obviously, there was a 2-1.
I would bet like my firstborn that SR are going to win.
I
don't have kids. That was a joke.
Shopify Rebellion. They're the ones that
British get married. If you both choose to get married, it's no business really.
Made their way to success, but it was
the Western world just hates marriage at the minute. I don't know why.
Bitter fight against Black Dragons, against folk from the same country, but living on the other side of the world right now in different regions. That was the one that was a sort of a bit of a testamental. But you, as a self-declared, self-appointed, self-assured G2 fanboy...
Self-ashamed.
Well, we'll get to that in a second. First up, D+ Kia. And, I mean, what can you sort of say?
I bet my winners on SR.
I thought they were a tidy unit.
You're being betted on SR to win, by the way.
Apart from really the bank... I think the other 2 maps that they had, yeah, pretty clear.
Lottie, shout out our predictions, guys. Yeah, getting the predictions, guys. Let me have a look. Let me see.
Really
everyone getting the predictions right now.
They're able to put down on maps, really looking for
so we've got 470,000 on Shopify. I want 1 million on Shopify. I want 1 million on Shopify. I'm going to do my predictions too. Hang on.
Experienced players.
I'm going to bet everything I have on Shopify. Bear with me.
Storied, historic players from some of the bigger rosters.
There's a major winner in that team.
There he is.
2022. Then things start to get a little bit thinner when you talk about their recent
Wait, let me get my bets on Shopify. Hang on.
They can still step toe-to-toe and beat people from what is. And we
Edit. So
really
I have
argue against this right now.
216,000.
Brazil and
295 points.
Wow, could they
going on Shopify to win?
The US and
going on Shopify
America
to win.
Above.
Predict
It
Shopify
is
Rebellion.
Shopify Rebellion. It is
Boom.
Canadian on the
yes, we've hit 1 million on Shopify predictions. Well done, guys. 1 million Shopify predictions. Can we get 1.5? Can we get 1.5 maybe?
How it goes. And yeah, look, I think overall you look at the stats. That's kind of what you want. I think if you're super, this is ideal.
Yep.
You've got Canadian. Obviously, he's going to have the lowest kills.
Literally only a couple of seconds until predictions are closed, guys. Get your predictions in.
He plays.
Get your predictions in. Who's thinking will
happen? Look at his primary operators. A Blackbeard and a Clash. Okay?
Yeah.
Then you look at everyone else.
I put everything I have on Shopify to win. 100%. So we have 96% on Shopify to win and 4% on D+ to win.
From Shopify Rebellion.
It's sort of the split of it as well. As you can talk about how you expect, Canadian to maybe a little bit be further behind. him pulling himself even, it wasn't just 2 maps, it was 2 OT maps as well. They were stressed, they were pushed to the brink by a G2, which we know has these players that have the sort of capability, the possibility of popping off, and they pulled through with some great collected siege of Canadian and the gang. But where are we going? Where were we? And where will we be? Always that eternal question. And I have a feeling we're not going to get the map where D plus Kia got 7-1.
Shit, the chat's gone.
Yesterday. I'm going to expect that to be in that first little quadrant. And as they start to roll
Shit, the
in,
chat's
it is
gone.
a
Wait.
lair, a chalet, and a border.
Yeah,
how do I get that back up?
Bank gone straight away from D+. They didn't want to repeat the same map that they just got slammed on by Black Dragons yesterday. No surprise, I think, in terms of the bans from Shopify Rebellion. They've always kind of went with the consulate ban. That has been one that they haven't really wanted to venture outside of it. I mean, the curious thing about Shopify Rebellion is they have not involved any of the maps that they played yesterday or would have played. This is a complete new veto for Shopify Rebellion.
I think it's sort of the thing that you want, right? What's the old saying? Every single major,
okay, we'll have to watch it from this.
SI is we're not made in best of 1s in league play. You're made in best of 3s and an eventual best of 5. And you've got to have a wide map pool. And this is Shopify Rebellion sort of stretching their legs. First 2 days, get as much out there as possible and say, we don't care where we go. Well, where are we going? Let's have it all start here.
1.1 million Shopify, 1.1 million Shopify.
I am so excited to see how this one plays together. Obviously, we will get maybe that true sort of test of everything, a true test of these 2 teams and how they can try and piece things apart. We had Shopify Rebellion, as we said, do great prep work, right? I think that's one of the main things that you can take away from yesterday.
I seen Super at the printer earlier today.
Already at the printer.
So he was getting, I'm assuming that the bits of paper you can see on the desk, hot off the press, I believe the screen we use. Yeah, so look, we know that they have great minds. I think it's a very clever kind of structure that they have. You know, the experience that Super has, and obviously the experience that Canadian has is undoubtedly up there as one of the best in the game. I mean, is he still like the oldest?
We were talking about this the other day, or literally last night.
I'm pretty sure he is, isn't he?
Yeah, there's a decent possibility. I mean, James Divmata was like, there's only like a few players that are old.
There's no virtue here, and that's usually he always is the oldest one.
MV Taylor used to be one of the ones that had the accreditation. It's got to be Canadian.
Yeah. So
okay, I've got the chat back up, guys. I've got the chat back up, guys. Wait.
Life experience comes into
well, James, as I was saying, James was heartbroken when he realised that, no, even at whatever age he's at.
Sorry, that technical difficulties. I'm just like a bit of a pleb.
Most players will be younger than you. You got to learn this, buddy. You got to learn this. Welcome to our side.
I know better not to ask your age.
Yeah, okay. Forever 27.
Okay, I can read messages again. I'm so sorry. That was my bad.
It doesn't. All right, we're in.
Indelair, which, to be fair, is a really favored map for D+.
Yeah,
they like this map. They play it a lot. We've seen it yesterday. They won it yesterday. It was a close game. Don't forget, went all the way to 15 rounds, but still a win's a win in my books. So let's see how Shopify have done their counter prep. You know, I think it's pretty obvious what D+ were going to do, because straight away, look at the bans. Look what Shopify Rebellion have went for. They've got rid of the smoke. They've got rid
Spoit,
of the
you're so
pretty. That was the win
Spoit suits blonde hair, no?
that D+ used against Black Dragons to get that map under their belt.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, how many times did you and I see that push across this perfect wall on towards the plant spot just tucked inside? That is your win con, right? That is your win con, is holding onto that wall, and then if they get rid of it, throwing over the smokes, throwing over the fire, throwing over everything to stop them being able to plant. And as Ambi plants Nia's...
Pred's still going, guys. We're almost at 1.5 mil. Let's get 1.5 mil.
Oh, looking at the scoreboard.
Let's get them up. Let's get them
up.
The
rest of the round immediately gone on the Skybridge side, and that is not how you wish to start your day, Demo.
Yeah,
I just closed them. Are they still open for me?
It's pretty obvious the way that Shopify Rebellion are going to attack this round.
They're
It seems
still
to be
open.
using the gridlock. They're going to try and push.
I remember it short is Elegance. Yeah, Elegance is on his way back soon.
Storage is their main goal, but they still have got the fun utensils. You've got the Glaz, you've got the Blackbeard, you have the Ying, so you have that pushing power. But really, it's just establishing map control right now for Shopify Rebellion.
Well, there's still plenty of work to be done, obviously, at this point. As you said, establishing control. You've got the positions that you'll want to take.
I think it'll be
on
a
the
2-0.
shield, lead in the
I
boys
don't think
round,
I saw losing to
pressure on towards Art window, maybe cut across and force the players into uncomfortable situations. It's still early work.
I went all in on SR, saying what's level 2 step is
Canadian's not the kind of guy to start
right
chasing those into the depth of the woods. No.
He gets out there, he gets
3 by 3 until we know where we are. The first pop fired. A minute 30, he's sort of stuck in a little bit of a hard place. The Glaz wasn't swinging onto him, but we know that Spoit isn't shy of these kind of engagements, and you can see a bit more support is coming over to the shoulder, so right move, Midi.
Yeah, this is really good timing, I think, from Shopify Rebellion. They've been able to burn through the Goyos early on. Now they can start dumping in their own util, use their smokes, use the Glaz, use the Yings that are being tossed in towards Art. And again, they've established that map control. Now they're in towards storage. Now they can start looking at opening up walls, which they have to try and get the Capital rotated around and open that up. So Rexon is ready to go with the 10
Is D plus European
now
over
will
APAC?
break that breach. 2 breaches to be specific. And don't forget, he still has the flames he can utilize here too.
Oh, this is lovely. I said that's the win condition before, but, well, that's that prep. They know that they can put pressure on the backside of the site because
Shout out
this
to my
wasn't
sister-in-law,
tested at all.
Roberta, who's watching at
Yesterday
home.
in any of the approaches,
Love
the C4 won't quite get the take, but that sure will. Falls and bullet. Find one apiece, and now they've lost the Candelas, which is on the back of Art, so they've lost that point position. They've got 2 where the diffuser fell for the Blackbeard, and they've got Ambi on walkway, on Mez, trying to just cut some attention. He's either got to fight to his left, which just slips on by, puts this pressure on, keeps cooking, but 15 seconds. They've still got to get into the site at this point. 3 versus 2. And this back take might have failed. Rexon screams his way across. Spoit gets ahead. 2 versus 2, but Rexon needs to plant. Bullet can just swing around the corner on Art door, which he baits into, but well predicted.
Okay, slow start from Shopify, but it's okay.
Good patience there from the Cade. Knows he doesn't need to make the move until either he gets the call swing of his teammate, or he just listens for the sound cue of the diffuser going down, and with such little time, yeah, Rexon just couldn't really make it happen with where both of the defenders were situated. Good hold from the defense. I mean, that the important kill is this one right here on the Warden. He's been able to see for the Blackbeard. Obviously, Canadian's thinking, oh, you know, yes, it's going to give me the shield bash, but there's a smoke grenade in front. Oh, it's a Warden. He can see me through the smoke and get the pick. So yeah, very
I'm Elegance's fiance. I'm just Spoit's friend. I'm just covering for Elegance. Why is it Paddle? He's on his way home now, though.
Could have crossed through the bomb site and got into that plant position.
Well, from the top to the bottom, and we've talked about the sort of bans that have affected on the right-hand side of the screen, the things that will limit the defenders, but the double shield ban as
you and slap your ass.
I assume the Blackbeard will join that tally after the round because you commit, right? You know the play you want to stop. You know that it's a drive that they like to have.
You said that 100 times. Believe me, I know. I know.
Swap the hands. It's Spoit that will bring the Blackbeard instead this time round. They've just traded roles.
Spoit and Blackbeard. Never. I think I'd see the day.
Canadians like, don't worry.
Spoit, retirement's calling.
Oh, no.
The next step, you're on the Blackbeard. Next step is Johnny Jinxie.
Oh, dear. Well, hey, maybe you can make something happen.
Caster's thinking the funny trying to Terror Will again.
Similar sort of idea, though. It's a similar sort of play style.
Yeah, more or less the same lineup, minus the Glaz.
Yeah.
Pretty much. I'm curious to see what the play is. I assume it's going to be a horizontal take based on
They're
the
just
fact
chatting
that
shit. The casters have no respect for Will at all. Just chatting absolute fucking shit.
Or Ram involved in this, so it will mostly be stemming in from the garage side of things, and you'll try and take your way in through barrels and establish your foothold. The only thing you do have to be careful of is you can get bottlenecked very easily, as there's only 2 doorways that get you into that side of the map.
Go in Paris too, you managed to channel during his matches. I'm not in Paris yet.
Gas, which is very common in this bottom floor because
I'm not in Paris yet.
ways into this bomb site. That may cause some issues. And don't forget, there's still roamers upstairs. You can't have vertical work on you too.
Wow, Spoit immediately knocking on the door again. Quick little pokes at utility, quick bits of attention. There's some back and forth, and those vertical angles that you mentioned before with the coverage of the smoke bolts here, Demo.
Yeah, I like this, using the smoke to try and cover the vertical angles from the defenders. And, I mean, if they go for that, they're just going to have to try and blitz the bomb site as quick as they can and almost just try and rush in.
Say anti-Wendy, I did. My anti-Wendy's watching at home.
The Canadian on the far side. He's about to try and pop his way in, but he's taking a lot of damage from somewhere. He's not quite sure where, but there's Rexon. Gets the support, and now they can try and swing and pinch, but Nears finds Spoit on the backside. The Blackbeard is gone, but as is the player inside the side. Ambi, he's knocking on the door. Rexon gets the cross. Bullet tries to bite back with a double.
1v2.
Fires it round, but Ambi gets a post-mortem. It's Rexon and Canadian. They hit with the smoke. Bullet, he's waiting, he's baiting, but they've gone to the other side. They're going to plant. They're not putting anything to chance. They're a team that loves to play the objective, and the objective is something that they're pretty good at playing. Here's the divide. Crossed and covered a post plant with one smoke left and two candelas. They can roll one out for their cover and then escape behind the back of it. It's wasting time. They can just peel back to the verticality, as you've seen, well placed and prepped, and they've got 2 stories of damage here. And Bullet, he knows he's going to have an awkward retake. It's the first bit to cross. There's a using the hard breach to give himself the angles above the kit as well. At this point, you assume it's pretty much impossible, but the first fight, well, proves
excellent stuff from Shopify. I told you, first round never counts. First round never counts.
Shopify Rebellion. Yeah, that's
first round never counts.
About. I mean, that is what we expect to see from them. Super has obviously watched the game yesterday, whenever it was D+ versus Black Dragons on Lair. And even before I came into this, I said they're a very good roaming team. They roamed non-stop on Lair. They were heavily extending upstairs. And as you can see, for Shopify Rebellion, they've seen that strategy and said, we can just ignore the roamers altogether, utilize things like the Ying, like the Capitao, being able to smoke off.
They gotta get warm in those first two, exactly. First couple of rounds never ever count. As long as they get the first game, they'll be fine.
There's still always going to be some left over that you can still utilize. And then you kind of double up and you triple team almost the players.
I feel like Shopify always start quite slow though, to get like a gain of bear. And how old is Ambi? I think Ambi's like 20 or 19. I know he's only a baby.
Talking of retaking a bomb site, this is at least one where you think everyone is going to be a lot closer together. You don't really get so much of a map extension from the defenders here. They'll get themselves above and might try and, you know, rainfall.
Might hold green storage, and that corridor.
And then peel back. But otherwise, you know they're going to be above it, and you know there's probably going to be
again, no, he's at a game of paddle, but he is on his way back. He's in the taxi home as we speak.
So I'm wondering if we're going to get something direct, or they're just going to go.
All that matters is the final round, exactly.
Exactly.
Hi, Hidden. Hello.
With the mirror, with the
Ambi looks 16. Ambi's like 20 or 19, I think.
But then, well, for the first time, no shield from the attackers.
Yeah, no shield, and also for this bomb site, we know that Sense is a very common operator.
This chat is socially being able to read and listen, literally.
Vertical angles, and you just walk
Hi, Tyler, are you okay? Did Spoit still around? No, he's just getting warm. Just getting warm, that's all.
The kind of elements of that where you can utilize the smoke to cover off lines.
Why is Spoit a girl? I had a sex
change. It is going to
change.
be difficult because don't forget there is a warden on site, so you need to make sure that he's either dead or if he's not in the vertical as you go for your take. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Shopify Rebellion take the fight to them. You know, you see operators here like Grim is now being picked, which letting that through the ban phase, that's a big no-no already in my books, and you'll see the power of that operator.
Two Spoit team on Shopify.
You can throw those Grims in
so Willie is the orange team on the right.
And it's going to spot a lot of people. Where are you going, Levy?
He was just having an adventure. There's some pressure. The C4 went for the window, but it couldn't quite get Canadian. There was cover, and using the flashes to drive Spoit forward. Lovely bit of teamwork and utility drive, and now they have green stairs. Now they've got this little wedge between the site, and actually, I said there might only be one.
The way pro players like take a hold of site and take control of the map is like such an insane, like, insane thing to watch.
What? I mean, now the issue is, all it takes is one drone, they can see that no one's upstairs, and you are now dealing with a bomb site where there is full verticality on you as defenders. You have to then leave the bomb site, and then you're just going to be in the open arms with everyone else waiting for you.
I mean, Falls has gone a little bit wider. He's holding
Seb
off
just
on
landed, guys. Seb just got home.
Around the corner itself onto pillar. You can see
it's really actually 6'3". No, he's 5'8".
External wall. Get it popped open and
By
see if
so
anybody
cute.
can.
Oh, thank you very much.
You're
cute too.
As I said, with the mirror window, you can put pressure in. The clash is sort of.
Sebby will be here momentarily, guys. Don't worry.
Stopped this. There's.
Straight away, Canadians should be thinking, I'm going to flame this guy out of that corner. He is not living.
Believe it or not, people can actually be nice.
At this point, though,
You're just a prick.
Approach together, getting the verticality, getting these angles. Watch, we'll see how.
We love having you as well. Thank you very much, Hidden.
Great call. There's the fire. There's the air jab. They just need to cover.
Today's my brother's birthday. Happy birthday to your brother.
They're in and they're off, and they're gonna just plant behind the reinforce. They can watch the cover. They can watch the cross. They can watch the verticality. And they've gone round with the impact, but it's watched. It did stop the plant being confirmed though.
3v3
versus 3, and now with that kid in a bit of a dead man zone, but no clash. To offer mobile cover. How do you piece it?
Bullet upstairs, though. He's going to try and go for the retake and try and put the pressure on the players above.
Well, with the kit recollected, do they know about Bullet? This is going to be the kill to probably dictate the rest of the round. He had it. He pre-fired it. Surf.
Yeah, they pulled.
He rides that one home, and now a post-plant. Big risk, big attempt, but big clutch not to be made.
Well, they hold it out. Nice attempt.
Where's the mainstream for this game on R6 Bravo?
Nowhere. Just knew. Heard the footsteps. Good turn and burn. I mean, Surf as well. I think Jack on the analyst desk yesterday.
Excellent stuff from Shopify.
The analyst's corridor.
The runway.
The runway.
There you go. And
that'll be Seb. Wait there 1 second. Let me just go get the door. There with Seb's coming back in a moment.
I think he plays, to be honest, a very boring role in terms of you're just sitting holding angles a lot of the time, but it's a necessity. And it gets you kills, first of all, because he had a really good day yesterday. I think he got the most kills out of his side, so hey, he's doing the same again. That's exactly the way that they want to set things up.
Never mind, that wasn't said. The dogs are barking for no fucking reason again.
From Shopify Rebellion today is very impressive. You can see the role. Everyone has a part to play.
And a great cover, great sort of prediction of what was going to happen. The Ying has come through as the third ban. I think it's smart, but against the Warden, yeah, you're sort of just trading blows there.
I mean, there's still like just so many bans that you would also want to get rid of. I mean, Grim is still up.
Seb has returned. I'm going to leave you in the lovely hands of Seb again.
Appearance, which is a little bit strange to see utilize that operator.
You okay? Have a good time, Paddle.
On the kind of bomb site that we're used to seeing in that mid floor.
Okay, Seb's back, so I'm going to leave you in the hands of Seb.
Top floor. I can only assume.
And I will see you all soon. It was lovely to be here again.
Roll across the middle of a
see you later.
And run in and go for a plant. That's usually how we see this top floor play out with that operator.
Well, let's see if Shopify Rebellion can sort of remake the mark they tried to get on the board before. Losing the black bid on one approach, sort of as you put it, took the wind out of the sails of everything. Yeah. And
how are we, folks?
This, they're not going to try and dabble.
Judging by the scoreline, we're very fucking well.
Away. To be fair, the 2 rounds they had, the black bid, it wasn't the most successful. Instead, see if they can try and make it land elsewhere. No early body, gifted and given from the Skybridge side, but the prep still takes about the same amount of time. There's
let's go.
Bit of focus here, and we actually get some of the pressure on towards operation this time round.
I'm good.
Trying to lead themselves in on the drone hole if they're feeling really creative, but it's a castle. There's a bit of a foothold swing. You know you're not really going to be immediately contested on this.
Yeah, I think
I'm good, guys. I'm good. That's just step out real quick. Sure, you had a good time. Paddle was good. It was good.
Across the middle of office.
Traveling back was the fucking what made me a little bit late, but
in that bomb site already, and that's
a minor lapse.
But then you are kind of putting yourself up to being
predictable. We're back. Back like I never left, actually.
You can theoretically plant anywhere.
Let's spam those Shopify Rebellions up, baby. Let's go. You have a lot of special luck, Fancy Man. Much luck in the future.
Obviously, utilizing the buck below.
Much luck in the future, Theo. Much love. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate you. Appreciate the kind words.
Trying to find the fight through the verticality, but yeah,
Elegance will release family also go to Paris when he's going. I believe so.
I believe so. Still the buck going, but purposefully he's not looking.
Can you speak Arabic? No, I'm a fake Arab, unfortunately.
He doesn't want to
fake Arab
his life yet.
Yeah, pretty default kind of take, isn't it? You know,
it's because he's supposed to go live today because he has like an earlier finish than he did yesterday. Yo, what's good, Hidden?
Look at all the effort that Shopify.
You should hear what the commentator said about Spoit. Honestly, I'm not even like shocked anymore if they did do something.
Still has one of the Selmas. But actually,
you can tell a lot he's been here. The sound of the stream has been reduced.
Barricade, so they're going to have to try and get the Capitan rotate it over and use tin openers.
Timu Arab, literally Timu Arab.
Well, less than a minute on the clock, and all the players
still standing. The process managers like Spoit does with you. Mainly just me. Like I don't know anyone else who's got a manager. I think I'm the only one that I can think of on Siege.
Get some of this Mez approach.
I manage a lot of the pros.
Relaying and slowing down, but the risk did not pay off. Rexon caught the slip on one side. A fight on Mez. does go into the favor of Falls, who goes for the second. Great timing.
Like their timing is.
And knew where things were about to explode from. They peel themselves back 20 seconds. They know there's about to be a mad dash for this plant, and if they can try and slow it down, it's the C4, the trick, the attempt, and well, the pullback pushed off. Canadian got a kill in the meantime. 3 versus 3. They still have some gadgetry to try and make this happen. That C4, it's a trade out, but they're able to shoot it out of the air. Canadian, he's showing his practice. There's the C4 that connects, gets the double, a 1 versus 1, but Rexon, is he in time? Is he in place? Is he in position? The answer's no.
Oh, God. Why the commentators such jerks? Do they think he's overhyped or something? Honestly, I've like just put it down to jealousy, to be honest.
Shopify Rebellion. Just out of time, out of luck
I've just put it down to jealousy. Like, nothing else makes sense at all.
Little bit.
Like, what else makes sense?
Because I think Shopify Rebellion had the
There's a lot of jealous individuals in the community, to be fair.
The second C4.
Anyone that you ever hear talk bad about Spoit, just know that they're jealous. There's no way you can't like him.
And then you have that C4 lineup.
Can't give me like an actual reason why you would talk shit about him, you know?
Obviously, the
Yo, Elta Flash, thank you for the prime, appreciate you.
The second C4 comes out, and just
appreciate you.
They didn't have any util to really think about that.
I'm so jealous of Willie. I wish I was so nonchalant and call the same. Exactly.
From the defense, being able to use that as in the latter stages of the round and win it out. Overall, I think Shopify Rebellion, we knew what they were going to go for. They just didn't have enough time, I feel, to get everything set up where they wanted to.
Outside.
Bit of a mishap with that Solus. That's what we have to come back to. They did not clear Mez well enough. Was it a flank coming up from Rocket Stairs?
It was a flank up Rocket.
Yeah.
Oh, what are they
Facts are the constants of negative Nancy's. I mean, it's because everything that they chat usually is just shit, so...
But
the only way to get people to even remember anything that they said is by saying something controversial.
That's what kind of done them in.
No shock there, folks. No shock.
Wow. The
problem now
GG's is that they've only been able to win on the one side on their defense. They've got to see if they can try and make things happen.
Yeah, I think D+ have only won the best site, so let's see what Shopify can cook.
But what they took control of, and most importantly, what they ignored about D+'s game.
Does anyone else think that these map things, maps over the, like this effect over the map looks absolutely shit? They need to remove it. No one can tell what the maps are, seriously.
Decide to try and drive themselves directly through the warehouse again. Just poke at the site.
What's everyone think about the new DMR? Anyone like the new DMR? I'm seeing a lot of people running this shit. It actually looks kind of nice.
The sledge in there, so
but you got no recoil by looks like no bounce whatsoever.
Challenging the roamers, mostly because you think about it from a defense perspective.
I like the look. I actually like the
direct take from
the production. I just think this flag thing is really pissing me off. It's the only thing.
Now we need to maybe change things up. We need to pull more people in towards the bomb site.
I think it's pretty good.
And then that's maybe where Shopify Rebellion can then go and hit above if they want to.
Demo giving it Willie should was higher because
is located, looking to again control that early game with that shield. Don't be called too.
Honestly, like I'm not even shocked. Like at some stage I've hit all of the. I think the only caster that I've never really heard say anything is Intero. I don't think Intero talks too much shit about Willie. He actually has a lot of respect. I think also Jesse J Chick used to be kind of bad for it, but he's not so much anymore. He's kind of put respect on Willie's name.
And that could be the first body that goes back
respect
and
on Willie's name these
They're
days.
still cautious about all this verticality. Get the openings well open and hit Goyo canisters. It's more time wasted. It's slightly slower than last time, but not that bad, not that slow, not that worrying.
I don't know what they said. I wasn't even here.
On the side of Shopify Rebellion, keep learning.
I'm just not shocked if anything was said. You know what I'm saying?
In towards the round. But at this point,
not shocked if anything was said.
Move. Bullets obviously got the scope off, so they can get themselves.
Notice they never say, "Oh, this guy's ass at the game." It's always some other shit.
Where's the first fight?
I think Ambi's a danger man here if you're D+K. He's going to lurk upstairs and wait until the attention of everyone else rushing the bomb site is going to drag those defenders upstairs away.
They're comfortable in the last few seconds, you know.
Ooh, here's the Grim, here's the Bees, and here's
Missy
and Spoit and Falls, and suddenly it's back and forth and popping off inside the site. Nears gets Ambi though, and that's that verticality gone. It's a 3 versus 2 with one loose player, and now these two
have vests on the site though, I think.
Group up, get themselves back together. Rexon rotates round to the cover of the shield, but he won't have as easy as a time of passing things. And whoa, maybe it wasn't that easy at all. Spoit looked the wrong way, got pushed down, and Rexon doesn't have verticality, doesn't really have anything in the
canisters. They didn't have that much vet on the front side, I don't think. They could have
bridge charge.
It's like back in the day, people would always
together hits a stun.
Say he was cheating, not the fact maybe it's just really good to get. Yeah, I mean it's always something, bro.
Well, as they did.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm not honestly never shocked by anything Best to say anymore. Never shocked.
For Shopify Rebellion,
it successful people
reminds me of that first round that they had, where things maybe didn't go to plan.
Like I say, notice they
never
say shit at the game.
quickly kind of went in the reliance of.
Notice they never say he's bad at the game.
We've seen it with the first round. It was the gridlock coming up through Rocket.
It's always poking fun at his content or whatever.
Same thing happens there. Was hoping for the backstab onto those players in the verts. Didn't get the kill.
Happens to the best of us.
One more chance to get themselves leveled up. And I said I was curious about D plus Kia growing on towards other sites. They did it very, very well there, right? They made sure that they had
Shopify level this up here, and then they're looking good.
Themselves into engagements. The ones and the trades of them.
They got kind of unlucky on one round as well.
Struggling yesterday.
When Canadian almost had the bomb down. If he had the post plant there, then the round was over.
They just kept on just almost killing people, just almost getting the end of it.
Couldn't quite
get the actual bodies down. Here it feels like they're more confident.
Now?
Obviously, you've got Falls.
Is the camera off focus?
Game so
I think
far.
might have
Bullet as well as a name that you
short.
sort of want to see pop off, want to see hit that sort of.
You must do, or do you manage other operations as well? No, I do other stuff as well.
The
managing siege is like the smallest part of my job these days.
There's always the level of prep. There's that conversation. Everyone preps very hard for every game, right? You come into this on a massive tournament. But you can assume that first game against G2 probably took a lot of their focus. Because that is a must-win.
That makes the statement. That sends the message to everyone else in the group.
And they say nothing, but when Stomping gets 2 kills, they just play. I mean, it's the same thing they used to do to Willie. It's just that when there's a new younger kid who's playing well, like the same. One day Stomping will be all the 2, and there'll be another kid.
They will know G2 a lot more as a
Exactly.
team compared to D+.
So things
like
like
the way it is.
those
Stomping's got
things
the
what we
relevant.
saw
Obviously,
that
he's just
they
come into the
were
league, playing really
absolutely
well. So
yesterday,
naturally, they're gonna do that, you know.
Time to build into.
Plus, Stomping has a lot of fans, like a lot of new fans, people who are not necessarily comp fans.
Plays.
Yeah, for example, Shopify Rebellion
Can you
know
explain the pick
how
out
to
of
get under
some-
Alamau
so
skin.
Oh, easily.
How do they get under Bullet skin? Do they know? I don't think they know that much.
The books are not there. And well, the take here was brilliant from Shopify Rebellion last time round. They're driving the shield forward, but also if I'm going to say Shopify Rebellion, they're going to take some time to learn some lessons. So are D plus Kia. They're not handing
Forget
them
it.
that body.
I'm not even looking
I
at
will
that.
say, for D plus Kia,
You're also
it's
really
the
low on the
same kind of
camera.
take again, isn't it? It's all stemming from that green side. It's
Don't you
going to be
like
the heavy flank denial with the gridlock and the Nomad with the shield as that spearhead. Little bit of a difference, though. I think coming in from Shopify Rebellion, they've taken
is
towards
fair.
Bathroom, and
It's kind of in
Andy has
between now.
opened up in towards the R6 room. He's made it so anyone on these verts are going to have quite a difficult
30.
time if they start getting pinched from 2 ways.
This does feel a little bit more traditional from the hold as well, but well, apart from that, actually, all sort of down there. They've got themselves on towards green. They might try and just get the kit inside the door itself. It means you're a little bit more susceptible to the cross peaks, but talking about cross peaks, there is that one player above. Falls, gets himself a rotate.
He's stuck. Where's he going to go? Is he going to jump off the top rope in towards Mez? What options does he have? He can't go out the door. Oh, the hatch has a shotgun.
Okay.
There we go.
For a second, I was like,
I was worried because he used above the impact.
Yeah. Same brain, but then he dropped the shotgun.
They've got to try and hit site fast.
Taken from a C4, but he's probably
clearing Falls is not the player. I don't think
any more than that. Rexon's still
they're
standing.
gonna start poking
Pressure on
upstairs
towards the
now.
external wall, and now look at this. The retake on towards green.
Fouls hasn't dropped either.
Oh, swinging around on towards the Blackbeard, wants to fight. Gets caught out from the cross peak, though, and now it's the outside run. Great response on the trade game. Okay, Fouls, he's got himself background. Nears, he's able to take Canadians, so Fouls can now move because, well, he's pressure, he's problem. He's only got 20 seconds left. You can see his army retaking on towards Green Pillar, and whatever Shopify took, D plus Kia just took big portions back. Missed the run out. Missed Nears, and Levy on towards one. There is the last and a 4-2 half.
Really
yeah, really good stuff from D+.
I didn't see the first few ones,
brilliant,
so I can't really comment, but those were not
3-2-1 aggression.
Those were not
Call
good.
comes in, right, guys, we're just going to try a retake. We're going to try and catch them here in the transition phase. That is where Shopify
Canadian has the BB, and they've sent Rexon to clear
upstairs. Now they were looking at getting control of green and then
like they have to make the decision. You either want to clear the Solus or you don't. Like, clear him or ignore him.
During that phase, you're going to have a lot of people not holding angles.
And they chose to kind of do both. Wasted too much time on the top floor. Like, they had top floor control at 2 minutes and then decided to waste all the time.
They find the kills in the transition period.
That was poor. It's poor attacks there, to be fair.
Great half. Really, really good half from D+.
Oh, and I think that's the sort of thing that I
hopefully Shopify can settle themselves on the defense.
At the turn of the rounds, at the start of that round, was it'll take time to warm up to each other, right? It'll take time to sort of get.
I did say to people though, D+ is good, man. It's really, really good.
Played familiarity games. They played players they know very well. They played teams they know very well. And as I said, everyone does all the prep, but there's a different experience of being in the server, in the lobby.
Is there a tech pause here?
D+ Kia, I mean, excellent growth in towards their defense. We're looking the same here on the other side when you sort of have to hit that strat, but have to start changing things on the fly.
Did I see that right? Have they got? Is this a Brazilian team with an Asian coach? Usually, like an Asian team with a Brazilian coach.
On the top floor again, as it'll all be revealed.
Did I miss much? Thought the game was later than this. It was supposed to be later than this, but obviously the games have been pretty quick today.
Another monitor can see what the bomb site was. So own up your lies. Lies will not be tolerated here.
No, I didn't say I...
No, because you caught yourself... No. Whoa. Let me just pull you back.
Yeah.
You said, oh, it's going to be master.
What are the next 2 maps after this?
Because you realised they can't see that.
They can't see it.
So own up.
Chalet and Bordeaux, I think.
Nope, say no more.
Chalet and Bordeaux.
Okay, we'll move on.
Yeah.
Just don't let it happen again.
So the next round site that you'll see will be the basement. Okay, I can't see that far ahead, guys. There's no script, I promise. Cross that out. 4-2. Now we have the mirror trick. The 2 placements of the mirror on towards both of those default plant wall makes that breach uncomfortable, makes it a bit awkward. You can make that in some ways impassable if they flub the use of the hard breach.
Yeah. It stops really any thermite charges going down on that wall, because then you're kind of...
We're actually going crazy on the subs as well, like 4.6k is actually crazy. We started at like 4.3.
Make it pretty difficult to do so. So with the ace, you're still going to get it open. Really, I think for that main breach, the exterior one, I don't think you need to have it open fully. You actually missed the impact, by the way, so it has made the full jump-in hole.
Well, that has happened on Rocket Stairs, just at the door.
Oh dear. I think
Ambi just tried to walk down the stairs?
Because he wasn't in a position to peek it. I'm wondering if they just shot open the door or just... I mean, they probably were setting up a drone down there.
We had 17k West Major. I'm sure we can do it again.
Weird position.
I mean, I guess we'll see.
I mean, you've lost your Denari. You assume the gadgetry's already up. But either way, you've lost Ambi. You've lost a great gun. Kind of uncontested. However,
saying one shot was winning. That's what I'm saying.
Was rewarded towards Shopify, right? They got that early kill on towards.
We've seen better days here.
Still couldn't capitalize on the
side. They're playing really weird now. Like on attack, they were taking so long to move, and on defense,
wired as that first pick. They're getting themselves locked in. Mez's covered. They've obviously got this mirror window. They're worried about it being popped open. And look at that. The preparation of Spoit just going to go for the trick. That one worked.
Yeah, it did. And that is going to cause quite a few issues.
Right, they can't get the wall open.
No more Selmas, so they cannot open up the default plant position.
This could be fine.
They either have to try and go in through the main breach, which I think is risky, or they try and rotate and hit the green side, but there's a clash waiting for them. Never mind! Oh, a massive overextension from Surf.
Bro, what the fuck is this?
Like, Spoit on the site, and ooh, that was too far, too deep, and Rexon... Does he have too much left to do? Sees the Blackbeard, and that's not the person you want to be toe-to-toe with right now.
The team play with themselves is... Did that just kill Rexon through a wall?
So what do we...
Was that through a wall, or did he just throw it on top of himself?
He got his one.
He got his one.
Got his one. I'm not going to have any slander. He got his one.
Got his one.
That's it.
It happens.
CG2, that's how you can commit an atrocity and still get
away
with it because he got his kill.
Did it bounce?
If Canadian gets that kill, then it might be a different round.
Oh, so yeah, okay. So he tried to loop it a bit further. It hit the Blackbeard shield, land on the other side of the deployable shield,
but then it still killed him.
Okay.
No, that shouldn't kill him.
Yeah, not as bad as the GT run. Don't get me wrong.
Got us one. That's all.
That shouldn't kill him.
He learnt lessons in the game yesterday, but they were the wrong.
He was right. He was like curved around the corner. That shouldn't kill him.
All right, 5-2.
Not that it really matters in the moment, but
their map, right?
Not that it really matters, but like that shouldn't have killed him.
They've been pretty comfortable.
100% it shouldn't have killed him.
Really high preference.
What? The drive out on green. There's an excitement about wanting to hunt that kill. They had the Blackbeard and they thought they had him dead to rights.
Yeah, you see an
with Canadian being smoked though, a bit of a rookie error to not smoke green stairs,
and the other one with the
or just outright smoke the Blackbeard.
Green stairs.
Yeah.
Come on.
Unfortunately,
these are pressure players, high pressure players.
They're making sure that they're in these positions. On
I did say, like everyone's going, oh, D+ should be an easy game. Like it's not that simple, bro.
Yesterday kept on popping up. They were
not that simple. D+ is good.
They didn't quite have that trade locked down. There was unfortunately not a lot of that.
What were the predictions looking like? I didn't even see.
To a little look, shall we? Second map in the showdown. It was actually their opponents.
Oh shit!
But it
if D+ win this, you guys are broke.
Constant ban. Either way, this one does definitely feel
you guys will be broke.
Like
broke as hell, actually.
D+ Kia getting themselves in pretty steady. They've not going to play around too much with the hard walls, but also the Thatcher. I mean, where are you going to sort of get yourself utilized here against the setup that they've got, Demo?
I think overall for D plus Kia, it's just about that slow and steady approach and keeping the important operators alive. I mean, there's players there in Shopify Rebellion who we know can get.
Lair's not a crazy strong map for Shopify.
They know every spawn pick under the sun. They know all the dodgy tricks, the dirty deeds, whatever you want to call it. They know what they're doing. So I think just playing it slow, playing it safe is the correct way to go about it. You have a 5-2 lead. Let's not get reckless now. Let's try and keep it controlled.
Ooh, that is a bit of punishment. The frag grenade bounced around the corner, gets rid of the player there.
They are getting far too aggressive, though.
This point takes a bit more damage, but
they're dying alone. Willie's just done it. Ambi did it.
He's sort of holding on, and there's, I mean, pixels that my old eyes can't even really see. It's just the sort of setup here of the Blackbeard. Slow him down in the corner and expect another follow through. There's the smoke canister, force them further back, takes a bit of damage, it slows them down, but it's a heavy bit of utility usage here. Think about the site. Think about what they're trying to get hold of, and think about how he talks about the importance of this verticality. Shopify Rebellion are living by that motto and mantra right now and refusing them access towards that top floor.
Yeah, seems to be that Mighty's also got his way over towards Mezzanine and is looking for that backstab as the majority of his team is pushing in towards storage, but how much util is there left? Not a whole lot. All of the smokes are gone from Canadian. He is able to pick up one, and great bit of aggression from Surf, using the smoke grenade, knowing that no one can swing him from exit door. Fantastic work there from Surf.
Ooh, well, that's Surf cleaning up here on the top floor and leaves them in the 4 versus 2, but they know about Levy now. The kid is in an awkward position, and, well, Bullet does get one, but can't get the next. And
good round from Surf. That was that 3K, 4K.
They're able to find this defense, the second round. They make sure that they're not quite on map point yet. They're not quite on the precipice.
They're not D plus is what to play for here. They're like they're heavily committing to top floor. No hard breach to open the site wall.
If they wanted, go back to the top. They're not going to do that probably.
So it must have been a top clear, I guess.
They're going to do something else. Let's see if we can hear anything.
Nope.
Why can you not hear anything now?
Pulling a face. No. You know that face you pull when you try and hear stuff?
Can you lip breathe? Let's bring a Habana.
Yeah, let's bring a Wamai, not a Habana.
This is what I usually say to you, what he said to his team.
Yeah.
Don't overdo it.
Don't overdo it. Well, unfortunately, I came into work early this morning, and we had our amazing makeup artists.
Yeah, it was tack timeout.
I was like, is this too much? And she went, you cannot have too much. So I wore a beret. There's no such thing as overdoing it. But he's right. That's an entirely different story in a different context. He's right. They were overdoing it. They were going too far.
They were
looking for,
I believe.
In some ways,
I believe.
Just too much. They need to simplify what they're doing. They need to find the fights and go for them. That round, obviously, the aggression was great. They had the watch. But remember what we talked about
follow some SRs in the chat.
They tried a very similar bit of aggression in the same place, and it was overdoing.
Want to see some rebellions in the chat? In the chat.
Yeah, to a period where you kind of put yourself up to, if one thing isn't checked, you're going to get punished. So they set themselves up to be punished.
Couple of SRs in the chat, guys. Come on.
I think overall for
Sea of Green right now.
Sea of Green. And what we've seen in the last round,
Sea of Green.
That's more like it. Use the util successfully. You know, they didn't know if anyone was at exit door. They had no idea there wasn't.
Sea of Green.
But they still went out their way as though they were. They weren't taking.
That's because the setting's been changed on the
I always like taking risks, but not reckless risks.
Yeah. Do you like how it's the different site? And I lied again. I told them it was going to be the thing probably, and now I've done. And it's the other site.
You've lied again.
You never know what to expect with me now. They've got.
Oh, trust me, we do.
They've got another chance. They've got another chance.
Yeah, it's just bugging.
And what are the changes that they've got on the hold this time? Well, a little bit more of an extension and pressure in towards up. They've still got the mirror, and still got that location and that position. They've still got the clash, but, well, they still also have all 5 players. There hasn't been somebody caught out early on rocket stairs up towards Mez. They've got the clash.
I know it's gone so shoppy.
Spoit can sort of keep a keen eye and
at some point.
Not Spoit even, sorry. Surf can keep a keen eye and rotate back round if they need it. Spoit on a clash, that would be crazy.
So that's retirement and
that's retirement.
Yeah, it's jumping.
Hang it up.
Ooh, Canadian.
He's very lucky there, isn't he?
Really lucky. They did not know that he was there, and he's able to slip away with just a little bit of a bullet in his foot.
Well, at least now they know that the buck's downstairs, so in terms of a storage take, that should be what Shopify Rebellion are expecting to go up against. Still a lot of pressure over towards Ops, though, don't forget. You can see the Habana is in to the position that you typically expect the hard breachers is sat here holding the long angles, using
they've got
open breaches.
Habana this time.
Now we see the rotation around and looking to take
1 minute 10. This looks a bit better from Shopify.
He is up against the Janka, though, so Files may have a bit of trouble getting through this. And also the Clash, so maybe a bit of a no-go zone. I don't know. I think trying to front up against a Janka and a Clash, that may be just a little bit too much.
Burning out the util here for the Bees, and the pressure going to come around on the other side. It's Levy that actually gets Rex and gets the opener, and a lot of pressure onto the Ambi, but Ambi cleans up 2 on the back end. The flash around 1 corner, and the pickup on towards Ambi levels things up. Looks for the keeper thrower, but can't quite get the connection. The health is thin, but it's still enough. Canadian gets 1 more, and they have built a barricade across the entirety of the Master Office. And the Clash rolling in. Surf can sort of keep the other side on a lockdown, build a smaller box and a smaller play space, and force the remaining players through the single door, blinded. And doing their best. Now the Clash is inside the top, and they're about to get peeked either side, either way. Missed the kill, gets the second, the follow through. 2 versus 2, but one of them's the Clash, and one of them watching from the other side. They're trying to just cut the divide. Going close, go for the plant, and go for the cover. Now, where's the motion going to come from? It's over the top. They're actually not going to... Oh, they do stop the plant, but he gets the Clash. The 2 versus 1 all down to the monolith of Northern Siege. Canadian cannot quite connect.
Bad rounds here, bro. No, then whoever the Clash is, it must not be calling at all.
Like, they are.
He's literally not looking.
Huge clutch out there at the end. Obviously, they really didn't have a lot to work with. Baited and waited on that Clash play, but pushed themselves on towards map point.
I have to say, Canadian, you
need place the shield down, bro. Like, do something.
You cannot.
Canadian is so far away.
While your Clash is walking at them, he was sat so far back. You know,
obviously we can't hear the comms, so we don't know.
See a Clash, you know, in a 2v2
they're playing so bad.
It's always the Clash walks up, and then the teammates behind.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, just judging by where Willie's watching, like, there's no comm. There can't be.
In towards the office, yeah. Just little things like that. Needs to get in there, needs to help him. I mean, fair play to D+ for even attempting that stick.
I can't believe D+ are actually getting away with this.
And then get the kill and go back on it. Wow.
Well, map 1, and this could really shake up this.
If they take it 5-4 there, this game, the game might shift. But like, I don't know, bro. Like, they can't get something going.
G2 would be very happy with how this is going right now. Sort of on the day off, watching, waiting, and getting a bit of revenge.
I mean, maybe he did call. Like, there's a world in which he did call.
We think a Brazilian team's going to do really well in this group.
But I don't know.
There's 3 of them.
But. Well, no. APAC.
Yeah.
Totally. Let's go, Crane. Go, it's good.
Okay. 6-3, though. It doesn't matter where they're from. We know where they're going, and that seems like the first map is a victory, and that will guarantee themselves at least a portion of the pie and the prize, which, to be honest, I think that... I'm not going to say it confirms them. I think this group is still very sort of scrappy and...
Still half the game later on as well, don't forget. After this, we have Black Dragon versus FaZe, I believe. So
I do think, actually, funnily enough...
Then again, he's just chilling behind the phones.
Across the games in the tournament so far that has already been confirmed for the next stage. And it's, I think... Weibo.
Yeah.
Weibo 1-2, haven't they 2-0?
Games. And heck yeah, but... We're not quite there, and we're not quite there. Obviously, Shopify Rebellion, there's always the chance they can try and pull this together. We know how well they can work as a team, and the coordination is going to start here. Straight onto a Blackbeard. Goodbye, Falls. Surf has had a couple of big little pop-off moments.
All right, they got him back to site.
Turn them into a little big victory here. He's ready to try and retake their kit, but he's abandoned the spot. He's abandoned the position, but losing your shield is always that sort of mantra of, okay, do we have a plan B? We're about to get a taste of it. The ankle hold in towards lockers, meaning they can't quite set up there as comfortably as they like, especially without that Blackbeard. So instead, we'll see if they can try and run on towards the top of the stairs. Swing down, get some control on those flankers, and put pressure in towards sites that, well, all the players are inside the site. Everybody comfortable down, holding a back line, and sort of waiting for this approach now, Demo.
Well, he's the only one off site.
Again, just think for D+ Kia. Just nice and controlled as much as they can. It's not flashy siege. It's pretty structured. But they need to try and back up with some kills. I mean, losing that Blackbeard early on, it's going to just stop them getting in towards the bomb site a lot easier. You have that shield to utilize as that kind of battering ram, but maybe need to try and challenge the roamers upstairs. I mean, that could also be a way to get themselves back into, and that really falls down, I think, to Mighty to try and get up there and have a go at Spoit, which may be a bit difficult with his Spoit, but still, you have to try and make a move.
At this point, here is that engagement. Is tracked as well, but actually just drifts away. Pulls himself back. The flash is over the top. He's buying himself time, but with 30 seconds, you've got to focus on the site. Bullet's trying to creep his way in deeper and deeper as Levy's on the door with the kit itself.
They can
Bullet
take this round.
finds that crossbeam on towards
so
Canadian. Levy finds Rexon as well. They've suddenly flipped the balance. They're going for the plant, but they lose the cover back and forth. Nias finds it, and it's now a post-plant situation. If he can get there in time, he can't, but he does get the follow-through of 1 versus 2. They have verticality, though. The buck is inside the site, not for much longer afterwards. Shopify Rebellion.
Oh, he's not happy.
Right, spam up those SRs. Spam up those SRs. Come on, bro. These guys got this. Spam up those SRs.
I see.
Be the green wave in chat right now. Green wave. Sea of green in the chat.
They were shocked that a guy just slipped in through the doorway and picked up the smoke in the middle of the site.
Sea of green in the chat.
A little bit of panic. You know, that's a gap that is being exposed.
Sea of green. Sea of green.
I think it kind of shows just...
The spam has to continue until the round starts.
You know, if that's what
go.
They know it needs to be better.
Spam that shit. Spam that shit.
I mean, this is
spam those SRs, baby.
Like this kill, this was the...
Yep.
They were
unlimited
so shocked at
spam
that.
is permitted.
Getting the
keep going.
At the end of it, you can see obviously how close the margins are, but now...
Huge. Spam that shit.
Into the site idea, right? Where do they sort of follow through? They've obviously lost Office twice. They've won this site before. They won it pretty standardly. D+ Kia get a second attempt.
Huge fucking performance in the chat right here. Look at this. Beautiful Sea of green.
You're probably going to have to go back upstairs.
Yeah, either which way you look at it, D+ Kia is going to get a bomb site that they're favored on. That's just the way it works out with the rotation. I mean, also don't get it wrong. They could also win this round. They could win this attack.
Oh,
you know, we know how you have to defend this bomb site. We know how you have to attack this bomb site. It is fairly simple, you know, on the grand scheme of things. Take a bit of map control.
Now we lock in.
Use operators like Sense, walk in and plant. You know, and there's not a whole lot that defenders can do apart from bring a Solus, for example, which sometimes deals with a backstab them coming in through art. So there's even more pieces to the puzzle for this defense. So it is very difficult. You have to try and keep track of a lot of moving pieces.
Well, the early break on towards the wall. And
wait, he shot it.
Unfortunately, only loosed that at himself, but I think the mirror window did get popped open, which stopped the exothermic going anyway. Luckily, he has 3 now. They use the smoke to cover the distraction. They're trying to bait out more utility there. That's the play with it. This, though. Another smoke, another ping. They know exactly where the player is. They're just going to tuck it in close, and there's that impact, but it doesn't quite go for it. Went for the exothermic first, then runs across and lives. Nias gets to stay another day, and they've got the breach open.
Could say nearly. Didn't.
They're playing a full above hold Ambi site, it looks like. Ambi playing with sites, they can't throw any util into the site.
Now, this is more of the sort of hold that we talked about before. The single player inside the site and then a lot above, right? You've got Ambi doing almost a dead man's job. He's going to try and delay. He's going to try and get a kill or two, but it's a tricky position to play because steadily you know.
See, Willie plays a lot of death spots, I've noticed. Like,
he
plays so many death spots. Like,
gets the head of Spoit twice in a row.
He can't be impactful. That's why I don't understand on the team.
Well, maybe that's the more dangerous place, top green.
Yeah, difficult place. You have that window right beside the staircase, then you have the window at the bottom of the stairs holding your runoff. If you play in that position, you're probably going to die, and it's all about how many kills you can get, how much utility you can waste, how much time you can waste.
Right, they're relying heavily on the above hold
really
here.
Do any of that.
Ambi can't die on site, or they collapse somewhere.
About with Ambi, right? He's got 3 angles he needs to watch. They're all quite quick, quite swingy, quite hopping, and they know exactly where he is. So he has to keep checking him, and he checks the first, and ticks Midi off of his list. Is he going to look for a second here? He's waiting to see if the Capitao puts the pressure on a little bit too late. You could say well, definitely there. Falls.
They're relying so heavily on this above hold now.
And that is the player in the bomb site dead. So it all comes down to the players upstairs. Losing that site player, it means that it's not going to be safe to drop back into the bomb site. So they just have to try and firm upstairs and try and hold it as long as they can.
This is the thing. Now it's all verticality. Now, with the pressure on green, they're watching the rotate with an upside-down rappel. They're going to try and bait out some smokes, but it needs to be a plant inside the site. 24 seconds, and the coverage is
two smokes. They're going to smoke
the coverage is those vertical angles. There's two. They know roughly where he's going to be planting, and it's a Solace doing that important job. There's the pressure, the swing, there's the watch, and he sprang too high, but they're still going to confirm the plant somehow. Double down. They know it's an important kill to win, and he can't quite get it. Bullet. I said we wanted a bit more from him. How about one more? It's a long-range shotgun. Get around the corner, but Nears has gone down. In the meantime, the second is found.
This is over.
Technically, a 2 versus 2 still standing. Canadian inside the site. He knows where the kid is, but the worry is he doesn't know where the players are. He's going on the pings. Canadian proves he's still got it. Last locked in the chamber. That is that engagement. That's that verticality. That is a Solace holding on, but he can't quite make it connect. D plus Kia take their map, the first map in this best of 3.
This was not even close to good enough. This was
why they wanted
such
to
a
come
bad game.
Yeah, a strong map for them.
Really
a strong showing.
It's obviously a good map for
too many
D+,
gaps. I think
Shopify
that they were offering
here.
up to D+. You think about that little jump in through Art, put that backstab pressure. They're able to get into the bomb site. I mean, D+ has played that perfectly, how you kind of operate that round. Comes down to the 1v1, but he was always going to win that. He had the verticality. Canadian, all he could do was hope and pray that he could stick that, but
how much did people win? Like the people who did that on the other side, how much did you win?
There was a couple of teething issues, as we sort of saw. They had these big knowledge rounds, but at the same time, as you
the guys who just won, you guys better be putting big bread on the next map.
Yourself back into a map where you've had previous experience. You got to make sure your game is locked. You got to make sure it's solid. Fair enough.
Everyone, make sure you fill up all the predictions. Everyone who just won big money, I expect to see it back in the predictions.
It's obviously a best of 3, and that's going to be the mentality. You know, it's going to be heated discussions. We know what these players are capable of, where they're going to sort of want to go next, and you start to question, okay, what do you
Tristan
think
bet the other way.
Need to sort of
what a fucking traitor.
Towards our next
right,
setup?
Make sure that you fill up on the predictions, guys. I know a
lot
of you guys are probably broke as fuck right now.
Obviously, the performance wasn't good enough for their standards. It's not over yet. You've still got your map coming up. I mean, that is D+'s preferred map, you know? And obviously, going to a preferred map for a team is always going to be difficult. And a little bit of a slow start, obviously, on their attacking half didn't help. A 4-2 split.
Make sure we are filling in on the predictions,
guys. And they just couldn't get themselves back into a position where they could lead the game. So, need to go and give their heads a wobble, wake up a little bit, and jump into the next map.
On the other sort of split of it, and on the other kind of divide of it, you know, talking about them wanting to bring in Nighthaven Labs, we can see the stats here. You have to give credit towards D+ for getting 1-7
I'm going to go all in on Shopify right now.
And then coming back. This form, having a sort of loss, even that was Nighthaven Labs.
Right, come on.
I guess that means
I want to see more people in the predictions.
Oh,
the
it's
people
time
who
for the
just
break.
won.
Let's go to a break before we're back with the real
Everyone who just won 200k plus, you guys better bang 250k in right now. Come on, big numbers. Want to see big numbers? Is the other game on? Should we check? Other game's over, I think.
Because by being a 2-0, we didn't get to see Fortress, actually, and I wanted to pick your brain on that. Is it a map that you guys may have been scrimming? Is it a map that you personally really like as well?
Yeah, first of all, I'm not the IGL.
Oh, you weren't IGL?
Yeah, we changed the IGL for dots.
Okay.
In this tournament. So first of all, this.
Wait,
in my opinion,
a lot on?
Fortress is a really good map. I don't know if I can say a lot about
for sure.
The map.
Want to give it away.
But in my opinion, it's really a really good
map. Guys, make sure you fill up in the predictions. We're almost at 1 million. Almost at 1 million in the predictions.
A lot of play style to play in the map. So you know, like the tactics, the strategy. So in my opinion, it's really good map. I hope to play against some teams like Falcons, maybe Secret. I don't know. My opinion is will be good.
How many people on your team, Volps, contribute ideas during the round? You said that you used to be IGL, now it's Dots. Do you have lots of different people that shot call during the round as well? I imagine, because you've got lots of experienced players on your team that have different ideas.
maybe depends. Like in first map, maybe dots. Of course, dots say a lot. The strategies, but I could help. In my opinion, we are the most communication in the team. So in my opinion, maybe are us.
How's the predictions looking? Let's have a look.
Lobby and Paulo know a lot about our strategy, so they say to us like, guys, we need to fix that. We need to do that. Make this strategy different because they have this, and so they have a really good communication. But in my opinion, just do this like focus on this game and kill 20 bodies. So in my opinion, the four guys, me, Paulo, Dots, and Lubin, is the heart of the communication of the team.
I love that. Well, I have to talk to Lobin because he's the one that gave me your guys' roles.
Guys, who actually got channel points? That's the big question, I guess.
Saying that, when you guys were in your prime, when you guys placed top 2 at EWC, then you go on to win Montreal, then since picking up Palu, we haven't seen that same success. Is this kind of the direction with changing the IGL that's going to put you guys in a winning position to possibly win out here at the Six Invitational?
In my opinion, the change was good.
Absolutely.
Because it's good because how can I say? Every different has a reason.
Yeah, for sure.
So in my opinion,
you guys want some money and you're not even putting back in on the predictions? Are you a bitch?
And he is really good. In my opinion,
we have 1 million in the predictions, guys. Come on, 1.5 million. Anyone who won big, I expect to see you guys back in here.
So here is because is the change about Palu, because he's really
Shopify
good.
lost map one.
Really good, but Dash helped me a lot in communication.
Okay.
So we have a little mistakes and issues to fix about the communication. But in my opinion, we did a
Come on, make sure that we
like we qualified for WC.
Yeah, exactly. Go all in. Let's go all in, guys.
Qualified to.
Let's bet big.
How can I say the quarterfinals, semifinals, the
playoffs?
The playoffs. Yes, sorry, the playoffs. But we qualified to.
No, it was that was
second of
won their own map
because winning against FaZe and Nippy are really
FaZe, Nippy.
So in my opinion,
FaZe and Nippy. 2 minutes.
So we improve a lot, and in my opinion,
FaZe,
we are
Nippy.
in our, prime right now.
Come on, guys, more in on the predictions.
With Palu. Hope to see.
Want to see more people involved on the predictions. The biggest bet that somebody has put on Shopify Rebellion is 162k, and that's me. And the most that someone's put on D+ is 250. No one's gonna bang 250 on Willie Nelson's name. None of you guys are gonna put 250k on Willie Nelson. Really?
Who does not want to listen to Ace?
Some fucking fake fans in here.
Some rivalries within Siege.
If you've got 250k sitting in the stack right now, you have to put a stack on, or you're a bitch.
To the first episode of the legendary tales
put a stack on.
of the Six Invitational.
250 light for me, to be honest. You won't even do it, Alexander. You won't do it.
The king.
You're a bitch like that.
Every era of Siege gives birth to battles that outgrow the scoreboard.
Not working for me. Refresh. It should be there.
But in memory.
Map 1, Willie lost map 1. Map 2 is Chalet.
Two powers rose
Chalet.
above the rest. Two banners destined to cross again and again and again.
Someone put 207k on Shopify. That's big bread. That's a big stack.
History. Team Falcons once.
Is that you, Maxadu? Is that you?
Reborn. In the first act,
oh, someone put a 250k stack on there. Someone put a stack on. We have almost 2 million in predictions. Come on, 2.5 million. 2.5 million. Let's go big on the predictions.
The calm of those who carry a title.
250k from Safest? Ooh.
And expect another. But legends are not written by comfort. They're written by those who rise
if I see him on Blackbeard on Castle, that's it. I'm done with the project.
The EML final.
We see him on that, it's over.
Answered, but
it's
not
over,
with
it's over.
Words, with authority. At the heart of this rivalry.
I saw a loose, I'm broke. Gotta believe. We have to believe. Come on, guys. We're at 2 million, 2.1 million almost in the predictions. 400k to 2.5.
And relentless precision. And across from him, King, not yet
Gonna go pop around you once for an hour, so do you want to leave? Yeah, leave them in there, leave them in there. They'll be going crazy in here.
This is his first invitational. No past trophies to defend, only a future waiting to be claimed. But
come on, guys, 2.5 million in predictions.
Alone. They're shaped by minds like Alamo, a commander who fights on the front line, calling, fragging, winning.
Is that it? Are we all tapped out on the predictions? Seriously? 2 million is the best you guys can do on a Shopify Rebellion game after getting you guys, trying to get you guys to do this all day, and you all held on to this very moment. All that just to not even go big on the Shopify Rebellion game? If you're a bitch, just say that.
At the Six Invitational, there are no rematches of the past.
If you're a bitch, just say that.
Only chapters waiting to be written. And this year,
several people must have won like 200k on D+. Glock, YSE, Snipex, and Hunter. How many points do you guys have? How much are you guys on? I'm pocket watching right now. Yo, what's good, Mason? I won biggest and doubling down. Ooh. Wait, what did you put that? What did you put on 250k? On who? All for SR. Okay, okay. D+ are 3 and 2 on Chalet. What about SR? What's SR's? Run the SR stats. Is the SR game up now? Shopify are 2 and 6 and fuck here now. It's not looking good.
Is strong. I think the whole team played well. I mean, obviously Nears is going to get the highlight there because he was the best rated, but I thought it was a
really
great
really bad.
performance.
250k on him.
D+.
I think also making a return here.
Where they just worked really well, right? And it's not just in the sort of trade game. It's not just in the sort of back and forth game. But it was how they made issues. They made problems. And
it must be based on scrims over the last few months.
They made Shopify have to work.
It must be scrims.
They made them have
to come up with new plans,
new strategies, new ideas.
Lair I didn't understand. Chalet I feel like could be fine for them.
The way D+ Kia did it, in an unfamiliar way, just sort of pressed them a little bit too far.
I think overall for Shopify Rebellion, it is just getting yourself woken up, get into that mindset, ready to go again into your map pick. Don't forget, we're headed into Chalet. This is where
those Shopify Rebellion had you know what time it is?
This is what they chose.
Time to make a sea of green.
Obviously, going into Lair, I think, against D+ was a bit of a bold move.
Come on.
Obviously, I want to see Shopify until the game starts. They also like this map. They also like Lair. They're happy with that, but
Sea of green in the chat. Sea of green in the chat.
Are just so good at it.
Spam
It is a
SRs up.
massive
Spam
risk.
that shit.
It could backfire.
Spam that shit.
And that's put them in the predicament where they have to win if they want to get even a point. I mean, don't forget with the point system, the way it works here at Invite, if you don't win a map, you get 0 points.
Nothing. Nada. Something they sort of
keep it stepping. Keep it stepping.
Handed G2
Keep it going. I want to see more spam. More spam. Do not stop.
2-0 was that setup. And, you know, nobody really wants pity points. Nobody wants a pity place in the party. And you are doing a pity point.
Canadian.
That is him.
Is he locking in? He looks very... I don't know.
Does he look Canadian?
No, because I know what 2 Canadians look like. One has glasses, and he's very small, and he carries around a laptop a lot. And then this other one, he looks like, where's Wally?
Wait, what?
Keep
Have
spamming,
you ever seen Where's Wally?
Yeah,
don't give up now.
He's in the green room.
The similarities is that they wear a hat. That is it.
And he had the brown glasses, and he had the jumper on.
Yeah, but
you know, I just
Listen, I think I'm going to buy you a book at one point. It's going to be a Where's Wally book. Anyway, there is one team, especially very happy about this, outside of the team that's playing to see this result, is G2. And to be fair, in some regard, Black Dragons, right? They have that team at the top. Shopify Rebellion came into the series top dogs because they had the clean 2-0 win yesterday. Now they won't get that. They are at best going to get slightly less points. They're at best going to get themselves a little bit more that they can work with, but it's the difference of one. It's narrow sort of margins. It's narrow divides. Well, they're still having a great time in there. But at the same time, if you look at D+ Kia, if they get themselves the full fat. If they get themselves locked in on the points, they'll skyrocket up towards first place. Means they keep themselves well clear of potentially Black Dragons, who are still yet to play. FaZe Clan.
Yeah, big game.
So, if that goes the way we expect, you can assume that they're probably kind of clear. So, okay, I'm just going to take a moment here before we do this. You know how I sprinted back in? I didn't have to do that because, gang, we're going to take a 15-minute break.
What?
Yeah, admins need a little bit of time to sort stuff out. And I guess I'm going to just sprint back in again in about 15 minutes.
15-minute break?
You all then. Please be with us.
World Championships, by the way. Are you fucking joking? Oh my god. Wow, 15-minute break. Nice one. World Championships of the game. 15-minute break when you're one map down. Fucking hell. You know, they're not allowed to talk during that 15 minutes, I swear, as well. Unless they're going to allow them to. Fucking hell, man. Admins have got to do stuff for 15 minutes. What a fucking joke. Oh my god. Bro, 15 minutes? What has happened? Has they broke the fucking production or something? What could possibly have happened? 15 minutes, crazy. What should we do in the meantime? I know what we can do. Boom. Get ready. Get there. Boom. Let's crack the fucking code. What should we do? What should we go with? What should we go with? All right, spam a letter, spam a letter. Spam a letter, and then we'll pick the most used letter. And I'll pick which one I see the most. E-A-A... I'm saying S a lot, so boom. Does that mean it's in there? It means it's in there, right? Does that mean it's in there? I have to take the whole word. Okay, we have an E. I've never played this before. All right. So it's not 6. It can't be. It's not 7. 6, 7. What else do we try? Well, so someone's saying cloud. There's a fucking E in it, bro. $15 minute. Try beard. All right, let's try beard. Let's go. No, bro, we're gonna fucking lose. Come on.
Here's to the day oneers. Those who were here before the hype.
Tears? That could be good. Tears could be good. Should we try tears?
Who sat in silence, typing GG.
Did we do that? Well, no, because we know it's not. It can't be tears because the A isn't there. It can't be that.
So loud until they can't anymore.
There's no way.
To you, coming to the fashion capital and stressing over drip, just know nothing turns heads like your team's jersey.
Bang!
So here's
is that it?
legends who held it.
That's fucking. That was shit.
Julio, Alemo, Canadian, and those still in the run.
This one.
Who never made the headlines but built the myth anyway. You turned rounds into stories, clicks into chapters, flicks into legends. And this tale we're writing, still wide open. For those here to
I'm
smash
so on.
walls, clutch, and raise the bar on every damn move, every damn game, every damn year. We made this game. All of us. And it was just the warm-up. 'Cause we're here for one reason.
Is that shit? That's pretty shit, no? Is that bad? That was so bad. What the fuck? Why am I even touching it? I fucked it with the 200 easy. If I didn't get the 200, surely I'm in the fucking money there. Surely I was in the money with the 200. Is that better? I feel like I'm so far away because I have it like the monitor's like fucking over a meter away. What's actually a good score? Is that a good score? Fnac players are between 120 and 140. 120? I think 120 is cap. I think 120 is total cap. I need to see someone get 120. I feel like 140 is more like what I would get, maybe. Jackson D 120. Get a screenshot with him. I actually need to see that in real life. This guy might be too much of a beast. Aim trainer. This one's actually so bad. Wait. Bro, what the fuck is this? Shit mouse. That is so bad. I have no mouse map, by the way. This is just like on the fucking table. It's really bad. What else can we play here? Wait, you've got to do like the apostrophe and shit too? Bro, I'm on the Swedish keyboard. This is not good. This is not good. Twitter. Let's see what this guy's saying. Bro, 15-minute break is actually a snooze fest. Yeah, Carver sent me an inspect element, 48 seconds. Yo, Bebion, thank you for the. I think this. Yeah, Carver, you might be right. To be fair, I might be trying to autofocus my jacket. Yeah, I'll just take it down a little. It shouldn't be trying to autofocus anymore though. I have manual focus turned on. No, it's just skipping. Like I don't even know why it's doing that. No, it's just skipping like crazy. Is that better? No, it's just jumping still. Is there a way I can hard like connect it like with like not via Wi-Fi? How long till the stream starts, bro? 30 seconds on this one. 5 minutes. All right. We're back. What camera, bro? I'm having so I had this one before the stream. Good camera, Razer one, and now I'm using my fucking phone. It's just like skipping. Like I mean, well, I'm using a phone, but I don't know why. I don't know why it's like it shouldn't be. It shouldn't just be jumping and shit. And the autofocus is like ass cheeks. I don't know why it's doing it.
What's up, it's Ambi, and I'm gonna test if I know the difference between Handy and Nade. This is...
Nade.
Looks like Copenhagen from the monitors, so that is Nade. That's Handy. All right.
I'd have said that was Nade.
All right, not off to a good start. This is Nade.
The Razer one, it's just not working, bro. Like whenever I plug it in, it's just not turning on.
Got that one. Oh, brother, this is where it gets tough. I have no idea. I'm Handy. Nade. I mean, like, I don't even like. They look like they're identical. It's just shocked. This is Handy from the. This is Handy, 100%. Yeah, that's Handy from Phase and the 1SI in Boston. Got that one. I think this is this is Nade, Furia. Nope, it's freaking Handy from Boston again. This is just shocked. This is just impossible. I'm gonna be honest. I think I did pretty bad. I'm gonna be honest. They look literally identical. I have no idea.
You got to feel for Emmy because that was not an easy task when it comes to the twins in Siege. And we have one more, right? I mean, I felt the same way when they let me interview Dove and Gartz at the Montreal Major, the other twins that we have inside of this scene. Certainly doesn't make things easier for you, but they have accomplished a lot of things.
I mean, we'll come to
it's working, baby!
Me and Alfama in
oh my God,
when we was over in Brazil at the start of last year, we actually had a conversation with who we thought was Handy. It turned out to be Nade around the pool. And we saw the other one the next day and was like, why is he not saying anything?
I'm going to fix this right now.
Yeah. All right. Well, indeed. Well, the good thing is we're back here for the last game on the A stream, Game 4 as it is. And we're joined, I'm your host still, and we're joined by Fresh and Pengu as well. And Pengu, I'm glad you got the memo on the dress code for today.
That's the thing. I saw the whole laxing thing earlier and I thought I can do better than that. And then I heard a little whisper about who can wear it better. You know, you got a little jacket over you. Yeah. You look great with it tucked in. I thought I'll bring like a little tie situation.
And the chain as well.
And it's a chain.
I really like the accessory.
Because I can't time out on time despite casting for a few years, so I got a chain tie. Don't hate me, please.
It looks great. And I mean, we're dressed to the occasion of talking about two good teams taking it up against each other here on the stage. We're talking about Secret and SSG. And there's a funny story. These two players on the
I'm fucking back, baby. Let's fucking go. We just decided to wear
2022. We're talking about Juma and Benja back when they were on the same team.
I'm gonna fix it. Audio?
Wait. Things that happened afterwards. Benja, of course,
back. Should be fine.
To lift the hammer. Juma went to win GWC, and now I guess maybe another hammer is loading in.
Feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it, Nick, that we saw these two guys competing inside of Europe. They were both at the time up-and-coming players, I would say, you know.
Now they've made it.
And now they've made it. They've both won an S-tier event, respectively, and, of course, going up against each other in the biggest tournament of all.
It's funny, I was going through my old box of jerseys, and I actually have that exact jersey with Benja's name on it from Charlotte Major? Charlotte Major?
Sounds about right.
I think so, yeah.
I'll go with that.
Let's say Charlotte Major, and I was like, oh my God, this was a thing, but it's so ancient now, it feels like.
Yeah, it's 3 years ago, which feels like a lifetime, but still, big accomplishments for these two gentlemen. Competing on either side of these two teams, we'll start talking about Secret first with that most recent victory on the international stage. And when we talk about their Munich Major, I think they can be pretty happy with how far they went, making it all the way into playoffs, but then going into the email finals, I guess, even though they finished third, we could still say that was probably a bit of a disappointment.
Yeah, I think Secret are a team that's really matured over the last 18 months, I would say. And I think their appetite for success, obviously they won Esports World Cup, they wanted to then kick on from there. So I think, yes, Munich for them, good experience. They got to the main stage, they experienced that. But I think they would have wanted to go further. I certainly feel like they felt they could have gone further in Munich. Yeah, obviously, ultimately,
it's working now.
And the same with EML finals.
That's way better now.
At that point, SI was already locked in.
Yeah, the rage cam is actually working now.
At that event either. That being said, they
we're waiting for the other game to come back on.
2-0, they were looking.
Yay! Another 13-minute delay. Fucking joke, honestly. Fucking joke. Another 30-minute delay.
People making it work together and therefore maturing together as well.
Yeah, Savage actually, I did.
Yeah, it'd be crazy if someone did a gifted.
He was actually talking to, who was he talking to? Hot and Cold, and he was like, you know, I was a thinker man.
Bro, this is a fucking joke. We're gonna end up watching a different game. Prediction, bro. The predictions are closing in a minute. How much we got on the predictions?
But yeah, no, Secret, and actually, it's a fun fact about Secret is the last couple of invitationals they haven't actually managed to get a win.
Yeah.
In neither of them, they obviously qualified as a team. Very unexpected 2 years ago in Montreal. That was the team with Kendrew and Grubby and Newport. Didn't manage to get the win. Last year was when it went horrendous for Team Secret inside of Boston. They only got one map. They ended up
predictions are about to close any second now. We have 2.5 million in the predictions.
They finally
literally less than a minute, guys.
Which I know for
anyone who wants to get in now.
Starts building up that mental pressure, but that's off their back now.
Yeah, there was actually a fun stat in the very first play. When Project Zero,
I don't know.
Is this Robbie's team, when they won,
Robbie
had won more games at SI than Secret had in years because of that stat. Because Robbie won first.
That's rough. That is very difficult. But I guess we saw what it did with the Conference
looking like a bit of a chunky boy these days.
And then we're talking about their opponents.
Chunky boy.
Their run in the last few events has been on the contrary side, right? Munich was horrible for them. We already talked about it. Getting grooved, but what a way of coming back though for the NAL finals, making sure they win that championship there. Of course, we see the apology tweet from Cloud as well, realizing that they made some mistakes, but what a way of coming back there.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about SSG is I think for the longest time, I've used the term scaling for them. And I know scaling isn't the Siege term, we use it in the mobile game, for example. Like but it's like they've been slowly working the same fundamentals time and time again. And I'm always thinking, this is going to be the one where they get back to the hammer lifting potential, but they don't quite get all the way. But
30-minute delay.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the middle of a series, by the way. Like that. How is that even allowed? We're on CSGO, what the fuck?
Is committed.
It's got me all fucked up.
I think it's important when you're a team. That's a real defining moment.
30-minute delay in the best of
the work culture at SSG.
The World Championships, by the way.
It inspires them. That failure, they
in between maps.
And they came back. Callout said, we're going to come back better than ever.
The delay is getting to me, bro. We ran out of things to do after Wordle, and we guessed it in 3 fucking words.
To the Six Invitational yesterday, dominant display again inside of their group. And I think that's what they'll be looking for, is that reaction after.
Wait, when? They lost map 1, and now we're on a 30-minute delay.
Fundamentals all the time. Well, they do too, right? They care so much about the whole rhythm, the passion
Any
for
other
going to
mini games you
gym,
can play
being
here?
so committed to the cause, being so confident as well in a way, and we see that from these players as well when they post on social media. We have, for example, Fultz posting about suffering the pain of discipline or the pain of regret is a powerful quote that's been on his mind. And I was reading that. This is quite an inspiring quote, I guess we can say, but these players breathe that through and through.
Yeah, I mean, there are many players who will play for, let's say, 3, 4, 5 years, never lift any sort of trophy at a T1 international event.
SSG, like,
majority of
the
teams
jerseys and stuff are always so nice, bro. This is really nice.
Very bluntly, so many people, the majority will
I like all their jerseys, to be fair.
Lift the trophy.
Look how cold that looks.
He speaks of the pain of discipline or the
just
pain
very
of
unique,
regret.
very different. They put so much effort in.
They didn't try 110%. That's the kind of team that they
so much effort into the drip.
I've been such an admirer.
Gario, fuck it.
I really have. The scaling is a great. It feels like they're building on foundation.
If you put like a dot in it, it would class as a link.
And I feel like at some point this roster will win an S-tier event.
It's inevitable.
Yeah. It's inevitable because they're setting themselves up so well for that process, and you know they're putting the right systems in place. And I've actually been able to speak to Callout and Fultz, you know, privately in quite intimate settings where they've spoken about actually this isn't just about the esport itself. It's about setting all of these guys up that are on our roster for success in life.
Yeah.
You know, and that comes long after Rainbow Six as well. And you know, they're putting the right habits and disciplines in place for that.
That's an important thing to think about too, right? Because many players, when they get into this esports, are maybe, what, 18, 19, 20 at best. So you're at a very early stage in your life where you're still trying to find out who you really are as a person. So getting that guidance, I guess, in help in becoming the best version of yourself could be so important for them.
Definitely. And the thing is, I also have so much respect for them, right? And I feel like it's almost like the Liquid store where I need to see these guys succeed at some point. It feels kind of like that. And they keep... It sounds rough, but they keep disappointing, right? That's the thing. Like, they need to go further, and I think this SI is going to be that moment for them where they got to make it a deep run. Like, we're talking top 4 or bust.
And that's what makes this game crucial as well, by the way. The fact that, you know, they're up against such a formidable opponent.
They are.
Secret right out the box.
I mean, bro, I just think I've already said it. Our casters are terrible at talking about
in the context of this group
relevant
stuff.
just like
one of their other rivals
nothing new there is. Let's be perfectly honest here.
Get it done 2-0. So all of the favorites inside of this group are now progressing and now winning games, and it's now
just rambling shit half the time. That's why half people watch the streams on mute.
With the fact that Secret have recently won a tournament.
Top 4 was the case for SSG though at the EWC. I mean, they could have made it to the finals if it wasn't for Secret knocking them out of that tournament. They denied them that S-tier final inside of EWC, which Secret eventually went on to win there. So this is a rematch and another best of 3 between these two. So we'll have a look at the map feed to see.
It's always been like my only criticism. It's like I think the casting standards are okay. I just think that like whenever they're tasked to talk about something like or make small talk, it's just
on
bad.
the A stream right here in this matchup. It's a
bad.
guarantee.
We're seeing some
How are
Fortress
we
here.
feeling about that?
We're going to see it for the very, very first time, and I mean, Nick, I'm curious on your thoughts. Certainly when I've looked at Fortress, I really, really like the map, and I think the general feedback from the pros is that the map's really good. The top floor feels to be the strongest 2 sites.
Secret winning Fortress. I fancy them as well.
With the
7 minutes. If they bang another 15 minutes on us, that's fucking right.
First of all, I love the map. I think the map flow playing the first time I was like,
it wouldn't be so bad, but you know, like where the players are actually sitting, it's cold as shit apparently.
The bottom floor kitchen, that's the strongest one by far.
Really?
And then the top 2 one, and then hammam.
Okay.
Because when you play that bottom floor, you can play the entire map, play above, play the vert, play the fallback.
Have you even seen Secret's Fortress and Scrims? It's looking a bit too genius.
Whereas the top floor bomb side, you're a bit more limited just playing on that floor.
I mean, either way, we're going to find out, and I'm so happy that we're going to find out. Speaking through the rest of the map, Veto, Secret are going to pick into the lair.
Fortress Lair Club, pretty good Veto, but I think...
Either way, it's going to be like, I think it's a strong map for both teams. I know that Secret absolutely love it.
Could see a Secret 2-0 here.
We often see inside of Europe, we see Falcons,
a Secret 2-0 here.
Just go head-to-head in all of the big games. Lair is always in it, and they are a very, very strong team. And then we get to Clubhouse, which always feels
What's happening to the SR game? No fucking
overall,
clue.
This Veto feels very high level, right? We got the brand.
They had a 15-minute break, and now there's another, like, been 15 minutes, and then another 15 minutes, like, half an hour break. Literally a joke.
Been fully figured out.
We'll see if it resets in 6 minutes or if they fixed it. I think they fucked up the entire production for the beach stream.
This is a great map draft for both teams.
That's my
so
guess.
often we say best of 3 will really show which 2 team is the strongest, and now on many different levels as well with this map feed to the
Do
way
you see
that
a half an hour delay in the middle of the series?
Fortress, though, and the way that we have been talking about
in
it
any other
off screen when it
esport,
comes to teams willing to show it or keep it in the back of their pocket for this event. Showing it so early, I guess, on day 2 and making a statement on it by winning it could really make some teams be afraid to face you in Fortress.
Let's go, Ghosty thing tier 1.
Back when we worked together, right?
Guys.
When you start playing map for the first time,
the break is because of me, haha. I placed the mute shaman next to the servers. Greensky, get this guy out of the chat now.
They don't have it figured out.
Now.
We're not going to show them how to do it. They're going to fail and learn on their own. It's risky, but it's a risk worth taking.
But it's also one of them. You come out the block, you know, say one of these 2 teams puts in a really dominant performance. The map is getting banned against them, probably for the rest of the event, realistically, until
join the raffle, guys. Join the raffle.
So you're in this kind of smoke and mirrors where nobody's quite playing
See if someone can get a little win on the raffle.
What's going to happen on the map? Nobody really has an established meta on the map. So both of these 2 teams, by allowing it through the Veto, and certainly for SSG, picking it is actually a calculated risk, realistically, because they shouldn't, at least, know too much about what Secret have got cooking on it. And the same for Secret. They shouldn't know what SSG have got cooking on it. And we certainly don't know what either of them have got cooking on it.
Imagine the casters,
how do you meet Willie in a rank game?
They're going to be doomed.
Rank game when we were kids. I'll make a new one.
Being grabbed
Can we do a big raffle? 100k. 100k raffle.
That is a scary thing, though, right? Because you can't really counter prep on that 50K. One. It's really going to show which of these 2 teams is the best, I guess, flow of adaptation.
And it's just about trusting fundamentals and trusting yourself, which is
everyone join the raffle. Join it up. Join it up.
Both of these 2 teams focus on. They
enjoy the fucking gambling, baby.
How do we play with our disciplines? How do we play with our styles? You know, for Secret and the guys that you see on your screen there, Jume's vibing. I saw him dancing there. They focus very much on, you know, savage micromanaging the team around the shields, the executes.
There's so much downtime in today's streams.
And I think for the side of SSG, it's a lot about the team play, the communication.
Mo Glizzy
as one
right
unit
there.
as well. And I think when you're on that map, it's
4 minutes. Fuck me. It's like so slow. It feels like it's going so slow.
New map. It's about trusting yourself.
I think this goes beyond just this episode of the series. Like, my kind of footnotes I had for this BO3 was SSG.
You guys got win out Secret and SSG,
setups, right?
Yeah.
You know they can play a deep roam,
that's a good question.
Scopus, TB back, etc. Play the full map. They have utility where they play Deploy Shoot, Mira, Aruni, Wamai Jaeger, where they're gonna test your problem-solving skills, and then they have the good old 2-broadband decay, where they're going to really lock down this particular small portion of the bomb site.
Everyone's locked in on the
No matter
gambling.
what happens on Fortress, on Lair, all the way to Clubhouse, Secret rather, will have to be tested truly on the adaptation on the fly and their problem-solving skills throughout this entire build.
Big coaches in the media person
See the players behind us still
nice.
getting set up, getting their setup ready for this matchup. That means we
G2 have literally 12 people with them at the event, by the way. Like 12,
Six Invitational will
like the
pull up our
team,
schedule, of course,
the staff,
ongoing
media, manager,
on the
12
stream
people were
between
stood in the
D+and
G2 booth yesterday. I think it's way too many people to be with.
Just mute the stream for a few seconds because D+ has actually won the first map there. That is
It's got to be way too many people to have like in like the entourage.
Inside of that group, especially after Shopify beat G2 2-0.
Yeah. There's supposed to be a limit on it. Like that many people are not usually allowed access. I swear Ubisoft only allows like 7 people.
So far, looking at the rest of the results, it's been
I think Ubisoft only.
It's been pretty decisive, I would say, towards the favorites in all of those games. I think the one
I feel like maximum they allow is 7. Like they usually only give access to 7 or 8, and these guys had 12 people.
Sensational clutch. To get M80 over the line in the first map. I didn't get to see the third map, but good to see they got it done in 3.
Well, they usually allow like all staff, so sometimes teams have 3, so that's like 8.
Especially given that was the closest one we've had
that's
so
really
far
what you're
today.
supposed to have, and then sometimes a media guy can sneak in, so there's 9, but you...
Given that we were speaking about the new things,
G2
right,
had literally 12, bro, 12. We counted them yesterday before the
studio also talked about the changes that were being made to the operators, right? We've got the first time of an S-tier
whole box was full.
tournament where we see Thatcher in play. We have had big changes to Thorn recently, changes to Maestro, changes to Echo.
The manager, another manager,
I've not really,
content
I
guy,
don't feel like I've seen so
3
much
staff.
Thorn or crazy adjustments or changes with an Echo or a Maestro.
Not in an impactful way, at least. We just saw a fair bit of Thorn in the EP matchup that we had. But not a single Thorn trap kill, not really any big like substance happening, but it has been picked around. My big surprise is the lack of Echo, honestly, so far.
I
Join the raffle for the 6-7 points. 6-7-6-7.
Trap operators that's now viable. Previously, there was always a better option. You can now bring a viable, obviously, the secondary utility as well that she brings in. The gun's not bad, so she is definitely playable. Like I say, maybe not effective. The Echo one, I agree with you, Nick. It's surprising. Echo getting 3 drones we thought was maybe going to be a little bit more impactful than it currently is, because it means you can play an aggressive Echo drone out for your roamers to get aggressive. We think back to some of the bigger moments where I'm going back to 2022 where you're seeing Echo drones out of drone holes for people to jump out and coordination together. The benefit of doing that is you still have your Echo drones on site now, and you can play Echo both ways. So we thought Echo was maybe going to be a little bit more impactful. I think the one change that's maybe a little bit more subtle that we're seeing now is Grim and Vigil in that interaction. I think because Grim is becoming very, very common in the ban phase, but when not, teams are starting to pick Vigil a lot more because he's not effective. So I think, there are some subtle changes coming in, but I thought maybe some would be maybe a little bit more impactful than they have been.
I think that's entirely fair. Also, just small antidote here, like Echo, great shield counter, right? You can fully guard break animate a shield with the Echo Yokai stun, but we don't see it.
Well, we're going to hopefully see some of these in action, but just to make sure that the players have some extra time to set up, we're going to go to a break, but you want to stick around because the first Fortress of the Six Invitational 2026 is coming up, and you do not want to miss it.
Right. If I get popped through on another fucking break, right, this better be... Come on. 9 seconds, just in the nick of time. Look at that. Come on. Please don't put the fucking estimate back up again. Oh my god.
Welcome back. Welcome, 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 and thank you for bearing with us during those moments. But we are frozen no more. We have a chalet on
30-minute
the
break.
cards.
Fucking
now,
hell.
if you missed the first map, D+ Kia actually took it. Doesn't change your ideas, so let's get ourselves in.
From the points, we changed our mind because of the break. Yeah, finally, guys, we're back in it. Yo, Black Wolf, thank you for the prime.
Do you know what? Okay, I'm going to take a moment here.
Bria Twitch, thank you for the prime. Humble Zan, thank you for the prime. Kiwi Warren, thank you for the prime.
About 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, we're about to go into this map. I thought I was late, and I ran in.
Spam the Shopify rebellions.
And you know what?
Spam the rebellions.
Spam
that shit, spam that shit. I want to see that shit until the game starts.
Okay, no. You were?
Until the game starts.
You just got
the whole
lucky.
ban phase.
All right. Do you know
go.
word for that. you know what that word is?
If we keep doing it, if we keep going until the ban phase ends,
woo!
And the prep phase ends,
I promise you that.
Then I will let Greenski.
That was a longer delay.
You are 100,000
raffle
in the chat, and you guys love those. 100k big ones on the line.
The attack is definitely not surprising the defenders. Not really either, Demo.
Keep going, keep going.
Yeah, into Chalet.
100,000
already
big ones.
inside this group earlier on today in the, or sorry, not this group, but on Group A, we've seen it between Weibo up against Fear X, and well, he did see a little bit of Castle being played, but it's just going to be shut down here and now. I mean, I do think that's a bit of a weird ban. I think there are a lot better options in terms of what you can ban for the defense. Straight away, I'm thinking Mira is a pretty good operator. You think of any of the electrifications are pretty good.
30 seconds, and then Greenski can start the 100k raffle.
They've opted for the castle. So
I'll do 10 in a row. Look at that. Look at that.
Disable any potential
three in a row. 300k.
Not going to be able to fortify those areas using the castles, using the Azamis being the big one too. Still think we'll see a little bit of an extension, but nowhere near as much utility that you maybe need to bring.
10 seconds remaining.
Quickly just flicking.
Keep it going, keep it going. Green wave in the chat.
Castle ban shows up, and I think of maps, this is a prominent one. It's
run the fucking giveaway.
Right, you're looking at the limitations of how you can put things together. And
surely Cafe has to be up there too.
Cafe is up there as well.
Gotta be.
And the idea is you're limiting what are those crossfire spaces. Think about the maps where you can get people from outside the windows, outside the buildings, and, well, you can put that pressure on here. We saw it earlier today. The castle was utilized on, say, bathroom window, on the crosswalk doors, on the places you transition through the map itself. No, don't have to deal with that. Aren't forced into, say, a Flores pick. Talking of angles where you can get people quickly, there's 3 big ones ready across the dining room table to see if there's a feast if anybody tries to enter up. But that's exactly that position there, is where you could have a castle. No, not this time round. Shopify do not get to play with safe spaces.
So on the attack, D plus Kia should be in a pretty good spot, I think, to have a good go at this. It is a favored side. 4-2s are pretty typical of what we expect to see. First thing they have to come up against is going to be this lone roam coming in from Spoit. Nobody is with him, by the way. I mean, Ambi's over towards Fireplace, and he's actually been able to kill the player creeping up through Snowmobile Stairs, but still for Spoit, if somebody enters in through games, it's just down to him. Ambi isn't going to be there for support, so Spoit, a lot of pressure on him to make this roam successful.
Well, here's the first bout of pressure, and boy, as he said, he's already got himself in a good position. They don't know. Oh, they definitely don't know. Slipped his way round.
So unlucky, bro.
Graces was saved by Nias. Spoit almost took a freebie there, but hey, sometimes siege swings both ways.
Make sure you join the raffle, guys. 100,000 raffle points there.
They've got themselves tied up and leveled up body count, but they can try and peel away. It depends how much wants to be handed over. And Ambi, he's trying to the same thing. He's going low. The drone spots that, and instead of swinging out, he knows if he just tries to back out, he'll probably get in a bit of danger. There's the fight, though. Nias gets himself too, and he's suddenly got this man advantage in towards their favor. They have the player on towards Ego Balk, ready to go out and go for the swing itself, and pressure on Piano.
And don't forget as well, they have an option for half wall. They have the Capitao that they can utilize to flame out the Cade and force them away from the aggro position on Office Door. Still also got the Piano Shield. I mean, there's little bits of utility that Shopify Rebellion can still utilize.
Well, here comes a bit of the first burn, but not quite a narrow enough angle. Nias gets himself on for 3, and he's about to swing into the shield for 4. He misses the feet. He's covered. Look down, look left. No, he's behind you. Oh, he doesn't get the ace because he couldn't quite see the man's feet. But Midi will push the last one over the end.
Like, I don't know. I don't understand the positions. Like,
well, I think he'll still be happy with the 4. But that would have been, I think, our 4th ace of the day.
Willie had unlucky timing, that's fair enough, but the positions are just really bad, bro.
I think overall, with the way that attack went through,
I have no idea. They didn't give an explanation. They just said like the admins needed time to fix something.
The worry with how Shopify Rebellion had set themselves up. Spoit and Ambi were so separated. There was no possibility that each other could ever trade one another.
I don't get how none of those shots have registered either.
Died, no kill came in. Ambi, again, died, no trade came in. And from there, you have that advantage immediately in the 4v3. And they still had a lot of util. We've seen the Cade get burned alive by the Capitao.
Yeah.
They had all of the answers ready for the questions that Shopify Rebellion were putting to them.
What a way for them to open up. They lost that opener and then took everything else. Now, Niers was obviously the point man and the man with most points after that, getting 4 kills himself, but the position
Gotta be
that he took
better.
on the first
Has
one
to be
was
better from
sort
these
of that
guys.
timing of grace. If he wasn't at
Steezy
least in that
thank you for
position
the
to work with
prime.
his team, if they
Ayo
weren't
Maro,
operating
thank you
as
for
a
the prime.
team,
Appreciate you guys.
chances are Spoit would have been able to get around the back and get that first kill. It was very well placed and played, and Shopify off to a bit of a false start, but it is Chalet. It is a map that enjoys attack. It's obviously Shopify Rebellion's map as well.
This is SR's map.
And that's when you're looking at, okay, how much of this do they think will slip away from them? D plus Kia on their preferred side of attack. And currently just, well, hiding in wait.
He had that, surely.
On the Nook. Did he just miss
Fake drone.
that
Fake
player?
drone. Surely.
Oh, there is a big chance he did. He'll probably still swing, and yeah, now he knows, and now he's off immediately on towards the red trench wall. He's got the chance at a swing. He's getting some support coming through, and it's a 2 versus 2, but nobody's quite fully aware of where each other is. There's the swing on the door. There's a shield coming in as well. Monty's round, and they just kind of have to evac right now. No! Niers is playing a very dangerous game, and he wins it!
Shit,
Canadian! Called out by Niers! And at this point, Amber, you just got to get out of there.
Bro.
You
Like,
know
you
the
just
space is going to get thinner and thinner, but not a great opener.
Yeah, Troy, he gotta hit those. He's in an elevated position. He can see over the top of the shield and could have killed them on.
That's what I was trying to tell people. Like,
shots.
should be an easy
and that
game.
forces Ambi away. You know, we've seen a lot of bit of cover there. You know, Canadian actually coming to the aid of a roamer. That's what I wanted to see.
If Canadian's gonna like push there, then Ambi needs to like usually call on Ambi.
Once again, I just feel as though we are in such dangerous territory here for Shopify Rebellion just to get exploded on.
No vets or very shit vets.
Well, they've driven themselves in towards the site. They don't really have the verticality. Where is he going to go with this kid?
Okay.
It's just sort of getting the mark. They have the Nook. Are they going to try and plant and bait it? Well, not like that. The shield is on the back. He's going to see if it can turtle himself away. They do get Spoit in the meantime. Niers just secures the plant. There's the counter! Oh, that couldn't have been closer. Ambi saving grace, saves the day and slips away. A minute on, now the kid is isolated, and now without that shield, without that Nook, you cannot try and sneak in again, Demo.
Yeah, and they have no top floor control. I think they have to maybe rotate up Solar here and try and fight against these defenders upstairs. They've still got a player in big window, so they can add some form of crossfire, cutting off the rotations, but still, it's going to be a really difficult challenge for them. They've got a few flashbangs, but that's really it. They've lost the shield. They don't have the pushing power. Going for the plant is going to be so dangerous
the 30-minute break is outrageous, but like, let's be honest, defaults have the same exact break, so like, there is that.
They've decided to try and put the pressure onto this fight, but Ambi can play this with a bit of space. They're hoping the cover will be enough, but they cannot really plant in the same place. The only real bit of security might be the
they can plant because if they grab the case,
not sure which vertical angle is getting them because they have no watch on it. Levy does get Ambi. So that's the swing player on the back, but with 9 seconds, finding a safe place is going to be very tricky. Here's the plant. They're watching the verticality. He sees the man and he goes for the engagement. Can't quite secure it. There's the coverage. There's the play back. And Rexon does. Pop and lock on.
Imagine your entire strat being an upstairs hold.
Fishing, but unfortunately the fish have left the barrel and pulled themselves back.
And then you don't have vets.
What is otherwise around the taxidermied side.
There's no one big window either. Like they gave big window.
At some point he's got to drop down, and the hatch is probably going to be.
He dies before he hits the floor, I think, as well.
Watch that they have, right? The 2 remaining players, they've pulled themselves back. They've waited for this drop, and now they can just try and close in, put the pressure. They've got 1 on the left-hand side. They've widened the angles.
This is really poor.
Convert that round.
I want to highlight the rotate that Gridlock went for. It was on the big window. We've seen that. Was trying to just cut off the rotations.
Big window and killed the guy in lobby.
Pressure onto those players upstairs. And like I mentioned, the diffuser's cold. They know where they got killed from. It was Ambi, who was over towards the kind of main lobby bar area, the corridor towards kitchen.
Kind of crazy that they can see all the strats on the camera.
Going for that play, going for that rotate is so crucial because then you eliminate the man who's basically stopping you picking up that diffuser. And once you're able to pick off that man, yes, you've got players upstairs in the vert, but we know those players are ready to plant anyway.
He's not out
He's
not out.
Nobody was holding on to those angles. It wasn't for Ambi.
Fine if they lose this. It's beside the point. Like,
take out the man
this is really bad. Like,
all
really
of a sudden,
bad
all the
gameplay
issues you
right
had
now.
went away.
D plus Kia. Again, that problem solving, right? When I sort of looked at that setup in the situation, no pressure.
Just very lazy almost.
the kid is cold. They know exactly
won
where
Falcons
it is,
versus
and they don't
Furious.
have to
They
shield
Furia
from
won.
2 operators that can sneak their way in. Bullet is still somehow able to get himself into a position where, as you said, they can then go for the pinch on towards Ambi. They can put the pressure there, and you know, it's great little problem solving. How much of it is slipping past Shopify Rebellion?
The hold was like
Rebellion missing these moments.
Would have been fine
for us to know.
But like,
I give credit for
I don't know. Like they're just like they have
possibility.
The way that they're playing is so weird. Like the decision making is really bad.
And this is a site that we actually saw as one of the only ones won in the game that you and I covered earlier on today. When things came together, FearX could
D+ are playing really calm, to be fair, like very calm.
Site, and we know how the rest
step
of that
by
series
step,
went
good
for them.
siege.
Shopify Rebellion, they're gonna have to start
Shopify is
here,
very
but
messy, very sporadic. Doesn't look like they're playing very nervous siege. It looks like at the moment.
Yeah, I think 4-2 halves. Still time for them to come back into this. So I think in terms of attacker sided, yes, we're going that way as is expected. And they really love this nuke play, don't they? I mean, pretty common Chalet, a big old roaming map, and you've got plenty of staircases and. Well, you're not invisible to the Clash, though. Sadly, you know you're naked to everything but the human eye.
She can see you, so instead you kind of move away, and well, they've got some extra support here, and they've got a cap.
The game's nowhere near finished.
Very quick, very decisive.
Like you just heard them say it is an attack-sided map.
Did they impact that?
Yeah,
I think they did. Yeah.
Yes, they did.
Good heads-up play from Spoit. Well done. And that just wastes more utility. That's all the smoke's gone. That's another Selma gone. Oh dear.
How'd that get off?
Oh, he missed it.
Dear. Well,
what a series of events.
Okay,
that is definitely open.
Yeah, there it is. They have the hole, they have the angle, and
too low.
Canadian is just going to use the Clash Shield to replace that angle.
Patch it up.
Yeah, patch it up with the man that can replace. I mean, it's great operator for this exact scenario. They have it, and they have it in the right place. They're not going to get caught out this time round. But
let's see.
Think about how much time.
1 minute 15 left. 5v5.
They've not really entered the building.
They have no control. Like they shouldn't lose this.
External right now. They need to try and hop in, put this pressure in, sharpish. There's
Willie's
the first
still
bit
library.
on towards the connection, and there's Spoit just getting an easy drive by, but picked up and traded out for the second near.
It's the same shit every time.
Filthy angle there. On towards 7 and 2, but with Ambi not quite sure which way he needs to watch. He's worried there's going to be the pressure down from the stairs. He'll get isolated. 50 seconds, and they just strong-armed the top floor. But look at the hatch. Somebody's watching up through it. It's Surf, waiting, hoping to get a lucky bite. But he got bit himself. Oh, falls, had the awareness. Ambi's on the rotate, going for the flank, Demo.
They must have cams
so
everywhere,
separated.
bro.
Nobody from Shopify in positions to trade each other, and it's such a shame. And you're giving this over to D+ Gear. Shopify Rebellion, they need to work as a team, and it's down to Canadian. It's down to Ambi. It's the father and son duo.
Well, there's one of them gone. Now it's just the... Oh.
This is bad, bro.
I mean...
Yeah.
This is real bad.
That is a weird one.
It was very, very well played there from D+ Gear.
Yeah, but... Not trying to take away from D+, I just think this is not the same Shopify Rebellion we seen yesterday.
It's just like, I don't know
and this is what makes
it's
it
the decision making. They just look so
shouldn't be happening.
So panicked.
And
for example, like Ambi's just been flashed. Like you know he knows you're here. He shot towards you. You've got to give and just go back up blue stairs. Like it just seems like very simple things are not being done.
But I mean, look at his stats so far.
He's on one today.
This map. Nias has been unstoppable, and it is a timeout. Shopify Rebellion.
That is a fair point. They're not layering or contest. Like Willie finds one pick on the guy walking in, and then the guy jumps in K9 and bangs him. But like, there's nobody there to trade him. There's nobody there for a trade. So like, they should just like if Rexton's not in a position to trade, then he just needs to just be downstairs and just let Willie die. Take the 1-for-1. If he goes down blue, it could be a different round.
Yeah, exactly what I was after. I think Super's nailed it right in the head. They need to communicate and play together.
Yeah,
that is the main thing he's trying to get through. He also mentioned
not looking good.
D+ are going to do for their next attacks.
Like this,
he's read into that.
Willie's going to die there. There's nothing you can do. I just don't think that Rexton has to die there.
Gave them the heads up and gave them that warning.
You either need to be gone up on top blue, waiting for something, or you need to just be down blue. Like you kind of just always in between.
Individuals off by themselves, running around, no real intention of helping each other. come on, guys. You started well yesterday. What's happened today?
You know, it's sort of one of those moments. But as I said, at the start of this, if D plus Key are able to pull off the full fat win here, this group is anybody's to take, right? Suddenly those teams that you had strong wins against strong teams suddenly lose against the teams that were looking a little bit slower yesterday, and you know, you get the impact of what is unexpected.
And then gives the Black Dragons win against FaZe, and where do you go from there? Oh. FaZe and G2 scrapping to see who's on the plane home.
I mean, to be fair, with the upsets that happened at Munich not too long ago, anybody can take anything. The meta's in a really fun spot for it.
Let's see. However, they have to wake up and soon.
Pick up there from the team chat was, we got to win these next 3.
Yeah.
We got to make sure that we can sort of get this. They don't want the map space flipped. Fine. They don't want, you know, these engagements to be lost.
Needed
fine,
4-2. They can probably get by. His playing attack sided,
but
how
does that start?
The way that they're playing on attack at the moment, I wouldn't
a bit more of the map itself.
Be preferring to stay on the barrel of a 3-3 than a 4-2 right now if you're Shopify.
A little bit less. They don't get those visual extensions that you would love to be able to stretch some of this play space on. It seems like they're, threading this information game. It's felt super sharp, the drone game, and he wanted to go for an engagement for a second, but he's about to find a Monty. And at what point do you go, well, I need a bit of help here? He's being surrounded. There's
Willie's going to be alone.
The body, and the Monty's going to face check reveal. Remember, he was in this position before, and he did get caught out, so he's being a little bit more coy.
He's going to caught alone
than he
here.
was last time, but he's drawing a lot of attention. The Grismot will stop. The spray through is the attempt on it. They use the impact EMP, but there's Mighty getting Surf in the meantime. He's going for the 1 versus 1. There's more support coming, though, from either side. The Solace, Ambi's the saving grace, but he's all there is left now. It's an Ambi against the shield, and he gets hit down. Try to save the lone Spoit, but unfortunately it was a little bit insurmountable.
I don't know why they run this stock
nice
play.
Effort. Better from Shopify Rebellion. Even did you see Rexon and Canadian
because they are relying on Ambi getting
as well in towards Blue Star.
Some fucking life plays.
Sadly, their team's been picked off, and they were able to get 2, but they lost.
I don't know why Willie is literally playing in all of the he gets baited in every position. Like he plays stock here, and then what was the other map?
That was a nice
Lair. He's playing on green stairs.
1-2 punch there from Canadian.
I just don't
did a
think
bit of
this is where
damage
you
to
play
Nears,
him.
will force him a bit further back, but still has 2 more smoke canisters and a C4. They're really going to have to play this smart, unfortunately, against them. Well, they've got this, the track, and a lot of soft to try and put the pressure on, and those crossbow bolts in Capitão's pocket, either to force the space or just force a little bit of room to go for the plant itself.
They have 1 flame, 2 smokes. They have a Monty,
objective play
1 instead of the MPs.
So far, we might be able to get another. Falls does find Rexon, though. Isolates the Monty. At this point, Monty's just going to keep trying to cook on the pressure. They forced him away. They can get this secured if they really want to, but it seems like they'd rather have the kill itself. Sprays through either side. Can't quite see where they need to go, and Canadian has to drop back, which is now a post-plant. Nia's bullying. But Levy is the bullet.
Nia's is doing everything. Topped on the shield, and look what he's been able to do.
Bro, I don't know. Like do NA teams just want to keep playing Willie like in these shit positions? I don't know. Like literally the best fragger on the planet, and he's constantly in positions to have no impact. Like
aid each other.
You're putting him in positions where he's getting like they're basically going, oh, he's like a good shooter. Let's because he'll guarantee a 1 in this position and waste time. Like you can understand like the mindset, but like it's such a waste. Like
Ying.
When do you ever see Shaiko in this position or Heads? Like, the way Shaiko and Heads play is like they just play
with the attackers at the moment. There's so many good operators.
They play the way they want to play, kind of thing.
Bans. And this is the issue.
This is
if
like
you
a
are
fucking hard
against
watch,
a
bro.
team who have competent shield players, I feel as though
I saw us just playing bad. And to be honest, bro, Ambi getting 2 kills there is like insane. I can't even believe he gets 2.
You have to do.
Ambi's just playing like pretty well. Like that's why he's getting away with some of this.
Shopify Rebellion, brilliant gunners on that team, right?
Yeah, brilliant gunners. Yeah, but they're not playing. They don't play for guns. They're playing fucking.
They're happy to take
the shittest positions ever. Like they don't play gun up. Shall defense is a gun up, and you got to cheese. Like you seen Furia play it, flying out of every window, peeking stuff, taking engagements. Does this look anything like that?
But how they've operated themselves as a team before?
Does this look? Does this even look remotely like that? They're shitting themselves.
They're isolating them. They're in some way sort of bullying them. The Intel
they are isolating them because they're in positions where you can isolate them fucking really easily.
Whatever they're seemingly learning, Well, it's very well learned.
Yeah, unless you just Ambi coming to save Willie, but you see, but like I don't. This is just this is not how you play Chalet defense.
Yeah, that's it. I don't think Spoit has had really any impact in these roams. He hasn't been getting enough kills to warrant it.
I hate these positions that
really
they have Willie on as well.
Time
This is just
either.
absolutely shite.
D+, once they are able to find those kills, they very quickly move on to the next stage and they're ready to go for an execute. So yeah, I think Spoit is really struggling here at the moment. We'll see.
It's going to be the same thing again. They're going to have two people. They're going to have people come from below.
Idea of where he was playing again. Typically on this kind of roam over towards bar, he was inside connector. I think he's realized if the shield's being played, that's a coffin essentially I'm getting myself into.
Yeah, so they've lost.
Bit of a spray, bit of damage, and Nia's just
they've given bar
the corners. He's
bit
also
better.
playing this very smart as well. He knows he's about to go on what is the higher territory, what is the place where he can get popped, so he waits, he lets some support come through. Now remember what they did last time. Tried to just drive the shield in with the Nook and go for the plant, didn't work. So instead, well, let's just take them on top. Well, another lesson learned. He knows how that went last time with the smoke, and he's not going to sit around and see what happens next. They've just shown
rank,
this sort of education.
Look at the information he's gaining. He's able to check to see what util they have. He's having a little look at half wall. He's spotted the player on half wall. That's great information to pass over to the team, especially fouls in the Capital.
Well, they should have just gave.
Now they
I don't
also
know why
know about the player behind the piano, and they're worried about how he's going to sort of drop the shield and go for the kill itself. The pings are coming through, but Spoit has the cover, and now Monty is being pushed and rebuffed back. There's going to be a bounce of a grenade. Falls does find Rexit, and the grenade will go around the corner, but he's worried about the hop out and catches Spoit.
Why is he retaking
because he couldn't get away from the Monty, who's so fearless. Nias just keeps going, instigating, driving step by step, and it's so loud. The cacophony of metal is terrifying Shopify Rebellion, who have to slip away. There's nobody going for the catch itself. They're back in the site, and there's 40 seconds. Are they going to double drop, or... Wow,
this is the worst Chalet defense I've ever seen, and that's like
me
not being serious.
From that top floor hold and gain control of it.
They wouldn't have beat anyone.
They still got that Monty
playing like this.
Caneers. The information he's gaining is phenomenal. Look at this. Spots everyone. He is letting nothing slip. He's just doing it himself. He does everything himself.
This is the worst Chalet defense
I've
seen.
Wow. Brilliant from D+. Brilliant from Niers.
No other way of saying it.
It's just the masterclass. These are the videos that you would put demonstrating how to play the operator. Right? These are the ones where you click them in the game.
It's not even like necessarily how people are playing individually.
It's fantastic.
The way that they are trying to play this is just wrong. That's it. There's nothing else to say. Like, this is just totally wrong.
It's sort of instigating. And it's just taking the fight.
Totally wrong.
Oh, wait till you see this. Wait till you see what this Monty has forced. The Oryx!
It's not just the Oryx.
They have forced everything.
It's the Legion. It's the Frost. It's the Oryx.
Oh. And this is what a good shield can do.
You spoke about the NIP game plan.
This right here, they've completely had to go off the cuff. This is not a strat.
M80 lost that map.
I dare say there's not many teams who have an Oryx strat in their book.
Because they have it totally wrong.
This is what happens.
This is just a bad Chalet.
We know what a panic Monty is.
This is a bad Chalet.
Response to a Monty. This is that alarm. I mean, it's just dictated.
Like, this is just totally being played wrong. No other way of saying it.
You said I shouldn't be pessimistic, so I'm not going to be. It's still an attacker-sided map, and Shopify Rebellion, it's still their map. They've used their timeout. Okay, let me finish. That's the thing. And we've had these sweeps back. But how confident D+ Gear are right now, and how, remember, the timeout of the call from Shopify Rebellion was, we need these three. We need to not let them flip this. It's got to eat at you a bit.
It's just the general gameplay. It's not there. You look at the kills. 9 kills for Shopify Rebellion inside a possible 25. That's not like them. With the players we know that they have, that is not up to par.
No. It's not
double shield, doubling down.
Reason why is because
D+ are looking to bring in the Blackbeard alongside
the game because they're set up totally wrong.
I can only assume one of them's going to be a red herring, and they're going to use that to bit a lot of
players are being put in positions
where
they're not playing to their strength whatsoever.
And they're still going to have Niers with the diffuser ready for the plan. Here we go.
They're sending it. They've got the air jab, and there's the C4. Great catch for the double.
Outside the window.
There goes your glass as well. Too close to the window, and maybe too far this round to pull it back. They do obviously have a backup shield. They tried a little pocket play, and the result was not something that they wanted. But It's not the first time we've seen 2 D+ gear players get caught out inside the site going for a cheeky plant, and they still won that round. So I'm not going to count them out just yet. Get themselves in towards Mudroom, get a little bit of width around the site itself, but with all the positions still held, and with what they have, you assume this Blackbeard's still going to have a bit of a problem getting anywhere close.
Yeah, I mean, this should be the round for Shopify Rebellion. Yeah, it will be. I mean, they've attempted the rush. They were ready for it. That C4 massive from Surf in the right place at the right time.
And the one round they've won is because they tried to rush.
Rebellion, but we know there's a massive tsunami that they've had to try and overcome, because even still, D+ Kia, 5-on-half is still phenomenal in the way that they've played.
It's not even better. I don't think you can say it's better, because like it's more the fact that they went for a rush and got 2 people to C4.
Oryx over towards bedroom. I mean, the irony is...
Yeah, that's exactly it. Like, they're just playing reactive. And the
thing
is, like, half the time it's only...
No value.
Ambi is probably the only person I've seen reacting anyway.
Well, Canadians able to find Levy, and what was at some point looking to be a flawless half might end in a flawless round here, at least for Shopify Rebellion. It was a bit of a risky round. They went for the rush, they went for the run. To be fair, it's the kind of play that you can make at the start. Won't be the flawless. Bullet almost transitioned on towards the kill and dining. But Shopify Rebellion, 22 seconds left.
They got this round at least.
Crystal ball. Confident they win this one. Pre-fires over the top of the shield. Wants the engagement. Just happy to sort of keep the pressure of the game moving and hot and try and find himself another exit for it. But Ambi does get one.
Players.
And they get one.
At least it's not 7-0. Fucking hell, they're going to have to play some, like, the most insane attack half we've ever seen. And the way that D+ play, like, they're not the type of people who sit and wait to get fucked, you know? Like, they're going to be proactive on the defense. They're going to be sticking their head in barricades. They're going to be feeling confident.
The other half
they're not going to really take the pressure off now.
I mean...
6 not Pang the Prime. Dapper 0 Pang the Prime.
Frustrating. It's got to be frustrating.
I have to see it. I am going to have to see the first attack round to know, but, like...
We know they can play towards. They're not hitting the pace that we know this team, not even from the...
You have some of the best players in the game when it comes to pace. Like, Canadian himself is not a slow-paced player. Like, even like, you know...
They're like, no, you're not...
Well, that's
playing
another
the
thing.
way that he plays. And this is how slow that they're choosing to play. I just can't believe that. On attack, I can understand it, but on defense, Chalet, when is sitting still and waiting to get executed on
the glass should be open here because the Warden's being banned. You know, that's going to be also for a reason. Even though I know that maybe I've said before,
the only reason.
Not really too worried about a Warden, but still. It just means you can abuse more flashes and more smokes if you need to.
Yeah, they lose against the lower bracket. No, it's still group stages.
Well, it's not an impossible mountain to
I've seen Willie in playing in death spots.
Here, games. The site is
I just don't get it.
Highlighted too from the games that we've cast over this. The most successful for the defenders. It's the one that's generally seen the best bit of life and give, because it's the weird way sites often develop on a very aggressive map. When attackers start to get the shape of what is a primary site, because it's got that nice little preference, you move on to the secondary. You move.
Yeah, it's not, I don't think too great of a lineup whenever we look towards our bar hold. Like, in terms of util denial, there's none. Like, not even a shield. Oh, there is one shield, but it's not even in position yet. I assume it's going to be top blue, but there's nothing to protect that. There's no Wamai, Jaeger, or Rooney, which are pretty common operators. Even stuff like Banshee's trap. I mean, where are the traps? Seeing the Mozzie come in to the fray of things, finally we see that shield be placed. But again, one nade out of the 6 that they have, I'm sure we'll deal with it. I don't know. I think it's a very bold strategy, and I don't think they can hold on to upstairs very long. Because, I mean, there is a good chunk of util. Like I mentioned, 6 nades. You've still got the Grim on board. There's a lot to deal with from a defensive perspective, and I just don't think they'll be able to hold it with the lineup that they have. I can only assume with the kind of roaming operators that you have, with the Mozzie, with the Solus, being able to gain info, and then maybe playing for flanks, that could be an opportunity for them.
This first engagement, this entry, could be a bit of a dictated pace. As we said,
Oh, he's pinged.
Oh, he's pinged, he's grenaded. He's going to live, but he's going to find a fight and a follow-through grenade. There's some support, but they all traded out. Canadian finds Levy, Midi finds Rexon. They keep it balanced. They knew their player was a bit cooked, but they make sure they can at least take one of them into the frying pan.
Yeah, they're going to fall, which is what you should do.
Afterwards,
yeah, classic, just normal extension and fall.
Great bit of motion,
Lost
but
big window
also
player.
great control there from Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, they've been able to establish their foothold towards bathroom and bedroom.
Literally the most default hold ever as well.
See if they can now.
They have everything to clear this. They just have to take it step by step.
Like I mentioned, not a whole lot of util that they have to worry about. Just get the one nade to clear away that shield and pretty much top floor will be open for them, but they still need to get players rotated in position. You think about over towards the double window, towards Fireplace. You think about players.
I would prefer that it was like, oh yeah, they're just playing really bad. Like that is obviously a factor, but ultimately, this map veto and positions that we're seeing them play, it just feels totally wrong for this team.
Establish that kind of split pressure.
Well, there's that grenade onto that position.
Maybe there's something I'm not seeing. Maybe I'm a casual.
Goya canister's gone as well.
Who knows? But fuck me, look.
Try and lean into it.
It doesn't look right.
A little. It's a nice gun.
It doesn't feel right.
Quite flat, and if you bullet, well, you can usually make it sing. He's actually having, I think, so far the best map he's played out of the tournament so far. No, it's early doors. Still 50 seconds left here, Demo, and they've still got to try and cross that pass to get the vertical control. Canadian, he's driving in, and he's able to win that engagement. He's, as you said,
but
very
even then, if he dies there, is there anyone to trade him, or does he just, that's it?
He's now slightly hurt. Got to get that kid in close. There's at least a C4 and 2 impacts still on the board to do a bit of safety. Okay, 1 impact still on the board as he goes for a long rotate surf. Just missed this first engagement. He is being surrounded. Great execution and surround. And
shot dead.
Well, they knew about that last player as well. The last one. Oh, he's above! Oh, he's got a double! And that's a cold kit! Now, where's he going? He's sending for a third. The flashes come out. He's just going to leave. It's a 2 versus 1. 7 seconds. He's down. He's down. 1 more player. Can he get the rest? He can!
Oh my god, it is not meant to be. Call the fucking game. Call the game, bro. Like, this is insane. Are you seeing this fucking gameplay, bro? It's over. It is over. And rightfully so.
I need to close my mouth because I'm catching flies.
This team.
Have you seen anyone troll this many rounds? Like, seriously?
This team, what I do know and can tell you, is yesterday there was a couple of pop-off moments and players and bits of energy about the team, but it wasn't usually all of them. Levy was quite cool. Bullet was quite calm. They are feeling it.
We knew they were up for it after map 1.
Oh, they are
reactions.
Feeling it.
And I was as the 1v4 hit, I was thinking, you know what?
It's all she wrote, folks. It is all she wrote.
They're playing together as a team. Why didn't they do this in the defense? That was going to be my point. Now the point's out the window. What do I talk about? The fact that he's won the 1v4 on a single staircase? They just kept going at him and going at him and going at him?
5 seconds left.
He didn't even move. He just sat in the one place.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
And breathe. I mean, it's just been...
I mean, that's the moment. That's the moment of the match. Because really, Shopify Rebellion, if they were able to pick up that round, get some the belief, get some the morale, that's the first attack. Let's do this.
Yep.
That's gone now. And you have to play perfect siege for 5 rounds. They were already under all pressure coming into this event.
This is over.
The pressure, I can only imagine. It could make diamonds
will
in
get
there.
another round, even if Shopify can try and string a few together.
At this point, how do you
look at this. Like, why is it that you wait until you're 6-1 down to start?
Where do you look for?
What
do you try and grab onto as that bit of hope? Because it's just been such splendor,
back tomorrow,
such gravitas earned yesterday, and here on Chalet, frozen out in your own map. D+, looking better and better. And maybe...
and don't get me wrong, I don't want to take the win away from D+ because they deserve it and they've been the better team. But this is not like a D+ masterclass by any means. This is a shit fest from Shopify. This is like the worst game
They're looking for this first engagement.
But it's obvious that they've lost the map view here.
Done on towards Bullet, and the Buck just getting some steady work done.
Yeah, so obviously a solar take. You have the Buck downstairs trying to root out some of these positions. In terms of the kind of pushing power that you have the Capital ready to go. Sends one of the flames in, Rexon.
See, that's the thing. Like,
careful of that run out that happens in the balcony. However, Ambi goes down. They've lost the Grim. That's a lot of information gone. We know how good those bees are. However, Surf from below, able to pick up the trade.
Very important. Make sure that you can keep things level. Make sure you get responses. The trade game, we always harp on about it. And now, we'll see if they can combine that with the point game. Some flashes over the top. They're going for the swing in on towards the pressure, and they've got themselves boots in and on the ground. But there's nobody else that's currently with him. He's sort of man-moding, and he's got the kit and taking a bit of damage. He needs the Buck to help him shepherd bodies across, but there's nobody on the windows behind him. There's only 2 on the double itself, and he's gone down, and so has Surf. The long run out for the short result. It's a bait. It drew them away from the fight and said, no, I'm peeling back. Put us in 3 versus 2. 40
it's your
seconds.
only swing. It's the only place you can die
We know what he's
from.
done before, and Rexon, we know what he can do, but he's currently 0-7, so he needs to start doing it sooner rather than later. It's the pre-fire up towards the swing position and covers the motion of Spoit, recollects the kit. But it's so awkward. There's so much open, there's so much pressure, and they're also still so far away. There's the first engagement. Downs and finishes them off. Goes for the reload. They're waiting. Holding in the 2 versus 2. Almost catches Rexon. They're going to start driving. Spoit's up, though. Spoit pops it off. It's the 1 versus 1 with 7 seconds. Spoit has to send it for Shopify. He's going to hold on for the plant. He's close. They've got the shotgun with a couple of shells in. There's the motion. The Shark's on the hunt. But Spotify, can he be that one bit better? No, and Spoit gets caught by a quad from Nears. Unbelievable game for Nears. He made it happen on the Monty. And he makes it happen in the dying throws. That is all the points.
Tell the Preds green ski.
What a performance. I mean, Nears, you're definitely MVP of this matchup, no doubt about it. Do I dare say MVP of the day?
Let's switch on to the other game.
He's got to be, I mean...
Fuck me, what a fucking shit fest.
Level brings down 2, a flanking from Mobius, C4 over the top as well. They found 4 players and completely decimated this rush. Yeah, the attempted push in through courtyard is just, well, it's crumbled, is the only way to put it there. Just dropping in, just trying to get aggressive straight in. Final kill comes from Horse, as we see there. But, yeah, ultimately, Secret very, very ready for that. And, look, I think Secret are very happy with what we've seen so far now. Yep, first 2 rounds were a little bit difficult. SSG, I think, played them a lot better than they just played that attack there. You know, sometimes, yep, you take the risk with a rush like that. You kind of roll the dice. Do you catch them out? This time they didn't. Secret were ready for it. And I think leveling things up 2-2, they now need to grab themselves at least 1 more of these defenses. 2 would be perfect.
I think they have to just accept that's like a really bad look and just move on. What else can be said, really?
One thing I want to stress at this point as well is that you will see a lot of attacks like that you just go, well, what the hell are they trying to do? That's awful. And it's the difference between
terrible performance all around.
Execution is where
things I don't really want to place too much
or maybe they hit 2 brilliant
on the individual performances, because it wasn't even that. They fundamentally, number 1, lost the map veto, number 2, was set up totally wrong. Like, that's just it. Like, the Chalet, whatever. Like, they, you know, trolled a few rounds here and there. Maybe, you know, you can make the argument they started slow, whatever you want to do.
That's okay. That's part of the development of a map, I
think.
But
the Chalet was fucking terrible. Like, the defense, those strats will never work. Like, they fundamentally playing the defense wrong.
We saw from Secret defending in the last round.
Fundamentally set up wrong. It's just that simple. We've seen good examples of how to play Chalet this week, or the first few days, and that was not it.
You have a look. Very fluid.
It's just not using the players right, like not using what you have.
Noah looking to hold down the top red
stairs. Makes yesterday's points actually massive. Yeah, they fucking needed that. They need to pray G2 get fucking smoked the next game, but they play in D+ tomorrow, and my assumption is that they will beat them comfortably.
Coming in towards this south side this time.
Yeah, we should. I think tier 1.
Tower position and try and get themselves into that corner.
Adrian was on the smoke here last time, but that now has gone over to Savage, who's playing at the other end of the map entirely. So he's really looking to waste time when they're trying to lurk in a little bit later on. Probably Benja that will look to do that on the Twitch right now. Just got himself sat very merrily up towards the northwest side of the map. Will start his move later. So maybe a little bit of plant denial intent coming out here, or Adrian's making use of those drones to play a little bit of robot wars, get around and feed his team a bit of information. They must track coming into a player on site, though.
No, they if they win 1 more game, they're pretty much through the groups.
Not really in a position there in gun to.
They have to just win one more game in the groups. But D+ getting that 4 points like shakes up the group a lot now. Like
SSG have taken what's been offered to them. They've
Shopify need to win another game. They have 2 more.
Across there, but
2 more to play.
Without having brought the book along this time, I literally commented previously saying, look, the book might not be a terrible ban because Ashen's been doing some work with it, but this time they've chosen not to bring it along. I think the plan all along.
No, the map's not random. They have like a map veto at the start.
Then use the Deimos in the second half, but not having too much joy with it from below so far.
No, SR doesn't play. They're not in the same group. That's what I'm saying. It's not about what teams you play. It's like that's not how the game works. Like people go, oh, like they beat G2, so they should be, they should be D+. It's not how the game works. Like it's styles and matchups and different maps and there's a million different things.
Make life even harder. Doesn't matter about the track in his mind when he can just bring down Ashen as he steps on forward.
Good success so far for Secret, and SSG reeling a little bit.
Oh, I was just going to say they've done a better job of sort of disrupting that bottom floor hold this time as Doom got taken out underneath by J9O. Leaves them 4 versus 3 though. Still not a bad position as Savage manages to find another onto Benja. 30 seconds left to go. Newer's on low health as well. This is not looking good for SSG. Secret, they could be claiming their 3rd round in a row. They know they're on the stairs. Adrian hits him with the headshot. Mowgli with the shotgun, and that is going to close things out. Secret 3-2.
Very comfortable because they knew where their bottlenecks existed there on blue stairs and on the briefing door that faced off towards that courtyard hallway. From there, it was death trap, right? They didn't have anything to open up the walls going through bathroom in towards briefing. With that, it would have forced the defenders back into site itself and maybe would have given the attackers a bit more room. But I think once they realized that the only hard breach in Faults was down on the other side, they could afford to hold angles really aggressively. That's exactly what you see Savage doing here, up on this single doorway bottleneck, and from there collecting enough kills to keep the team in it and make it a comfortable closeout for them. 3-2 Secret.
Good passages of play from both sides so far, and definitely putting up a performance as we thought coming into this one. It is definitely going to be a case of who can come away and win it, who can take
no,
it
Spoit's
away
not
from the
out.
other
It's only the
team.
group stage. No one's eliminated yet.
SSG
Takes a few days to figure that out.
Pick is leaving Secret in a position. If they get the win here, they
Will we
move
get
on to
into
their
Leia?
own
Yeah, we
map
will.
choice.
We will.
And
William will be around shortly.
Leia. It's not saying layer.
Lair.
Like layers of a cake, not lair.
Lair.
5 seconds remaining.
I'll try.
I can see how hard your mouth's working to try and make that sound.
I'll try my best. A little bit of utility just being put out in the courtyard there again.
Second time they've done that, by the way.
Yeah, conscious, you know, they did face the rush earlier. SSG aren't going to go for that again. But, you know, they did suffer the attempt from there, so it's a case of making sure they don't. Adrian, he's having a real game so far today. 7-2. I've seen him hit some beautiful headshots and just add that one to the bill. Fantastic stuff from him.
It's also the second time I've seen a Denari set up actually around Old Tower Stairs.
You think they can win tomorrow? Yeah, but like as long as you can reset.
When he falls back, it's the extra
as long as you can reset and just go again, like you can keep going. Like you're like in Siege, people have the habit of making you only as good as your last game.
Out and destroy it in some way. Either way,
you know, you've seen them beat G2 the day before, which is a much better team than D+. It's just that they played wrong. Definitely lost the map veto, 100%. No, they're not in low bracket. We're still in the group stage. No bracket. We're not in the bracket stage yet.
It was mostly a lateral push. They didn't expend too much time or effort. Didn't really lose any bodies up there on the top floor, and it all came down to trying to push Savage, who'd managed to get the diffuser at his feet. So we're seeing maybe something, or we're going to need to see something different from SSG this time. I think, you know, it is going to be essential for them to get up. Mowgli on the Denari, of course, has you know, the shotgun secondary. He is able to open up those holes if they want them. 4 lines of sight into sight itself. Assuming he's brought it along, that is.
A big assumption on that one, absolutely. But now everyone's still standing except for the Benja exchange that we saw earlier with Adrian, which he says having a wonderful game so far. Benja did start out really well across those first couple of rounds, and has been relatively silent since. Definitely kept suppressed by the other side. The Secret have done well to recover the momentum throughout this half, as you might well expect for a new map. The defenders to be doing pretty well. Sees him up through the hatch, but unfortunately can't quite get the shot. Steps across for it now, but no! Savage finding J9O first.
Honestly, I don't really put that on the team too much. Don't get me wrong, I know they're the ones on the server, I know the ones playing. But they were
actually, hang on a minute!
Fundamentally not playing the game correctly in that last game.
Even with a few shots coming back his way, but he eats 2 of those goo mines, Tim. This round is definitely done. He's got a single bullet of HP to his name, and Savage is going to
Secret winning this map.
Secret that 4-2 half.
All smiles on the side of Secret now. We can see the energy rising, and it is no surprise. 4 rounds in a row. Perfect momentum to carry forward into the second
Lower Dad, thank
half.
Tier
Good
1.
stuff from
Richo
Secret,
LZ, thank you for Tier 1. Appreciate you guys.
Remember at the beginning of this game, I said often with new maps, not always the case, but often with new maps, we will see that defenders have a little bit of an advantage until
Secret's looking crazy in this tourney. Yeah, Secret consistent, bro. They're a really good team.
A couple of months sometimes in competitive Siege, so let's see.
They have a good grip on the meta and how it should be played and whatnot.
I was looking at the numbers for this, and over the last 6 months, Secret are the best attacking team in the world. Bar none. Highest attacking win percentage. They actually have a lower defensive win percentage than attack, which is arguably where their game struggles on the defense. We spoke about it a bit during that Juma Mowgli being chewed off in those first couple of rounds. They have recovered. They've done well now, but that's where their kind of area to work on or area to improve is. for SSG. I'm really curious to know what they're bringing along to the table on their defensive side to put challenge to Secret here and not just let them roll on through with that attacking prowess that they're very, very well renowned for at this point.
I don't know, like, it's happened the whole time William's been in NA. Like, every time I've seen Willie in NA, I just see him playing in the most fucking stupid positions ever. Like, he's playing in death spots, like spots where you get a 1-for-1 and die. Like, you're not going to have a high impact on green stage. You're not going to have a high impact sitting in stock, getting pinched by 3 people. I don't know.
4-2, SSG move on to their first defense. And they too are going to be taking us up to the top floor. We will see whether they look to
bring Willie to Wolves. No, it's not the time,
Adam.
No, it's simply not the time.
We would expect to see him maybe work into that ground floor, try much the same as SSG did to create a little bit of verticality with that Vendetta, use the tracks, see if he can dislodge anybody that is playing up above. Will SSG lean into that and play somebody downstairs to challenge him or not?
The bans that are so interesting as well, a smoke taken out off the rip, but the clash being available, that was what was banned away by SSG during the other half. It being available to them now means they get to play it. So what effect we're going to find out, because there's no way you pick a map if you haven't got what you consider to be rock solid.
Willie actually doesn't play as like an out-and-out fragger anymore.
It's going to be so interesting knowing, as I've already said, Secret's
I can't understand that personally.
Certainly going to make some interesting moments. The Dockerby and the Ying, and of course the Shield.
Can't understand that.
Be a big part of the game plan here.
I feel like you can, like with every other fragger that we see, like people that are like branded as fraggers play as fraggers, and we don't get to see that a lot from Willie anymore.
It's more the fact that the information she can feed to her teammates and slow you down. That is what makes her very, very deadly. So it's more a case of being cautious of the members around the clash rather than the clash yourself.
Not too much of a kind of extension on this hold from SSG. There's only Ashen that's playing down towards Game and Bunks, so they could.
The Chalet game was genuinely insane. Like, if you watch that back, like, go and look at the positions that like some of the players are playing in. It's just totally wrong.
Looking to just kind of come in through.
Totally wrong, and it's not even just the positions. Like, they're not playing. Like the strats that they're using are just bad for Chalet. Like, for example, we've seen Furious Chalet, and with the player composition that they have on Shopify, I think that's like similar to how they should be playing, like getting in people's places, and dictating the pace of the rounds, like not sitting and waiting to be pushed into. Why would you sit and wait to be pushed into and play reactive siege when you have players for proactive siege?
The Secret we're looking to apply in towards that northwest part of the map.
Yeah,
now it's
disappointing.
And as it stands, I can see a couple of
like I said, Lair, I honestly think was whatever. Like they just played bad. I don't think you can put that down to that.
Yeah,
but I just don't think you can put that down. I don't think you can say that on the flip side.
More difficult. J9
on Chalet. Chalet was just bad preparation, genuinely bad preparation.
Noah and Mowgli are up against it now. Not only up against it, but they've got low HP as well. See Mowgli just sort of scrabbling around, trying to take a fight.
I don't know what if it's a player issue, coach. I don't know who's like responsible for the way they set up there. But
there's no way you can go because you can't get back up.
They need to look at that one again.
Once you're in here, you are very well and truly stuck. He'll have a go, Faults, but loses his life for it. Could have been a flawless round for his team, but it's simply not going to build into that. Drops down through. Of course, the new way down the ladder. But Benja collects the closing kill. SSG taking the round. Quite convincingly, I might stress.
Yeah, really good from SSG. Like I said, after that first half, it's been great play from everybody. You know, I think there are some kind of new map things going on here, like their Secret kind of.
I mean, the SS are not getting their heads. Like you got smoked, but I think anyone who's intelligent can look at that and just go, you know, they just played it wrong. It's not necessarily playing bad, you just played it wrong. Nothing's getting their head over. Played the map fundamentally wrong. I think Chalet needs to go back in the fucking locker for the remainder of the event after saying that. I am Storm, thank you Prime. Fit Harry V2, thank you Tier 1. Weak Joe, thank you Tier 1. Appreciate you guys.
I'd like to see game, yeah, bro. A little bit, you know, maybe a couple of teams, you know, 2 on one side, 3 on the other. Just try and push and create a little bit of pressure.
You didn't miss much, don't worry. That was a fucking... It was awful. I don't think they're scared to chow. I think that the instruction is not to. I think the instruction is not to chow. I think that's what it looks like to me anyway. Like the only one who's peeking at all is Ambi, but it's when people are already dying. You know, like it's in the reactive sense.
Both kind of covering each other's weaknesses in a way. But just gives you really
on Chalet, where it's attack-sided, you can't just sit and wait to die. Like you can't do that. You can't sit and wait for them to make the first moves. Like the defenders have to meet people at the entry point. They have to be aggressive. You gotta play chance siege and just be willing to cheese. Like no one is cheesing on Shopify right now.
You would expect so. Yeah, you would expect so. After,
and he makes insane solo play. I mean, bro, it's obvious that they don't encourage solo plays. Like, that's obviously not encouraged in the way they play. Don't get me wrong, obviously you can see like examples of that working against people. Like G2, they made solo plays against Shopify and it cost them the game. But like, the thing is, you won't see G2 change the way they play. Like, they'll run that same shit back tomorrow and probably win. Like, probably win doing the same thing. So, you know, I'd rather play the game and try to win through like actually making plays and lose than sit and watch what they just did on Shelly. Like trying to play the game and trying to win, trying to make plays with the intention of winning the game is better than sitting still
They just really want to make it uncomfortable to play outside the map. That's largely for Secret now up towards the north side, pushing in through the tower, pushing up White Stairs, for example. They have got a bit of control here, but again, it is going to be a full map clear they need to work through.
And they are starting to try and do that. We can see now that Noah has got himself up to the top of White Stairs. He's got, there we go, brilliant kill. He's got himself up to the top of White Stairs. He's got Savage in support. And what he's been able to do is open up that wall that goes through and just gives that space to find the kill onto J9O. Savage can now move in from that location. And they start in this sweep across the top floor that we expected to see Secret. And gaining map control quickly here. Savage has got himself an awful long way forward into bathroom.
The flank watch here, and more importantly, I guess the air jabs being down is really going to be tested because Benja is below. I imagine he's more looking to try and find himself a C4 kill. But, of course, with either staircase available to him, can also look to work his way up above. Has one player looking to challenge him on the downstairs. Believe it's Savage. So has to be really, really careful. I think he might even know there's a bit of pressure coming in. Knocks that death mark off. Of course, with the Tuberau gadget coming out, does disable that so he can get away quite safely. And here should be able to rejoin his team.
Yeah, that's it. He knows that it's
I don't think they'll get grouped. I think they'll be fine.
Good job. There's 30 seconds left to go. And
E+ is probably one of the teams in the group that was going to be the most disruptive.
Large amounts of this top floor, though I said that I wanted to see some map control for them. A flash ain't going to help you there, but a couple of kills will. Noah, Adrian, one apiece. Ashen with a double for himself. 2 versus 1. 15 seconds left to go. Joom, he's putting the kit down. Mowgli is on the cover. Can he find the kill? No. Benja, he manages to get himself back after that long time.
Good shot from Benja. Holy shit.
Double on the Tuberau. He will go in and disable the diffuser. A great 1v2 clutch from Benja.
Made a real nuisance of himself all round as well. Forced Savage to have to match him downstairs. Had the C4 at the ready. Managed to deal with the Dockerby call as well as the Deimos track coming in. And manages to be the player that is huge for them at the close of the round. Now things are all even, Tim. That's 2 defenses in a row. Won by SSG. It's 4-4. This is where Secret start to feel a bit worried, I expect.
Yeah, Secret had a real opportunity there when Noah gets the kill. He gets the kill onto J9O, sorry, moves across, cuts into bathroom with Savage, and they take over kind of 2/3 of the top floor, put the pressure on and manage to get the diffuser down. But then lose the guys to the DMR, losing the fights to the DMR of the Tuberau. Good round from Benja, wasted a long time downstairs, wasted a lot of that Deimos utility, and then was able to get back up and have that kind of impact. Great stuff from him. 4-4, and these two are going toe-to-toe just like we wanted.
I do think you're going to see it keep swinging SSG's way, though. Like I said, they've looked pretty convincing overall on the defense, I'd say. Secret have got a bit of work to do to really sharpen up these attacks. What I will say so far as well is we've seen a number of rounds, probably at least 3 or 4 now, where we've had 2 or 3 players having to stack on a single doorway to try and brute force their way through. And it reminds me to a level of some other maps that we've seen in the pool previously. You know, Concert reminds me of one where it does feel quite bottlenecky because there are a lot of single doorways that you have to work through. And the consequence of that is it just becomes an absolute scrap over the smallest part of the map that might look inconsequential, but whoever wins that fight on the single doorway opens up so much more for that side to be able to get in and start doing work off the back of it. So we'll keep on, I imagine, seeing those trades coming out. A lot of shotgun play being shown so far. Not surprising to anyone given what I've just said about our bottlenecks.
Windows being opened up immediately. As you said, they will continue to be used. It's too easy. It's too easy. Ashen manages to pick up Joom, who just strays across into his line of sight. DMR again being put to great use on this map. It's going to be 5 versus 4 now. SSG picking themselves up. A solid opener.
Again, the curse of a new map is not always knowing the exact angles that someone is going to hold, what kind of cheeky things are looking to get away with, and Ashen really has grabbed a freebie there off Doom, and most importantly, it's the Docker Be Gone, Tim, the operator they were relying on to help them move through the map, as I've said a few times.
It's disappointing, I can't lie.
A single call was used.
Venge's the one to watch again here. So Secret have got themselves up into the top floor and they're starting to work with that verticality. You've got Savage, you've got Mowgli up there working inside of games, around dorms, trying to open hatches, trying to open vertical angles. Benja has been playing around the white stairs up on the far side. I thought he might go for the flank, but he's actually called it a day. So he's going to move back through the bottom floor to site. So right now, SSG need to hold on against these vertical angles. Ashen's doing the work with the Tubarão. The auto canisters are keeping the hatch closed, but Secret are in full control of that top floor.
Really need this hatch to be opened up, and that's all of our Zotos now gone. No other extra electro claws that Fultz can just throw in here to make a difference. It will get opened up, but we're down to about 70 seconds or so. Lots of time to work with, but naturally you have to ask the question, where else are Secret looking to come from? They're also focused on this upstairs piece at the minute that Savage is the one I'm looking at on the blitz and saying, well, aggression from you is crucial here, but he's going to be the one to drop. He's got the diffuser in back pocket.
We're playing against it? No, not today. Not today. I'll be tomorrow now.
Certainly is. Just looking at the
today, the remainder of the schedule is...
Just, you don't expect it.
Black Dragons versus FaZe and Secret versus SSG.
Ashen has got Nitro at the ready. We can see those silhouettes. He can't. The drop comes in if he hears it. I think you do get a little bit of audio of the shield there. Nitro goes out successfully. Ashen managing to take down Savage, but the fight back comes from Secret. Not enough though. Triple kill for Ashen before he's taken down. 1 versus 3.
I don't know. I'll have to speak to him and see what he says.
Adrian, 20 seconds left to go. He's flashed himself. He's moving with speed to try and get something going, but very unlikely. I think that SSG give this away now.
No, there's a player right down in front of him as well that he had no idea about. It's an easy close out for SSG, and again, you can see it in the gameplay. They just know what they're expecting other teams to do against them. They're prepped.
Jester Mefric, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you.
They prepped the hell out of it, Tim. They know what to expect. They've
yeah, this is like proper Siege. These
really
two playing right now is really, really good.
Yeah, they are. I've been, like I said, I've been impressed with both sides in different passages of play. I think Secret did a good job in that last round of moving in quickly. They were offered the ground upstairs. They took it. They used the Rotero drones to get the verticals from dorms and games down into sight. Really good stuff from them. But ultimately, they just didn't have sort of enough pressure and control elsewhere, I think, to then... What you kind of need to do if you're going to take the verticals is get people
take this time to reset a little bit. Guys, I want you guys to pay attention a little bit more to this earlier round, because right now as the game is cooked, they are trying to go a little bit more cheesy into these spawn picks or whatever. Let's watch out onto that, but for the takes of the map as well, if we are going for it, the idea of killing the clashes, right now it won't happen, but for the takes of the map it would be good, because it's step by step is then falling back to the site. Let's just pay attention to this Bandit, Kate and Tubarão combo, that they will be relying on that, because if we are able to open and have strong operators for the execution, will be good already, you know? Let's cook them inside of the game and they will be fucked anyways, because they don't know how to play the map. They're just playing by the rule set. Yeah. And we know better than them.
And they want to play fall off like on the other side of the map as well, guys, so like we can take it for free with the Docker and stuff.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, let's go.
Let's fucking go.
Risky claim from Twister saying, oh, they don't have to play the map. They picked it, my man.
I think
there'll be a lot of that. A lot of teams say, I think I've got to play this, and that team will be winning on a map, and it's like, can you really back that up? They look very ready, like I say, for anything that has been thrown at them, though, to Twister's point, as I said at the start, these little cheeky spawn peaks and early round moments of aggression, that does reward the team that has better map knowledge, and right now, that looks like SSG.
Getting into round 10, then we're back up to the top floor, going to be the bathroom site. Last time around when Secret were attacking this, we saw them all coming from kind of white stairs, that top left corner as you're looking at your screen there. This time, I think I get that reverse sweep across. Like I say, last time SSG didn't really hold this too hard. They've got Ashen down there. That was it last time as well. Ashen was on the Bandit. He's on the Ella this time. You know, put a few numbers in from Old Tower side, I think. Move across, get dorms, get into, you know, a little bit of pressure onto bathroom from that side as well, and then play your other players from that top left side from white stairs and make a bit of a challenge on both sides. We'll see whether that's what Secret go for or not.
What I will say, there's been a lot less focus on the south side of the top floor than I thought we'd see.
Yeah, there
I thought we'd see a lot more in towards vending, opening up the wall that goes in towards dorms, but that's not really been a thing. If anything else, the defenders have opened up that wall to be able to step out of it and be able to aggress on towards this balcony
You didn't miss anything, guys. You did not miss anything.
Surprise there. In fact, all the action, I'd say, or at least the vast majority of it, 60% of it, has been around White Stairs and around New Tower. That's where you've got to put the focus on initially. And of course, with this site being there, I think you'll see a bit more going on towards the south. But of course, it's all going to accumulate around the top floor, inside Commander's office, inside bathroom, inside bedroom, because that'll be the verticals they need to make this attack work.
Got a little bit of a standoff here. I think they are well aware of J9O's position. Nade
that was well played.
That was really well played. Just showing the perfect use of those nades. When you throw a nade, it won't detonate until it's bounced off a surface. Once it does that, the fuse begins. And so just putting it into a little corner like that is a brilliant way of forcing somebody out of position. You have your second gun there, ready to fire.
Yeah,
put them off as they do. Brilliant stuff. Not only have they lost J9O, they've lost the Warden as well. They've got smokes, they've got flashes, they can take advantage of that.
This is that wall I was talking about being opened up as well. Savage can now see straight through in towards Dorms. Of course, gets a bit of an angle in towards Gaines at the same time, so they can put a lot of pressure down, but it's Ashen finding Mobley.
Actually looking good here.
A player that I've remarked on a few times throughout the game has been found out quite early. Naturally, as the entry expects it, has been chewed up and spat out now. 4v4 ensues.
Just look at who he sees, the man. Ashen thinking about taking the fight, but he's keeping himself alive for now. He knows that Doom is out there, and he just wants that view. Doom hops out of the window. The shield gets turned toward him. Ashen is just suffering from timing a little bit here. Noah does take
like even the way SSG play, SSG like the peak, they can push
along the way, but they are pushing now Secret from that south side a little bit more aggressively.
Yeah, you have Benja jumping into the courtyard
I like
hallway, looking
SSG style.
For support from that door. News is in the rotating towards bathroom. 3 players all focused on trying to hold on to briefing. They've gone 1-for-1 inside of there, and now they're stepping in. News had no idea what was coming. Plant going down in what you may now refer to as default. Benja though wins.
Big game from Benja here. Benja's had some big clutches here.
On this map, he's pulled out the impossible, it feels, and has wrestled rounds away from Secret. SSG carry on in commanding position.
Big game here from Benja.
And not dropping a single round in this second half.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a bit of frustration for Team Secret there, because like you say, those 2 rounds that Benja has won,
SSG playing good siege, bro. They play good, very proactive. Like they're the ones making. They went a man down as well, and it still didn't make them sit still. Like they're playing very. Look at Ashen here, bro. He's moving around. He's trying to make plays. He's calling people to help him.
What they do need to do is start winning
Secret are also very good at this as well. Like
that position, but it's easier said than done.
He's kind of exposed his whole body there inside the doorway. I don't think they were 100% clear on where Benja was, but either way, he's hit some massive shots to put his team up.
Yeah, they got fucking smoke.
Lara waits as our second, if SSG can get this round done. Otherwise, Tim, we're asking for 2 rounds from Secret to get us to overtime, but I think it's a pretty tall order to see them recover 2 in a row after winning nothing in this half.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I don't think Secret have got the attacks here. It's like we said, look, new maps, we often see this, that defenders have, that little bit of a grace period to begin with whilst it gets figured out, and they have that bit of an advantage. And so a lot of the time it does come down to, who can win the more attacks. And SSG are looking like that's going to be them this time around. It's 6-4. They need 1 more round, and look at this. A little bit of aggression possibly. Benja just waiting by that door. The shots come in. Unlucky for him. Fortunately for Secret, it was the shield player of Savage. Otherwise, they are dead to rights.
Absolutely, and Logeno is getting a bit of pressure building around and has to be careful. Again, all the focus is going to start off towards this northwest part of the map. Barely anyone really right now is actually down
8 to 10 hours. Yeah, you can get it. You'll be able to get it. You've got quite a few hours left on today's stream.
They'll know about it coming in. Not worried there, and instead it's about the roam and trying to contest on towards these players that are playing out on the balcony.
Just going to be looking to get themselves on inside. We can see there's nobody from Secret yet. 50 seconds in, nobody inside of the map. Again, it's been another bit of a symptom, really, of this map as been not taking sort of control too quickly, too aggressively.
We have FaZe play today. FaZe didn't play yesterday, so that's a good game for us to see today.
I think, but see themselves stunned out. Adrian manages to take as little ground as possible, really, and sticks the plant. So the opportunity was there. Captures SSG by surprise, I think, but doesn't really matter. 3 kills come in, 5v2, and Secret just scrabbling to hold on now.
Really cool execute there for sure. Now Ashen's going aggressive on the outside. Junior's he know about what's going on off towards his side? I don't know. It's the bending window they've got to worry about, because if Ashen steps across, he could get a freebie. I think the Ash is watching him, so really all eyes on Doom here to be able to hold it down. Looks for one, can't quite find his man. Looks for the second.
played this so well.
Misses that one too. There's traps going off from the Thorn behind him as now we start getting the defuse going down. 2 players down at this point, trying to knife his way through. I don't think he'll get there in time. Unfortunately, no,
well
he
played.
will not.
SSG played this so well, bro.
Not dropping a single defensive round. They take
SSG played this so well, bro.
SI 26.
Beautiful performance.
So much confidence.
From SSG there
playing together. Proactive siege.
Too, but ultimately,
looking very good this
the
event.
Ones that were looking more comfortable on defense. Very little Secret could do, and a nice play at the end there. Always used to love to see the use of utility like that with that keeper barricade to block off and create the space they needed to disable that diffuser. Great stuff from the North American side, and they take the advantage in this EU-NA matchup.
Yep, still potentially 2 more maps to come. We'll find out how they go after a short break.
Wonderful. Wonderful game. Is there another stream on?
Tying on every
Black Dragons
tiebreaker
game.
with Lowe's, winning an off-stream tiebreaker match, and then going undefeated through the LCQ. They have made their way here just to face.
Did Black Dragons win yesterday?
And 2 newish
They did, right?
faces
Against
on this
D+.
Black Dragons team. If you have not been very well acquainted with them, you might be wondering, who is Mr.
SSG
Outlaw?
game or FaZe?
And
What do you
most
guys want to
importantly,
watch? Do you guys
Swag
want to
and
finish
how
the
does he
SSG FaZe
affect
game, or do you want to watch the Black Dragons?
That's a bit of a ridiculous
SSG versus Secret game or the Black Dragons FaZe game?
For this Black Dragons team. He made
I imagine we want to watch SSG Secret, right?
In yesterday's game, that
Yeah,
Black
we'll watch
Dragons
SSG
were
Secret on the
playing.
next when it comes back on.
32 frags, the most of any
Yeah,
player
we'll probably stick with
that
SSG.
participated at the Six Invitational yesterday.
Run the
He had
predictions,
the
screen
most
skeet, map
kills
2.
of anyone. So a lot of eyes have turned to Swag. Despite Black Dragons not being able to win their opening matchup here at SI, they did push it to 3 maps. They played that game against D+ Kia. It was very close. In my opinion, I watched that game in full. I think they were the better team in that series. They started really slow map 1. They crushed them map 2. And then map 3 went to overtime. Could have gone either way. But Black Dragons have a lot to prove still. They're an incredibly talented young team, and it's really exciting to see who they might be going, or how they might fare going up against the.
How much longer in the stream? Probably like
it will
another
be an interesting
4
matchup,
hours,
and this
5
group
hours?
has been
Like
thrown
4?
a little bit into chaos.
Probably
with the
5
game that
actually,
just
because we
concluded
have
over on the A stream. For those that didn't
SSG
watch
could
it,
go
Shopify
potentially
Rebellion
another
and
2
D+
maps.
Kia doing battle. Now, a lot of people thought after yesterday,
And this game could go 3 maps. So 3. Let's say 3 and a bit.
Yep. D+ Kia, despite being a Brazilian set of players, is ostensibly an APAC team, that it would be a relatively easy affair for Shopify Rebellion. That was not the case. It was a
Let's finish off group stage drops for me.
for
Hell yeah.
D+ Kia. So G2 finds
We still got
themselves
2 more days
towards the
as well
bottom
of,
of this group, surprisingly. Now, obviously,
group,
G2
so
isn't playing
there is
today,
that.
so they'll have to make up time tomorrow in their matchup. But what a shocker.
Yeah.
I think for most people, an incredible upset.
Yeah, this group has absolutely been turned on its head. It's really going to be
Let's have a look how the group's
anybody's
getting
game
on.
to see who comes out on top, who might be getting eliminated. I think a lot of people with SR's results may be looking like they might get eliminated, but, you know, if we follow the chain of command, if I say Black Dragons look like they probably could have beaten D+ yesterday, D+ beat Shopify Rebellion today.
Yeah, no, D+ won yesterday, so Black Dragon. What SR really need here is a Black Dragons loss.
So this should be
You
a
need
match for
FaZe
the
to
ages.
smoke Black Dragons, and
versus
then
FaZe.
SR
I mean,
look
I don't
okay.
know if that's the way that these things work.
Because G2 plays tomorrow against
Black Dragons and D+ Kia
as
doing
well.
battle. And
D+
you think
are on
that Black
7 points. I
Dragons
think
were the
that's
better
them out
team,
of the
but it was
group.
D+ Kia who won, and then D+ Kia beat Shopify Rebellion, and Shopify Rebellion beat G2. I don't think these like transitive properties really quite work this way. Map picks: Jesse,
Yeah,
Chalet.
so this does mean something.
Clubhouse,
The FaZe and Black
Nightingale.
Dragons. Yeah.
Chalet
FaZe to
picked
win.
by Black Dragons. So if you
Yes,
consider that
SR is
FaZe
still
playing
playing
one of the
SI.
best teams in the world, one of the best teams to come out of Brazil, starting on the Black Dragons map pick, BD is given a bit of a gift here with map number 1.
Yeah, I think for Black Dragons, they've chosen to go to a map where they know there's no footage on them. They haven't played this map since they picked up their 2 new players of Mr. Outlaw and Swag, but they've seen FaZe Clan play it a lot. FaZe do have a 3-game winning streak on Chalet, beating M80 in Munich and then twice against W7M domestically. So it's a map that FaZe Clan love to play. We should see their strats. We just got to cast Chalet a couple of hours ago, Parker, and we got to see some cool stuff coming around. Saw some Denari bans coming through. We saw some big Amaru plays happening as well. So it's definitely a map where you can get creative, and I'm really excited to see what Black Dragons have been prepping for this map.
And you and I don't get the fortune of casting a Fortress on our first day, though I did hear that Fortress will be played by Team Secret and SSG over on the main stream. So if you want to see the newly redone map, go on over there. Justy, let's load in FaZe Clan versus Black Dragons on Chalet. 79% of you thinking FaZe Clan will take it.
On the predictions. I know a lot
That's
of people
aligned
lost
with some of the other community polls that we have
seen.
seen.
The only way to make it back is to keep going.
We go
so let's see.
to France, where we are.
SSG or
different
Secret,
part
who
of
you
France.
got?
But we're here either way.
Let's see.
Black Dragons.
Game on yet? 2 minutes.
In this matchup, Jesse.
Make sure you fill in the predictions, guys. We're only at 40k in the predictions from 2.5 million.
Parker, I think the world champions will win this game.
Yeah, I have to grind up for the next NFL game.
Who knows?
Bro, the
really
guys who won money on
way. I think Black Dragons have a bit of a chip on their shoulder.
You guys better be putting some bread in.
Day of groups between
you guys have literally made like 600k in 2
one
games.
Singular win.
So I don't see at least one 250k.
To make
then I'll know we got some bitches in the chat.
In South America to make it.
Then we have some bitches in the chat.
Those playoffs to qualify to the major. They played against FaZe Clan and they got destroyed. It was a 7-4 game on Bank. JP, the analyst of FaZe, said in an interview they literally were just playing their
1.5 mil from last game, and he isn't betting a single thing. What are you going to do? Look at the points, bro?
Easily the better team.
Now, stare at the points.
Right after that, Black Dragons dropped 2 players.
Put some bread on, bro. 250k is literally light work.
Through the LCQ, upsetting Team Liquid in a game that not a lot of people had them coming out on top.
All right, guys, come on. Fill up on the predictions.
Now we get to see if Black Dragons have learned from those mistakes. When they played against FaZe Clan last, when they struggled in that final group stage match up against the world champions, what were they able to take from that?
Alexander, there was no bid. Unless you put like 5k points on.
Look like in one of their for all of these players, essentially, their first
70k on Secret now? Is that the only
While
bid?
we wait to load into the actual matchup, there was a tech issue immediately upon loading in.
1.5 mil win.
Seems to be the big issue
70k bid.
is wrestling with right there.
Get this guy out of here.
The teams are just
come on, guys. These 250k. We have to try and grind off the points again. The only way
have happened since you and I were on the microphone.
Tech issue before we even started the game.
And forgive me because
20 seconds. We'll stay here. Come on, guys. 160k in the predictions. I want to see at least 250k. Gotta grind up these points again. Gotta grind up these points again, guys.
SSG are the first team at the Six Invitational to get a win on Fortress, the newly added map to the map pool, and they did it with style as well. I mean, we're talking about a flip in the script. Somewhere in the middle of this game, we found out that SSG had the right game plan going into this one.
Yeah, sorry, I was just laughing. Ask was happy to be on telly there. They were all waving with the Black Dragons players, who will shortly be starting on the stream.
Brazilians here.
Yeah.
All right, next map. Come on, guys, fill up on the predictions. Only 200k in the predictions. At least 250k. At least 250k. If we get to 250k, I'll get Greenski to do another raffle in the chat.
Just play good, execute.
Another raffle in the chat if we get 250k.
Bomb site, you can pick it apart. Literally, then we see the following round. SSG, they're not falling back. They're fighting for their lives on the roam. And while they're not fully successful, it comes down to Benji being last alive. And he, Jack, what does he do?
Yeah, he was incredible. The little.
Got 215k, 35k away from 250.
Twice, not just once, but twice, both in very, very similar scenarios. And that is just
70-30 split from Secret to SSG.
And this is where he gets brought into this roster. You know that he's got this quality. He is unflappable in these situations. This pistol shot, by the way, absolutely incredible. Not just the first time that he did it against Doom, but also the second time, the composure. And that's what's happening, you know. No team was really putting the screw to one another. It was mainly the
I think you still get drop progress as long as you're leaving the browser like open. Just don't minimize
optimize
the main
it.
player. You want the big game player to step up and win you those rounds, because that was only a 7-4 victory. Those rounds, in theory, go to Secret on the balanced probabilities that they're 2 versus 1s. We currently could be playing in overtime. So Ben just stepping up, getting the job done for his team on that map.
Yeah, so woulda, coulda, shoulda, I guess, in that case. But yeah, Benja against June. We talked about it, right? The former teammates going up against each other now, and we see them in the head-to-head, which Benja is clearly winning on this side right now. A great PD in that matchup.
Come on, guys, fill up on the predictions.
It can turn, right? We're going to Secret's map pick now.
Alexander, I really can't believe we're not seeing more in the predictions here. Actually sickening. You won 1.5 million.
Know each other, themselves, their opponents, everything.
Time to
in the know,
inspire.
In the clear. But there's going to be
inspire the chat with some new points in there.
Now, their things are working, the comms are flowing, they're feeling good, they got good prep work. It's a dangerous spot to be in if you're Secret.
How many teams make it to playoff in bronze?
Back on a point that you said, you talked about the timeout that Twister had and how he was talking about the game, and he'd analysed the game quite right.
4 teams make it from each group, so what, 16 teams from 20?
Made them change that playstyle, and that depth of strategy.
He's all in. Wivon is all in.
Impressing us so far in this
and
tournament.
Alexander is quite simply trolling.
They're going to need the same thing on Lair, because Lair's a map where you can really bunker down.
Yeah.
But it's
holding
also
all the points.
You can be expansive and you can attack different ways.
Come on, guys.
Different ways.
Almost 250k. Almost there.
And that's SSG's key strength right now.
Exactly. That's it. I was going to say the
we can do better than this.
thing.
Bro, all your points that you guys won, Alexander is not even giving you guys a chance to win them back. 1.5 million points he won.
Every single stop here.
He's not giving you a single chance of getting them back. Disgraceful. L Alexander in the chat. It's got to be an L for Alexander in the chat. No joke.
To find out.
Thank you very much, and indeed we are. Do they bounce back, or do SSG take that 2-0 and get what could be a very, very good SA campaign truly underway?
Thank you for tier ones, I appreciate you. Just
so far, isn't it? I think, you know, as the Desper said there, just that depth of strategy they've got, the options available to them, but also the technical ability is great, and we've got
another bit of that's what I'm saying. He's holding them. He literally robbed everyone blind, and now he's not. Now he's not even giving him a chance. I know, he's just holding them. How many more does SR have to win? How many?
Well, there is still one of our newer maps in the pool.
I think if they win one more game out of the 2 that they have, then they're through.
Right now, and Secret starting
and we need FaZe to be
they are the best attacking team in the world by attacking round win rate. SSG, I'm sure, knew they would probably have a good prospect to come into this map, so maybe they've cooked some cool ideas of their own. They could yet prove to be a pretty bruising first half. Take a look at our op bans first and foremost. I imagine Shields come in against Savage. Every single team seems to take them away. No, it's going to be the Grim being removed away. We did see quite a bit of Grim actually coming in on the last map, so maybe identifying that's how SSG are making their set-piece plays there to identify where players are, to all push in at once and overwhelm and flood as Grim often enables you to do. Bandit going along with the Mirror, and then Deimos to close things out too. Not a bad one, as SSG did run that quite a bit through Ashen in the first map.
Yep, as you say, Lair certainly more established now. No room for any excuses anymore. Everybody should know what they're doing now. And as you say, we'll see how this one goes. I'm a little bit concerned for Secret here. EU haven't had the best start to this Invitational so far. I think it's fair to say it's been a little bit up and down. There have been successes, there have been failures, kind of middle of the road for them at this point. You feel like and they have carried maybe a little bit more success, although not to spoil anything, if you're going to watch the game later, maybe just mute for a couple of seconds. But a Shopify Rebellion did lose earlier on the B stream to D+ Gear, so every region kind of seeming to have that roller coaster at the minute, and I love it because it just creates so much chaos.
It does, and may chaos reign. Let's see how round one goes. Of course, as you might expect by now, we ought to get things up on this top floor. Already seen it 1,000,001 times. Classically see a bit of focus in towards Ops, towards the southwest. The player with the backstab later on out towards the eastern display. And normally a bit of pressure coming in from the north as well, down Zulu. So lots to look forward to. And Rocket, of course, Tim, can't ignore that being quite a centerpiece for the action at the same time. But it does sort of work in layers or stages. One of my favorite things about this site is when we're attacking from the upside. When you've got all the attackers with mezzanine control, they're trying to get inside a site. Again, it's bottlenecky. It's a single doorway. And it's like when you can use keepers inside of there to lock up behind the desk. We've had clashes in there before. We've had things like we've got in this round, in fact, the Chanka coming out as well to rain down fire on that doorway. There's so many interesting ways to defend it, I think. So I'm looking forward to seeing how the late round plays out, especially.
So Willie underneath this video.
Moving towards
Yesterday's game against G2.
Side, looking to support. Fultz does take out Doom. I want to talk
and
about that
yeah, make sure you don't miss it. Go and leave a comment. Let Willie know that you
guys supporting him after today's result.
Around the back of the desk, we know it's
Go say congratulations, show some love.
Just got to think about hot and cold on Clash, and that's where he's going to be playing. So that spotting behind the desk is usually something that you'll send like a book in to try and open, or a Deimos to try and challenge from below. Whereas in this case, SSG have actually opened it up for themselves. They've just opened the floor up and said, yeah, come on, come and have a look. And when that's happened, they've got the kill onto Jim. So they've kind of reversed that strategy, that technique, that tactic, and it's paid them beautifully for them.
Less pressure from below, not going to complain too much, that's for sure. Now starting to work onto Mares again. This is the spot that I often reference. 3 players all gathered up on here, being pinned in by Fultz with that fire from below. And Adrian currently hovering off towards display, and Bathroom in a little bit of support. But for now, at least, Secret penned in and waiting to figure out what that next move is. The crucial part being they've still got half the round to work with.
Yeah, the one problem that SSG face at the minute is Noah. He's got himself inside of Ops, and he's just got that line through the side door that enables him to kind of cut things in half and reduces the movement.
Yes, Spoit plays again tomorrow, guys.
To take down the Blackbeard, didn't manage
plays
it.
Again tomorrow.
Manages to find the kill, but the trade is there. Savage low health as well. 3 versus 3 it stands at the minute. Utility flying everywhere with the smoke canister activated.
1 minute left. Savage, Noah, and Adrian.
Was trying to do there and going for his
bit of work to do here. They have the site wall open.
2 Harbridge gadgets in back pocket. They've still got Noah available, and thank God they do, because that now gives them the ability to get inside and make a plan happen. They can even use the Kiba barrier on mass against the opposition here. It has now been destroyed, and we've still got fire coming out from Fultz. Like I said earlier on, this can go on forever. However, he is only down to 6 canisters left, Tim.
Yeah, it's a time factor now. 30 seconds left to go, so Secret can wait this out, but Fultz does get the kill with that fire. Not often that we see it from the Tachanka, but because time's running down, Secret were having to be a little bit more aggressive. Damage is done though. Noah manages to find J90. 2 versus 2, and there is an opportunity to put this diffuser down. It's all up to Adrian on the cover. He moves in. That was smart because he knew that Ashen was pushing the corridor in. He does a great job to enable his teammate to get that
good
down.
From Secret.
Good plant from Secret. Good close out.
Secret plays some good C's, bro.
Perfect from Adrian.
Okay, yeah, I'm fine.
Some beautiful movement.
All good, all good. You've locked me out, by the way. I actually can't get in.
And gets the job
unless
done.
you've given me a key somewhere.
Really well played as a pair in the close. Fultz was just a little bit too late on getting the fire out. If he gets it out as Noah starts trying to get the diffuser down, different conversation, but I think the pressure coming in over his shoulder was just a bit too much that it prevented him being in the right spot at the right time to get that denial through. So round 1 goes to Secret. We're going to head down to the basement, Tim, into labs to see what SSG can cook up on the defense.
No, they're going to have to cook up a little bit more than they did on the top
floor.
It was a good effort from them. I thought Fultz played brilliantly on the Tachanka. You know, getting the kill in there is just a nice little added bonus, but he did a great job of holding off that push from multiple directions and enabling his team a little bit. And the Azami play in behind the desk was nice as well. They kind of did all the right thing. They ticked the boxes, but ultimately they came up against the best attacking team in the world on their map choice. You know, it's always going to be a tough one, and Secret, they found a way. Good stuff from them to win out the 2-1. They find themselves now 1-0 up, and as you say, attacking down towards that basement. So I would expect to see some vertical pressure come in from them. They've got the ram, so that screams that they're going to want to take that mid-floor. Ashen is there at present. I think whoever is playing up there is probably going to find themselves maybe being bullied by the Monty a little bit, just to move them around.
Let's give a nod towards Thorn, by the way. Like, obviously had minor rework. It was quite major, I guess, in terms of how the traps work.
Definitely.
But we've seen quite a lot of Thorn over the last couple of days across various series. It seems really starting to work her and a Razor Blues back into the lineup.
The problem with Thorn previously was that detonation time, because it was kind of like it wasn't kind of intended to stop entries or anything. It was more kind of area control and info. But ultimately,
you guys think this goes to all 3 maps?
You know, it kind of left her a little bit maybe.
You think this goes to all 3 maps?
They were never really sort of triggering within time or having an impact. So obviously see a little bit of a difference and a little bit more popularity now, which is what we like.
Yeah, trigger time's far quicker, the radius is far down. How on earth has J90 got away with that? A free kill onto Savage, who was working his way up the stairs. That's kind of unforgivable. At least they get the trade onto Ashen and can recover the diffuser, but you've lost the shield, which was no doubt the most important part of this whole attack.
Yeah, losing the Monty there is
yeah,
a big loss.
I think SSG win it. I think Secret takes this map and they go to map 3. A game like this deserves a map 3. Clubhouse could go either way.
To create a little
I think Lair does lean towards Secret.
Mid-floor control as well, having taken Ashen out, so they can do that vertical work with the boogie drones should they choose to. But at the minute, Adrian has worked his way downstairs, and it looks like he's not going to be opening anything up. And this could be a problem for Secret because it's allowing SSG to just play in the power spots inside a site. That's exactly what Fools has just done and picked himself up a kill. I'm a little bit surprised that Secret aren't opening anything up vertically here.
You saw then the damage and the debuff that comes off the back of those razor blooms. Not always lethal anymore, much smaller radius to them, but does apply a debuff here, which is going to make life a little bit annoying for Adrian, at least for a short time, until that expires. The C4 comes on towards the window, but finds nobody. Onto the doorway, sorry, not the window. So the 4v3 for SSG, though, as we enter the final 60 seconds.
Now Adrian's heading back upstairs. He's got those 3 boogie drones. Better late than never. He's going to start opening this up, and you're going to see a difference from SSG now. Look, straight away, you can see him running away. You can see him moving. And that's the problem that Secret have faced so far. They haven't done this, so they haven't forced them away. And I think it's a lot of wasted time from SSG, from Secret, realistically, because SSG have just been allowed to stay here for far too long. They've no idea about Benja's position. He manages to get one. Pulse and J9 pick up the others, and that is a reasonably
This is going to be a back and forth game, I think.
SSG.
Definitely going to be a back and forth
game. Monty, Savage going down early. Secret just got caught up in a little bit of indecision.
Secret will just edge it out,
kind
though.
of Adrian, I think, tried to fill in a position that wouldn't normally have been his. So then you're going back upstairs with 50 seconds to start moving defenders round. It was all just a little bit disjointed.
When you think about the number of times that you've seen a Blackbeard, any kind of shield user stepping in to be the one that gets the diffuser down there, or at least provide cover while it's happening, that first kill on towards Savage on the Monty, I think really spelled out how the rest of this round will go, and you saw it in the gameplay from Secret. It was very slow, it was laboured, it was trying to adapt on the fly to figure out, okay, what do we do in absence of having a shield to be that tip of the spear that steps in towards.
Are we playing again today? Yes.
Down.
No, not today. Tomorrow. Play us again tomorrow.
So both teams getting on the board nice and early.
SSG win yesterday? Yes, they did.
Well, we go, of course, to the first floor.
They did. SSG looking really good.
The first floor.
Counting systems.
It's the first floor. We're going to see. Look, we're going to see a large top floor. We've spoken about this an awful lot. This defense and the attack as well. We will expect to see that external wall opened up. The thermite gets chosen onto now by June, and then it'll be usually a push towards taking some top floor control. Some teams will decide to just launch the utility in and try and go for it. If that's going to be the case, we'd usually see a sense on side as well. This time just the Ying. We've got the smokes on the Capito, maybe not enough to do that. So I would expect to see a little bit of pressure towards top floor. But if we look across the side of SSG, we can see there's only 2 of them up there.
I can see a bracket of some sort. I think
so there is possibly an opportunity for Secret to go and get that control.
I believe it's that.
It's kind of the same as what we saw back on Fortress.
One or the other.
We heard the frustration from Twister about it, I guess, to a level, was just how ratty they were being, how aggressive they were being in the early round, SSG were, and how it was then causing problems for the side of Secret. This being a more known map, they shouldn't get stung by anywhere near as much, but Ashen has still managed to get rid of Adrian and get away with his life, taken no damage, all 3 smokes in back pocket. Perfect, because look again at who has been removed, arguably the most important operator in the round in the Ying. That's 2 rounds in a row. They've lost crucial operators very early on.
Yeah, you don't always get to choose who you get when you find
either
those
or, whichever
kills,
one is like more insightful, I guess. Whichever one gives more information.
Those important players are not being put in risky situations. Duke does find Bencho, a lot of damage done there. Noah is down as well. Fighting continues. SSG just looking to get aggressive here. They get backed up as well so they can get the kill onto Noah. Very nicely done. With a big double though, onto Ashen and Fultz. 2v2 after a bit of chaos on the top floor.
Got a little bit too focused in there and trying to get rid of the down player. Just lets Mowgli come in from behind them through green door.
That's our games where we're not good.
Wasn't enough cover there coming in from Mowgli. Holy shit. Down to Mowgli. May well have saved this round for his team. J90 with it all to do against the shield and against Mowgli, who's on a tear. Best of luck.
Yeah, Mowgli's been a little bit quiet so far today on Fortress, as we said, and they could really do with one of those big kind of hero performances out of him to carry them towards map 3. 1 versus 2, but an absolute age on the clock. So
how did M8's game finish though? They won, right?
Diffuser down, but as they hear the footsteps, they think, nah, we're going to go for the challenge, but they need to be careful there. All right, what they did though, Mowgli just rotated himself around that rear side.
Did they win on map 3?
From behind.
Yeah, they did.
That's going to be another round.
They got the win.
2-1.
Yeah, good 2v1 played out. Pressure being created by the Blackbeard, and then almost from there, Twister being told, stop, calm down. Which is rare normally against SSG. It'd be SSG, you'd imagine, getting the warning for being a bit quieter. The Ashen can be. But clearly both teams, I think, very, very keen to get this series moving in their direction a bit further. SSG, of course, have got that comfort blanket of winning Fortress first. Club does await as that final map if we have to get there. One of the classic maps in Siege where both teams will be tested on their fundamentals. There for now, at least, leaning towards Secret on the attack.
All right, then let's get ourselves on into round 4. That was beautiful nitro that came through there. I think on a different day, pushing.
That was it's a good ass game, bro. Like SSG and Secret is probably game of the day.
Unfortunately,
it's like the G2 and SR of yesterday.
And he stayed alive. So round 4, we'll see
a lot of energy from both sides as well.
Top floor. Secret very confident in attacking this time. Last time around, they got themselves into ops. No one moved in there so quickly. I'd like to see SSG maybe try and just hold them at bay for a little bit. He went straight up, opened.
You guys got winning the Secret or SSG?
Skybridge door, then back across into ops, into that position, opened up onto the plant spot and was able to just kind of sit
Secret
there
SSG.
and control.
What fans are we got on the show here?
By being on that door, so SSG, I think they need a little bit of a plan to just hold on to that area.
Yeah, well, it was a 2-0. It was a 2-0.
So easily. The other push then came up into mezzanine, and Secret very easily kind of took over this whole rocket and mezzanine area, and it was a big problem for SSG.
It's the main focal point of this top floor, no doubt about that, and really SSG's response in this round, if you look at their lineup, it's all about time waste, right? Towards the Kai and the Tuber out, in towards the Goy, the smoke's coming out, and of course the Goo Mines just to impede enemy players that little bit longer. There will be work for Secret to do here, so they can't take too long in the starting parts of the round, but of course the curse of building up for a very, very turtle-style setup is you don't really have lows to go aggressive with early in the round. Maybe a C4 or 2 if you really fancy it, but otherwise it's a case of sort of trying to stem the flow as best you can, but accepting the Secret are going to be executing at some point, and your job is to slow them down. Noah being removed, that's massive, because it's the ace offline, one of their only ways to get through.
Who did everyone have their predictions on? Let's have a little look.
Mowgli's all they've got left here, and normally he likes to play entry.
Exactly what I was talking about.
Bro, everyone's devastated after the Willy loss. All the predictions, all the bread is with 2-3 guys now. Cam Shep, thanks for the prime, appreciate you.
But he's scarpered with it. He's having nothing to do with that now. He doesn't want to be getting into ops because there's, as you say, with that electrified wall, very little that they can do from there. It's now got to go to plan B. That's likely a rotation over the roof. Join Adrian on the other side and try and push in maybe from that.
Guys, who you got winning this? Secret or SSG? Secret or SSG?
Is holding inside.
You guys think it's going to win?
So SSG need to
the overall series. I think Secret take this map, or you guys? Who do you guys think takes Clubhouse? Who do you guys think takes Clubhouse?
Mezzanine as well. So it's all shaping up for that kind of southeast-sided push.
Again, just a little bit nervous here. The Mowgli's the one looking to take early engagements down towards display when he's the only one that can get this wall opened up. Either they forsake the wall entirely and make use of the Capitao to drop smokes in and go for a plant in behind the desk, or they bail and try and rotate
at the event. He's playing in this event.
That'd be Secret. And make that be their go-to. And in fact, they may well be, because Savage with the diffuser on side,
I feel like Secret have just got
that side of the map.
Yeah, it's definitely.
It could go either way on Clubhouse, but I feel like this map is going to go Secret's way.
Small canister has come out to try and slow them down. Mowgli gets a good kill onto J9O, starts creating a little bit of space. He's also looking to just clear out behind desk.
What was the SRD plus score? It was 2-0. First one was 7-0, 7-1. 7-0, 7-1.
50 seconds left
was
to go
not good.
as the utility starts to fly in, but Secret, they're not moving behind it. They're just sending the flashes in to try and create a little bit of chaos. Savage manages to spray down Benja. Adrian onto Fultz, 2v2.
I'm not entirely sure who's going.
Are
any NA guys going? I think it'll be mainly Europeans.
Because the last two players left alive are on Mez and Rocket.
See you there. Hell yeah, baby.
Where it's Secret that have got the site, and now the retake from SSG is going to be massive. Ashen trying to push forward here, making use of that smoke to make it a bit safer, and he manages to get rid of Savage. How many times today?
Playing from home? Yeah, I'm playing from home.
Try and be aggressive and get down by the other side. It's unfortunate for him, and it's all down to Adrian. Tucks in on display window, 1 for free. Into
do you know if any other NA people are going through?
So many of these today.
A lot of NA small players as well. Like who's going?
And sure enough, Adrian goes big to give Secret a 3-1 lead.
That was a great call on the rotation from Team Secret there. So as soon as they lose Noah, as soon as they lose the ace and that ability to breach the wall easily, I know they still have the hard breach charges, but you're not going to get a very good... You're working with a vault breach, you're trying to get in and plant, there's a lot of things that can go wrong. They make just a very quick call. Savage, go and get the diffuser, and he rotates over, and he goes over to that B-site window, and he just waits there until they've got the clearance, gets in, and then in the 2v2, they take the opportunity, they recognise that they've been able to force the remaining SSG defenders out towards the office side, out towards that desk, and just keeping them at bay over there is easy for Adrian while that diffuser goes down, and then a great clutch at the end in the 1v2. Beautiful stuff from Team Secret to get themselves now 3-1 on the attack, showing just why they're the best in the world when it comes to playing on this side of the game.
Just very, very decisive of thinking what they look to do, but also very, very capable operating as individual players like Savage there. That was his first kill that he's got all game long, and he was the one going in towards display. He was being aggressed from 2 different directions. Baits Ashen, who's more close towards site, then immediately spins onto the R6 room door, kills the player pushing him from there, and Ashen's sort of left in no man's land. He can't push 1v1 in that spot against the DMR coming out of the Lion, so it was really good stuff. Does eventually get him later, but as we see, he can then turn towards Adrian to do the business for his team. So a really good round from Secret. Of 3-on-1, as I mentioned earlier, down to the basement we go once again, where they lost the shield very early on last time. The Monty sprayed in the back inside the first minute or so, so hopefully they keep him alive a little bit longer this time, at least long enough that he can have an impact in the rounds.
Swapping mags! Straight away, again, shaping up behind the shield. Blackbeard has been taken away from them, but Savage is on the blitz instead. It looks like they are sort of shaping up for that build together. They definitely want this to Chanka.
What airport is closer?
Trying to get aggressive. Great quick thinking from Fultz there. Just putting those fire canisters down to prevent the pressure mounting onto him, but Adrian manages to find Newers elsewhere. SSG, they've got big problems here. They're already on the back foot in a major way. 5 versus 3 as Noah picks up Fultz. Is starting to fall apart, but a couple of kills might just bring them back into it, but I think it's too little too late.
Again, it's the power of a shield. They've all had eyes on Savage there, trying to stop his rush forward. And as they've stepped out to try and challenge him from the side flank, there has been another player nearby to bring him down. Benja very much left alone here, cornered him by the blitz and finished off by June.
Test tackle, thank you for the prime. Max that, thank you for the prime.
Completely out of position, not
Boss
ready to deal with that kind of
skills,
aggression
Dino,
that
roll,
quickly.
coconut, nugget set. That's all I know for now. Hell yeah, hell yeah.
Last time they struggled.
What, is Nugget going to go and do a... Oh, Nugget, I don't know why I thought you meant to say Pineapple. I said, no wait, is Pineapple going to go and do a face reveal?
Secret this time saying, you know what, let's forget about that
Charles the goal's closer, yeah.
Let's forget about all the other bits that go with it. Let's just go straight to site and see if we can create a little bit of space, and they did that beautifully. So yeah, Secret looking super, super powerful on the attack of late.
Quick tech pause coming in here as well. We get that rectified before we get into round 6. For a second, I was like, surely we're not having attack timeout now. That would be crazy talk to use it as you're going into the very last round, but it's been bruising for SSG, Tim. Even if they win this next round, they're down 4-2. They've got to win 4 attacks at their own. And yes, Secret aren't as good on the defense as they are on the attack. You can't hold that accolade as the best attacking team in the world and the best defensive team in the world. Otherwise, very good chance you're going to be winning everything that God sends your way.
The people that you mentioned, they're like people at Ubisoft that are probably taking, I imagine.
The replays from that last round, you'll just see again all the focus comes on towards Savage. It was the one when he was coming in from the east side that really impressed me, because Fultz, of course, was very focused on keeping him away with fire. Newers thought, oh, if Savage is watching Fultz and get a sidestab here, what he didn't know was Adrian was then coming in off towards his right-hand side and got a free kill on towards Newers. So Savage really sucking up all the attention for his team to then capitalize off the back of. It's what Secret are known for. Very commonly get 3 shields banned away against them. And you can see why, given how the previous round went.
Yo, Tactics, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you.
We'll get everybody back in just as soon as we can. The players will be left with their own thoughts for a moment or two while we get this one squared away. But
how's the other game going?
Look, I'm really glad that this looks like it could be going towards that 3rd map. I think both of these teams have shown us some good siege. They've both kind of put in a marker down.
Probably the least picked attacker in Siege. We don't have the data. We're only a day and a half into the events, but usually she's bottom 3.
I am actually a little surprised with the mid-season changes that we didn't see any Yana love.
You know what? I see her a lot when I'm playing my silver ranked lobbies. So
in what rank?
in all the ranks that I tend to
Last time I checked, you were bronze, not silver.
Wow.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Point is, like there are some people in the community that really love you. Okay, and I think Ubisoft is saying, listen, she's getting played. We don't got to change her.
I mean, I do wonder if the Mozzie buffs are in hopes of seeing more Yana come out.
Maybe.
I mean, there's some speculation. There was speculation here that when Capitao got a buff, maybe part of that is because you want to also
FaZe is
have a
smoking
small
Black
buff to,
Dragons,
like,
which
a
is good for
Jaeger
us
or
all.
a Wamai, because more Capital means
in their game.
All right.
We're already
that's good for SR. SR need them to get 2-0'd realistically.
One of these teams doesn't get to play
2-0'd with bad round difference.
You don't play on that last day and other teams are still playing. You're just sat watching. You can't do anything about it. You're relying on other teams to ensure that you get the finish you're after. Because a reminder, you finished in first place, you go to the second round of the upper bracket. Second and third place go to the first round of the upper bracket. Fourth place goes straight to the lower bracket. And fifth, well, I'm afraid you go home early before you even hit playoffs.
Yep, there will be one team that will be disappearing from the tournament, from each group, when we get to the end of this first phase. And of course, everybody wanting to avoid.
Interesting and funny. Could a Pro League tournament for all point
This is the thing.
Like a Pro League for like bots.
It's, you know, yep, you're not playing on Friday, so you can't kind of influence anything. But the point is, you've got 4 matches, you've got to get the job done in those 4 matches. You know, you get the best results that you can across them, and you've got to get your work done within the
I'd like to not go into Friday sweating the whole day. I'd like to think it's my day off, chill out a little bit. Who cares what the others are doing? We're finishing first place, no one cares.
Exactly.
That's why winning this is so important.
Just get the job done ahead of time, and then you don't have to worry about it too much. I'd be surprised if either of these teams have any kind of worries come the end of the week. But like you say, it's just about whether they're in a position
the B channel said SOS D+.
Okay, let's see if that attack timeout has had any effect on either team. I imagine.
Surely they've refreshed it by now.
Think some things through. Talk about how best you might get the second defensive round on the board. We are up on this top floor. Well, they haven't been, I would say, like ill fortune for the most part. They got Noah out quite early on last time around. Could well be looking for the same again with Benja underneath, I imagine, with a C4 in back pocket. Indeed, there is. Just waiting for someone to step across. So if drones haven't found him out downstairs, being for a bit of a rude awakening, especially for Noah, who's already in the area.
Ready to go out, will be sent in. Challenge follows.
Really good attack side for Secret here. Really good.
With that shotgun on to Savage.
The number of early kills that he's got playing against Windows or anything is ridiculous.
How many times are they going to punish the important operator though? Savage died on the Monty. Savage has died on the Ying. Adrian died on the Monty, I think, as the first kill. Sorry, on the Ying as well on an earlier round. You know, they are just being able to pick up these sort of important execution operators
brain damage
before they get to that stage of the round over and over SSG, and it hasn't really paid dividends too much for them so far. You kind of got a feel for them.
It's a bit of a bugger, but at the end of the day, all that really matters is that score at the top of your screen, and it still heavily leans the way of the blue team in Team Secret.
What's good?
However, they've got the focus going in now. They've got this this breach open up.
Drops today, yeah. Drops every day. Drops every day, all day.
I'm looking in for a kill here. Nua's going to be the one to find Adrian. Noah is going in deep along with June by the looks of it. They've got a couple off the back of it, Tim. In a spot where they can get a plant down here in a moment, as long as the cover is there. All down to Ashen by himself, who's now got to step on forward. Has one smoke in back pocket. If he places it well, this could be beautiful, but I think he's just about missed it out. Noah going to finish that off, and Ashen has got a lot of work to do to recover this.
Yeah, really well played from Doom on the cover there. We just saw him sending that flash utility across in towards Ashen's position and preventing him being able to push forward. No one knows the peak is coming.
That was playing so well, bro.
5-1, good opportunity spotting from Team Secret there. Noah saw the gap, and instead of going in looking for a plant, went straight in, got aggressive onto that desk position, cleared it out, got kills, then went back for the plant. Really nicely done. Phenomenal attacks from Team Secret, really impressive.
I think it looks almost pedestrian for them. They won all 3 attacks on that top floor, and only in one of them did they have to rotate away from Mez.
I'm going to sell these drops on the marketplace. Oh wait, still down. I think it's going to be down for a while now. Like I think they said it's not going to be back until like year 11 maybe, like after this season.
Below maybe helping, but as soon as he's droned out, it's no longer a threat.
Or like gone till further notice, something like that.
Enough to reinforce
couple of months, yeah. So I'm at school right now. Despite when Natty didn't, unfortunately, bro. Past year 11, holy shit.
Start things as you may expect.
What like why marketplace specifically? Is that like where they found the vulnerability? It must be that, right?
Can do a better job here on the defense then, and whether SSG can break them down. Last time around, as you say, Secret, their attacks have completely focused around mezzanine. A little bit of attention.
Did you see Joshua Mills is the new creative director? Is that not already what he was?
No attention out towards our 6 room, no attention out to that far corridor, to Skybridge, to anything else. There are very, very possible attacks from that side as well. So we'll see which SSG choose to go for. Maybe a combination of the two.
Core team
if we
update.
look at that defensive lineup that we're going to be seeing, no major surprises there. We've got the Denari. I think we'll see that. We'll keep an eye on where those trip connectors go, but I would expect to see them maybe out towards that kind of B-side window, and then we've got the Goyo canisters, which will be in position to prevent, I would expect, to push towards that plant side.
Of course, the display window gives you the little info. Someone does go hopping in. It's all about the info game rather than strictly trying to kill someone or deny them from getting inside the building. It's going to happen. Key one probably here is Moog is the one playing on Mez and looking to contest it towards Ops. They've got barbed wire down inside of there. Normally, you'd even see in his army step actually into Ops. Kind of like he's doing now, and get a couple of key
So Joshua Mills is no longer the game director. He's now the creative director, and Carl Pazzi is no longer on the team at all.
A little bit more desire to push.
Is that what it
away
is?
from Ops.
Yeah, I like that. You know,
So one of them's been fired or left, and one of them has now changed jobs. So we're getting a new game director.
Onto that upside, don't allow them to
If I'm reading, if I'm following correctly,
and get that breach. It's going to be Ashen on the Blackbeard that
wants to push
towards there initially.
I tried to click on their little link to see like the news, but like the link doesn't work. So
from the book, Doom is the one tasked with holding off that far side that I spoke about, but looks like he might actually have a little bit of joy. Ashen is kind of in between Ops and Skybridge at the minute. A little bit of indecision, but pushes forward into Skybridge now. So Doom could well find himself in a bit of pressure with that Blackbeard coming face to face with him. But
yeah, Link
he does
just doesn't
have the
work.
Vulcan canisters ready to pop.
Let's hope it's a good thing. I mean, yeah. I think that like a change in direction was needed.
Chance to do that with Adrian being sat on the Janker.
I just wonder who
Another Lion scan rings out down
is.
to their last one here. Lots of utility for both sides to throw at each other. The main warrior thinks him halfway in that round now, and you can see basically every single secret player is gathered and staring up towards Green here. They're expecting that to be where the push comes in from, and this is the one angle that we didn't see Secret attack from.
Such a good performance from Secret, surely not 7-1, however.
Keep them at bay through a bottleneck. We'll find out as J9O rotates over towards the display window, looking to put some pressure in of his own.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. It's just going to make it a little bit more difficult for Adrian to hold the position as the Tachanka. He just needs to be a little bit careful about how far back he strays and that he doesn't expose himself to that line of sight. But he does have Noah on the Denari backing him up. But as you say, the rest of SSG are over on this top side, looking to aggress and create pressure.
Is level 1 here? Level 1 here?
Is in there, has the diffuser as well. Beautiful rotate from Doom to go downstairs and take Benjamaster out. Now, that's fantastic because he was causing a real nuisance of himself with the book. J9O gets a double though as they try to get aggressive. That could be a bad call from Secret. 3 versus 3, and they're in the sight, SSG. And they're starting to do some work, but Secret somehow standing tall.
Might be a 3k for one, but it's a 3k for the other. Doom turning into a bit of a demon in the round himself. News with the ult to recover, was sat downstairs watching out for any C4s that could be used, but now has to sprint upstairs and try and recover this round. And Moog is watching. Enter the trade between players
transition from new challenges to new
round. Secret, carry on,
2 new challenges with Ubisoft. So,
yeah, I like that
so
play
he's
from Doom going
he's no longer the game director. He's now took Alexander's
as
job.
I said, he was under there with the skeleton
no announcement
key.
from.
We can see how much of the ceiling he'd ripped out from above him, and so many.
I'm very excited to enjoy it.
I'm just going down right now to kill the momentum.
I'm very excited as a player and begin a new journey. I'm waiting for letting me do this.
For the bunk side bulker, the only thing I'll say, because I kind of cut out at the end there, if it is too much wall, then I'll just say fuck it and just go around it.
Yeah. Alright. I agree.
Alright. What do you want me bringing instead? Bunk? Frankly, just take out your gorilla.
Yeah, they fixed the time loss now?
Was there you the B2 player?
Yep, with you. Bunk.
Maybe
and just work
flashes because we need to get the guy to move.
Yeah. But I mean, yeah, just read the traps, either grill or no man. It's fine, either one. Alright, let's go.
Alright, let's go.
Bravo.
I was going to say no rush, lads. We've only got 45 seconds. Probably the fewest words said in tap timeout I think I've ever heard.
Well, I mean, it did open up with call out saying, I've called it just to break momentum. So,
which I think is fair to say when you're at map point and I've got 5 rounds to climb.
I think it's for the best, personally. I just read the little tweets and whatnot.
There's an element where I think you're already looking towards
Feels like the right thing.
You know, of course you're playing to win it. Of course you're taking it round by round. But
Feels
I think,
like the right thing.
kind of, as a coach at least,
Hear
I'm looking at that and thinking,
and
we need to
a
win
new game director, hopefully. I guess we'll see who that's going to be.
Now is on, let's make sure we win Clubhouse. What am I going to say to
hopefully someone who has a clue what's going on.
How do I make sure we're in the best position we can be in to win that to the map, because we might come back and win this one. It happens. The way that Secret are playing, I'm going to say it's very unlikely, and they probably know that as well. So yeah, I think a lot of the concern, a lot of the focus will be towards
another lost bet today. It's not my day. It's not about a day. It's been a hard watch today.
Well, just do what you can, and we'll see how it goes. But Secret have just looked electric on layer. I don't think anybody's going to be rushing to play them on layer anytime soon.
Real challenges, of course. You have to attack timeout, and they were speaking about bringing along flashes to unseat one of the players, but they haven't attacked them on the downstairs yet. So it's the first time they're seeing this site, this setup, everything else coming out of Secret, and so it's a chance for SSG to, I guess, reformulate the game plan a bit if they've seen a consistent problem. But they've only
already
had one
played,
round on the
they
attack,
lost.
not a lot to work
It was
with.
not good. It was not good. What tiers actually think S tier?
His way down towards
3 speed, crazy gone.
Off towards his
Verticality.
right-hand side on the Scopos.
Fucking genius.
Get away with the free kick. But no, misses his man. Could have been a golden opportunity, but Mowgli lives.
Yeah, that's the sort of opportunities, and again, I know it's the blink of an eye, but it's the sort of opportunities that you've got to take at this level when they present themselves, and it's those moments that can leave you kicking yourself. So we have a look at this. We've got everybody downstairs apart from...
I respect them for trying or whatever, but it's not been a good time, has it? Like, let's not mess around.
Aware of that SSG. Because he
holy shit. Like, let's not mess around and act like it's been at all a good time between the people that have worked there. It's been bad. Like, a change in direction has been needed, so it's a good thing that it's coming.
Not a lot on this map.
Thank you for contributions, and I'm sure that like they had good intentions or felt like they were doing what was right, but I think we can all agree that hasn't been the case.
On the map, building on through, the echo of Adrian will fall to Newers. Still a lot of space and a lot of time to work with.
Adrian gives himself away a little bit there. I'm not sure he needed to challenge that. He was kind of just caught, in no man's land. If you're going to peek, peek, but at least peek around the frame. He was just stood bang in the middle of the doorway. So it was an easy pickup. Fultz manages to find Doom eventually. So now 4 versus 3. A minute left. There's 2 minutes been wasted by Doom on the roam there, and Adrian supporting as well, but losing that. Yorkai and Echo is certainly not the best. He's causing a problem. You gotta go one way or the other, Savage. 3 versus 1 as SSG. The attack timeout certainly seems to have done a bit of something for them. It looks like they're going to get themselves their first attack.
What I will say to this is it feels as like Secret have gone really aggressive across the map here, and they've paid the price for it ultimately. This is where things have gone wrong. And sure enough, SSG will get on the board. Now, don't blame Secret for that. Get up in their face, try and
been a little quiet now. He wasn't quiet last map, let me tell you. He was not quiet last map.
It's a good way to upset it, but it just didn't stick because SSG a bit too ready on the gunfight.
They don't give up easy though, SSG. Like they play,
We'll see if they can do it on bunks and briefing.
Yeah, I think from Secret's perspective, you've got rounds to spare. You're 6-2 up. They're not going to do that forever, but yeah, let's just have a go. Let's get out in the map. Let's try and get slippy. Let's try and cause them a problem. Ultimately, it didn't really work out for them, but never mind. You go next and see if you can do it. That was brilliant. You see if you can do it in the next round. But yeah, like I said, when you're on the Echo and you stood in the middle of the doorway like that, I don't think you really need to be doing that. This was brilliant, the indecision from Savage. He was like, no.
And what I love, even them, the Deimos was still pre-firing just in case he did push into him. So it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Pay the price to lose the round, onwards we go. What I like about this next site that we're coming into is so commonly on the attacking side, we're used to seeing now like Sens being ran, you always roll in a couple of light screens, you try and avoid getting shot from above. If you haven't got control of that, you plant inside. Away you go from there, right?
I'm not going to comment on like a team that's like still in the event, I don't think. I mean, clearly today that's not any one person's fault. It's just a really there's many things wrong there. Hopefully they have time to unpack it and
think about looking at the site.
Yeah, there's 4 out of 5 from Team Secret up on that top floor. A big contrast to the way that SSG defended this site. They only had 1 or 2. I think it was 2 in there that they had up on that top floor. So Secret certainly wanting to stake a claim up there. We're
do a backflip. Oh yeah, let me just fucking whip one off there quick. Fucking break my neck on stream. Actually, I might need to break my neck after that last game. No joke. Might be backflipping fucking next time.
Which will be Doom, but SSG's attention has to turn upwards. It has to turn towards that top flight. They've got
not fucking ideal server.
They've got Adrian.
How long until stream ends? Probably like another.
Top floor. Savage as well.
Depends how long the phase game is left. Like probably like 2 hours.
Bathroom.
After this round, I'll check.
It's an awful lot of
We can
space
check, we
that
can
needs to
check.
be
How's it going?
cleared
Good,
by
man. How are you?
SSG.
You just can't really afford to rush into site and make a plant happen, even if you spot everyone off site, because there are just so many vertical angles that are exposed. It's almost impossible to plant unless you can get in and get rid of some
Secret
players
Rockin'
first.
Genius, yeah.
And that's what they're going for. Don't be cool coming on through, but Adrian wins out the 1v1 onto Ashen.
Ooh.
Looking for another, not quite finding him. It's Fultz to get the reverse. So a trade being secured off the back of that first phone call, a moment of peace. But no doubt when that next call's available, we'll see it kick off all over again.
Yeah, great use of the bathroom windows from Fultz there, just putting
And
sort of
defines
peak
Noah.
holes in both of them, so you don't know where the
pick.
challenge is going to come from.
Or
Benja
three.
manages
No,
to
I mean,
pick
like,
up Noah
SSG
as
don't
well.
just give-
4 versus
SSG
3
just,
now.
like, just don't just give up.
Into the ascendancy again, maybe just building a little bit of momentum, but it's absolutely
Mowgli.
free for Mowgli. He goes crazy and
Oh,
gets a
new
double.
crew.
Can't make
New
it a triple
crew.
though. Nua's manages to shut him down, and there's kills from SSG elsewhere. Fultz with the final
Well, that's what I'm
one.
saying. Like, they don't just give up, do they? Did I saw win map 2 and 3? No, they lost both, bro. So they're 1 and 1. Yeah, let me check,
They want to
actually.
get this done on ladders. They're fighting
Let me
back.
see the
6-3.
standings.
Big question for you, Tim. At what point do you start to get worried?
Right, in
Secret, I
the
think
group
another round,
stage.
Yeah?
I think 6-4, you start thinking.
Yeah, they're 1 and 1.
Right,
D plus is
Because the
top.
other thing at 6-4 is what will have happened then.
D
That's
plus
3
is
rounds in a
first
row, so
in
it's
the group
full
somehow.
rotation. So you've not.
I think they only
won
played
any
Black
of the
Dragons,
sides
actually.
either.
Yeah, let me check the phase
I
game.
would imagine probably going to go to top floor after this one. I think they've probably had.
Take it phase 1, map 1.
Well, not exactly.
Yeah, they won
the
one. They
result
won
the Black
one.
Dragons were hoping for in their first map of the day, but hey, what a debut.
Souls went 13 and 1.
from
He's taking the
FaZe
piss.
Clan. 7-1 the scoreline. Souls absolutely devouring the
7-1.
Today, very, very good at moving through a map as big as Lair. The other side's ban, though, I really
Do I
like.
exploit Sean Fight Sub? Yeah, you do.
Which means now
Yes,
they
you do,
are
sir.
absolutely free to run things like the Ying every single round, to spam the living hell
You think
out
they
of
still come first in their group? I mean,
try and
it's
find a
all
push on through,
theirs
but
to
otherwise
play
might
for.
be quite
Like,
very resistant
first
and
might be difficult
could
now,
be
obviously,
entrenched
with
defense coming out of
losing.
Secret. So I like
And
how
not, like, if they would have lost 2-1, then I would have said yeah, but they lost 2-0, so it's a bit,
Very keen
it's hard to
see
say,
how
you know.
things play from here. They can also, of course, as you're seeing, run the glass. It isn't just all about flashes. They can run smokes too. Lots of choice through them for them to play with here.
Yeah, key round for me. I think the top floor is kind of like the final boss. You know, getting a team who choose to play Lair up onto top floor. Like I said, that's where they're going to expect to pick up rounds. So
How
if
do
you
I
can
claim
come
it?
in now and take that away from them. On the
So
attack,
when you
attack
sub
in a row
it,
that
like
you've
if
been
your
successful,
Ubisoft account
you've
is
taken
like
every
already
side
is
off
linked,
them,
then you just get
you're only 2
gets
rounds away at that point,
sent
and
straight
you
to your
leave them
account.
with a real headache, thinking,
Don't have to claim it or anything.
where do we go here confidently? Because we've lost all 3 of our sides. So yeah, big round coming up. Obviously for SSG, if they lose it, it's over. So it's a big round regardless. But I mean, in terms of what could be a comeback, this is what could be the real.
He's not out. He's not out.
Kind of
Bad day
spark in
today,
the
but then
powder
he's not out now.
This is the first one for the day as well, Tim.
Oh, they've just lost themselves.
Timing as well. So first time focus coming in towards actually opening up the mask wall itself. Normally it's the south double wall on towards Mez that has been the focus throughout this game. You know, historically, there was all kinds of wars going on to try and get the actual mass wall itself. And that's why Mowgli's now dug in there with the bandit, making sure it stays up nice and close. And Doom was for a moment looking to try and contest by the looks of it into
So the way it's looking is like, if this game ends now, then it's going to be these last 2 maps of the day, and then we're all wrapped. A lot of 2-0s today. Who won first map? SSG won first map. You can see at the top. SSG won first map 7-4. They played really well, to be fair, on Fortress.
Looking probably to play underneath
really well.
and deal with Mowgli there. Just having a look at Benja's position at the minute. He's not inside of the map. He's on the rappel looking to work the windows on the bathroom side. So Mowgli's largely safe for the time being to try and keep himself in position.
I'm watching Nua's here because he's only got 1 Salma left and there are no other
Shark Boy
hard-range
thinks tier
gadgets
1,
on side.
Puck
They
Life
haven't
thinks
got
the
mask
Prime.
open. They haven't got the south side of mask wall open either. Those are really
I just linked
critical
it.
to open
If I
up.
log
It's gonna
on now,
be
will I
nice to
have
get
it? It might not be
Mez.
instant, but you'll get it within 24 hours. It's usually faster than that, but like within 24 hours, you'll 100% have it.
You can spam smokes everywhere. It's just an invitation for throwing impacts or C4s or fire into
yeah,
it.
so
where they've got to push in.
SR,
what has
to have
happened
some
as
breathing
well is that
room,
Mowgli
they need
has
Black
switched
Dragons
positions
to
with Doom. You can
lose
see it here beautifully. So look at where
against
Secret
FaZe
are now.
pretty
Rather than being
convincingly, which it
positioned
looks
out
like might be
towards
the
mask wall,
case.
they've
I think
recognised
G2 play
they can't do anything
tomorrow
about that position. If they
against
could have done, they
D+,
would
if
have done
I'm
by now.
not
So the
mistaken.
whole
Let me
team
check.
has shifted back over towards that B
Yeah, they
bomb
play
chassis.
D+
Doom
tomorrow.
has dropped back towards our 6 room. They've got Noah
if
playing display.
G2
The
only
whole
win that-
team shifts back, and so when
If G2
SSG
can only win
do
that, like,
2-1, then they'll be on 3 points, which means the Shopify will be comfortable. The Shopify play FaZe tomorrow, so...
Really nice from Secret.
They haven't got time. Ashen can't get through all this
not
easy.
easy.
Jump in and just take a lot of burn damage. Smokes go down.
Still got so Black Dragons to bottom of the group.
But there's 2 kills for Secret. Last time they denied this
4-2,
rotation, it worked out in their
Looks like
favor.
we're going to
And
map
it's
3,
going
guys.
exactly the same way
Map
again.
3 coming in, folks.
Newers in a
Map 3 coming
1v4.
in.
Diffuser is down. He's on the wrong side of the map. This only goes
Is the Eagles considered top team? It's not like a top, not top team, but they're like a good team.
Absolutely no surprise.
Very
Everybody
good game,
wanted 3
from
maps.
Secret.
Everybody gets 3 maps. One of the best teams
Nah,
in
Shopify
EU,
lost
one of
that
the
game.
best teams in NA, facing off
They
against
lost that
each other,
game,
and
Shelly.
both putting in great performances so far, and we get the treat of a little bit of clubhouse to decide how things go.
Team plays well, yeah, it was really good. Who is considered like the best team? It's hard to say, because you have FaZe, who are like reigning champions, you have Furia, who are playing really good this event, you have MAE, most recent MAE champions, Secret, EWC champions, very good. Honestly, it's all up in the air, bro. Like anyone, it's still too early to say. I think once the groups, once we see the remainder of the groups, then we can say. All right, guys, fill up on the predictions for map 3. Fill up on the predictions for map 3. It's one of the last maps of the day.
It is this site specific. If you go upstairs to either of the 2 bomb sites, Thatcher is, not as important because there are multiple ways to tackle getting through either that jacuzzi wall,
for sure,
the construction wall, or the CCTV wall. But it does beggar a little belief when you know that the bottom floor site is open, that they're going to run a Kaid, and now 2 hatches you're just not going to be able to get.
Yeah, I mean, I think once you're in the prep phase and you discover the bomb site's bottom floor, an EMP should be immediately picked up, but it's not going to happen, and because of that, we're going to see FaZe Clan play fully anchored, not a single roamer, because they know how safe it is, and because they can keep the moto hatch closed indefinitely, Handy can just play this position and get free kills on anybody on the main stairs. This is exactly why you need to be able to open moto hatch.
In a rough start from the player who was unable to
Make sure you fill up the predictions, guys. Make sure you fill up the predictions. If you can't predict, then I would refresh the stream and then come back on. Or fill up the predictions. One of the last maps of the day. I know a lot of you guys are down a fuckload of points today, so it might be difficult.
Confidence inspiring, and it comes onto the Azami.
Is Alexander still in the chat, Greenski?
Is
he still in the chat?
But still a very strong operator and one that you don't necessarily want to lose, even ignoring Handy's abilities just as a competitor.
Maybe a bit of an ego swing, but in the end, Handy does get punished, so it's a 1-for-1 trade as the push starts to come through. A lot of pressure kitchen, a lot of pressure dirt.
It's just going to be a dry execute at this point in time. Mr. Outlaw punishing Souls as he's inside a dirt tunnel. A very powerful position by Ask as FaZe is paralyzed. They cannot rotate out of this position because of the hatch control of Kitchen. Seemingly an answer from Black Dragons as Ask is on the ground. Goodbye, Vitaking. Diffuser gets planted. Cyber and KDS walking up now. They had an idea of what they needed to accomplish. Swag with yet another kill. Cyber all on his own in a 1v2. Black Dragons waiting out the timer at this point. Swag gun down. Cyber now looking for the hatch.
Yes, C4.
Unlikely to be able to long arm it, and unfortunately for him, way too many areas to look at. Nitro Cell goes out. About a 10-second buffer at this point in time. Cyber hopping on the defuse kit, and there goes Miracle. Cyber gets off of it. You've got 2 seconds to find him. Nope. The round will go in favor of Black Dragons. Cyber having no opportunity. And Miracle will just stay alive and get Cyber with 1 second left on that defuse point. But it was still going to go to Black Dragon. It's all the same.
Thatcher? I hardly know her. Good round for Black Dragons. As they just focus on the dirt tunnel. They don't need it. And I think a lot of credit got to go to the...
How long into this game? 4 minutes.
Really nice kills in the midst of that. Obviously punishes Handy early in
FaZe
that round
baby.
with the main stairs aggression. He punishes that bit of an ego swing that comes out from FaZe and then is able to rotate back to help out his team. That dirt tunnel push that was coming through from Ask as well was really impactful, and they did a great job of stopping that play as it comes through. So nice to see that from BD. FaZe Clan gonna have to regroup a little bit after a round like that. You don't expect to be losing things so early, despite Cyber bringing it so close and hitting some brilliant shots. Didn't have the time and did not have the HP to clutch that one up. So it's a 1-0 lead for Black Dragons on their map pick.
And the bomb site will now be upstairs here on Gym Bedroom. Now, in contrast to Chalet, you're unlikely to see all 4 bomb sites here. Now, there is a possibility that Bar and Stage is played. there is also a likelihood
That's
that
a good
one day
one.
I am
That's a
called
good
up
one.
to compete at this level. There is a chance. It's not a very good chance.
No.
But the chance exists all the same. With the new information we have regarding the map selection, FaZe Clan are now playing on Black Dragon's map, and FaZe Clan gets to pick the best side. So, in theory, they should be able to run up the score here.
Yeah.
And if the way they played on map 1 is any indication,
Yeah, so what we're hoping for here,
run it up no matter what.
What we're hoping for here,
Black
folks,
Dragon
is
their attacking struggles. It
a
wasn't very
phase
pretty
domination,
picture on Chalet, but starts a
which
little bit
helps
better
Shopify
so
immensely.
far here on Clubhouse. They'll bring out the Maverick to start to work on this jacuzzi
As
wall.
following
which is
this
another good way
game,
to counter the
Black
Kite,
Dragon
although
still
he's
have to
not
play
being brought, of course,
Shopify, and they
in
have to
this round.
play-
You're going to have to get past that 2-brow, of which Maverick is also an excellent counter towards. And with that wall becoming soft, it's only a matter of time.
And they have to
before
play
somebody's able
G2.
to break it open.
They still play
Probably
G2, they still
Miracle's
play
job
Shopify. So as
on
long
the
as
Blackbeard, if I
they
had to
lose this
guess,
game,
but you've got nades and stuff if you really
then
need to as
Shopify
well.
are not in the worst
Big
place
question
in
for
the
me,
world.
Parker, is always, are we going to see that clear of the cache side? KDS is playing inside of security. He's playing on the other side of the map. If they don't clear him out, then he's going to have a really strong position on the main windows. They find Handy elsewhere on the map, but Push still looking somewhat linear.
Bad robot.
Bad robot.
Bad robot. Down goes Scopos on this particular bomb site. Scopos has so much value. You can tuck that second robot down in strip. You can tuck it down in the basement in a position that you wouldn't think of. And if you can get an early pick, that makes the flank from the second Scopos robot way more impactful. Now, obviously, if you die
Did Willie
as
win
the
his
main robot,
match?
you get neither of them. The other one will continue
No,
to
he
exist
didn't,
as basically
unfortunately.
bulletproof.
Yeah,
deploy
Secret
the
won their
shield.
map.
So there's still some value to be had.
It's 1-1, yeah, 1-1
But,
between Secret
I mean, if you're
and
FaZe Clan, you're not happy that this
1-1
happened.
between
There's no
Secret
real
and
silver lining here.
SSG.
You
Really
lost
good game,
a
actually.
player, and this assault from Black Dragons is going to continue. It's now put Souls in a very uncomfortable position, who through one round of Clubhouse has matched the same amount of deaths he had
Peter King finds
from
one.
the very first map through and through.
I thought
King gets on the board.
Guys,
down goes
make
Mr.
sure we're
Outlaw
filling up on the
with
predictions for
45
the next
seconds
map.
left.
Last map of the
Back to
day.
numbers for both teams.
With Souls out of Jin, though, you have a plant opportunity. for
200k
Black
on
Dragons. You
Secret,
can jump in and
50k
go for a
on
plant there. Cyber's
SSG.
playing the
Let's
long
try and
way
push
down
for
the
half a
hallway,
million,
and they are
guys.
still fighting over towards CC,
last game
but
of the day.
A door has opened now for Black Dragons. This
Last
1v1
map of the
between
day.
KDS and Ask will go the way of KDS. Goes for the Goyo canister, and they're
goodness.
just not aware of Cyber's positioning. That could be a brutal mistake.
So it looks more and more likely as everybody else falls by the wayside. Swag with the
1v2.
swing and 15 seconds left. He's got 2 kills to be found.
Okay,
He won't
looking
get
good.
either of them.
Is the SSG
Round
game
goes to
on yet?
FaZe Clan. It looks more and more likely that round number 1 was maybe some misstep.
6 seconds. Boom. 1-1 on the FaZe game. Someone keep me up to date with the score, though. Yeah, let's go B, man.
A good bounce back from Secret, and they seemed much happier as well, because as they were walking up against us, June was throwing all kinds of shapes when they were walking out, so they're feeling much better.
Would you like to recreate it?
No, I'm not
No?
dabbing on
Okay.
stream. No,
You're not
no,
dabbing on
that's
stream.
very,
I know, it
very
was worth
much,
a try.
was it 2020 or whatever it
June
was?
did just hit us with a dab, is what we're trying to say.
Yeah, but they feel much better, and it's actually showing in-game as well, because we talk about Secret being so good on the attack time and time again inside the email, and we're seeing it here on this map too.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, and we can maybe forgive them for not being so good on the attack in Fortress. Fortress is a new map. They wouldn't know how Space Station were going to set up. Now, Secret are really, really good on the attack. Why are they good on the attack? They centralize behind that focal point that is Savage, usually on a shield, played a lot of shields inside of this map as well. And he's the sole voice. He directs his troops around the park, and that's why they're so good on the attack. And I think we saw that coming out from them on Lair. He was playing the shields. They were getting behind him, getting around him, and they felt so much more comfortable. And when you're so good on the attack, you get that half that was 5-1, you're then going to kick on from there. You can see Savage's scorelines there, Nick. You know, you was a support player back in the day. Even when you're doing God's work, sometimes statistically it doesn't quite show, but he was a big reason as to why they got done.
That's it. About 10 rounds into Lair, he was in a 0-2-1 scoreline. And you know, when that's the case and they're winning, things are going exactly according to plan. So we love to see that.
Yeah, the highlight's not to shade him, obviously. It's to say that he's doing his job as a shield player, as that statue inside his team, kind of just existing and helping his team fight towards that victory. And there's one thing that we've been keeping track of for this matchup as well. We talked about it at the beginning. 2 teammates facing off against each other, former teammates, and we keeping track of when they shoot each other inside of this matchup. And it's a funny thing that you can talk about. Obviously, a big thank you to
I need 37 hours of streaming in 12 days.
Winning that matchup
What for?
in
Which drop is that from the Dokkaebi drop?
As to get a win, Jum is doing
The
much
group
better
stage drops,
in
are you
that
talking
match
about?
against his former teammate.
Completely flipped upside down, right? I mean, we
Let's see
saw
how
a
the
couple
predictions
of
are
the
doing.
last few rounds here. Jum's walking down a hole with a shotgun, boom, flick onto Benjet. Time and time again. He's just
Let's get 300k in the predictions, guys. Almost 300k.
Each other to a world of pain.
If we get to 300k,
you know,
we'll do another 100k giveaway
the winner, the victory, the points
in the
group,
raffle.
But there is also that head-to-head.
100k giveaway in the raffle, guys. There's your incentive.
Also, it's been a very chaotic first 2 maps. They've been fighting, and it's been high level. It's been very messy, very chaotic in a good way. We're going to Clubhouse, one of the least chaotic maps for like just going for fights. More
that's all off
executes the setup. So
for Doggy 15 hours total, for Dark another 15, for the last
yeah,
drop
I think so as
7 hours
well.
total. Yes.
SSG are actually going to be the
Then
ones
yeah,
that start
that's
on the
correct.
attacks.
You have
on the
to,
defense.
you have
We've
like
just talked
quite a
about
long
how
time
Secret
to do
have
it.
been so good on their attacks that you're going to have to ride that out. You're going to have to ride the first 6 rounds out. I actually think both of these teams on this map of Clubhouse that you've, you know, trials and tribulations of Clubhouse, we've seen it for years, that every team has Clubhouse figured out to a T.
Yeah.
I would expect both of these teams to be really, really strong on their attacks. So for me, it's whoever implements their attacks the most, whoever leaves the least amount of gaps, whoever's the most in sync is going to come away with the victory.
Yeah, like how you said, there's all kinds of different maps that we're getting to really find out who the better team is inside of this best of 3. And Clubhouse is the final map in the series.
Thank you very much, and indeed it is. Club to settle things down feels like the
Come on, guys, 300k in the predictions. We're at 270, I want to say. 270k. Let's get to 300k in the predictions, and then Greenski will do another 100k raffle in the chat.
I don't have much of a clue. I think Secret have just carried some really
Some people
good
holding
momentum
some points
through there.
here.
If they were starting on attack, I'd say
Big holders.
definitely. But they're going to have to start on defense, as this one is about to start.
Greenski, is Alexander still in the chat?
SSG.
No, he's not. Any of the other big high rollers in here? Who else won big?
The fun stat that a bunch at home may enjoy is that Secret are undefeated on this map over the last 6
Phase 2
months.
went off.
3-0 record. I haven't played it for about 3 months.
Just need Phase to smoke Black Dragons hard.
Over the last few months, bar the major we had back in November.
And Shotfire have a bit of breathing room.
As much as Secret have, but have a 4-2 record. So
You talked to Ellie? Yeah, I spoke to him a little bit.
both
Obviously
of these
disappointed.
teams in terms of how they opt to play the map. We'll get into our bans first. Secret taking Capitao off the board. We think very, very apt for this map. We spoke a lot about Capitao and how powerful he is, especially now that he's got the DMR. And for this map up on Catwalk, a very, very good operator to help clear it away. Kite on the other side, I imagine, joined up by a Bandit, indeed. And the Grim, once again, going to get taken away from SSG.
Yeah, good power up as well. You know, we see the Grim used a lot to create space and to help with executes. Looking at the defensive win rates for this one, both teams on a very, very similar standing when it comes to the defenses. 71-75% are the 2 numbers between them. But as Fresh kind of alluded to on the desk there, you know, this is a match that could be decided on those attacks. They are both very capable, but Secret have the much better numbers at attacking here on Clubhouse by about, I think, about 25%. Better off when it comes to us. So for me, it's looking, you know, like we're going to be asking questions in the second half of this one particularly.
Sure, let's get our lobby recreated and then we'll get straight back into things. But these days, the players don't have a few.
All right, we can do the raffle. Greenski, they got over 300k. We can do the
We're
raffle.
just going to take in a quick moment to just kind of look
Tech
at where
balls.
we're at. We're
Snooze
basically at the
first.
end of day 2 now as well.
That bodes well for FaZe Clan, given our stat. Miracle from outside the building takes him down long angle on that blue window. just like that, the man advantage swings back. Parker, you are Nostradamus himself.
This is the 4th time in this series.
Join the raffle, guys. Everyone join the raffle. 100,000 points in there.
In his role
15
on
seconds
the
to join the
operators he
raffle.
plays, that is a
Spam it
little
up, spam it
abnormal.
up.
Yeah. Just trying to escape this time around, got caught on the rotate back, but again, when your teammates are fragging like Vitakings are, then you can't complain. Some work will now be done on these hatches. There shouldn't be any problems with that Kaid ban. You do sometimes see some impact tricks on that kitchen hatch, but I don't think they're going to be able to stop it from being opened up this time around. And where does this push come through from Black Dragons now? It looks like it's going to be focused around blue, but they have a lot of options still.
I was going to say, yeah, they had 2 posted up in that position. Mr. Outlaw's been sitting there on the Deimos quite some time. I think he's expecting KDS, who's down in blue, to make a mistake. That is really bad.
Second raffle to the chat. Holy shit!
Right now. Swag
enjoy it, folks. Enjoy it. Almost the 200, almost the 350k in the predictions.
And that's why you had
surely
somebody watching
300k here.
No way!
400k even.
KDS gets the job done.
Look
Goodness
how
gracious!
they are on the server, bro.
Black Dragons is going to need a miracle, and I'm not talking about the player. A Nitro Cell comes out Cyber with the final kill. And that's the round for FaZe Clan. The defending world champs looking to repeat, and they are in fine form so far here in their very first day of matches.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there, Parker. With that defuse kit being dropped oil pit, it really was just an impossible situation for Black Dragons. Rare's the one who died there, of course, the 23-year-old captain of BD. A lot of people tend to assume that Ask is still the IGL of this squad. He's clarified multiple times, but specifically on Twitter a few weeks ago, that it is Rare who is doing the primary calling of this team now, despite the role that Ask has played in the past. And I think Rare is a very strong IGL. I don't think they would be here unless Rare was excellent in his role. But there's no doubt that today in the server, he has struggled to match up against the best of the best. And I do think they're going to need him to come online if they want to be able to take this back against FaZe Clan and bring this map more in their favor.
At the current point in time, Rare has an EPS of 43. That is tremendously low. He's in good company, though. Mr. Outlaw's not that much farther ahead in 56, with 56, and then Vidiking is sitting at 66. But Vidiking is far and away the outlier on the side of FaZe Clan. The rest of the team well above 100. Everybody doing exceptionally well, and that's through 2 maps. It's not
for SI, and it's the only time.
Still sack pause.
Souls right now is 16
Looks like it's FaZe.
and 2.
That's point play. Yes, he did. Unfortunately, he lost.
That is absurd. A full map has been played, and 4 rounds of this map have been played, and Souls has
Guys,
died.
make sure you fill up on the predictions. You have a little bit longer this time because obviously there's a tech pause.
Right? He's lost both rounds.
Last game of the day.
So
every round won by FaZe Clan, Souls has survived.
100, absolutely incredible.
Well, almost a 450k. No, almost a 300k, 350k in the predictions. Let's try and push 400k in the predictions. 78% of you guys think Secret's going to win. 22% think Secret. So there is steals to be had on SSG right now.
All the flowers to Souls so far.
Everybody on
400k in the predictions, and we'll go for another 100k in the raffle.
Kill or death, with the exception of KDS. Souls has the second fewest, because obviously you can't have less than KDS.
We'll do it.
0. Souls was involved in
some good money to be made on Secret right now if you put some points on. 1 to 4.54 back.
Souls got the opening pick. That is it. He is playing very sheltered
because the SSG game is.
You've got other players involved in the fray.
It was in tech pause. Is it not tech pause anymore?
He's gone 50-50 in.
Alright, no more tech pause now. Here we go. Fantastic.
I need to go back to basics here. I don't know anything.
Like you say, we've done 7 SIs now. If I was listening to Kix talk today about the game, I'd still feel like I played a tutorial. It was always one thing he was amazing at was the levels at which he thought on the game was absolutely spectacular, and obviously led a lot of us to where we are today. And led us into this game of Clubhouse. Secret versus SSG.
The way Kickstart talking about the game is because he actually played the game. I was actually very good.
They only get 1, so it's quite important for both teams to win this one out, and what a classic
Kick's a fucking beast, bro.
Showdown settled on after a brilliant fortress and a brilliant lair.
First sight we're going to have is CCTV and Cash now. There's an interesting mirror being played. We don't always see it too often. We do see it occasionally. So Juma's played the mirror on the catwalk wall that's reinforced that looks in towards sight. It's going to allow Noah an ability to challenge onto the breach should he need to. But I think it also just helps protect that wall from the long-range breach as well, because both sides have been reinforced. So it's just going to give him that vision into sight and a few options. Mowgli manages to take down Fultz 5 versus 4, and that is the glass gone.
The environmental kill as well, of all things, just sprayed down.
Come on, guys, 400k in the predictions.
To try and hit the pipe, or he was hoping to catch someone as they walked
400k in the predictions. I know we've got some people holding points right now.
Player that can see through smoke, so 0 complaints here. That initial burst,
I know it's already close.
Coming out from SSG has been abated. Bearing in mind, Tim, this isn't even the site. This is the other side of the map. They've got to clear out mode,
the game side,
and then look towards the side.
A lot of people lost big today.
Bleeding out here. A second player, and Ashton goes down. Secret doing
it's shit when like the majority of people lose the prediction, because then you have like 10, 15 guys who just hold all the points and don't spend them.
they get us going in convincing fashion.
Yeah, really nice there from Secret. They had set up for that push from SSG. They were ready. They had the utility. They had the extension out into construction, out into master. Brilliant stuff from them. I like the mirror window on Garage Catwalk. There was never really any pressure or attention towards that, so Noah was safe and sound. He was able to move through and support the rest of the defense from that CCTV window towards the end of things. But ultimately, yeah, really, really nice from Secret. And to be honest, I feel they're like they've got one of the more difficult sites out of the way. CCTV cache can be one of those that's a little bit more 50-50. They've got it done, and now they head down to Church and Arsenal for their second site.
Heartbreaking for Fultz because he was basically through the doorway and ready to just start shooting and pulling away, but just as the environmental goes off, it keeps Mowgli alive. But yes, down to the basement we go then. Certainly an odd start to go cash DC for round one, but hey, can't knock it. They came away with the win. The full basement start, and I imagine we'll have a couple of players off-roaming upstairs. I can already see Doom on the mute getting busy upstairs, dropping down those jammers. Very, very good on the top floor because, I've said this word loads today, it's quite bottlenecky. There are a lot of single doorways.
Yeah, let's go Morrow
You can make it more
Bottom.
frustrating for the attackers to get intel on who's playing upstairs and exactly where they're sat. This one, of course, going through the wall.
Been going crazy on the subs last few days. You guys been going hard. 4,634. What should we set for a 5k sub goal? We should set a sub goal and then we have to do it when he gets back.
Normally you want one set on the ground floor to be able to drop back in towards site in case there is a fast hit. Don't think we'll see a fast hit given it's the Blackbeard on side rather than something like the Blitz. But there's still a possibility that SSG just say, forget about the roam, let's go direct to site.
Straight away, Benja has got himself in through strip and will open up the wall through to pool, so that cuts off bar. It cuts off a little bit of that rotate option. Mowgli is up in gym and does have the hatch open. Needs to now be very careful about dropping down there because it could be serious problems. As you say, he's going to have to move himself across really and get a bit of an alternative option, maybe down those main stairs. But again, they've got people in those positions watching the window, for example, so Secret. It's not bad for them. It's still wasting time, but they just need to be aware of it and be cautious.
It's kind of a shame in a way because Benja in that spot catches 2 hat shots where he can stop any players that are doing it, but you'd think that would then lead the rest of SSG to say, okay, if those players upstairs, all 3 of them can't fall back down easily, we should just go and hit site. But they're not. They're still trying to full clear this top floor, which I think is really going to hurt them in the long run of things. Like Ashen's got the run of ground floor. They've largely trapped these 3 upstairs, and I would actually love now for them to say, all right, guys, they're stuck upstairs. Let's just go and smash the site.
Savage needs to be aware of that because he's the one that, of course, can sort of teleport back on the score pass, assuming that his other shell is back in sight. That's too easy, folks. He's just unaware of the fact that that lower wall has been opened up and he gets punished.
That is Blackbeard though from Lucy. You take those. You take those.
A minute 25 left on the clock. We don't have hatches open. There is
Anyone
no
know the face
access
score?
in towards site yet for SSG. Savage is now teleported back to site as well. Really nice from him, but there is still only 2 left alive on site. 4 versus 2 though, looking good for Secret.
To be fair, SSG have done what I thought they might try, which is to try and go direct towards site. They've just lost 2 players to the DMR. And off the back of it, that really removes all the wind in their sails. Nua's the last one left alive here. Gonna have to probably work his way down through storage with Diffuser in back pocket, but he's got 3 players to work through, Tim. Not a pretty spot to be in, and with the minutes of work with it, isn't exactly like he's short on time, but Secret are not going to make this one easy for him.
In a game where the battle is likely going to be decided over who can attack the best, it is not looking like a great start for SSG. Secret coming out with a really strong defense.
Phase 5 went up, okay, that's good.
And looking good.
Sounds like maybe a timeout coming in here potentially too, because it's been an ugly start for SSG, not able to get themselves involved or even close. Let's listen to what they've got to say.
They're going to ban the mirror third here. They're going to ban the thermite though. That doesn't matter. We're going to get the hard breach charges, open up the breaches. For the top side Spoker, we're getting con, single jacuzzi, and servo in every single round against these guys. Off what we need to do for our gem side, fellas, Benja, I want you to fucking keep pressuring below off that. You can either float towards red, or you can just decide to play below the actual site itself and look to wallbang up through it. Keep 1 on the jacuzzi side, Bulker. This is for gem. It's also for fucking cash. If it's cash side, send 2 for the catalyzation. Keep 1 on the server side, and then, like I said, I want that guy below. It's like Benja was saying, we can either work up red if it's cash, we can either split pressure off that, or if it's fucking gem, same thing. We can decide to work up red off that with the counter pressure being on the jacuzzi side. So basically just rip all 3 open, keep 1 post between Logic on side, have the catalyzation option on server, have the catalyzation option on gem side as well.
Almost falls you, but
it can work both ways.
Souls denied at Los Ace, holy shit.
There we go. All right, so definitely more tactical advice coming
hopefully,
out. Because I think as
hopefully FaZe can close that one out.
Both of those attacks really haven't been pretty. They've just been battered around by Secret for the most part. They've dealt with whatever SSG have thrown at them, lacking a little bit of pace, dare I say, in these rounds too. That has just meant Secret, who
7-1, 7-1 would be
don't mind
elusive.
just playing around whatever it is that you're throwing at them.
No, absolutely, absolutely. Secret happy to, like you say, just sort of work with what they're given at the minute, and they've taken Cash and CCTV, Church and Arsenal successfully, and they will now move to Gym and Bedroom. I think one thing I'd like to see SSG do, which I don't think they've, you know, if I think back over those first 2 rounds, is they haven't really established themselves in the map very well. You know, at no point have they been sort of in confident control of
How's it going,
areas
Spoit? It's going well.
a Secret to do anything.
One-on-one,
Secret have,
slow day
reacted
today.
and just rotated around, like you say, and just continued doing what they want to do. So this time around, we know what to expect, and that is the push across from that Cash side. So I'd like to see
play Black
Jacuzzi
Dragons
wall open, construction wall open, and
Phase.
CCTV wall, and then
Phase tomorrow, Black
confident
Dragons, not
control
that
of
day,
Cash,
the
of
following day after
construction,
that.
and a real presence, maybe one in logistics as well from SSG to start putting pressure onto site. That's what they need.
It's almost like the third map in the series is the reverse of what we saw back in the first, when it was Ashen, for example, being really aggressive at every window and doorway you could find to catch players outside the building. Well, now it's more that we're seeing Secret do the back onto them. It was nowhere on Garage in the last round. You've just seen Mowgli try it at the start of this round on towards Ashen. You've almost caught him as well, got enough of a nick onto him, just didn't quite find the head that would have seen that line offline very early on.
Loving this from Newers straight away. I said coming in, there's 3 walls I want opened up quickly. Cash, construction, and Jacuzzi. He's done them in exactly that order, one after the other. With 50 seconds in, all 3 walls are going to be open. Really, really good stuff from SSG. Next move is get some presence inside of the map. Nobody yet, despite that Cash wall being opened, has moved in. Sorry, the construction wall. Nobody's moved in to start challenging on towards Cash. Top red, construction. Everything from SSG is stacking up on the Jacuzzi side. They've got a clash over there, and it might just be a little bit one-sided.
The clash is going to be a real nuisance to contend with, but however, they're looking to try and go aggressive quite early on. Juma's backed himself right into a corner here as well. Picked up that shield, realised it was a little bit too hot to sit where he did, so he's going to have to rotate away and rejoin his team.
He should still play the mirror here.
He's got himself out to safety. So SSG started quickly with getting walls opened up, but now, Tim, it's that thing that you said earlier on. They're not really inside the map is the main concern. You've got Benja underneath, which is a start, but now you've got to break the extended hold on towards Noah and Mowgli, who are in the area, and then also think about how the hell do we hit site later.
Fulton J9 R9 moving in to try and increase the pressure on this side. The Nomad is going to make it difficult. Doom taken down. Beautiful teamwork. J9 the one to pick up that kill. Benja is going to try and aggress. He's going to take a lot of damage. Mowgli manages to pick up J9 as well. Secret holding on again, just standing firm. This is looking great from the EU side. Nitro deployed, but it's going to be short of the mark. It's not going to find its way over onto the stairs. Benja still needs to be careful. Got to clear out this barbed wire. It will do him damage. Just sends up the flashbang in case they're still playing in that position, but they have dropped away and more time is being wasted. There's only 40 seconds. I really don't think that anything is going to happen for SSG here other than what did. Mowgli, Noah, a kill apiece, and another round for Secret. 3-0 and a complete rotation of
I mean, if you've seen the games today, like if you see like the way that he's being set up, it's kind of like, well, yeah, it's like he's being set up.
Was going off.
There's not much different he could do in some of these games, to be honest.
SSG were trying to push on forward. They got the clash. That will embolden you, but everything else from there just fell completely flat on its face, unfortunately. Really lacking a bit of wind in their sails, SSG, and they've got to find it here because across these next 3 rounds, it's going to only get even more bruising. We've had the thermite taken away and the mirror banned out by SSG.
Yeah, really good stuff. Really good stuff from Secret. We heard that from Call Out that those were the bans that were likely going to be coming in. They already have a plan for the thermite being taken away.
Do you think Willie is the best looking pro?
We'll look at the hard.
I mean, who are the other good looking pros? I guess.
Also bring along the ace as well. So
they
should still be fine. Interestingly, we're going to
he's
see
been off it.
a possible pick.
I would go and check the stats again. I feel like you don't watch many of the games.
If you remember back in the days of cooked nades,
6-1 to face, good shit. Yeah, it's by Everton.
Certainly a little bit rare.
Everton, unfortunately.
Jane I know looking to bring a lot of value.
Where's Spoit? He's at the event right now.
Basis that Siege is an intel-based game. The more you know, the better you're going to do. So we're going to trade it away. There we go.
Of course we are.
Excellent. 5 seconds remaining.
She was going to for the longest time for Shaiko as well, if you remember. Back in the days of
drones and everything.
In the days of BDS, it used to be like he would play up by himself on the Ana, the other
Carl give me a compliment. He must want you to order in some food right now. That's what he's trying to get.
These days is mute.
Some people want you to like throw it back. Carl's just trying to get food.
Now you do still see the mute as you're seeing here on this exact
Come on, you go on, let's get that out of
not quite as effective as he once was, and so it's a little bit like
you don't sound like you're from
Liverpool. Does it really matter that much? Are drones being blocked away as often as they used to be?
Just that when I'm on stream, I try to make an effort to neutralise my accent because I'm
I'm streaming to a bunch of foreign people. Like barely anyone here is.
Inside of 30 seconds.
I've been doing international business now for like 7 or 8 years, so
different this time. We're going to have
I
pressure over on that
harsh
master
stock
side.
sector is not the way to
It
go.
does look largely like it is going to be focused on that master sided push. It didn't really work out last time for SSG. They are going to keep J90 over on the cash breach
yeah, because she just we still live around the area, you know what I mean? So, and she's not like, she has no reason to have like a neutral accent, so hers is just a natural accent.
We need to see them taking some control. Mowgli, he just keeps getting away with it.
It was in this spot, well, slightly across from it. It was actually in Jim where he managed to get away with the play in the previous round, burning through drones, and just anything they're throwing at him, he's handling. He is dangerously low.
Mowgli's playing crazy.
He's got the cut inside of construction, so he can't easily fall back in that spot. He'll need
Sigurd
assist from a
looking
teammate to make that retreat work, but to meet him, it looks like he doesn't want to leave.
No,
I'm not leaving.
He's not going anywhere, is he? He wants to keep taking those fights, those
You're just like, I don't even know you are. Like a mongrel
manages
thing.
to take down Doom and actually then dips out, doesn't
Do you
want
think
to
picking another
continue
team's
that
best map
fight.
is low-key a strat, so you know how they play if you match against them?
Coming in here
I mean, you can hard counter people sometimes. Sometimes it's not necessarily how they play, though. It's like, it's their ability to be proactive in the server, you know, like it's their ability to win and play the game a different way and be adaptive.
Maybe try and get onto cash.
That's why it's their best map, not because of their strats necessarily, you know.
To start doing this.
I'm not sure about this one, Chief. Like construction, they can't even get control because now Mowgli's still got hold of that ground. They're trying to get towards Logi by the looks of it to push in through there as Mowgli rejoins his team, but now they're even looking in towards Garage, where Noah's dug in and hasn't got to worry about anything because they're so short on utility now. This has been bizarre. Like, it's a bit of a late rotate away.
Academos scan's not really going to help you here too much because you know where Noah is. He's on catwalk behind the keepers. He still manages to survive. 30 seconds left to go, and again it's back to the drawing board for
Secret looking
SSG.
actually genius
Nothing
here.
is working for them right now. Secret are in the ascendancy.
They're trying to do too much. They've got Ashton in construction, J90 on the platform, Repel. You've had, of course, Benja trying to work through Garage. They really need to solidify down to 2 things at once here. They'll pay the price because it's too many more rewards or trades coming out for Secret. They take another round. SSG, I think, just getting a bit lost in themselves in that round, I'm afraid.
SSG,
anyone from the UK will know that one, the genius one.
Within one round, they tried the Jacuzzi, get into Master, work your way over. It didn't work, so they went on the rotate, tried to clear out Garage.
What's going on with FaZe? Is that game over yet?
So then Benja hopped in through CCTV window in the end in a little bit of
7-1, win 7-1 again. Yeah, that's good for us. That's good for
SSG
SR
back
then.
to the drawing board, but 4-0 down. Secret starting to really run away with this, and they are looking
That's good for SR then.
extremely good right now.
That's their round difference modded, like what, minus
I'm struggling to see how SSG
minus
fight their way
12.
back in, especially now
So
going
minus
down
11
to the
in the group.
basement. Again, one of our hallmark
They're last in the group by quite a bit.
sites in the game. And Shock Horror
It is
Secret
looking
are
good for
going back
Secret.
for the same as last time around.
Secret are really good, bro. Like people need to respect.
You've
People
got
need to
Noah, of
respect.
course, on the Skopos. It's going to be more of the same again. SSG have got to figure this one out themselves. No tack timeout available. Could be a real bruising couple of rounds if they don't get this right now.
Okay then, Basement last time around saw us with a number of Secret players up on the top floor, 3 at a point with only 2 left inside the site. SSG spent a lot of time kind of lost in the source, going for the clearance, chasing them around, losing bodies along the way, never really able to pin them down. We saw it was, I think it was Savage on the score post last time. He was inside of Logistics, just able to shoot off the X-Kairos pellets from the hatching kitchen. There was just nothing really that SSG could get going. They have their opportunity. Unable to take it though. Mowgli escaping damage again. Nothing sticks to him in this game, does it?
It's ridiculous how he's dodged every single one of those bullets and they've managed to get nothing down onto him. It's unlike Benja as well to miss a couple of shots that really could have landed and got them moving in the round, but maybe just speaks again to the confidence deficit that SSG are now having to endure given how this map started.
SSG are a team that are certainly capable of coming back from a deficit. They've certainly got that resilience factor, but they need to get started soon. If you get 5-0, 6-0 down, you start looking at it thinking that there's very little chance that happens. Savage is still in position. It's too easy. He gets himself
boys,
a
thank you for the tier 1.
Jeff
Thank you for the holy shit. 5
and J90.
Bro,
Secret
actually
just
looking
starting to
insane.
style on them at this point, Des.
It's looking a bit pedestrian, isn't it, Tim? Savage not flashed out at top red. There was the big curse bomb that really punished them. They needed to make sure that he could not step across and get the couple of kills that he did.
These guys look crazy, bro.
And again, it's just a little bit pedestrian, a little bit lackluster from SSG. don't know what's happened, but they really have lost their bite.
They just don't look organised. They don't look organised for me.
The call, give me a beast in the chat.
A little bit indecisive.
This guy right now.
You know, it's kind of go for this plant. Oh, not working. Go over here. I mean, they've got a blitz just running through the middle of cash, putting themselves into the situation of having a player on either side of them. Which, look, you get it. It's exactly where you don't want to be as a blitz. You don't want people on both sides of you because there's no way that you can use your shield to cover both flanks. It's a big problem. SSG just seem to be kind of just grasping at this game, and the harder the grasp, the quicker it slips away from them. Secret, by contrast, looks super organised. They're playing as a team. They're playing off each other, as we saw there, dealing with the blitz, getting the kill onto Newers, just cutting the numbers down of SSG over and over again. No matter what SSG do, they just meet this brick wall from Secret.
Big Teddy, thank you for the prime. Appreciate
They're
you.
going to go to Gym and Bedroom, 5-0 up.
Going crazy on the subs, bro. Seriously, 3 point.
Looks like it's going to be 6-0.
Almost 3.65.
Maybe SSG grab
Fucking
one,
beast mode from the
not
chat.
if it's gone like the other 5 have.
It's looking over. This is looking over with the castle flacking out.
Kills across 5 rounds.
No, it's not.
Last
game of the day.
To see that averages out about 1.2 kills a round. It is looking ugly.
6 out of a possible 30, Des.
Yes.
No, 25.
Close. Yeah, I was going to say. If you include this round, then
Quick maths, quick maths, bad maths.
Quick maths is bad maths, apparently, Tim. Absolutely. Same as how this has proven to be a pretty bad half overall for SSG. Let's see if they can do it. Almost in March, then. It's Gym and Bedroom already. Shot onto Ashen. This is so early on in the aggression.
I'm actually off the Pepsi Max. I'm going to
But
Pepsi
again, the
Max for a
fact
hot
that he's
minute.
landed the shots, that was just a bit of a spray through the window.
Pepsi Max
they
for a
know
hot minute.
roughly where the roof is, but he's managed to land the shots, and that's the point. The more that you play with confidence, the more those bullets tend to find their targets. And right now, that is definitely the case for Secret. So, like you said, a little bit of damage done to Ashen. Is it the end of the world? Absolutely not, but it's that chip damage each time. Now, when he goes into a fight, it's going to be one, maybe 2 bullets that's going to do the job for him. So, he has to back off a little bit. You've mentioned confidence. That is not going to help it. 5 versus 5 still, a minute into the round. Breach is getting opened into cash.
What's the worst thing in him and best in him?
Last time, we need to see SSG getting in and getting some map
I think William's
control.
a product of his surroundings, which I guess you could say is the worst thing.
The cash CC wall, as you probably expect. They want to
Like,
push through this
being a product, in my opinion, I think being a product of your surroundings is a bad thing.
Dancing around top red, around the shield, in and out of cash. It is something they've still got to respect. They've got a lot of
Can be
utility
a good
around him, as you
thing.
can see on the wall too.
But yeah, when things are not good, it's a bad thing.
Flashes or frags can't come straight into water.
And the best thing.
But he is quite alone here.
I would say he's pretty resilient. Obviously, he's hard working as well.
He sat on that construction window.
Yeah, this is great from Noah.
So
a minute 40
say.
wasted, and he still hasn't been shifted out. They do manage to take his shield away. This utility absolutely raining in around him.
Yeah.
But kills come in
kills,
from elsewhere. 3 kills, and the round again is
Yeah,
pretty
this
much
one's
over.
crazy.
SSG are now left with the players
His work
on the
discipline
window.
is
Ashen
really good.
absolutely right.
Like
But he has
his
to try
willingness
and
to
move
work
into
and his willingness to work hard
because
is
otherwise they're
like
just
second to
gonna
none.
get
I've
shot
never
from there,
seen
but he
many
gets killed
people who have
as
the
he goes
same
in to do it. It leaves
kind of
Newers all
drive
alone. He's got a
and work
problem
as
in
hard,
garage.
you know?
He's got a problem in construction, and it is the problem in construction
Bro,
that's going to
Secret
get the kill.
destroying
June
these
swings
guys.
around, gets the last man, and that is Secret 6-0. This is not how we thought this one was going to go, Des.
I think because they took so long breaking open this extension, Savage had time to move into lounge underneath and get himself a kill from below. That's what really upset the apple cart.
Yeah, the gambling is not where it's not on. It's not on only SI, so make the most of it right here.
Dominant half of Siege, probably the most dominant that I've seen. I'd say.
How do I check who I bet for?
Here at SI.
I don't know how you guys can
SSG across the
see.
entirety of it.
I just know that I can see.
Just back half,
who,
I'm afraid.
like,
5 entries out of 6, of course, as well, going the way of Secret. They are just dominating from beginning to end of these rounds. Simple as that.
There you go. Go to the channel points and then you can see it there. Boom. Carvixu spends way too much time on Twitch.
Why SSG are a little bit quiet?
You think Shopify will beat FaZe tomorrow? I mean, stranger things have happened. Like, they can beat FaZe. FaZe is looking very good.
There is work to do.
I think Shopify have to work hard there and come with a totally different attitude than today, and I think they have to pay really close attention to the map veto.
It's probably not going to happen, but don't write them off. It
Oh,
can
you know, I have a
happen.
brain. I don't think so.
At the minute, you've got to look at
But
this
you're not
one
very
round at a time.
intelligent
That is what SSG
at
are
many
gonna be
things,
doing. The
just
next
Twitch,
target
really.
is 6-1.
Pretty much
And
just
then after
that.
you think about
Not running
round
Twitch
8.
either,
That's
more
all
like
you can do. It's
just
all you
watching,
can do, Des. You know, if they get up
observing.
to 6-4, that's always the threshold for me, where you start looking at it thinking, all right, okay, maybe we've got something going here.
Do you think they'll play today? No, they play tomorrow.
I think this is going to be very, very difficult.
Easy play tomorrow.
They started
I'm
out
marking
in
intelligence.
Church and Arsenal.
Can somebody wake this guy
Secret
up?
on the
He's
attack,
clearly
just
asleep at the
looking at
wheel.
their lineup as it
Dragging
stands
his
at the
across,
minute, it's not
dragging
gonna be
himself
pretty
across the
to
hard
play
shoulder
against.
right now.
It might be altered, but they've got the Grim, the Blackbeard, and the Ying. It's going to make it very, very difficult. The Blackbeard of Savage, particularly, is going to be useful for chasing down any of these top 4 players. Get in there, using a little bit of roll clearance, force them back to side. And I think Secret basically need to do what SSG
yeah, I'm his
couldn't,
manager,
and
and
that
he's
is go in
my best
there and
friend.
get that map control.
Cuse,
You know, and
I hope
take
that answers your question.
just
I'd
take
love to see you do this shit.
Make sure that they're playing it on
Do
their
the shit
turf.
I do daily. I probably couldn't do what you do daily, like sitting and gooning on Twitch all day, and Twitter is a task, it's a serious task.
Coming out from Secret in the first half.
It's a real task, real man's job that I could not do.
Also got the Azami, we've seen a lot.
So you got me.
Anything to waste time on the top floor is what SSG are looking for here.
That's
now,
stuff daily.
Infamously, this was the roster, not the roster. This was the organization that came up with the famous
Bye,
SSG
daily.
Roam, where it plays all 3
And drink
floors of
Rubicon
this map,
Mango.
using a mix of Mute, Mozzie, Vigil, Castle, then normally a player downstairs in case there is a rush to come through. It did get figured out in the end, and he's managed to adapt, but can they also show us that this organization can still put up a pretty good 3-floor holds, or will Secret just tear them apart at first time of asking?
June just taking a little bit of damage from the barbed wire there. J9 picks up the entry and Fultz doubles down. Okay, SSG get themselves into the round in a big way. Newers as well. That's going to help them because it's a kill to 3 different people. Start building that confidence. Start feeling like you're getting rolling. Newers picks up Mowgli, and in 5-6 seconds, Secret find themselves from a 5v5 to a 1v5. A minute 45 left on the clock. Nothing that Adrian can do other than just see if any opportunities present themselves to get a kill, which it does. 1v5 becomes a 1v4. He knows that there's one around this corner, but the problem is he's going to be swung from the other side. And that's exactly what happens.
Nice! 3-2-1 count there as well. Good stuff from SSG to close it out. And around where we saw, I won't want to call it a rush, but it was a direct-to-site play coming out of Secret. You had Savage dropping in through that blue hatch, looking to immediately get control of site itself.
Time to lock in, seriously.
They weren't aware of, and they paid the price for it. It took all the wind out their sails. They lose the round. The crucial thing is,
neck tattoo. You've seen the neck tattoo 1,000 times.
To be right every single
like
time,
literally 1,000 times. It's a known
thing. They've got to come out on top, or at least have a trade going into it. The Secret find a gap in the armor, even blocks. Game's over.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to head up to the top floor, of course, given that we've just seen Church and Arsenal. So next one will be CCTV and Cash. Just looking at the defensive lineup there. Definitely going to be a catwalk hold. We've got J9 on the Azami. We've got Benja on the Jaeger. Capitao has been banned away, so big question as to how that is dealt with. I'd like to see maybe the Monty brought along. It is an option to try and deal with that catwalk. There's no Legion on side. There is the Denari, but I don't think they'll be playing in that position, so it would be an option to try and bully that player up on the catwalk. We don't always see it, but it can definitely have some success. Savage is there. We saw a nice play from Doki the other day.
I didn't get Sean White. Have you subbed?
He just sort of challenged from
and so, can you link where Williams' house is? Oh yeah, that's not a great idea, actually.
Down with the Blackbeard, obviously it covers your shield.
Why wouldn't I do it?
Still kind of have that fight. So that was nice. You know, maybe that's going to be the
saying they can't win against anyone but any teams.
See how it goes.
It did something like you. It just hasn't. It just hasn't.
But very, very rare that we
it just hasn't arrived yet. Like it will come. It will come. Don't worry. It will come. Sometimes it can take a little bit longer. Up to within 24 hours, you'll get it.
Throughout the tournament, admittedly, I think step number 1 is breaking through the scenario.
I genuinely know where he lives on it. Yeah, genuinely know. Get this guy out of here right now.
At the top. Crucial thing is they've only got the ADSs on side.
Did I just sub? Yes, you did. Did he? Thank you for the prime. Thank you.
Burn him out and hopefully catch him up.
Diddy, that's right guys, you heard it correct. Diddy for the prime.
They haven't got the Capitao, so it is on hard mode.
I want to see somebody's bet. How about you drop 10 gifted and I can make it happen?
Oh no, it's been jammed out. Oh, there we go. I was going to say...
This is like a gold lobby.
Oh, there we go.
It's going to go eventually. It's going to go eventually. It's nice play from Doom there. He tried to send it in one way, but they were watching for it and managed to take it out. We're going to see it just eventually.
You get the shot with prime sub? Yes, you
do. The bulletproof camera can't catch it, but they are having to sort of sit on that.
How many gifted to the backflip?
There we go. They've at least denied
1,000 gifted. I hit the fucking flipping sexy right now.
The protection that J9 had from below has had to dip away a little bit. Newell's not being able to play quite as advanced, although saying that. He's got back up. He's on those stairs again. They are aware. He's exposed himself, and Noah picks up the kill. 5 versus 4.
Yeah, far too easy for them there. You know, Nua's, like you say, was sort of forced to move because the shield was taken away. into the waiting arms of Noah on the other side. J9 has now got 3 players all gathering underneath him, but Mobley's gone down to Benja. Good assist coming in there from up on the window. I want to say that was Master Window catching him just as he stepped on forward. Savage has gone as well. So now we're down to a garage. What's going on? Secret collapsing here at the back of SSG, just showing a lick of aggression. And suddenly it's a 2 versus 4.
Well, it turns out nobody can attack on Clubhouse today, does it? Looks like SSG have come, you know, out of nowhere, really. They've, like I said, they've looked sort of disorganised and a little bit off the pace on the attack. They move on to the defence and all of a sudden they look solid. They're picking up kills from everywhere. The utility's being taken away, but they're thinking around the problem and creating new opportunities, new possibilities for themselves. Adrian goes in and gets 1 onto Fultz, takes damage as he does. Benja closes him out. That's going to be a second round. Like I said, for the next couple, SSG can only think of this in terms of 6-1, get to 6-2, get to 6-3, but they are starting to do it a step at a time.
Like they are one of the more resilient teams that I've watched. Like I feel like they never give up. Like I've seen them 6-0 down like more than once, and they always seem to like they're a team that you wouldn't put it past them like bringing it back. I don't think they will in this case. However,
against the wall, they won't be letting this go through without a fight. For me, if we go to gym right now, we can even try to bait that we're going to the other side and do the armor play. Remember, Savage? Maybe because if they are contesting too much and being too aggressive, it's better if we 3-2-1 and go for one side and execute. Because in this mid time of the round, they are just playing aggro and trying to punish us. If we are being able to play all at the same time and punish them back, it's great. If not, we just go, we just commit on the step by step. Same thing if it's needed for basement. If you guys want to do the take, the round will be over there. You know, you guys bait that to be something on site, and you guys take the map a little bit easier, even fighting if it's needed. You guys got this, guys. Remember, marathon, okay? Don't try to rush stuff. Enjoy the round.
Physical test, we could do it.
Go. Alright, let's fucking go, guys. If we do that shit, can I go no man on Garage?
Pretty fair to say he's spot on there, Tim. You know, there are 3 players gathered on Garage, ready to pressure on towards J9 who's upstairs. And then within 5 seconds, they'd lost all 3 of those players. It was an absolute meltdown in the mid-round, so Twister's cool. There's a bit more composure, a bit more team play, be a bit more committed as a unit towards that next stage of play.
I like what he said at the end there. You know, remember, this is a marathon. There's no need to rush to get this over the line. You know, we're the ones with the rounds in the bank. We can take our time to do this. You know, we don't have to snatch at it. So there was talk of an Amaru play. We're going to have Savage on the Amaru. Noah going on to the Sense. Given that it's gym and bedroom, I would imagine that that would be one of 2. I think it'll be get into pool table and get up the hatch. But we will see just how that one plays out. So get the Sense gadgets in, just create a lot of confusion, get the Lion scan going, get the Grim Bees in, prevent any movement. Ashen is underneath on the Vigil though. He could play spoiler to this kind of attempt.
Very possibly. It's more about the pace of Secret.
He's here for a while.
He's going to spoiler underneath. It's the fact that he's just that. He's, ooh.
Exactly.
Does he get away with it? I think it's Adrian that he's got running past him at this point, but I think he's just about missed his chance. He'll certainly try again. Here's Adrian got up and over. Yes, he has! And turns around and catches him! That was Ashen's moment. He did it a lot back on Fortress. Won't quite have the same joy here on Clubhouse.
Yeah, he's been unfortunate there. It was a great effort for him, a real opportunity, but that allows Savage now to work in underneath. He is below the hatch, and he's ready to go. He just needs that utility to start coming in and the confusion to be created. Newers is the problem. At the minute, is he aware? No, he's not Newers. He stands tall, gets a big double. What a defense from SSG coming out here.
They're like trying to force the game.
Garage shooting back up anyway. We've seen that so many times this game. Could only imagine Savage probably a bit frustrated there, screaming, how the hell did we not know about Newers? He was sat right next to the window. We should have seen him on a drone ages ago. And like that, the whole round
that is an awful
back. J9 with the closing kill.
Shot.
That's 3 on a bounce, Tim. Now we start to get nervous because
I don't know why they did
one
that.
of each of those 3 sites.
I feel like it's kind of
because they basically they push Jim dry. Like this, they only have like
this is a marathon.
They're just chancing that there's no one Jim.
Maybe go for the Amaru play up the hatch.
If Jim's clear,
it's kind of like one doesn't match with the other because it was because of that speed that they've missed Newers. they've been unaware of him, because you can see they're unaware, because as Savage goes up the hatch as the Amaru, he doesn't turn around to try and challenge. If he knows Newers is there, he might even get the kill himself with the shotgun going up there as the Amaru. But he doesn't even challenge. Newers just says, yep, thank you very much. Shoots him, takes him down, gets a second as they try to go in through the window. It was just all, it was either disjointed and mistimed, or they were unaware of Newers' position at that time. We can see now as he goes up, he sort of tries to spin, but there's nothing that he can do. It's just too little too late. And big mistake from Secret again.
Got to pick themselves back up and go again, whereas SSG can start building in a bit of confidence here. Yes, we need 3 more rounds from them. But certainly not complaining about how those 3 have gone, even if across 2 of those 3 rounds they lost the entry engagement. In that round,
that was so skibbity toilet off them. Come on, bro.
Managed to catch out Newers at about the halfway mark.
This guy's 35 years old, by the way.
Secret, but it's always in this
saying
big round
skibbity toilet in the chat.
Apart and crumbling. And that's where the difference needs to be made. Can they do it in time before OT hits? We're going to find out. Hell of a 3 rounds on the way.
Yeah,
he's 35 next week.
And I think what we're going to see from Secret now, following Twister's message in the tactical timeout, it was kind of like, look, try that Amaru play. If that doesn't work, when we go back down to Church and Arsenal, he said, we do it more step by step. We make sure that we're going in and they're ticking boxes. So this is now where I would expect to see Secret slow down a little bit. I'd expect
pushing 50 more, like, that's what I'm
they
saying.
can't allow themselves to get caught out. They need to be aware of where
it's not even a lie though, like he actually is 35 next week.
Try and put them into difficult lose-lose positions. I like this pressure immediately from Savage down Dirt as well. Give them something to think about, because what this is going to do is it's going to force SSG to bring people back to
what the fuck is that?
Because J9 is just going to shoot Savage in the head. Job done. Blackbeard gone.
I've seen so many Blackbeards losing 1v1s the last couple of days.
I don't know what's going on.
Absolutely crazy. Like, teams just know once that shield starts going down.
It's like this guy doesn't want the stream to end. He's like, no, more content, more content.
It's why with the Blackbeard, typically you need extra
we can actually go all the way here.
Inside the shield. It struggles to win the 1 versus 1 unless the distraction is being created elsewhere. That's what we've seen once again. Good entry for SSG, and they can just be chilling now. Problem probably
the drops out. They actually must
that
be.
was Savage alone trying to move on 4s. The rest of the team are nowhere to be seen. They're still getting themselves set up.
I like this from Ashen as well. He's playing up above there, and we can see him kind of moving around. But he's not really giving himself away too much yet either. He's the only one that has now remained up there on the top floor. He's got the weaponry to do it, really. With the shotgun in hand, he's going to be very difficult to challenge up here unless they come through garage. They're not really going to get a long angle onto him anymore. And so definitely something that needed to be aware of. Candela
not entirely sure what the
plan's
going to be here.
Too much because they're not able to use that Secret to grab any ground. Still 5 versus 4. Do now have control of Bar at least. That's something, but haven't dealt with Ashen, and he's going to be a problem.
They have seen him on the drone. They know that he's up here at the very least, but that's not really the issue. They can spend all day chasing him down. They've got to look at the site at some point. That's what Noah's starting to do as he push on down main stairs. They've also got a bit of moto control from Mowgli. So in the right kind of positions, but I'll tell you what, he has no idea how close he was there to getting a free kill. Doesn't get away with it in the end on towards J9O, who still stays standing and can now carry on with the gun. Focus onto the church wall coming on through. A moto is an option. Once the fire has been burnt out.
Ashen's the win con here for SSG. Like if they don't clear him,
associated with Barley, we used to do it on Liquid a lot with the Hibana and just hold that line all the way through sight. This is actually good from Secret. There's an opportunity to get in here and put the diffuser down. They're going to try to rush through, but no. Danger. He's played that smart. He's kept himself out of the line of sight from main stairs, but still been in position to be able to prevent that rush behind the bar. To get the diffuser down, leaves us now heading for 6-4 at this rate, unless June can hit a 1v4.
Holy shit.
Absolutely not, I'm afraid. It's all but a flawless round, if not for that kill onto Ashen.
Holy shit.
SSG looking pretty dominant. That's the first time I think I've heard a little shout out of Ashen as well, because they are looking ridiculously on top of this half. Goes to show, Tim, 2 halves to a game of siege.
Yeah, this certainly is fighting back now. And the thing is, this starts creeping into the mind of Secret, doesn't it? You start wondering, thinking, is it going that way? Are we going to overtime? I mean, at least in the back of the mind, they've kind of got that guarantee that, you know, there is overtime waiting, if nothing else. They've done enough to get there. It's not like they were 5-1. But you certainly don't want to go from 6-0 to 6-6 to then have to play those overtime rounds. Don't know who will be on which side. That will be an interesting question as well, because right now nobody can win an attack. So you certainly wouldn't want to start overtime on attack.
It's not a full-on scream at Savage, but it's more noise. It's building round by round.
If you remember, I said 6-4 is the point where you start.
Yeah, Black Dragons now have 1 point, and they have minus 11 round difference.
This is doable, and I think if you're Secret, this is the threshold where you start thinking, this might happen, and you know it becomes 2 problems. You've got the physical problem in game of attacking, but you've also got that mental resilience issue.
All right, well, Glass Strat is the call for the round. Savage taking up that mantle.
Ready to activate.
Only have the 2 smokes in back pocket.
They all have decent KDs on Secret, but they're just being stupid and looks like it's on purpose. No, it's not on purpose.
What they can do to overwhelm the site,
they're just doing a bit too much now. That's all it is. And SSG are playing back against the wall.
Of course, on that striker. One operator that's growing quite a lot.
I said it there when SSG were 6-0 down. Like SSG are like a really resilient team, bro. Like that's one of the strongest things that they have.
Why do you think this is up there for you? It's a case of like
one of the biggest like factors that they have in their team is that
more valuable than what a primary gadget might be in some cases. And more teams have started to see Sentry and even Striker creeping into their lineups.
Yeah, exactly that. You know, if you're in a position where you think, you know what, we don't need an additional hard breach, we don't need an IQ, they're not playing the bout, they're not playing anything, you know, those sorts of operators.
So everything actually part of paper related could be.
Yep, bring along in this case 4 throwables, 2 nades, 2 flashes, and give yourself those options to clear out those difficult positions. But for the time being, we've got Secret mounting an attack directly towards the cache and garage side. They've got the main breach open, so that's a good start for them. The next question is, can they deal with Catwalk? The answer last time was no. This time they've taken the Azami away. J9O is in position with the Wamai this time, but will not have the keeper barricades to play behind.
Of course, you're grabbing up that Grimby there. He's tracked out by this. They know exactly where he is. If they've got any of the nades they can throw up, I don't think they do, Tim. They're out of utility. They've got to push on to him. Savage getting rid of J9O eventually. He was laid down in that back corner. They've cracked it, but they have lost a player in the process.
Yeah. Not the end of the world. It's the striker with the utility. Newers managing to do a job from down in oil pit. It's the oldest trick in the book on Clubhouse. You've got to be aware of it. He switched to the pistol. He continues fighting. Surely his days are numbered. Fultz manages to take down Adrian elsewhere. They still don't have Newers done. Eventually, Doom manages to get the job done. Newers straight in the chat. SSG starting to play that mental game. 2 versus 3. Savage and Doom with work to do and only 58 seconds to do it.
And they'll come out worse for wear again here, Tim. They're in a 2v3 now, Secret. It started pretty well, I thought, clearing it out, but all this focus and flurry onto Newers just let the rest of his team get a little bit extra and force Savage and Doom into what's looking like a very unlikely scenario. Yeah, you got a couple of these Terros to play with, you got a smoke you can use for the glass, but that really is about it.
Bench is in a great position here. He's got that nitro pre-pulled. As it is, June's going to jump over and look to go for an alternate route. Ashen's just backed him up there. 25 seconds left to go. It's not the ideal time for a rotation. But Benja being able to play inside a CCTV
oh my God,
is great. Ashen manages to get the kill onto Savage as he comes in through the window. It's now all up to Doom from the breach. 10 seconds left to go. SSG are going to give him nothing. This is going to 12.
6-5, holy shit.
Absolute target blindness from Savage as well, expecting. He knew Ashen was to his left, but didn't realize a player was in front of his face, blending in with the environment. It is going all the way to 12, Tim. Start to feel very nervous for Secret now, but what a pullback this has been by SSG. We were speaking about resilience earlier. Ashen might not be screaming, but he is in the old chat. Uh-oh! You can see Secret crumbling before his very eyes.
I don't know whether to talk about the great defenses that we've
he didn't
seen,
sell. Like the guy's in front of the window. He's dropped like obviously wanting to make a fast play. Didn't realize that he was there.
Single successful attack when we have the best attacking team statistically in the world in the server is just wild, to be honest. But
see, like he went for a fast jump in.
We could
not much you can do about that.
Treat in overtime because both of these are going to want to take as many points out of this as they can. As you said, the big threat in this group, apart from each other, is Fluxo W7M. They're going to want to make sure that they take in the max so they don't necessarily, or as much as they can, so that they need that little bit less from the Brazilian side.
Okie dokie. Oh, Gym Bedroom to close it out as well. It has been the sort of the site that both teams have had as their third preference throughout the game, which is quite surprising. Normally, it's Gym and Bedroom or.
Yeah, okay with that. That's what I'm saying. I don't think they would have won the round. I think the round was already spent. To be
Arsenal
honest,
is always one of the primaries, kind of sharing it, I'd say, with Gym and Bedroom. But both teams have sort of changed that order up a little bit. One starting out with CCTV and Cash, one starting out with Church and Arsenal. So good to see a little bit of change of fortunes here for both. for the sides themselves. It's more the same in terms of the aggression around the map. Looking at it, Ashen on the Scott boss, no doubt.
Imagine Secret get all
also making a
SSG get all this way just to
in the
lose.
hands of J9O. I'd expect to try and give cover to his teammates around the map, especially out towards Catwalk, where I imagine a good few of those magnets have already been set up. Any? No.
No.
He's just here to get out. He's here to get out as soon as any kind of pressure.
Exactly that. He's just here to waste
If
time.
SSG win this, though, it's the big statement.
To look at. Noah gets what could be a critical opener. Newers has had a good game in past. Only 6 and 9 on the board, but some of those kills have been real key moments, real critical kills that have done a job for his team. So taking him out is going to be a real big thing. 5 versus 4. Team Secret need to continue with this top floor clearance on this side. It's Ashen inside of Cash now. He has been pushed that back that far at least. Need to now move in and get that kill. He's going to be playing top red.
Yeah, in a spot where he can cause a bit of trouble, but has got to be careful. He's seen drones coming up through a catwalk, so he knows 100% the plan for Secret is to take control of that and move forward. And with at least the breach being slightly opened up, you know there'll be some pushing from there as well. The best he can do here is waste a bit of time and then probably get back on towards site. If he gets a kill and gets out, that's even better, but you're asking a lot at that point.
Noah has made his way up onto the catwalk, needs to try and push across into CCTV. Meanwhile, Ashen has now escaped. He's got himself back into sight, so that does leave CCTV and Cash clear. Secret need to recognize that and they need to get moving. A minute 20 left on the clock. They can take that ground and they can start to push forward. Ashen has actually moved back into construction. Doom is playing around those windows, so they need to make that a little bit more difficult for him.
Well, they're trying to drone Noah in here so he can rejoin the rest of his team. He's not 100% clear on what's clear inside of construction, and the answer would have been not a lot because Ashen was sat behind planks there, very close to the window. Nade comes on through, I believe, and just starts setting the fire off from that environmental, pushes Ashen back in towards site. So now we've got Secret all surrounding the site. This is what it comes down to. They've got a 5v4 execute. This is the best chance they have got, Tim, to get this done here and now. Otherwise, we're overtime abound.
Yep, Savage is going to move in. He's looking to go for the plant. He's trying to push through. He actually goes into bathroom looking for kills. Noah picks up Ashen. Savage is stood in the middle of site.
They got it, holy shit.
From Noah at the end, though, to close it out.
They got it in the end.
Get it done in the last gasp round. Managed to get the one successful attack on Clubhouse to take the lion's share of the points. EU B10A as Secret take down SSG.
So close to going to OT, and I almost feel like the story of the game deserved it. But once they got rid of Ashen on that construction door, Noah steps in, a line of fire onto 2 of the players, and that is good night. A great execute from Secret.
I'm sorry to jump out so quickly, guys, but I am so tired. I haven't eaten or anything today.
At times they look good for it on the
I've been out, worked out and everything. I'm going to go now. 9 hours and 16 minutes.
Are looking like there is
we'll be back tomorrow for more.
And I'm sure that's what they'll be focusing on.
Let's get after it tomorrow, shall we?
It's been a really good series. A dominant map, I'd say.
Have a good night, guys.
You know, we had 7-4, the 7th
Sleep well.
Fortress and Lair, of course, got to see Fortress for the first
and
time.
Take care.
Club has been a defensive. Just say defensive masterclass or an attacking.
Well, should be going live in a few hours, yeah. We will be on live.